The Perverse Journey of the Master of the Galactic Generation, Fang Shaoyun. This old tome should be familiar to many. Rogue is the singular epithet bestowed upon Fang Shaoyun by all who possess a profound understanding of him. There exist many types of rogues, yet Fang Shaoyun embodies a distinctly peculiar variety. Indeed, it has long baffled him as to why both acquaintances and strangers alike cannot resist exclaiming, "You rogue." Over time, even Fang Shaoyun himself has forgotten the truth of his innocence, instead believing himself to be an unrepentant rogue. One aspect that contributes to his rogue reputation is his possession of a hideaway, much like many wayward youths, outside the confines of the school. Upon his arrival in the first year, Fang Shaoyun rented this modest abode. Initially, every night he dutifully returned to his dormitory to sleep. The rationale behind his renting was not as sordid as many might assume. Rather, he sought merely to enjoy the high-speed internet available beyond the campus boundaries. Though the school provided a network, its speed resembled that of a sluggish snail. Furthermore, numerous ports were blocked, rendering access to various exhilarating online pursuits impossible. Games such as Galactic could only be indulged in within the limits of the campus network. As time wore on, monotony set in. Thus, Fang Shaoyun chose to rent a room in a household. The space, though small, was sufficiently equipped with cable television, internet, a wardrobe, and a refrigerator. Within this room lay Fang Shaoyun's most cherished possession, a bed that allowed for unrestrained access at any hour. It was not a bed for the average individual, as it housed an array of items, including socks, undergarments, and other personal effects that had accumulated over the course of weeks. Thus far, this bed had welcomed only two female visitors. The first was his girlfriend, Xiaoyu, who had fallen for him during a freshman soccer match. In the midst of mud and chaos, Fang Shaoyun fortuitously scored a decisive goal, winning both the game and Xiaoyu's heart. He fondly reminisces about that match to this day. During the summer of their freshman year, both remained on campus. Fang Shaoyun took a job at the Research Institute, while Xiaoyu, like many young women, opted for tutoring. They spent their nights together in the small room, though they did not share the bed. Fang Shaoyun would lie silently on the sofa, observing Xiaoyu as she sleepily sprawled across the bed in a most unladylike manner, often shedding her attire before collapsing onto the sheets. Fang Shaoyun found himself in a state of frustration, especially when Xiaoyu would occasionally drool in her sleep. During lectures, this would cause him considerable vexation. One day, when a friend inquired about the girl drooling beside him in the study room, Fang Shaoyun, feigning indifference, replied, "I don't know her." Little did he know, Xiaoyu overheard this, and from that moment on, a free labor was added to her dormitory routine. During that time, it was common to see a boy, drenched in sweat, hauling hot water between the girls' dormitory and the washroom after evening study sessions. Fang Shaoyun often recalls those exhausting days, yet now, Xiaoyu has departed. The second female to occupy this bed was a fellow villager, Xiaoru, a classmate from middle school, high school, and university, who bore a striking resemblance to the celebrity Xiao S. Often, Fang Shaoyun would affectionately refer to her as Xiao S, though in moments of haste, he would inadvertently call her Xiao Sa, which was rather embarrassing. Zyra's family was not well off, necessitating her to juggle work and study. Frequently, after returning from her part-time job past curfew, she would find the dormitory locked and thus would stay at Fang Shaoyun's place. Having grown up together, they felt no need for propriety and would share the bed without reservation. Yet, Xiaoru often posed curious questions, asking, "Am I pretty?" After a careful appraisal, Fang Shaoyun would affirm her beauty. "Then are you indifferent?" "No." "Don't you want to be with me?" "Not really." "Is it a matter of surnames?" "No." "Then why don't you want to be with me?" "Honestly, sleep with you?" With so many questions? In jest, Xiaoru would then inquire about his virginity, to which Fang Shaoyun replied affirmatively. She expressed disbelief, prompting him to ask how he could convince her otherwise. "I don't believe anything you say," she retorted. In exasperation, Fang Shaoyun would hurl a pillow at her, resulting in a playful tussle that ended with Xiaoru tumbling off the bed, after which they would both resume sleep. However, one fateful weekend, Xiaoyu visited Fang Shaoyun in the morning and, upon opening the door, discovered him and Xiaoru soundly asleep, with Zyra's leg draped over Fang Shaoyun's. In a fit of anger, Xiaoyu slammed the door and never returned. Following that day, Xiaoru seldom visited, and Fang Shaoyun, heartbroken, resigned himself to a life of despair, earning the moniker of rogue among his peers. Despondent, Fang Shaoyun lingered in the vast expanse of the novice channel. Before long, nearly every female player was aware of a certain Xiao Fang, a notorious rogue. Hello. Miss Fang Shaoyun would typically initiate. Hello, the girl would respond. Hello. What's up? She would inquire, puzzled. I have a question. What is it? She would reply. After a brief pause, Fang Shaoyun would type, Sister, may I touch your? You're insane, she would scold. How do you know? Did you take a cold shower last night? Yes, Fang Shaoyun would say, perplexed. That must have scrambled your brain. I apologize. I wish to amend my ways, he would say cautiously. She would respond, a child who corrects his mistakes is a good one. Fang Shaoyun would then ask, so, as encouragement for my correction, is there a reward? For instance what? She would prompt. For instance, may I touch your? And thus, Fang Shaoyun would find himself blocked. At such moments, he would chuckle at his computer screen, laughing until he nearly cramped. Despite having gained a reputation as a notorious rogue at Central South University, his virginity remained intact, a fact even Xiaoru found hard to believe. Some things are rather peculiar. For instance, Fang Shaoyun once reveled in chatting, simultaneously engaging in conversations with 6 QQ accounts. Yet, when boredom struck, he discovered he had forgotten his QQ password. Conversely, certain things evoke a deep-seated fear of loss, yet upon losing them, one realizes they continue to thrive, often even more splendidly. Fang Shaoyun found himself sleeping soundly, with instances of insomnia seeming to dwindle significantly. Typically, he would rise at 8 in the morning, for the first class commenced at 8:30. Fang Shaoyun would spend 10 minutes dressing, followed by another 10 minutes earnestly gazing into the mirror, proclaiming, handsome, you are truly too handsome. He would then take 3 minutes for his grooming before dashing towards the classroom, pausing only once to purchase 2 buns at 50 cents each. At 8:30, during history class, the bespectacled old professor inquired, why did the nationalist troops suffer such a devastating defeat at the Battle of Dingyang Bridge? Fang Shaoyun replied, the tactics were flawed. What do you mean by flawed tactics? In battles of this bridge-like nature, one must be flexible and mobile, employing flanking maneuvers and coordinating airdrop distractions. How could one possibly achieve victory by attacking Hedon? The old professor, taken aback by his insight, thereafter refrained from discussing battles in class. At 9:45, during economics class, the professor posed a question. If your economic standing is average but your income is stable, how would you choose to invest? Still pondering why he had been so thoroughly beaten in a brawl the previous day, Fang Shaoyun answered without hesitation, raising a dog. Ah, that's a low investment, yet potentially rewarding venture. Moreover, fewer people are engaging in it nowadays, resulting in less competition. Is that even an option? Fang Shaoyun's classmates looked on in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. At 11:30, Fang Shaoyun entered the dining hall, greeted by the admiring gazes of his peers. Although he came from a reasonably well-off family and had received a good education, he had never experienced hardship. However, this did not correlate with his dining etiquette. The way Fang Shaoyun consumed his noodles was enough to elicit the desire to kick him out of sheer frustration. Furthermore, he had a peculiar habit of choosing a random seat at the long dining table, indifferent to who might be sitting nearby. Today, fortune seemed to smile upon him, as he noticed a rather attractive girl seated diagonally across from him. In a technical university with a male-to-female ratio of 7-to-1, the likelihood of encountering a beautiful girl was akin to finding a lost meal card in the cafeteria. The odds of meeting a single, attractive girl were almost as slim as the Chinese football team's chances of winning the World Cup. With a rush of blood to his head, Fang Shaoyun felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in gratitude to a benevolent deity, if only he weren't holding a bowl in his hands. After mustering what he deemed a charming smile, he focused on his noodles. However, halfway through his meal, he noticed the girl's expression of deep discontent. Turning his head cautiously, Fang Shaoyun confirmed that there was no one else around and tentatively inquired, "Is something the matter?" The girl replied, visibly distressed, "If I weren't fully awake, I would swear I had entered a pigsty." Fang Shaoyun was perplexed. The surroundings were pleasant, and the aroma of food was delightful. What could possibly relate to a pigsty? I've lived for so many years and never imagined that a person could produce such horrific sounds while eating noodles. Fang Shaoyun fled in embarrassment. Not because he was blushing by his 3rd year, his skin was thicker than the oldest tree bark on Yuelu Mountain. He ran because he feared that if he lingered any longer, the distressed girl would burst into tears. No wonder that nation has such peculiar customs. Their noodle-eating traditions must possess such lethal force. The image of a group of people slurping noodles brought a mist to Fang Shaoyun's eyes. After finishing his meal, he hurried to an internet CAF. Although he had his own internet access, Nothing thrilled him more than teaming up with like-minded individuals at the bustling Huafeng internet paradise. The CAF was named Life Internet CAF, a name whose origin Fang Shaoyun was unaware of. However, every time he saw the crooked sign hanging with the word life, he inexplicably thought of the two words that terrify all men: sickness. As the CAF owner, a familiar face quickly set up a workstation for him. She brought over a cup of tea with a flirtatious smile. Fang Shaoyun, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, "I do not require tea." The owner, not one to be easily dismissed, puffed out her chest and tossed him a sultry glance, playfully asking, "Then what do you need?" This made Fang Shaoyun shiver, reminding him of the character Jin Xiangyu from Dragon Gate Inn. Yet, Fang Shaoyun remained earnest. "I'm sorry, but right now I need a man, a strong man." At this proclamation, the entire Life Internet CAF erupted in laughter. Soon, a man arrived, indeed a robust figure, complete with a bushy beard. His online ID was Kill All. The name exuded an aura of menace. Yet Fang Shaoyun knew this brawny fellow was a novice and a veritable novice. Kill All's real name was Peng Feng, the captain of the frenzied team. Fang Shaoyun's belief that Kill All was a novice was well-founded, as he had witnessed Kill All falter even against him. Fang Shaoyun was acutely aware of his own skill level amidst the throngs at Huafeng Internet Paradise. He was no expert. Thus, anyone unable to best him was undoubtedly a novice. Nevertheless, Fang Shaoyun donned a sycophantic smile, as though he were in the presence of a great champion. Though Kill All lacked expertise, he was the best 2v2 partner Fang Shaoyun could find in this CAF, where true masters congregated at the BOS CAF at the foot of the mountain. Once, a naive junior had asked him, "If there are experts there, why not go to that CAF? Is it better to be the leader or a mere follower?" Of course, it's better to be the leader. Then here, I am a leader, why would I want to go to BOS and be just another no-name? Fang Shaoyun regarded the junior with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Chapter 3 Apologies, but I only engage in aerial pursuits. Why are you smiling so suggestively? I am not a woman. Peng Feng adeptly lit a cigarette and casually entered Fang Shaoyun's game. Enough chit-chat. When someone comes in, act like a man. Fang Shaoyun showed little interest in the novice team, comprised solely of 4 members. The entire afternoon passed without incident as Fang Shaoyun and Peng Feng exchanged various ruthless tactics, mercilessly tormenting numerous unwitting intruders in the dark realm of gaming. The thrill of their sadistic gameplay kept the two exhilarated from noon until night, completely disregarding the adage that time is life. However, as night fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Suddenly, 2 IDs, XX1 and XX2, appeared in the Novice Paradise channel. Upon entering Fang Shaoyun and Peng Feng's game, these two swiftly dispatched them with ease. After confirming that their adversaries were not cheating, Peng Feng roared in fury, "Damn it! Is there no honor left? They must be from some black market." Fang Shaoyun nodded in agreement. "Let us settle the score and log off." Along the way, they encountered 2 muscular men who were engrossed in a game of CS. As they returned, these two were left dumbfounded by Fang Shaoyun's grandiose tales of interstellar tactics. A flamboyantly dressed young woman approached, striking up a conversation. "Hey, handsome boys, care for some fun? It's quite cheap." The 2 CS players exchanged glances. "We don't engage in that, we only shoot." The lady replied, "Shooting alone is rather dull. Wouldn't it be more exciting if..." Yes, shooting alone is indeed tedious. That's why we often play in groups, usually 10 of us, 5 against 5, to see who can shoot faster. The woman was at a loss for words and turned to Fang Shaoyun. He sighed, "Don't look at me. I only indulge in aerial pursuits." Note, in the realm of StarCraft, the term for playing is akin to flying a plane, hence Fang Shaoyun's expression. The woman sighed, "Then how do you play?" "We usually engage in pairs. We've been at it all afternoon. My hands are sore." The lady nearly fainted. Poor student. On the way back, the 2 CS players conversed with Fang Shaoyun, inquiring what type of woman he would seek as a wife. Surely, she must enjoy playing StarCraft as well? Fang Shaoyun shook his head. "You are mistaken. If I were to choose, it would be someone who does not play StarCraft." The two were curious and asked for his reasoning. Fang Shaoyun explained, "It's quite simple. Men may be drawn to liberated women, but no one wishes to marry one." The two nodded in agreement, yet they were unaware that Fang Shaoyun's first girlfriend, Xiaoyu, was indeed someone who did not play StarCraft. Xiaoyu could prepare all of Fang Shaoyun's favorite dishes, was playful, and would throw little tantrums, adamantly refusing to learn StarCraft. Though Xiaoyu had long departed, Fang Shaoyun maintained that the ideal partner must embody her essence. Everyone harbors a cherished longing within their hearts. Fang Shaoyun, however, was oblivious to what his most treasured possession had been. Before entering university, his life was monochrome. But then, his beloved item vanished, leaving behind only a mouse, a deep blue raver mouse, gifted to him by Xiaoyu on his birthday, which became his most treasured possession. After tossing and turning in bed for quite some time, Fang Shaoyun concluded that sleep eluded him. He booted up his computer amidst a pile of discarded fruit peels. He wondered why, upon entering university, he lost the desire to sleep. He recalled his high school days, where he would fall asleep the moment he hit the bed, a habit that could only be likened to that of a pig. After aimlessly browsing the internet for a while, Fang Shaoyun remembered a risky story he had secretly downloaded. Back when Xiaoyu was still around, he had received this rumored provocative film from a gaming friend, but had never found the opportunity to view it. He had not only hidden the file, but also altered its extension, camouflaging it among a plethora of documents. It would be challenging for anyone to locate. After considerable effort, Fang Shaoyun finally unearthed it from a mound of system files. It was a short Japanese adult film, merely a few minutes long. As he watched, he found himself gritting his teeth in frustration. He scoffed at the male performer, chastising him as he observed the man languidly touching and licking, showing no inclination to progress for what felt like an eternity. Finally, after what seemed like eons, the man made his move. But just as Fang Shaoyun was about to assess the situation, the man faltered. Checking the time, he noted it had only been 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He inwardly cursed. Japanese men are utterly useless, neither professional nor pleasing to watch. One would think with such a high output of adult films, they would be like beasts in bed. Alas, it is otherwise. He muttered to himself that even watching StarCraft VODs was a more fulfilling experience. And with a curse upon the man's future, he hastily deleted the story. After a spell of aimless internet browsing, convinced he was indeed fatigued, Fang Shaoyun finally climbed into bed. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, letting out a wretched scream. What could be more terrifying than opening one's eyes in the morning only to find a man grinning lewdly before him? It was a ghastly way to start the day, devoid of any sense of decency. Then came the sound of a beer bottle shattering, presumably from the upstairs couple. Startled by Fang Shaoyun's sudden outburst, he pulled the covers tighter around him, glaring at the man before his computer, still wearing that suggestive grin. How did you get in here? Peng Feng casually grabbed a pack of bizarre-flavored beans from the table and began munching. You must be wishing for someone to barge in on you, leaving the door wide open while you sleep. Fang Shaoyun sighed with relief. What brings you here at this ungodly hour? I am a perfectly healthy man, both physically and mentally. He spoke with conviction. Peng Feng nearly choked on a bean. What nonsense. Don't forget you promised to help us with a friendly match today. Fang Shaoyun looked utterly bewildered. When did I ever agree to that? Conversations require evidence. Do you have a recording? A witness? Just because we're familiar doesn't mean you can make baseless claims. I can sue you for defamation. Before he could finish, a large pillow struck him squarely in the face. Fang Shaoyun stared in indignation at the man before him, filled with violent tendencies, who had only 4 teammates and was already driven mad by another team's relentless torment. Chapter 4. Excuse me, may I come in? Fang Shaoyun initially intended to linger in the warmth of his bed, yet upon noticing Peng Feng's mischievous gaze fixated on the deep blue raver mouse on his desk, he hastily donned his attire with remarkable speed. As he dressed, he hummed a playful tune about a little girl rising in the morning, pulling up her trousers to visit the restroom. By the time he completed the song, he managed to rise just before Peng Feng's wicked hand could reach for his mouse. Peng Feng remarked, "You might as well stop singing. I'm already feeling troubled." Fang Shaoyun retorted, "What are you afraid of? Isn't she just a girl? Can she really be that arrogant?" With a sorrowful expression, Peng Feng replied, "Arrogance is merely the tip of the iceberg. She is no ordinary powerhouse. She is renowned as the school's top SCMM, HP Lulu. If she were to recruit Wang Feiyu, she could rival the legendary Zhang Yu of yore. Ever since she set her sights on us in the computer lab, have we gone a month without suffering at the hands of her team? Those days are more disheartening than her visits." Fang Shaoyun scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Peng Feng. "Please refrain from tarnishing the image of my idol and her partner. What woman could ever compare to Zhang Yu? Moreover, does Zhang Yu ever bully the weak? Today, I shall make her experience a hormonal imbalance, forcing her into an early menopause. She must learn that StarCraft is a man's game." In Fang Shaoyun's mind, women like Xiaoyu, gentle and serene, yet unversed in StarCraft, were the epitome of femininity. The loud ones in Internet CAFs, fervently playing StarCraft, were a rare breed, akin to precious creatures best admired from afar. Peng Feng, unconvinced, replied, "You still don't grasp her prowess. Once you face her today, you'll understand. The moment she calls out, her teammates will surge forward like they've been injected with steroids. No matter how hard we try, we won't stand a chance against them. If you lose today, do not let it cast a shadow over your tender heart." Fang Shaoyun huffed. But Peng Feng continued. We won't blame you for the loss. After all, you haven't practiced with us, nor are you familiar with the enemy. You refused to join us for training. I simply lack the time, my friend. With so many courses, studying is a virtue, Fang Shaoyun replied, donning his jacket. Besides, I am a refined individual. I am best suited for casual play in Haofeng, not for the chaos of battle. I am a law-abiding and promising youth. Outside the pioneer internet CAF at the foot of Yuelu Mountain, the atmosphere remained thick with smoke and noise. Lulu had just concluded a StarCraft match against a group from the metallurgy department, who were accustomed to gaming at a venue known as Life Internet CAF. Each month, Lulu relished the opportunity to teach this team, which favored big hunter strategies, the proper way to engage in a 4v4 match. Time and again, she led her team to decisive victories, greatly satisfying her vanity. However, today's match was a dismal affair. It seemed the opponents had consumed some performance-enhancing substance, resulting in a humiliating defeat for Lulu. Had she not been concerned about her image as a lady, she might have already been tearing her hair out. Consequently, she connected to Haofeng's novice room to unleash her frustrations on inexperienced players. I am a spinach, Lulu mused, perplexed by the oddity of the day, as even the novice team from metallurgy displayed unexpected prowess. The peculiar sounds echoed within the game until she realized the commotion stemmed from her new ringtone, which she had changed the day before. Which one is it? Let me introduce myself. The interruption to her gaming session evoked a comparison to a woman in menopause. Damn it, am I your grandmother? Doesn't your phone have caller ID? Here's some good news. During the first engineering mathematics class, the teacher, in a moment of insanity, called your name, Lulu. You have been recorded once again. Congratulations. With a thud, Lulu sprang from her chair. Grabbing her jacket, she shouted to the assembly of individuals hiding in the shadows. Kay says the engineering mathematics teacher has taken attendance. A cacophony of chair movements ensued as everyone rushed towards the exit. Time to settle the bill. Time to settle the bill. The pioneer internet CAF boasted over 100 machines, typically bustling with patrons, many awaiting their turn on the sofas by the entrance. Yet now, a considerable number of machines had suddenly become available. Outside room 520, a crowd of over a dozen people gathered, none daring to enter the classroom where the elderly teacher, Mr. Fan, was delivering his pre-class remarks. Look at this. Such a vast lecture hall, yet so few attendees. 2 classes, over 100 individuals, and barely 70 have arrived. While I understand your penchant for cramming before exams, surely you cannot neglect your regular classes. Lulu, why don't you go in first? Suggested a rather unsavory man from the crowd. Sure, yes. The others quickly chimed in. Why must it always be me? Lulu protested, feeling cornered by these sordid, shameless, and insidious men. I refuse to be the scapegoat. Justify your reasoning. Who could resist your vibrant beauty, your innocent facade, and your audacious confidence? Another voice chimed in. Lulu pointed at the man, but, sensing the eager gazes of her peers, she reluctantly approached the classroom door. Clearing her throat, she feigned innocence and knocked softly, blinking her eyes in a pitiful manner to capture Mr. Fan's attention. I'm sorry, Mr. Fan, may I come in? Lulu, where were you last class? Were you unwell? Mr. Fan inquired cautiously, concern etched upon his face. I was feeling unwell and visited the campus clinic for some medication. Lulu replied, swiftly retrieving and waving a small item from her pocket before promptly concealing it again. A shiver ran through those nearby as they recognized it was merely a tube of lip balm. Then please come in. If you're unwell, you should return to your dorm to rest. Don't overexert yourself. Having successfully deceived Mr. Fan, Lulu responded nonchalantly, thank you for your concern, but I'm feeling much better now. She made her way to a seat in the back row, musing to herself, you old lecher, despite your age, you still lose your wits in the presence of a beautiful woman. Had I not been in a good mood today, I might have given you a piece of my mind. Before Mr. Fan could fully comprehend the situation, he was dismayed to witness a stream of students trailing behind Lulu, silently making their way to the back of the classroom. By the time he realized what was happening, the classroom was nearly full. Thankfully, his years of experience in university allowed him to catch the last few stragglers attempting to sneak in. What are you doing? He inquired. Diarrhea. We couldn't get up after sitting down, 4 of them replied earnestly. Mr. Fan smirked. And you all went to the new front toilets? The 4 nodded in unison. Don't think I'm gullible just because of my age. Everyone knows the new front has only 2 stalls. With a loud crash, the classroom erupted in chaos. How did the match against the Frenzy Squad go today? Did you win or lose? After Lulu settled in, Kay turned to her and asked. Lulu, who had initially been brimming with pride, suddenly darkened, exclaiming, damn it, we were so close to winning. Onion Head and Little White were clearly off their game, playing like they were merely strolling through Mayday Square. The opponents were fierce. I seriously suspect they might have collectively indulged in some form of narcotic. Kill-All and MX310 were running around the map like madmen, and to make matters worse, they somehow imported a beastly player from Africa, flooding the battlefield with a sheer number of troops. It was as if they could annihilate anything in their path. While Onion Head soldiers seemed as rare as pandas in comparison, observing Lulu's fervent tirade, Kay expressed sympathy and understanding. After class, I'll accompany you to the Life Internet CAF to see what sort of player they imported. Haha, I knew you'd come through for me. Lulu replied with a bright smile, playfully pinching Kay's ample rear. You performed remarkably today. I never realized you had such talent before, Peng Feng said, his face aglow with happiness. Today was exhilarating. Though we don't typically enjoy bullying women, we can't allow anyone to lord over us either. Today, we certainly salvaged our pride. And for that, you are like a guardian angel of our team. Speak up, my friend. What shall we feast upon? It's on me. I always knew a woman couldn't be that formidable. Just treat me to a bowl of rice noodles and a cola. Not a chance. You've helped us tremendously today. Such a simple meal wouldn't suffice. I would feel guilty if I didn't treat you to something more substantial. Of course, if anyone inquires about today's events, just mention you're part of the Frenzy Squad. Fang Shaoyun rolled his eyes. When did I become part of your squad? Peng Feng approached with a grin. What's our relationship, brother? Who else would you align with? Fang Shaoyun felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly dashed to the second student cafeteria. Peng Feng, like a gust of wind, followed closely behind. The second cafeteria was quite tranquil, distanced from the female dormitories. However, the third cafeteria was a different story, as it was near the foreign language department's dormitories, attracting a multitude of eager admirers daily. Often, a moderately attractive girl would find herself surrounded by pairs of envious eyes. Yet today Lulu and Kay, upon entering the second cafeteria, were also subjected to such gaze. As they walked in, Lulu discussed with Kay, the Life Internet CAF is truly vibrant. Upon entering, I saw someone in the corner watching some rather scandalous films. Disgusting, indeed. Kay feigned retching. Why are you so intent on getting closer? It's as if you fear missing out. I'm merely gathering intelligence. How else would I know those beasts came to the second cafeteria? In the second cafeteria, Fang Shaoyun voraciously consumed his meal, secretly wishing he had known it would be this delectable, hoping that girl would frequently seek out the Frenzy Squad for matches. Just as he was savoring his food, a cry from Peng Feng shattered the moment. Oh no! Fang Shaoyun hadn't yet processed what was happening when Peng Feng, in a voice akin to a pesky mosquito, exclaimed, Don't forget what I just told you. Wow, ordering so many dishes. Aren't you afraid of overeating? Before Fang Shaoyun could comprehend the situation, such words echoed in his ears. Suddenly, he felt a shiver run down his spine, reminiscent of the opening lines of numerous Hong Kong and Taiwan adult films. Lulu unceremoniously plopped down beside Fang Shaoyun, extending her wicked hand to snatch a chicken leg from his bowl. Kay was mortified, lamenting his poor choice of friends. Fang Shaoyun, still perplexed about the newcomer, noticed Peng Feng wearing a grin reminiscent of someone who had just encountered a long-lost relative. What one blew you in, Lulu? Lulu scrutinized Fang Shaoyun, his disheveled hair, wrinkled Nike shirt, and slightly pallid complexion due to lack of sleep. Aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, you seem quite pleasant. How on earth did you end up mingling with someone like Peng Feng? The food is delightful, Fang Shaoyun said, reluctantly spitting out a bone. Peng Feng, your performance today was commendable. Are we celebrating? He turned to Fang Shaoyun. You look innocent enough. Why not pursue a more respectable path instead of emulating a gunslinger? He is not a gunslinger. He is our new team member. Upon encountering the legendary Lulu, Peng Feng lost his composure, smiling as if he were a Japanese collaborator in wartime films. Fang Shaoyun, however, felt a surge of anger. He could not tolerate a girl's haughty demeanor, despite Lulu's clear eyes, alluring lips, and straight nose. But what irked him most was her audacity to label him innocent. Gunslinger? Have you seen me shoot? Fang Shaoyun glared fiercely at Lulu. And what of being a gunslinger? It's a respectable profession, unlike some who can't even achieve that. Fang Shaoyun looked down upon Lulu, stating, because some people simply don't possess a gun. Peng Feng struggled to suppress his laughter, while Lulu's face paled with rage. Her small fists clenched, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lulu felt that no one could be as shameless as Fang Shaoyun. Kay, equally astonished, realized that Lulu had always been the one teasing others. Never had anyone dared to turn the tables on her. Observing Lulu, Kay sensed a storm brewing. How about another match against us? After a moment of restraint, Lulu finally suppressed her urge to annihilate this utterly shameless rogue before her. Fang Shaoyun huffed, fine. Next time I'll choose the celestial race. Once Lulu and Kay departed, Peng Feng doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. Brother, I'm in awe of you. Some people simply don't have guns. Hilarious. How could you even conceive such a strong retort? Fang Shaoyun smirked. Don't assume you can do whatever you please just because you're attractive, pretending to be a star at night, as if this were a matriarchal society. Once he calmed down, Peng Feng asked, Brother, I have one lingering question. What is it? Why did you mention choosing the celestial race? Because I plan to skewer her in the interstellar realm. Chapter 5. Honor above life. Do you truly wish to engage in another contest with this formidable woman? She is acquainted with numerous skilled individuals. With a mere flick of her wrist or a sultry glance, she could summon gunmen who would render us utterly helpless. Just moments ago, swept away in the thrill of the moment, Peng Feng now finds himself filled with trepidation, for Lulu is indeed a master of manipulation. Moreover, the cautionary tale of Madame Ma from demigods and semi-devils serves as a vivid reminder that inciting a woman's wrath leads to dire consequences, even for the invincible Xiao Feng. Fang Shaoyun chuckled mischievously, suggesting that if every word spoken by men to women held weight, there would be no such thing as a resentful lady in seclusion. Peng Feng stood dumbfounded. Truly, a person who would deceive even the purest of maidens was beyond his comprehension. On the way back, Lulu wore a fierce expression, her silence palpable. She was accustomed to dominating others and had never before been subjected to such treatment. Kate anxiously pondered when Lulu might erupt. He had witnessed her fury once, and that singular event had left her name echoing throughout the academy. The mere thought of an enraged Lulu conjured images of the Tyrannosaurus Rex from Jurassic Park. Fortunately, along their path, no fool dared to provoke her. However, as they approached their dormitory, Kay's fears materialized. Typically, a girl's dormitory would have boys waiting to deliver flowers. Yet today, one unfortunate young man inadvertently blocked Lulu's path, coincidentally matching the visage of the rogue who had irked her earlier. How old are you? Lulu demanded, her face set in a scowl. The boy, bewildered, glanced around, unsure if she was addressing him. Who else would I be asking? Kay sensed the flames of Lulu's ire beginning to ignite. The boy, nonchalantly tossing his hair, replied, I'm 20. 20, and you're already playing the flower game? What will you do at 30? Have you even started working? Where do you get the money for flowers? Do you know how many children in this country are waiting for help? Is romance something for impoverished students like you? Lulu's disdain was palpable, and the young man fled in disarray. A moment later, a girl from the chemistry department descended, glancing around in confusion. Kay hastily pulled Lulu back to their dormitory, fearing what further chaos might ensue. Having chastised the young man, Lulu's mood seemed to lighten slightly. Yet, thoughts of Fang Shaoyun's gaze fixated on her chest, declaring that some individuals could never be gunmen due to their lack of weaponry, reignited her fury. After rummaging through her bag, Lulu finally unearthed a small scrap of paper, a note left by Chu Nanxing, which bore his phone number. Lulu had encountered him at the BS Internet CAF during its annual challenge, where throngs of people had blocked her entry. At that time, Chu Nanxing had not known her. Yet upon witnessing her desperation, he had felt a pang of empathy, or perhaps a hero's instinct, or even a touch of infatuation. Unlike most who perform good deeds anonymously, he had introduced himself and provided his contact information. In truth, Lulu had scarcely regarded this man who had helped her forge a path through adversity. Had it not been for Fang Shaoyun, she might have entirely forgotten him. As long as I can eliminate him, I will pay any price. But he must meet his demise by my hand, and in the most humiliating manner, Lulu contemplated, in case suddenly recalled a film featuring a psychologically unstable woman. I anticipated the beginning, yet the conclusion eluded me. On this day, Fang Shaoyun penned in his diary with a heavy heart. On the 6th day of the month, the awakening of insects, today someone treated me to a meal. His name is Peng Feng, an intriguing character. Typically, one would not forget their meal card when dining in the cafeteria, yet he managed to do just that. Fang Shaoyun vowed that the next time he encountered Peng Feng, he would ignore him, regardless of what he said. However, upon seeing Peng Feng appear before him like a ghost from the stars, he could not help but lament the futility of such vows. Upon receiving the meal card Peng Feng tossed his way, Fang Shaoyun mused on the fickleness of human nature. Seeing Peng Feng munching on the peculiar flavored beans from his table, Fang Shaoyun kindly advised, "Don't chew those. They expired 2 months ago." Peng Feng nearly fainted. 2 months expired and you still haven't thrown them away? I've already eaten half a bag. After a futile bout of dry heaving, Peng Feng lamented that matters had escalated. Lulu had sought out Chu Nanxing, and now the entire school knew she was set to face the fervent challengers once more. Fang Shaoyun broke into a sweat, astonished that the woman he had so cavalierly dismissed had taken his words to heart. Yet he still couldn't comprehend why Peng Feng was so anxious. What is there to fear? It's just a woman, perhaps a bit arrogant. But her prowess isn't anything extraordinary. Indeed, Lulu was a woman, yet Chu Nanqing's involvement changed everything. Was he formidable? Undoubtedly. How formidable? He was the 5th champion from the BOS Internet CAF Challenge. Need I say more? Fang Shaoyun opened his mouth, but found himself speechless, choked by his own saliva. He understood well what the BS Internet CAF represented. For those scraping by in the lower echelons of the interstellar realm, it was akin to the NBA of their world. Moreover, Chu Nanqing was a legend. Not only was he a prominent figure in the academic setting, but he was also the sole male student from the liberal arts to secure a place in the science graduate program. His mentor, Professor Zhang, was renowned for his rigorous academic standards. The tale of how Chu Nanqing gained admission to the chemical engineering graduate program was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Fang Shaoyun, who rarely expressed admiration, found himself in awe. Perhaps the trend of cross-disciplinary examinations was on the rise, or perhaps Chu Nanqing had simply been caught unprepared one rainy day, leading him to a moment of rash decision-making. After extensive research and contemplation, he resolved to challenge himself by applying to the chemical engineering department at Zhongda University. When Chu Nanqing first approached Professor Zhang, the latter regarded him with disdain, thinking, while the library of Wuhan University may be the best in the world, how could they grasp the profundity of chemistry? Yet, he did not outright reject him. Instead, he handed the young man a series of questions, instructing him to clarify them before returning. The implication was clear: one must first prove their worth. Upon returning to school, Chu Nanqing translated the questions into English and sent an email to a professor at Harvard University's chemistry department, stating, "I wish to apply to your esteemed institution and have some questions regarding the field that I hope you could assist me with." Naturally, he also attached his resume. The professor at Harvard was thrilled. He had discovered a remarkable talent in the realm of Eastern chemistry. Although Chu Nanqing was not a specialist, his inquiries reflected a depth of understanding rarely seen. Thus, they earnestly addressed the inquiries and compiled additional questions for further examination of Chu Nanqing. Upon receiving a reply from Harvard, Chu Nanqing translated it into Chinese and subsequently sought out Professor Zhang. Upon reviewing the answers, the elderly professor, nearly beside himself with amazement, thought, "This young man is impressive. His level of understanding seems to surpass my own." Seizing the opportunity, Chu Nanqing produced a paper filled with questions and said to Professor Zhang, "Professor, I have answered your questions, and these are my inquiries regarding the subject. I kindly ask for your assistance in clarifying them." The old man, upon perusing the questions, gasped in astonishment, nearly losing his composure. "My boy, you and I are bound together. There is no need for you to take the professional exam. I guarantee you will pass. Just review for the general courses. As long as you pass, that will suffice." A few days after returning to school, Chu Nanqing received the answers that Professor Zhang had meticulously crafted after several nights of research. Chu Nanqing translated these answers into English and sent them to Harvard. Upon confirming that he was indeed a prodigy from the East, the Harvard professor offered him a scholarship of $40,000 a year to study there. However, Chu Nanqing resolutely declined the offer. It was only much later that everyone understood the implications. Harvard operated on an elimination system. While our own Professor Zhang would merely pat him on the shoulder and say, "Child, study diligently. Who would have thought I was so blind to recruit you?" Although Fang Shaoyun found Chu Nanqing's deception of the old professor to be quite distasteful, he could not help but acknowledge that such a remarkable individual was undoubtedly superior to him by 100-fold. Faced with someone of such extraordinary caliber, Fang Shaoyun's approach had always been to avoid confrontation. Thus, he swallowed hard, letting out a cold laugh. "Let them be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let them be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river." Peng Feng chuckled bitterly, saying, "They never stated that we must confront them. As long as you agree to one condition from Lulu, they will cancel our match." "What condition?" "Squat at the entrance of dormitory 3, head to the ground, and rear in the air, singing a song of conquest to Lulu." Fang Shaoyun's eyes reddened. A man may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. Chapter 6 Apologies. "But I wish to vanquish you." Lulu's challenge posted on the university BBS ignited a tremendous uproar. It is essential to recognize that times have changed. In an era where teams abound and formidable players emerge, the spectacle of two obscure teams evoking such a reaction is akin to a celestial event. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that the announcement was made by the illustrious and exceptionally talented esteemed Lulu, an enchanting flower that stirs the desires of many a hungry man. Even the fervent members of rival teams felt a sense of pride. However, Fang Shaoyun harbored a different perspective. After commencing practice for the 4v4 matches, He found himself in utter despair. He even questioned how, on that fateful day, he and his teammates could have so thoroughly defeated Lulu's squad. Fang Shaoyun had long believed himself to be at the very nadir of the food chain within the realm of StarCraft. Yet, upon recognizing the true skill levels of his current companions, he realized there are indeed greater heights to strive for. In comparison, he felt akin to the esteemed Slayer boxer or the legendary of. Observing Fang Shaoyun's despondent demeanor, Peng Feng smirked and uttered a remark that sent shivers down Fang Shaoyun's spine. Look at us. Our skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Nevertheless, sustenance must be sought. Despite the disheartening comparisons to Chu Nanxing and others, Fang Shaoyun, adhering to his philosophy that it is better to live a mundane life than to perish in hunger, ventured to the student cafeteria with his meal card in hand. Typically, those plagued by misfortune find even the simplest of tasks fraught with difficulty. Indeed, Fang Shaoyun's luck seemed particularly poor. Upon stirring his modest dish of stir-fried green peppers and shredded pork, he discovered an unwelcome guest, a cockroach. While he could tolerate the absence of meat in his dish, the presence of the cockroach was intolerable. Determined to confront the chef who had served him, Fang Shaoyun's resolve quickly dissipated upon perusing the cafeteria's complaint book. Can we not drown flies in the tomato soup? We are not chickens, and we do not require sand to aid digestion. The flies were not adequately cooked. And please add more MSG to the caterpillar soup. Today I found 3 flies in my meal. How delightful. I wonder if what my friend vomited last night was fresher than what I just ate. Fang Shaoyun was left speechless. He mused that reaching his 3rd year of university only to encounter a cockroach was, in fact, a sign of divine favor. Exiting the cafeteria, he reflected on the virtue of diligence. Fang Shaoyun was quite capable in the kitchen. His parents had been engaged in business from a young age, and due to their modest means, he often found himself preparing his own meals. As he reminisced about his parents, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. When finances were tight, the family spent more time together, yet now, as affluence increased, their encounters had dwindled. The memory of returning home during the last summer, only to find an empty house, lingered in his mind. Suddenly, he collided with something soft. Looking up, he beheld a dazed and incredulous Lulu, her small bag lying on the ground. She could hardly fathom that this clumsy individual had dared to bump into her. In truth, Lulu had spotted Fang Shaoyun exiting the cafeteria from afar. Observing his distracted demeanor, she lost her composure and deliberately walked toward him, only to be taken aback when he unexpectedly collided with her, nearly sending her tumbling. The girl felt a twinge of pain in her most cherished area and contemplated her options. Yet, this oblivious creature merely gazed at her with innocent eyes. Lulu felt that the Best Actor award should undoubtedly go to this man. Meanwhile, Fang Shaoyun was perplexed. The campus pathway was so wide, the air so fresh, the sun so bright, and the world so beautiful. How could he have possibly collided with her? Despite the impact being rather soft, he could not discern where he had struck her. A closer examination revealed that Lulu was dressed quite attractively, though he could not ascertain where he had made contact. Seeing her blush while looking at him with a sultry gaze, Lulu felt a wave of indignation. How could there exist such shameless individuals in the world? And of all places to collide, it had to be where she was most alluring. Lulu thought to herself that this university, indeed, was a vast jungle where every sort of creature could be found. Under this bright sky, a delicate girl like her had been accosted by such a rogue. You ought to apologize, she declared. Apologize? For what? He retorted. You bumped into me. Didn't you bump into me as well? You must have done it on purpose. You are the one who did it intentionally. The path is so wide, yet you chose to come toward me. You scoundrel. No, you are the scoundrel. Clearly, you are trying to take advantage of my resemblance to Aaron Kwok. Lulu felt that if she continued to debate with this fool, she might indeed lose her composure and faint right there at the cafeteria entrance. Thus, she reluctantly lowered her head, picked up her fallen bag like a proper lady, and strutted past Fang Shaoyun with an air of indignation. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lulu remained agitated and recounted the incident at the cafeteria to Kay, hoping for some sympathy. To her surprise, Kay merely patted her chest and said, "Thank goodness, thank goodness, thank goodness." Lulu was drawn to Kay's exuberance, feeling that life was quite unfair. While she hesitated to flaunt her curves, Kay's ample figure was a stark contrast. Of course, she thought, it was fortunate that the incident occurred in a public space. Had it been in a secluded area, who knows what might have happened? Lulu dismissed Kay's ominous suggestion, feeling that should a beast like that corner her in private, she would be more inclined to take drastic measures. Do you know who I am? Kay, observing Lulu's fierce demeanor, mused that perhaps someone should tame the wayward Lulu, yet the thought of who might be capable of doing so left her feeling somewhat despondent. Although Lulu felt a momentary thrill after consuming 2 cucumbers, the image of that unsavory character lingered, leaving her feeling despondent. Despite the ample time remaining before their scheduled match, she found herself increasingly impatient, especially recalling the phrase, "I will vanquish you in StarCraft." Originally a skilled Zerg player, she now contemplated switching to Protoss. How dare he flaunt his units, she thought. As Lulu immersed herself in her practice, Kay observed, noting that the mouse in her hand seemed less like a gaming device and more akin to a kitchen knife. However, Kay believes that Lulu appears rather ladylike while playing StarCraft. What Kay finds most unbearable is Lulu's demeanor when showering in the public bathhouse. The facilities at the university, particularly the women's bath, are notoriously crowded. Unlike the men, who can freely sing "I Am a Wolf from the North" while dousing themselves with cold water, the women must adhere to a different standard. 2 hours before the bath opens, a line stretching for 2 kilometers forms outside the women's entrance. During this time, certain men tend to stroll by in search of attention. While they cannot do much, this location remains the most densely populated area for female students at the university. Merely passing through is enough to leave a lasting impression on many of them. Under such circumstances, most women hastily wash up and exit the scene, as there are usually 1 or 2 individuals outside keeping watch over the showering area. Yet, Lulu has a peculiar penchant for meticulously washing and massaging her essential areas, shamelessly telling Kay that this is essential for proper development. At these moments, Kay often feels faint in the bathhouse. Lulu is indeed a person who acts with abandon. Even the women in her dormitory cannot comprehend how such a free-spirited girl can maintain a close relationship with the gentle and beautiful Kay, often engaging in fierce banter. Lulu is in fine form. Her ID on HF has been enough to leave Kay in a state of bewilderment for days. In Rookie Paradise 5, a fervent player under the alias Fork You to Death dominates the scene. While Lulu revels in her digital prowess on HF, Fang Shaoyun finds himself participating in a football match. Football evokes a myriad of memories for Fang Shaoyun, particularly those associated with Xiaoyu. The mere thought of her brings a downpour to his heart. Chapter 7. The golden player Fang Shaoyun's football skills are certainly among the elite in the school. Although interstellar raids have consumed much of his time, his primal explosiveness and the techniques he honed since childhood still render him a standout on the field. It was the sight of Fang Shaoyun charging with the ball that initially captivated Xiaoyu. However, since her departure, his passion for football seems to have waned, and the outcomes of matches no longer weigh heavily on his mind. This match was not of great significance to Fang Shaoyun. Yet several faculty members had earnestly lectured the football team about the stakes involved. The crux of their discourse revolved around honor. If they lost, the team would vanish from the school's top league next year. Men often hold their pride in high regard, and when on the field, notions of departmental honor seem trivial to them. A group of players fiercely scrambling for the ball does so primarily for the cheers of spectators who likely do not even understand the offside rule. Fang Shaoyun mused that it would have been far more pragmatic for the teachers to offer a reward for winning, rather than delivering such tedious admonitions. If that had been the case, he was certain the players would have sprinted like Ferraris and shot like high-powered cannons. The Department of Material Heat's football team was neither particularly strong nor weak. Fang Shaoyun was bemused by how a team that once held a formidable reputation had found itself battling for relegation. Nevertheless, their final opponent, the Department of Chemical Engineering, was destined for demotion. Although he did not expect them to engage in any underhanded tactics like the infamous Fake-It team, defeating such a lowly ranked team should not pose a challenge. Yet, upon stepping onto the pitch, Fang Shaoyun sensed a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. The players from the Chemical Engineering Department appeared as if they had collectively ingested performance enhancers, sprinting with reckless abandon. By halftime, the so-called top 3 scorers at the school had barely managed to touch the ball, being tossed around like rag dolls. The midfielders from the Material Heat Department, under the relentless pressure from their opponents, struggled to maintain any semblance of composure, let alone execute any threatening passes. During the break, Fang Shaoyun could not help but entertain the thought that perhaps the chemical engineering team had been promised a reward by the Business Institute, who were vying for the same playoff spot. Otherwise, how could these players suddenly transform into ferocious wolves, driven by such intensity? Upon returning to the sidelines, he overheard whispers suggesting that the female students from the chemical engineering department were disheartened by their men's lackluster performance. They had allegedly posted a notice in the boys' dormitory, threatening that if the team failed to win even a single match, they should collectively participate in a beauty contest for a name change next year. This undoubtedly provoked the men from chemical engineering. Fang Shaoyun found their antics rather trifling. Football, as a sport rooted in fair competition, should not devolve into personal attacks. Nevertheless, he admired the cleverness of this tactic, which was far more effective than any intervention from the department's leadership. As the second half commenced, the players from chemical engineering clearly did not wish to take part in a beauty contest. They remained spirited and tenacious, resembling indefatigable cockroaches. Although the material heat department possessed superior tactical acumen and individual skills, they found themselves struggling against the relentless pursuit of the chemical engineering team, which managed to intercept the ball a few times and create several threatening shots on goal. Had the forwards of chemical engineering been more adept at capitalizing on their opportunities, they might have breached the material heat's defenses. The pivotal moment arose close to the 80-minute mark. The frantic right back from chemical engineering, perhaps due to fatigue, miskicked the ball while attempting to clear it, sending it directly to Fang Shaoyun's feet. Having been chasing the ball in vain, he seized this golden opportunity, deftly maneuvering past the advancing center back and surging into the penalty area. Fang Shaoyun's explosive speed was remarkable as he broke past the trailing defender. He was certain that a goal was imminent. However, just as he surged past the defender, a shadow crossed his vision. In the blink of an eye, he felt a searing pain in his ankle as if struck by a heavy hammer. The sound echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the day Xiaoyu departed, when he had heard a similar sound emanating from his most vulnerable spot, though this one felt all the more real. Fang Shaoyun found himself in an intimate embrace with the hard ground, the taste of blood mingling with the earthy scent of the turf. The referee's whistle pierced through the chaos, signaling a foul by the left back of chemical engineering. The referee promptly awarded a penalty kick. Yet, as Fang Shaoyun clutched his injured foot, he found himself unable to rise. He had always scorned those who feigned injury for personal gain and loathed players who exaggerated their pain after minor contact. Therefore, when his teammates saw Fang Shaoyun, pale and unable to stand, they understood the gravity of the situation. Fang Shaoyun's right ankle swelled painfully, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain on the sidelines until the penalty was taken. With only 10 minutes left in the match, the players from chemical engineering were visibly fatigued. Should the penalty be converted, the material heat team would virtually secure their survival for the season, making his suffering seem worthwhile. Yet, tragedies often arrive in multiples. Typically, Fang Shaoyun would have taken the penalty himself, but with him sidelined, another forward stepped up, clearly anxious. As the ball soared from his foot, Fang Shaoyun could tell with despair that it veered well over the crossbar. As he closed his eyes in anguish, the penalty kick soared into the sky like a misguided projectile. He felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, reminiscent of Baggio's fateful miss years ago. Only Baggio had left behind a poignant silhouette, while he remained crouched on the sidelines. The journey from the football field to the university hospital felt interminable, as if he were traversing centuries while perched on his dilapidated bicycle. From registration to x-rays, less than half an hour passed before he learned of a minor fracture in his ankle. A kind doctor, reminiscent of Fang Shaoyun's cousin, advised him to rest for a month and avoid unnecessary outings, especially those involving romantic pursuits. The implication struck him like a blow. The thought of being confined to his room, especially with a match against that very team looming, filled him with dread. The faculty members, evidently unaware of Fang Shaoyun's off-campus residence, left him at his dormitory before departing on their clattering bicycle, their spirits heavy. The news has arrived. The physics and thermodynamics department and the chemical engineering department ended their final match in a draw. Although the chemical engineering department did not secure victory, it was evident that the physics and thermodynamics department would bid farewell to next year's university league. Once settled, Fang Shaoyun made a phone call to Peng Feng. A few minutes later, Peng Feng, along with several teammates, rushed into Fang Shaoyun's dormitory. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Peng Feng visibly relaxed. Despite Fang Shaoyun's seemingly severe foot injury, it was apparent that his head had not suffered any damage, and his hands remained unscathed, which did not hinder his capability as a competent shooter. After expressing sympathy for the plight of the physics and thermodynamics football team, a large group carefully carried Fang Shaoyun out of the dormitory. Upon reappearing at the Life Internet CAF, Fang Shaoyun felt it was a grave mistake to heed Peng Feng's suggestion to continue training there. Once a prominent figure in the Life Internet CAF, he now found himself being carried back in such a dismal manner, which would surely leave him feeling humiliated for a long time to come. The warm inquiries from the empathetic proprietress only intensified his embarrassment. Although it was not his fault, the reality remained that they had drawn the match and lost face. Fang Shaoyun's mood grew heavy, and his condition was clearly not optimal. The hastily assembled group at the CEF initially overwhelmed him and Peng Feng, leaving them in disarray. It was only when Peng Feng was on the verge of losing his composure that Fang Shaoyun began to regain his footing. Observing the swarm of unrefined recruits emerging from Fang Shaoyun's base, Peng Feng suddenly grasped Fang Shaoyun's significance. To be candid, Peng Feng sometimes felt that Fang Shaoyun did not quite belong among his circle, and he had not noticed any particularly remarkable development in Fang Shaoyun's skills. Nonetheless, the abundance of recruits was akin to an army of ants. Peng Feng felt a sense of pride in having secured such a valuable asset, completely oblivious to the fact that the individuals at the Internet CAF at the foot of the mountain were far more formidable than Fang Shaoyun. Among these formidable figures was Chu Nanjing, who had already become Lulu's ace operative. Chapter 8. Bargaining like a killing at the foot of the mountain. The BOS Internet CAF is shrouded in legend, reputedly linked to the illustrious Wang Feiyu, who once dominated the gaming scene. What further entices patrons is the frequent appearance of many current professional players, including stars like HFLY and XJ. Witnessing top-tier professional players in action on television is a rare delight. To actually play alongside them is an exhilarating prospect for the students of Zhongda, surpassing even the thrill of watching an enthralling adult film. This allure has transformed the BOS Internet CAF into a sanctuary for all manner of gaming enthusiasts, where one might even encounter celebrated figures from lakeside universities. Each year, the BOS Internet CAF hosts a tournament. Those who can conquer all 5 champions not only earn a handsome monetary reward, but also secure their title as the champion for the following year. Given that Chu Nanjing is one of the champions at the BOS Internet CAF, he is undoubtedly a formidable presence in the vicinity of Yuelu Mountain. Initially, Chu Nanjing had little interest in bullying a lower-tier team, yet the thought of Lulu's delicate visage compelled him to abandon his principles. This was not due to any lecherous tendencies on his part. Rather, Lulu was a rare gem among the masses, and that alone was enough to captivate Chu Nanjing. In the second student cafeteria, as he surveyed the array of dishes before him, Fang Shaoyun felt no joy. The fervent gaming team's prowess in StarCraft was far from the grandiose claims they made, and their speed and gameplay paled in comparison to that of his meal. He could almost envision Lulu reveling in laughter atop his proverbial corpse. Meanwhile, Lulu had just finished her dinner, comfortably belching as she dragged Kay off for some shopping. As the weather grew warmer, last year's expensive purchases suddenly felt ill-suited. A man can wear a t-shirt and jeans for years, but if a woman dons last year's attire for another season, it raises suspicions of neglect. Although the student body at Zhongda has changed repeatedly, the small shops outside the campus have remained vibrant after years of renovation. Lulu has a particular fondness for these establishments. For her, the quality of clothing is secondary to the joy of shopping. The most satisfying aspect of shopping, in Lulu's eyes, is the thrill of haggling, an experience often absent in larger stores, where promotional slogans abound. Yet no salesperson is willing to engage in banter. As twilight descended, Lulu finally spotted a garment in a shop. "Excuse me, how much is this dress?" she inquired. 180 yuan, genuine goods from Guangzhou. Interested? Let me take a look, no need to hesitate. It's a fine piece. I'll give you a discount, 170 yuan. Lulu scoffed, thinking that such a feeble tactic would hardly sway her. That's not a discount worth mentioning. How about 140 yuan? Surely that's reasonable. Haha, what are you laughing at? Do you find it too expensive? It's not just expensive. It feels like you're siphoning the sweat and blood of the working class. Lulu replied with a pained expression. That's quite the exaggeration. Seeing as you're a Zhongda student, and quite lovely, I can offer it for 120 yuan. Lulu examined the dress in silence. You still think it's pricey? I'm barely making a few yuan off this. No, I never said it was too expensive. This dress is worth that price, Lulu retorted. You have a discerning eye, so hurry and buy it, the shopkeeper urged. Lulu chuckled playfully. The dress is indeed lovely, but my financial resources are limited. So how much do you have? 90 yuan. Oh my, you must be joking. I do lose money at that price. Add 10 more. I can't do that. I need to keep 10 yuan for transport. Transport? How does that relate to the dress? Surely, after walking all this way, you wouldn't want us to trek back, especially as 2 vulnerable women in the dark. As she said this, Lulu purposefully pulled Kay closer, her impressive figure and exquisite features momentarily dazing the shopkeeper. Fine, 80 yuan it is. Wait, we haven't had dinner yet, Lulu stated earnestly, earning an incredulous glance from Kay, who deemed her somewhat shameless for having devoured 2 chicken legs right before. You. This is outrageous. You're playing tricks. Believe me, I'm sincere. If I don't eat soon, I might faint before you, Lulu insisted. I'm truly unfortunate to encounter someone like you. Yet you're being unreasonable, demanding dinner and a ride. What's next? Will you claim to be thirsty and want a drink? You underestimate me. I assure you, I have no further demands. Lulu accidentally patted her not-so-full chest, causing herself a pang of regret. The shopkeeper regarded her with suspicion. Trust you? For the last time? Yes, trust me. He sighed. All right. Let us settle this quickly. 70 yuan. Agreed. I'll pay you now. Yes, do hurry. I need to open the shop tomorrow. Wait, look. There's a hole in this dress. Good heavens, that's a buttonhole. Surely you can't be that oblivious? Oh, my apologies. I must have been too hungry to notice. However, the color seems a bit off. No, that's the matte finish. It's intentionally designed that way. A perfect blend of vintage and trendy. Is that so? It looks rather like second-hand clothing to me. What? You may insult me. But please don't insult my clothing. This is a genuine new piece. All right, let me show you my supply receipt. See? The delivery date was last week from XXXX Clothing Factory. How could this possibly be second-hand? Lulu glanced at it swiftly. My apologies for the misunderstanding, but good heavens. The cost price is 30 yuan. Oh no, that's incorrect. That's the price before tax. After taxes, the cost per item is 40 yuan. Lulu feigned anger. No, you're lying. Do you think I'm naive? That's the VAT invoice. It reflects the price after tax. This dress is worth 30 yuan. Yet you've deceived a young girl's innocence. Hey, in business, you must understand that my daily rent exceeds 100 yuan. If I don't charge appropriately, how do I survive? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, your heart is too dark. What about 40 yuan? My dear sister, allow me to earn a little. Money is trivial, but your actions infuriate me. You have deeply wounded the spirit of a consumer. Boss, is it really that serious? Lulu, do you not consider deceit to be serious? If it continues to escalate, it will inevitably lead to fraud, which is indeed a crime. Boss, goodness, how exaggerated. All right then, I'll sell it to you for 38, just making an 8 yuan profit. Lulu, what? 38. Are you implying that I'm a fool? The boss broke into a cold sweat. No, let us make it 37. All right, it's a deal. Kay, during such moments, always holds Lulu in the highest regard. On their way back, Lulu's mood was evidently buoyant. As they walked through the darkened tree-lined path on campus, Lulu, feeling a bit bored, turned to Kay and said, Little Kay, let me tell you a joke. Kay vehemently shook her head, saying, No, your jokes have always been quite terrible. Lulu thought to herself that there truly were very few girls as innocent as Kay in the world. Any fortunate soul who could win Kay's affection would be deemed extraordinarily blessed. Hence, Lulu gazed at Kay with deep affection and proposed, Kay, why not come with me? I promise you'll live a life of abundance. Get lost. Kay shot a glare at Lulu. Please be mindful of your intentions. But before Kay could react, Lulu had already reached out, shamelessly giving her a playful touch. Kay let out a gasp, preparing to retaliate, but Lulu had already dashed several meters away. As Lulu sprinted, she continued to exclaim, so big and so smooth. In the dimly lit path of the university, the two young women raced back to the girls' dormitory like a gust of wind, their fluttering skirts leaving the men passing in the dark utterly mesmerized. At this moment, a group of fervent warriors, freshly finished with their training, were pushing a dilapidated bicycle, upon which sat none other than Fang Shaoyun. Undoubtedly, Fang Shaoyun's predicament was far more tragic than Lulu's. While Lulu was out shopping, Fang Shaoyun had no choice but to train with this group. Chapter 9. The commencement of Lulu's vengeance. The rear seat of the dilapidated bicycle felt unyielding and uncomfortable for Fang Shaoyun as he traversed the road outside the school. He couldn't help but reflect on the renowned professional players, who at the very least had an Audi or BMW to chauffeur them around. Or even a more ostentatious vehicle like a Feng Tianguangben. The disparity of his own situation filled him with an indescribable sense of desolation. After dropping Fang Shaoyun at his makeshift abode, Peng Feng went out of his way to present him with a large, empty cola bottle. Fang Shaoyun was engulfed in a wave of despair. Although he had a minor injury, he believed it shouldn't incapacitate him to such an extent. Moreover, the opening of the cola bottle was far too small. If one were to seek refuge, a larger opening would be preferable. He felt that Peng Feng was clearly discriminating against him. Nevertheless, considering that Peng Feng and his companions still regarded him as a brother, Fang Shaoyun suppressed the urge to confront him. Fang Shaoyun lay on his bed for an extended period, unable to find solace in sleep. Whenever he closed his eyes, the visage of Xiaoyu came rushing back to him. At times, he thought he could forget her, yet in these moments, her face became increasingly vivid in his mind. The mere thought of Xiaoyu led him to compare her with Lulu, and he concluded that the audacious Lulu could hardly be considered a woman. Despite his reluctance to partake in the upcoming match, the day arrived as scheduled. Fang Shaoyun's foot was now barely able to touch the ground, and he limped along. Reminiscent of a character from a film, the impending battle had already stirred up considerable excitement on the BBS, and even before it commenced, the characters had yet to reveal themselves. The internet CAF was packed to the brim with onlookers. The vibrant proprietress was positively ecstatic. Since the establishment of the CAF, It had never witnessed such fervor. In light of this, she had changed into a rather revealing low-cut outfit. By the time Fang Shaoyun and his companions made their entrance, the floor of the CAF was already slick with anticipation. The majority of the spectators were evidently drawn by the allure of the legendary Lulu, and thus, Fang Shaoyun's arrival elicited little reaction. Lulu's attire, decidedly provocative, accentuated her curves in a tight denim skirt, which was enough to satisfy the majority of the onlookers. Lulu quickly spotted Fang Shaoyun, who sat quietly beside Peng Feng, absent-mindedly fiddling with his deep blue raver mouse. Today he appeared unusually docile, resembling a model student. In stark contrast to his previous unruly self in the cafeteria, Lulu couldn't help but find it amusing that this fellow, once so audacious, was now playing the part of a demure young man. Purposefully, Lulu approached Fang Shaoyun and plopped down across from him, causing the chair to creak under her weight. With a flirtatious smile, she taunted, "Well, Gunner, do you regret your choices now?" Fang Shaoyun found Lulu's current demeanor particularly irksome, even as the battle loomed. She was still chattering incessantly. Thus, he chose to ignore her and instead glanced at Chu Nanhang, who, despite being a well-known figure at school, was somewhat unrecognizable when casually dressed. This realization disappointed Fang Shaoyun somewhat. The fabled Wang Feiyu and Lin Patian were renowned for their striking looks. Fang Shaoyun had always believed that to excel in StarCraft, one must possess a handsome visage. However, although Chu Nanhang was decent-looking, he could hardly be described as handsome. Lulu, noticing Fang Shaoyun's indifference, turned pale with frustration and angrily connected her mouse to the computer. Chu Nanhang, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of composure, nodding to Peng Feng and the others before leisurely unpacking his backpack. For players of StarCraft, keyboards and mice are akin to a swordsman's blade. Chu Nanhang's backpack contained his mouse and keyboard. It was said that one could discern a player's style in StarCraft merely by examining their mouse. For instance, the likes of Wang Feiyu and Jim favored lightweight mice, indicative of a nimble and agile style, while those who preferred precise, clicking mice often exhibited a meticulous approach. Players who utilized heavier mice typically adopted a steady and error-free strategy. Though Fang Shaoyun operated at the lowest tier of StarCraft, he had a keen understanding of these nuances. Upon seeing that Chu Nanhang had brought out the discontinued MX510 mouse, Fang Shaoyun felt an ominous foreboding about the match ahead. He understood that in a 4v4 format, teamwork was paramount. A single outstanding player would be of little use without proper coordination. While some excelled in 1v1 scenarios, they could falter in team play. Deep down, Fang Shaoyun hoped Chu Nanhang fell into the latter category, yet the sight of the MX510 mouse diminished his hopes. Players with a steady approach typically boasted solid defensive strategies and made few mistakes during coordination. Such individuals, when brought into a 4v4 match, usually served as competent support. Unbeknownst to Lulu, Fang Shaoyun was engulfed in these contemplations. With a spirited shout of Gogogo, Lulu and the 4 bases materialized onto the expansive fields of Hunter. True to form, Lulu abandoned her beloved Zerg in favor of Protoss, while the player who had previously used Protoss, Xiaobai, took over the Zerg position. Thus, HP's composition remained the same as before: 1 Zerg, 2 Protoss, and 1 Terran. The only change was that Chu Nanhang replaced the previous Terran player, Onion Head. In a surprising twist, the Frenzy team discarded their previous winning combination of 1 Terran and 2 Zergs from the last match and opted for a configuration of 2 Protoss and 2 Zergs. Peng Feng shouted, "Let us charge at them," and the 3 mischievous men echoed his sentiment. A swarm of Zerglings and several Frenzy members surged towards the center of the map. Upon reaching the center, the 4 mischievous men were met with an immediate onslaught from Lulu's team. Chapter 10, as anticipated by me and Fang Shaoyun. Chu Nanhang indeed worked seamlessly with Lulu and the others. Although Peng Feng and Fang Shaoyun's collaboration was commendable, Chu Nanhang's prowess was undeniably superior to that of Fang Shaoyun and his team. The combination of 2 insects and 2 spirits wielded by Fang Shaoyun was significantly more formidable during their initial assault compared to the single insect and 1 spirit that Chu Nanhang deployed. However, after the fervent zealots and dogs serving as cannon fodder were eliminated, Chu Nanhang astonishingly managed to vanquish the remaining 3 fervent zealots of Fang Shaoyun and Peng Feng with merely 5 gunmen. Chu Nanhang's evident superiority left Peng Feng swallowing hard. Yet before he could entertain any further thoughts, HP's group had already stormed into Peng Feng's base. With Lulu proclaiming, "Leave me a crystal to watch," HP's team joyfully commenced their pillaging within Peng Feng's stronghold. While Lulu gleefully dismantled Peng Feng's base, an array of colorful units emerged in her own territory. Lulu perceived these individuals as shamelessly brazen, not only ignoring her plight, but also taking advantage of her vulnerable defenses to bully her, a frail woman. Fang Shaoyun and his team showed no signs of compassion. Lulu had hoped they might offer her a crystal to observe the proceedings. Alas, the harsh reality struck as she helplessly watched her last crystal crumble before her eyes. Frustrated, Lulu turned her gaze to the adjacent monitor. In the first match, HP effortlessly secured victory. Although Fang Shaoyun and his team seized the opportunity to obliterate Lulu's lair during HP's assault on Peng Feng, HP swiftly incapacitated the fervent zealots one after another. Particularly, the two insect units, during the 4v4 encounter, struggled after the initial wave of troops failed to gain an advantage, rendering them completely overwhelmed. Fang Shaoyun's MX-310, sensing the dire situation, nearly transformed all his drones into bunkers, yet it was still dismantled by HP. As HP's team charged into Fang Shaoyun's base, proclaiming, "We are the pests," he abruptly exited the game. The first 3 matches concluded without suspense. HP and Lulu's team dispatched their opponents within mere minutes. However, after 3 rounds, Lulu was on the brink of madness. The fervent zealots were undeniably relentless. Despite their evident inferiority, they persistently forced Lulu out of the match. Each time, Fang Shaoyun led the charge, while Lulu could only despondently witness her team's victories from the sidelines. After 3 rounds, Lulu, who valued her dignity, felt utterly humiliated, especially with so many fans present. If this continued, it would be truly embarrassing. Noticing Lulu's distress, Chu Nanhang and his companions appeared somewhat chagrined. As the 4th match commenced, HP's team resolved to protect Lulu at all costs. Peng Feng, realizing the futility of winning in the 2nd match, understood that the competition had devolved into a personal vendetta between Fang Shaoyun and Lulu. Thus, they coordinated seamlessly to target Lulu for a thorough annihilation. Consequently, Fang Shaoyun became the focal point of their offensive. Wherever his fervent zealots charged, the remaining forces followed suit. In the 4th match, Lulu cautiously fortified several bunkers, and Chu Nanhang's team diligently assisted in her defense. However, as the fervent zealots dwindled to 2, Lulu was inevitably dismantled without any contest. This was a frustrating scenario in a 4v4 match. While a dominant faction could swiftly conclude the battle, they could not prevent counterattacks. Generally, if 2 or 3 factions committed their forces against a single opponent, it was nearly impossible for any individual to withstand the onslaught, unless their skill was as extraordinary as that of Go Xiaoyan. Lulu was at a loss for words, yet she had to maintain her composure in front of numerous spectators. Observing Lulu's discontent, Chu Nanhang felt equally troubled. Thus, he decided to have Lulu play as the Terran in the next match. Lulu thought it a good idea. Even if her gunmen were few, she could still adeptly construct bunkers. So, she transformed her character to Terran while Chu Nanhang opted for Protoss. Lulu initially built a bunker in her base, humming cheerfully, "Who is the pervert? I am the pervert." She longed for a repeat of the previous round, hoping for a dozen dogs to rush in. However, she soon discovered that the opposing dozen dogs, alongside several zealots, had appeared before Chu Nanhang's base. Although HP quickly organized a rescue, Chu Nanhang's base was left in tatters. Without the formidable Chu Nanhang, the subsequent matches became a showcase for the fervent zealots. Lulu desperately constructed 3 bunkers, yet still fell victim to the relentless assault. After being decimated 0-4, the fervent zealots miraculously clawed back a victory. Had they not noticed that Lulu had switched races, mistaking Chu Nanhang for her? Thus, as the 6th match began, Lulu exclaimed, "I am Terran, fire at me." She nearly added, "Come and get me." Yet, the fervent zealots did not invade Lulu's home this time. Instead, it was the unfortunate Onion Head who faced the initial onslaught. Despite Chu Nanhang leading Lulu and Xiao Bai in a counterattack that dispatched Fang Shaoyun, Peng Feng subsequently led the remaining 2 in eliminating Chu Nanhang's team one by one. The fervent zealots had reclaimed yet another round. In the 7th match, Lulu finally comprehended the substantial disparity between her Terran skills and those of Chu Nanhang. However, as this realization dawned on her, her base was already teeming with an array of units. Behind her was a chorus of astonished exclamations. "Wow, so many dogs! Wow, so many zealots!" Lulu felt utterly despondent. As the 8th match commenced, she promptly relinquished command of the Terran to Chu Nanhang and reverted to her favored Zerg race. Upon seeing the familiar drones, Lulu's spirits lifted considerably. She knew that at this moment, HP's combat prowess was at its zenith, as all 4 players had reverted to their most proficient races. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lulu's 9 drones had yet to hatch, while her base was inundated with dogs. Despite Chu Nanhang single-handedly rooting out the 2 Zerg factions, Lulu remained helplessly relegated to the role of a spectator. The anguished cries echoed throughout the female dormitory. Ah! Those familiar with Lulu recognized her frustration, while those unfamiliar presumed a woman was being assaulted. Though Lulu had weathered many storms, today's match had left her feeling more vexed than ever. Despite HP's undeniable 6 for victory over the fervent zealots, Lulu had set a record, 10 consecutive matches where she was forced to watch the final outcomes from the sidelines. Had it merely been that, Lulu could have borne it, considering 4v4 was a team endeavor. However, her mounting frustration led her to impulsively challenge Fang Shaoyun to a duel. Lulu surmised that such a rogue would lack high skills. Yet she was unprepared for Fang Shaoyun's unexpectedly cunning strategy in StarCraft. Lulu inadvertently suffered 3 consecutive defeats. By the time she wished to continue the contest, Fang Shaoyun had already lost interest. Lulu was deprived of any opportunity for vengeance. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a setback. Consequently, upon returning to her dormitory, Lulu clung to Kay, expressing her frustrations with fervent exclamations, leaving Kay to assume that Lulu had been utterly defeated, which caused her considerable anxiety. Is it morally acceptable for us to bully a girl in such a manner? Fang Shaoyun pondered, recalling the furious pallor on Lulu's face, which stirred a sense of compassion within him. Isn't it ironic that during your one-on-one confrontation, you showed her no mercy, yet now that the thrill has passed, you feel remorse? Peng Feng considered Fang Shaoyun to be utterly shameless, a quintessential example of someone who takes advantage and then feigns innocence. Despite the defeat, Peng Feng felt that their fervent spirit had not been vanquished. After all, this battle had significantly raised the profile of their team. Following the competition, there were individuals who eagerly sought to join their ranks. Undoubtedly, Fang Shaoyun was the greatest contributor to this newfound fame. Thus, Peng Feng gallantly treated Fang Shaoyun to a lavish meal at a late-night eatery. Little did Fang Shaoyun realize, as he prepared for slumber, that this battle marked the inception of his legendary journey. Chapter 11. In the name of flirting, if such an easy defeat were to occur, Lulu would no longer be Lulu. Nevertheless, Lulu continued to lead a group of people in the Vanguard Internet CAF, living a life of indulgence day and night. After the match, the fervent crowd that once sought out Fang Shaoyun was noticeably less diligent than before. Fang Shaoyun felt that these individuals were truly ungrateful. Just a while ago, they were eager to call him Master Fang, but now that the competition was over and his fame had soared, they seemed indifferent. However, Fang Shaoyun did not find this situation particularly bothersome, as he was never particularly fond of 4v4 matches and preferred the freedom of solitude. Although his leg had not yet fully healed, he could at least hobble about, and over time, he had grown accustomed to it. No longer feeling the embarrassment he had experienced upon first entering the Life Internet CAF. Business at the Life Internet CAF had significantly improved following that battle, and the alluring owner had grown increasingly warm towards Fang Shaoyun. Unfortunately, Fang Shaoyun's heart had already been claimed by Xiaoyu, leaving no room for others. Thus, his visits to the Life Internet CAF were primarily due to the excellent machines and the multitude of novices present. Ever since Wang Feiyu clinched the WCG championship, the most notable change in China was not the sudden emergence of numerous experts, but rather the explosion of countless novices. StarCraft is not a simple game. To become a master, one must traverse the stages of being a novice, a budding player, an intermediate, and finally, a seasoned veteran. Many give up before they even reach the novice stage. The ones who should be most grateful to Wang Feiyu and others are undoubtedly those novices. For without the performances of such players, the number of people learning StarCraft would not have surged, and this old game might not have enjoyed such popularity today. Without novices, Fang Shaoyun would also find himself lacking opponents to dominate. As long as there were players to challenge, Fang Shaoyun would relish StarCraft and savor life. The Life Internet CAF frequently hosted 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4 matches, but 1v1 games were a rarity. Countless novices would quietly come and go, hoping that one day they could, like Stephen Chow and Kung Fu Hustle, be unexpectedly beaten into becoming a master. Perhaps that day had indeed arrived. Upon entering the IPX section of the CAF, Fang Shaoyun discovered 3 1v1 machines. Intrigued, he casually entered one. His opponent, initially silent, began the game, resembling a novice who had just begun playing StarCraft. However, this seemingly inexperienced adversary effortlessly dispatched Fang Shaoyun. After meticulously building his Terran forces, Fang Shaoyun found himself swiftly overwhelmed by a large group of hidden Zerg units. The admiration on the face of the junior beside him was palpable. So many units had vanished in an instant, and they had perished so quickly. Fang Shaoyun felt a wave of frustration wash over him, almost causing him to faint. He yearned to drag that junior out for a lesson. hoping to enlighten him on the distinction between praise and sarcasm. After being easily defeated, Fang Shaoyun deduced that this seemingly novice Zerg player was, in fact, a disguised expert. Resolutely, he entered another 1v1 machine. This time, his opponent was a Protoss player who greeted Fang Shaoyun politely with a hi play. After Fang Shaoyun responded with play, the opponent even typed GGGL. Fang Shaoyun thought to himself, what a polite individual. However, mere minutes into the match, he was thoroughly acquainted with the opponent's shameless tactics. Had the player merely employed a drop strategy with hidden blades, Fang Shaoyun might have forgiven him. Yet, after dropping 4 hidden blades and wreaking havoc on Fang Shaoyun's base, the opponent audaciously expanded to 2 islands and began constructing carriers. Just as Fang Shaoyun managed to fend off the hidden blades and establish his second base, he was met with the sight of 3 carriers descending from the sky. Fang Shaoyun felt utterly insulted, knowing that even with basic units, the opponent could have overwhelmed him. The clandestine emergence of carriers simply indicated that the opponent did not wish for Fang Shaoyun's demise to be so swift. After encountering setbacks in 2 1v1 matches, Fang Shaoyun was thoroughly exasperated. He could not fathom when such formidable players had suddenly appeared in the live internet CAF. Just as he contemplated re-entering their machines to probe their capabilities, he noticed that the 3 machines had vanished. Then, he saw 3 individuals of varying heights settling their accounts at the counter, and he overheard someone murmur, "Isn't that the second young master from BOSCF?" Those who frequent the BOSCAF are typically renowned experts on campus. Each year, they make appearances in departmental leagues and individual challenge tournaments, making their presence known. These individuals are often closer to reality than those lofty professional players and enjoy greater popularity on campus. Although Fang Shaoyun did not personally know them, he had heard of their reputations. The second young master, the wild man, and the swordsman were all famous experts, and Fang Shaoyun felt there must be some undisclosed secret behind their sudden appearance at the live internet CAF. The thought of the character Lady Ma from Demigods and Semi-Devils sent a chill down his spine. Boss, do we really need to intervene with such a novice? The second young master looked at Chu Nanhang, questioning his sanity. However, the CAF owner was undeniably beautiful, with fair skin and an alluring figure. As the second young master spoke, the others quickly nodded in agreement, saliva pooling at their feet. I can't help it, Chu Nanhang lamented, recalling Lulu's angry words from that day, which he could not voice. He had been feeling down lately due to her reluctance to engage with him. If he did not deal with this fellow, it seemed his pursuit of Lulu would be in vain. Yet, given his status, he could not simply post on the BBS, proclaiming, "Novice, I challenge you." "Ah, boss, so you're trying to pursue Lulu?" The second young master and the others broke into a cold sweat, and Chu Nanhang realized he had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag. Chu Nanhang, typically quite brazen, found himself somewhat embarrassed when it came to matters of love. However, the understanding second young master and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Lulu received a call from Chu Nanhang in the evening, just after finishing dinner and while playing cards with her dorm mates. Her luck wasn't too great, and her face was plastered with little notes. The card games in her dorm were quite civilized. Unlike some other dorms where the losers had to shout, "I am a pig" from the bottom of the stairs, or yell at a telephone pole about their miraculous recovery. Lulu, covered in little notes, was entirely reluctant to answer the phone, as she had an excellent hand and was poised to dominate the game, intending to plaster her opponents' faces with notes. However, upon hearing Chu Nanhang's voice, she abandoned her cards altogether. In a whirlwind, she washed her face and grabbed her bag before darting out the door. The elderly doorkeeper only caught a glimpse of dust swirling through the air. Oblivious to how Lulu had exited, she was already far away amidst the dim lights. Chapter 12. Love, an eternal topic. When Lulu arrived at the BOS Internet CAF, Chu Nanxing and his companions had already been waiting anxiously for over 10 minutes. However, upon entering, Lulu first succumbed to her habit of fawning over a photograph from the time when Wang Feiyu won the WCG while representing the Chinese national team. Lin Patian and Wang Feiyu. What striking young men. Alas, I, Lulu, am simply out of sync with the times. After a moment of reflection, she promptly flopped onto a sofa in the CAF. Her languid pose on the couch exuded a certain charm, making the others finally understand why a person of Chu Nanxing's caliber would be so easily captivated. Yet, Chu Nanxing at that moment appeared devoid of any elder brother's demeanor. Seeing Lulu panting for breath, he swiftly fetched a drink from the counter. The others were filled with admiration. What a considerate individual. How had they never noticed such potential in him before? Why hadn't they experienced such treatment themselves? Meanwhile, the solitary and limping Fang Shaoyun was on his way back to his room, blissfully unaware that a drama titled Lulu's Revenge was unfolding daily in the ever-changing environment of Zhongda. Offending a killer might lead to predictable consequences, but crossing a woman could result in unimaginable fates. Since Xiaoyu's departure, Fang Shaoyun had become indifferent to worldly affairs, yearning solely for a tranquil life. All he wished for was to navigate the remaining 2 years of university smoothly, secure a job that could sustain him, and then travel to the Tibetan region. That would suffice to leave him without regrets. Many claim that everyone has a singular desire or a destination they yearn to visit. For Fang Shaoyun, his one desire was to experience profound love, and the place he longed to visit was Tibet, for it was said to be close to the heavens, where even one's soul could attain purity. Now that he had accomplished the one thing he desperately wanted, despite it leaving him physically and mentally drained, he bore no regrets. At times, he felt as though he had aged considerably. On various websites, there are psychological age tests, and when he casually tried one, the result indicated he was 36. Faced with such a revelation, he felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, a single love affair could age a person by a decade. Love has always been the most perennial topic in university, serving as the best pastime for students with abundant free time. Kay had always yearned for a perfect romance, despite the line of suitors stretching from the girls' restroom to the second student cafeteria. These young men, typically well-dressed and from affluent backgrounds, failed to captivate her. They seemed to lack something essential, the very qualities that Kay valued most. There were also numerous admirers of Lulu, who, despite her modest bust, possessed a delicate beauty akin to a slender poplar. Yet, Lulu's standards appeared to align astonishingly with Kay's. Thus, after so long at the university, both remained single, leading some to speculate about an improper relationship between them. However, Kay and Lulu understood that their friendship was as pure as the white blossoms adorning the Yulu mountain in spring. They had even made a pact. Should either of them find a boyfriend, they would first present him to the other. This agreement resembled countless Cliché D-movie plots. Yet Kay had always remembered it clearly, believing wholeheartedly that she would adhere to it, and that Lulu would not forget it either. Recently, however, Kay had begun to feel that Lulu was rather elusive. Skipping classes was one thing, but now Lulu's return to the dormitory had become unpredictable. Even their mutual friends, Xiao Bai and Onion Head, were confused about Lulu's whereabouts. The evening English class, which Lulu had never missed, saw her absent for the first time. As Kay dutifully copied notes, a sense of worry crept in. She hoped Lulu would not fall into misfortune. Having witnessed too many cases of fleeting relationships, Kay knew that no matter how strong a woman might be, the outcome could be equally tragic, and she certainly did not wish for Lulu to become another statistic. By the time Kay finished copying her notes, it was already past 8 o'clock. Her notes were renowned for being the most comprehensive in the class, as Lulu often remarked. They could fetch a good price if copied and sold like pirated books at a street stall. Lulu was aware that most of Kay's notes were for her benefit. Given her frequent absences from class, missing many crucial points discussed, after finishing her notes, Kay slung her bag over her shoulder and headed back to the dormitory. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, she suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. The benefit of being with Lulu was the constant lively atmosphere. The journey home after class never seemed so distant. The route from the foreign language building to the girls' dormitory number 3 was long, involving a climb over a small hill. One side of this hill had been developed into a football field, while the others remained cloaked in a lush, yet somewhat sickly array of slender trees. Legend has it that this grove was once called the Lover's Grove, a place where many romantic tales unfolded for those who ventured too far into its depths. Now, however, it was known as Ghost Hill, for a heartbroken man had tragically hung himself there years prior. Since then, the area had become a forbidden zone at Zhongda. Yet, Lulu had always questioned the veracity of this tale, as the trees appeared malnourished and frail, hardly capable of supporting a person's weight. Had it not been for Kay's firm opposition, Lulu would have been tempted to test the theory herself. At times, Kay pondered Lulu's adventurous spirit, feeling emboldened to try anything in her company. As they walked back from the foreign language building, they often took the route through Ghost Hill to save time, enjoying the refreshing breeze along the way. After class, Kay, having formed a habit of taking this path, realized that the area was particularly dark that evening. In truth, the path had always been dim, but today it felt more so, for Lulu was not by her side. Chapter 13. The eternal legend of the hero saving the beauty. Fang Shaoyun had never been one to believe in ghosts or deities. He was the type of man who could watch an entire series of horror films alone at midnight and still bravely venture into the darkest of restrooms. In this regard, men often displayed far greater bravery than women. Not long after returning to his humble abode outside the campus, Fang Shaoyun received intelligence from his dormitory. Due to the increasing number of students renting houses off campus, the school had decided to conduct a surprise inspection, scheduled for that very night. Reluctantly, Fang Shaoyun began to roll up his bedding. Hobbling painfully, he made his way up the hillside, resembling a wandering beggar. With 2 hours remaining before the dormitory lights were extinguished, Fang Shaoyun, despite his physical limitations, had ample time to return before curfew. Having already passed the hour for evening classes, the path was deserted, and he was keen to avoid being seen in his current disheveled state. As he walked along the mountain path, a hint of solitude brushed against him, yet he felt no particular sense of difference. The wind atop the hill carried a slight chill. Having traversed this small hill countless times by night, often alone, Fang Shaoyun sensed an unusual quality in the breeze that evening, as if it carried distinct sounds. Moments later, he abruptly dropped his bedding, though the sounds were indistinct. His eyes, now accustomed to the darkness, caught sight of a girl struggling in the shadows of the trees. While 2 dark figures attempted to drag her deeper into the woods, Fang Shaoyun had watched countless Hong Kong films portraying heroes rescuing damsels in distress during his youth. Though he found the plots rather absurd as an adult, at that moment, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Kay was, in truth, a rather traditional young woman. Believing that some things held greater importance than life itself, the 2 dark figures had undoubtedly been lying in wait for some time. Had they not seen Kay alone, they might not have emerged from the woods. They certainly did not anticipate that the seemingly fragile Kay would resist so fiercely. Before Fang Shaoyun's arrival, Kay had been on the brink of despair, as the 2 men were undeniably stronger than her. She had called for help for quite some time, but no one had responded, and she was quickly exhausting her strength. Fang Shaoyun rushed in, only to be swiftly knocked down. In truth, he was not as inept as he appeared. With his good physical condition, he had maintained an undefeated record in fights during his school years. However, given his semi-disabled state, that injured leg rendered him little better than the weak and frail. His signature technique, the low kick, was rendered useless. Though he was quickly knocked down and momentarily dazed, Fang Shaoyun's spirit remained unyielding, and he soon rose again. Despite his apparent frailty, when he fell the first time, Kay managed to break free. The 2 dark figures were clearly startled by Fang Shaoyun's sudden appearance, releasing their grip on Kay. She dashed out from the edge of the forest, grabbing her phone. As she dialed her classmate's number, she noticed Fang Shaoyun rising once more after having fallen a second time. Fang Shaoyun's situation was indeed dire. History had shown that 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. Although he got up quickly, he fell even faster. By the time he collapsed for the 3rd time, his mouth was filled with the taste of blood, yet he still managed to rise again. When he stood for the 3rd time, Kay had successfully connected the call. Reflecting on a scene from Stephen Chow's King of Destruction, where he repeatedly rose after being knocked down by a judo bear, Kay had found it humorous. However, witnessing a stranger before her endure the same ordeal touched a soft spot deep within her, prompting tears to well in her eyes. When the call connected, all she could manage to utter was Ghost Mountain. Though her male classmates on the line couldn't quite grasp the situation, within minutes, a group of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. The 2 dark figures had not managed to flee. They attempted to escape as soon as Kay made the call, but Fang Shaoyun, rising for the 4th time, struck one of them down with a punch. Though that figure quickly got back up, the 2 shadows were forced to overpower Fang Shaoyun once more. By the time Fang Shaoyun rose again, the 2 figures had already begun to flee down the hillside. However, Kay's classmates had arrived. The 2 dark figures were swiftly apprehended by a group of enraged boys and taken to the police station. Along the way, they endured a fair share of punishment. Kay had always been the object of many boys' affections, and the thought of her being assaulted was unacceptable. Were it not for the school's excellent legal education, the 2 figures might have faced dire consequences on the spot. The 2 culprits were not students, and the police at the station quickly recognized them as habitual offenders. Having previously been jailed for robbery, their previous offense had not been severe, and they had only recently been released. They never anticipated being caught again so soon. The 2 men lamented their misfortune, as they had initially intended to scare the students and steal a few cigarettes. But upon spotting the solitary Kay, their intentions had escalated. Just as they were about to succeed, an unyielding beggar had suddenly intervened. In their moment of despair, they realized that in this day and age, there still existed those willing to stand up for others, even if they were a beggar. They resigned themselves to their fate, revealing everything without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kay's classmates soon realized that the limping beggar who had saved her had vanished without a trace. Kay had not seen Fang Shaoyun's face when her classmates arrived. He struggled to rise for the 5th time, retrieving his discarded bedding. In that moment, Kay's mind faltered. As Fang Shaoyun's silhouette disappeared from her view, she abruptly awakened to the realization that they had not exchanged a single word. The man who had saved her simply vanished before her eyes. All that remained in her memory was the image of his back, solitary yet proud, exuding a distinct masculinity. Kay suddenly felt that this was a man capable of stirring her heart, yet he had slipped away without leaving a trace. When Lulu received the news and rushed over, her face turned pale. The thought of anything happening to Kay filled her with dread, as she felt she could not bear to live on. Chapter 14. Lulu's Revenge. A decade too late due to a foot injury, Fang Shaoyun had not bathed for an extended period. After several unfortunate encounters with the muddy terrain of the forest, he returned to his dormitory looking more disheveled than a beggar. The first thing he did upon dropping his bedding was rush into the washroom for a thorough cleansing. Once he emerged from his bath, he felt as though his bones had been reassembled. Those two had truly been merciless. Fortunately, his resilience had saved him. Aging was a cruel truth, and as he touched his head, he sighed. At least they hadn't marred my face. I still retain my good looks. After his refreshing wash, Fang Shaoyun was invigorated. When the department's teacher came to check on the dorms, he had already begun to trim his toenails at the head of his bed. The teacher, seasoned and worldly, was prepared for anything, but upon stepping into Fang Shaoyun's room, he was nearly struck dumb. The third-year dormitory was indeed extraordinary. The teacher felt as if he had entered a gas chamber. The sight of a pile of aged socks nearly made him faint. However, realizing that even if he collapsed, there would be no female students to administer CPR, he managed to maintain his composure. Fang Shaoyun's lower bunkmate even attempted to curry favor by brewing a cup of tea for the teacher. But before he could fill his antiquated teacup, the teacher had hurriedly exited the dormitory, his labored breathing audible in several nearby rooms. Fang Shaoyun felt a wave of disappointment. After all his efforts to return from the mountains, he had been met with such a harsh reception, while the teacher had not even lasted a minute. After lamenting the teacher's lack of empathy for student struggles, a wounded Fang Shaoyun settled down to sleep. Sometimes, slumber was a splendid escape, requiring no expenditure and allowing one to forget all pain. K's recent peril had led Lulu to stay close to K for several days. Fearing further harm might befall K, Lulu insisted on accompanying her even to the boss internet CAF. It was then that K discovered Lulu's mysterious disappearances were not due to romantic escapades with some young talent, but rather clandestine training in the realm of interstellar gaming. Each time K appeared, it was akin to dropping a bombshell in the CAF, resulting in frequent advances from admirers. She is so beautiful. What is your QQ number? Although Lulu considered herself to possess unmatched allure, her presence alongside K revealed a stark disparity in popularity. Unlike K, who was gentle and tactful in declining advances, Lulu was impatient, often waving them off and asking, "Have you passed your level 4 or level 6 exams? No? If you haven't, why are you wasting time here? I detest those who neglect their studies. Go take care of your business first. Being unattractive is one thing, but seeking attention while lacking ambition is quite another." Lulu had been training at the boss internet CAF for some time now, her skills in the interstellar arena steadily improving. She could now contend with several ordinary experts from her university. Lulu felt that the day of her vengeance was drawing near, yet she found no joy in it. Something about Kay seemed off after that fateful day. She appeared somewhat dazed. Lulu, of course, was unaware that K's distraction stemmed from memories of that fallen yet resilient figure. Can one survive without food? The answer is yes, for one might opt for noodles, or perhaps indulge in a steak dinner. Though this answer might seem somewhat misleading, it is certain that Lulu's vendetta must be fulfilled. After being evaluated by several prominent players at the boss internet CAF, Lulu finally posted a challenge on the school's BBS, specifically targeting Fang Shaoyun. The fervent competition in HP had concluded nearly a month prior, and the victor had faded from memory, yet Lulu's reputation remained formidable. While few recognized Fang Shaoyun's name, given that he was merely an outsider in a low-tier team, despite his rapid-fire prowess and sly tactics, he was largely unknown. Fang Shaoyun rarely concerned himself with the university's BBS. He believed the so-called top 10 were mere paper accolades. Only the most idle, like Peng Feng, would bother to peruse them. It was Peng Feng who brought the news of Lulu's renewed challenge. By the time he heard of it, Fang Shaoyun's foot had nearly healed. Yet upon learning of this challenge, he nearly toppled from his bed in laughter. Fang Shaoyun, are you experiencing a mental breakdown or an early midlife crisis? It's just a girl you've previously bested. No need for such theatrics. Peng Feng, eyes shining with intrigue. Is it a joke? Fang Shaoyun nodded. Absolutely. The tale goes that in a forest, a hunter lived by his wits. One day, he encountered a bear, leading to a fierce confrontation, but the bear triumphed. Unyielding, the hunter trained relentlessly for revenge, only to find himself bested once again. After enduring further humiliation, he trained yet again, and when the bear saw him, it burst into laughter, taunting, "I never imagined you were such a masochist." Fang Shaoyun was certain that Lulu could not devise anything novel in the span of a month. Recalling their previous encounters, he deemed it impossible to vanquish Lulu in reality. Yet within the realm of interstellar gaming, he felt empowered to unleash his full potential. The venue for the upcoming match was once again the Life Internet CAF, not by Fang Shaoyun's design, but rather Lulu's preference. She believed in rising again from where one had fallen. Since Life Internet CAF had been her previous defeat, she sought to reclaim her lost dignity there. As the day of the match approached, the atmosphere at the university grew charged. Numerous feminist organizations rallied in support of Lulu, and public sentiment overwhelmingly favored her. Nearly 90% were in her corner. Regardless of the merits of the situation, beauty in an engineering school garnered overwhelming support. The Life Internet CAF flourished in anticipation of the match, with patrons already reserving their spots. The charming proprietress became even more alluring upon encountering Fang Shaoyun. After personally preparing him a cup of tea, she couldn't resist remarking, "I always knew you were far superior to my husband. It appears I was right." Chapter 15. Death in Silence. The match was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning, Beijing time. On typical days without classes during the first 2 periods. This was the moment when Fang Shaoyun would be just awakening from a deep slumber. Lulu firmly believed that beautiful skin was cultivated through sleep. Yet, on this particular day, Lulu arrived early at the Life Internet CAF. Accompanying her was Kay, who was not particularly fond of such gatherings, but Lulu insisted that her good friend should be present. Both Kay and Lulu were rare beauties at their university. However, despite their stunning appearances nearly causing a stampede at the Life Internet CAF. 10 minutes had passed since the agreed time for the match, and still, there was no sign of Fang Shaoyun. Contrary to being a celebrity or intimidated by the scene, Fang Shaoyun had actually arrived at the CAF entrance at 9:50. However, after 20 minutes of struggle, he found himself unable to enter the CAF. Had it not been for Chu Nanxing and others spotting Fang Shaoyun's frustrated expression outside, Lulu and Kay might have continued to wait indefinitely. As Fang Shaoyun finally stepped into the CAF, chaos ensued. The crowd, densely packed, had not anticipated that the man desperately pushing through behind them was Lulu's match opponent. Fang Shaoyun had never imagined he would become the center of attention under such circumstances. A true man should conquer his enemies amidst a sea of foes. Yet Fang Shaoyun's current adversary was a woman. Lulu initially considered mocking Fang Shaoyun for his tardiness, but upon realizing she might not be able to match wits with him, she suppressed her urge to tease him. Although Fang Shaoyun had always held admiration for beautiful women, he was indifferent towards someone of Lulu's caliber. The match had no referees. Prior to commencing, both parties had agreed to a best-of-5 format. The first match was to be played on the map Luna, with subsequent maps chosen by the loser from the standard map pool of this year's domestic league. Fang Shaoyun believed he had a distinct advantage on the Luna map. Although a novice at StarCraft, he possessed a formidable ability for mass production. On such an expansive map, players with strong production capabilities often left their opponents unable to emerge from their bases. Generally, female players tended to lack the aggression and intensity found in their male counterparts, which placed them at a disadvantage. Fang Shaoyun's favored race was Terran. While he may not have been a master, his strategies were at least competent, and a month prior, Lulu had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. In the first match, however, Fang Shaoyun shamelessly chose Protoss and began by hastily constructing 3 barracks, intending to overwhelm Lulu. Had Lulu's skills remained at the level they were a month ago, she might have been swiftly defeated. Yet, she had significantly improved since then, effortlessly thwarting Fang Shaoyun's rush and, with upgraded Zerglings, overwhelming him. Fang Shaoyun was left utterly stunned, not expecting Lulu to reach such a level of proficiency in Zerg production. The timely construction of 2 bunkers had thwarted his assault, leading to his own demise. A shocking turn of events, indeed. Fang Shaoyun felt humiliated by his swift defeat. Determined to regain his dignity, he opted for Luna once more in the second match, this time selecting his strongest race, Terran. Terran was indeed a formidable choice, allowing for not only combat, but also charming nurse characters. However, Fang Shaoyun did not foresee that his balanced team would soon be enveloped by Lulu's cunning ambush. His favored strategy crumbled in the face of her relentless aggression, leading to his defeat in the second match. Illusions, surely mere illusions. After suffering 2 consecutive losses, Fang Shaoyun felt the sweat pouring down his brow. Meanwhile, Lulu radiated confidence, her cheeks flushed with triumph, appearing more vibrant than ever. Those involved often fail to see the truth, while onlookers can discern it clearly. Despite his inner denial, Fang Shaoyun's friends recognized Lulu's significant growth, observing her rapid movements. They understood she had undergone rigorous training. Peng Feng sensed Fang Shaoyun's precarious situation Realizing that on Luna, he was no longer a match for Lulu, he subtly signaled to Fang Shaoyun, hoping to awaken him from his blind arrogance and encourage him to choose a map more favorable for Terran versus Zerg. Yet, Fang Shaoyun remained oblivious to Peng Feng's gestures, leaving him to lament the man's apparent loss of intellect. Sometimes, love can blind a person. Unexpectedly, arrogance can also strip a man of his capacity for reason. Lulu, noticing Fang Shaoyun's continued choice of Luna for the third match, could only scoff. Oh God, let me be the one to punish this arrogant man. Soon, Lulu and Fang Shaoyun found themselves entangled once more on Luna. Lulu regarded Fang Shaoyun as the epitome of arrogance, while Kay observed something unusual in his demeanor as he stubbornly selected the same map twice. In truth, while Fang Shaoyun was typically quite proud, he was not as deluded as Lulu believed. Shortly after the second match concluded, he recognized that Lulu's skills had indeed surpassed his own. Fang Shaoyun could already envision the headlines. Who says women are inferior to men? Remarkable female player redeems her honor. He imagined the scorn of countless men at his university directed towards him. Yet, amidst this humiliation, a sense of pride surged within him. Even in defeat, he wished to maintain his dignity. Thus, with a spirit of noble sacrifice, he faced the match with courage. Lulu, in turn, fulfilled Fang Shaoyun's wish, decisively winning with a score of 3-0. The spectators were left disappointed, having hoped for a dramatic contest that would spark some excitement. Instead, the match concluded without even a hint of a spark. All the arrangements made in advance had been squandered, with no semblance of a struggle. The crowd began to disdainfully regard Fang Shaoyun, seated across from Lulu. In this moment, Lulu rose from her seat, her movements captivating and alluring. Gazing at Fang Shaoyun, she finally found her voice, exhaling with palpable satisfaction. So, you realize my prowess now? Weren't you quite formidable back in the day? What happened to your fire? Have you lost your edge? The crowd had initially believed the show was over, but upon Lulu's remark, they suddenly found themselves drawn back in. It is often said that a woman's heart can be particularly venomous. Lulu, who appeared to be a pure and innocent maiden, proved to possess a sharp tongue. With her words, those who were about to disperse hurriedly sought their seats, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, Fang Shaoyun disappointed them once more. While Lulu's comments were already quite harsh, Fang Shaoyun chose to silently gather his beloved raver mouse. The surrounding murmurs of discontent arose. Even the expressions of Ping Feng and others faltered. However, Fang Shaoyun feigned ignorance. He was not a timid person, yet today's defeat was undeniable. It was evident that Lulu had put in considerable effort over the past month, which accounted for her impressive performance in the match, leaving him unable to retaliate. Luna was a balanced map, and Fang Shaoyun recognized that Lulu had rightfully triumphed over him. He also acknowledged that he had previously bullied her quite thoroughly. Thus, despite Lulu's continued arrogance, he resolved to take a step back, embracing a broader perspective. A man ought to be magnanimous, not taking matters too seriously with a woman. This was a lesson his father often imparted to him after quarrels with his mother, only to return moments later, shamelessly seeking forgiveness. This dynamic was a significant reason why, despite their separate business endeavors, Fang Shaoyun's parents maintained a harmonious relationship. Sometimes, a man must understand the value of concession and tolerance. Most importantly, Fang Shaoyun was disinclined to engage further with Lulu. He feared that if she were to become despondent and unleash her wrath on the BBS, his own existence would be called into question. His silent departure from the internet CAF appeared rather solitary. Lulu had anticipated a great sense of vindication. Yet as Fang Shaoyun walked away in silence, she found that the satisfaction she envisioned was not as fulfilling as she had hoped. All those hours of diligent practice, the fleeting days of passion, had culminated in this. Lulu felt as though she were indulging in a KFC rainbow sundae. It seemed delightful in thought. Yet the reality was far removed from her expectations. Chapter 16. A challenge akin to 911K sat quietly, absorbed in the match, unaware that the man sitting opposite Lulu, who had been mercilessly humiliated, was the very person who had saved her that day. Fang Shaoyun's foot had nearly healed, but on that fateful day, he had been a limping wreck. Although Kay felt a strange familiarity with the despondent figure of Fang Shaoyun as he departed, she failed to connect him with the man who had rescued her. Upon returning to his dwelling, Fang Shaoyun discovered water dripping from the ceiling, perilously close to his monitor. Summoning the landlord, he opened the door to the upstairs apartment only to find that a couple of careless individuals had left the bathroom faucet running. The landlord was distraught as he surveyed the flooding. Fang Shaoyun had no choice but to descend and mop up the floor, placing a bucket under the leak. As he wiped down his monitor and computer case with a rag, he noted that the cloth had become so filthy it was worthless. With a sigh, he realized he had suffered a significant loss today, and it seemed the life internet CAF would no longer be a viable refuge. Fang Shaoyun had never been particularly diligent about caring for his equipment, often neglecting it during holidays. However, now he was compelled to treat his machine like a treasure. For if he could no longer frequent the CAF, it meant he would have to rely on this computer for the foreseeable future. Though he did not care much for his reputation, the thought of being pointed at and whispered about, "Have you seen that guy? He lost 3-0 to a girl," made him resolve to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Since encountering Lulu, Fang Shaoyun felt burdened with enough woes, and his fragile psyche could scarcely withstand further turmoil. The tumult of the day had taken a toll on him, and that night, after tossing and turning in bed, he finally succumbed to the urge to power on his computer. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the transformation within himself. His long-standing mantra had been to enjoy StarCraft and life, yet after playing the game for 2 or 3 years, he had never consciously sought to elevate his skills. To master StarCraft demanded sacrifices. Professional players often trained for over 10 hours daily. Even prodigies like Wang Feiyu and Go Xiaoyan devoted extensive hours to practice. For Fang Shaoyun, life held numerous priorities that eclipsed StarCraft. If only Xiaoyu could return, he would willingly forsake the game. Thus, he had never aspired to become a top-tier player. Even so, he had thrived in the life internet CAF. Consequently, he had never invested significant time in improving his abilities. He had always believed himself to be moderately skilled. Yet after being thoroughly defeated by Lulu, he recognized he had been living in ignorance. A month prior, a woman he had once considered to be at his mercy now effortlessly dominated him. If others had the guidance of a skilled mentor, it was likely they could easily surpass him with mere months of practice. This realization left Fang Shaoyun feeling disheartened. This sense of despair lingered into the following day. After spending a considerable time idling in rookie paradise, he fell asleep but awoke early, unable to rest. Drowsily, he made his way to the student cafeteria, where the first-class rush had caused a swell of students. Having typically risen late, he had not witnessed such a scene in a long while. When he was with Xiaoyu, he often woke early to buy her favorite yogurt from Nonglin University, delivered fresh in limited quantities. Those who awoke late would miss out. More often than not, they would share breakfast together. Now, however, Fang Shaoyun found himself alone, surrounded by couples oblivious to his presence. Their affectionate gestures only deepening his sense of isolation. To avoid wallowing in the sweetness of others' intimacy, he resolved to take his food back to his dormitory. Yet, barely stepping out of the cafeteria, he collided with a hurried Peng Feng and his companions. Ignoring Fang Shaoyun's reluctance, Peng Feng seized him by the arm, making Fang Shaoyun momentarily think he had encountered a robber. "Something big has happened," Peng Feng exclaimed, spitting as he spoke in a corner of the cafeteria. Fang Shaoyun shielded his food with one hand, feeling as if he were facing a torrent of verbal onslaught. What could be so significant? Did Bush's mother meet with Osama? He muttered, clearly distracted. Only a monumental event akin to 9/11 could rouse his interest. Presently, he yearned for a quiet place to finish his meal. Forget Bush and Brittany. It's about Hunan University. Peng Feng waved his hand dismissively. Did you know they issued a challenge to Central South University? Next week, they are set to compete in 5 1v1 matches. The venue will be the BOS Internet CAF. Hunan University? Fang Shaoyun paused, taken aback. Challenging Central South University? Have they lost their minds? Don't they realize that Central South has dominated StarCraft among Hunan universities for years? Peng Feng, noticing Fang Shaoyun's incredulity, felt a sense of pride and patted him on the shoulder, feigning seriousness. You don't know? The rivalry between Hunan University and Central South has been ongoing for years, all for the title of Hunan's premier engineering university. Even their BBS is rife with disputes. While Central South StarCraft players have been formidable recently, Hunan University once ruled the roost before the likes of Wang Feiyu arrived. Do you think StarCraft experts sprout like weeds, appearing after a mere stroke of luck? Fang Shaoyun scoffed at Peng Feng's assertion. Nonetheless, he was determined not to miss out on the excitement of such a spectacle. Chapter 17. The Fist is the true argument. The challenge issued by Hunan University was prominently posted on the Central University SBBS, akin to dropping a heavy bombshell within the Central University community. This explosive declaration carried far greater weight than Lulu's previous one. The enthusiasts of Central University had long forgotten that beyond the mountains lay Hunan University, home to a group of dedicated gamers. Ever since Central University produced a cadre of professional players, Hunan University's presence in the gaming sphere had been overshadowed. Despite the millennium-old history of Yuelu Academy, the consensus among many at Central University was that they excelled in the realm of StarCraft. Traditionally, friendly competitions between schools were commonplace. However, Central University had maintained its dominance for several years, leading to a scarcity of such matches in recent times. The challenge from Hunan University clearly signified an intent to usurp the top position from Central University, implying that should they lose, the name of this premier institution of Hunan would be rightfully claimed by Hunan University. It was evident that Hunan University was determined to make a bold statement. And this news had already spread like wildfire among Central University. Fang Shaoyun's skills could barely be considered noteworthy at Central University. He was merely a spectator in this affair. However, for Chunin Xing and others, the stakes were markedly different. Not only was Chunin Xing the 5th champion of the BOS Internet CAF from the previous year, but he also emerged as Central University's #1 player, making it his duty to defend against any external threats. The challenge had ignited a flurry of responses, with nearly 80% of the comments calling for the reformation of the school team, naturally placing the mantle of captaincy upon the esteemed Chunin Xing. While he felt a sense of pride, he also recognized the weight of the responsibility that came with the position. Chunin Xing was acutely aware of the adage that a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. He understood the implications of Hunan University's aggressive stance. Should the team he assembled falter and be swiftly defeated, not only would he lose face, but Central University's reputation would also be tarnished, leaving him with no choice but to withdraw in shame. Though Chunin Xing could easily recall a few strong players within Central University, he could not dismiss the possibility of hidden talents lurking among the populace. It was time to rally to protect their home turf, and every skilled player at Central University needed to be involved. Chunin Xing promptly dialed Lulu's number. Her flair for the dramatic was undeniable, and within moments, a post titled "A Man Must Stand Tall" appeared on the Central University BBS, inciting a fresh wave of enthusiasm. Perceiving the atmosphere was ripe, Chunin Xing declared the commencement of team selections at the BOS Internet CAF. Upon seeing this post, countless eager individuals in dormitories hastily detached themselves from their keyboards. Simultaneously, moderators on various forums voiced their frustration, demanding that viewers respond to the posts. Outside the BOS Internet CAF, a throng of individuals soon amassed, representing a grand gathering of talent from the hidden corners of Central University. A multitude of players, their keyboards worn from extensive use, clutching obsolete mice and clad in jeans long overdue for a wash, congregated at the CAF. In a short span, the atmosphere became more vibrant than that of a CET-4 or CET-6 examination hall. Peng Feng also mingled among the crowd, not out of a belief in his own prowess to challenge the elite, but rather to gain familiarity. He understood his limitations, knowing he could barely compete against Fang Shaoyun, let alone the formidable players surrounding him. Peng Feng's aim was merely to network. Perhaps fortune would favor him, and he could recruit a couple of stray experts to bolster his ranks. Initially, he had hoped to bring Fang Shaoyun along, but was met with a firm refusal. Fang Shaoyun was likely still reeling from Lulu's previous humiliation. Peng Feng felt sympathy for him. He was a good lad, unfortunate to be undone by a woman. This thought weighed on Peng Feng's conscience, prompting a decision to treat Fang Shaoyun to a couple of nice meals once the latter's spirits had lifted. Unbeknownst to Peng Feng, Fang Shaoyun had retreated to his own space to practice StarCraft. After spending the previous night honing his skills on a novice platform, he sought to assess his current level of play, motivated by the desire to understand his standing among his peers. Chunin Xing stood at the entrance of the BOS Internet CAF, momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of individuals gathered. Despite being mentally prepared, the sudden influx of eager players was still startling. Scanning the crowd, he recognized many familiar faces, each a leader among their respective departments, seasoned players, and several were even sworn brothers of Chunin Xing. In a typical friendly match, he could have effortlessly assembled a team with a simple gesture, but this occasion was different. The stakes involved the honor of Central University, as well as the pride of every StarCraft enthusiast within its walls. Thus, Chunin Xing felt compelled to be impartial. He raised his hand emphatically, projecting his voice with an infectious urgency. "Esteemed comrades, you're all aware that Hunan University has issued us a challenge. Should we falter, the reputation of our entire gaming community will suffer, and we shall find ourselves humbled before them, unable to even dream of winning over their female counterparts." Chunin Xing's words stirred the crowd into a fervor. Cries of vengeance and aspirations for a decisive victory against Hunan University erupted. Observing the escalating excitement, Lulu and Kei exchanged nervous glances. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Chunin Xing feigned reluctance, stating, "As many of you know, the slots are limited. The proposed format is 5 matches of 1v1, which means we can only select 5 players from our side." "Enough chatter. Let us get to the point," came an impatient shout from the crowd. The nature of StarCraft as a fiercely competitive game meant that only the strongest would prevail, and Chu Nanxing understood this well. Though he had no immediate plan, the sight of a few familiar faces sparked an idea. You, you, and you, he declared, naming 5 individuals who were pillars of their respective teams, recognized by all present. The sudden selection left them momentarily bewildered, contemplating if their consistent excellence had earned them a free pass today. Yet, before they could revel in their self-congratulatory thoughts, Chu Nanxing laid out the rules for the selection process. Due to the overwhelming number of participants and the desire not to miss any exceptional talent, 5 individuals were selected as the champions. Only those who could defeat these 5 would qualify for the next round of selection. Upon announcing the rules, Chu Nanyang was met with a profound silence. The 5 champions he identified were indisputable masters at Zhongda, making it evident that overcoming them would prove to be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, these individuals typically remained in their comfort zones, and now they were compelled to showcase their skills in front of an audience, ready to engage in a genuine confrontation, which naturally induced a degree of anxiety. Chu Nanyang swiftly devised a lottery-like box, devoid of any prizes, containing slips of paper inscribed with the names of the 5 champions. Each aspiring participant was granted a single chance to draw from the box. Peng Feng initially intended to join the excitement, but upon recognizing the exceptional prowess of the 5 champions, he prudently stepped aside to observe. Many others shared Peng Feng's sentiments, though some were significantly more skilled than he. A few were renowned competitors, yet, contemplating their own abilities, some chose to withdraw. To ensure fairness, Chu Nanyang himself led by example and drew a slip. The others followed suit one after another. Chu Nanyang's opponent turned out to be Mo Kufling, the captain of the metallurgy team, a member of the divine race renowned as a sorcerer. Since Wang Feiyu crowned the divine race with victory at the WCG, the number of players from this faction has surged. The metallurgy team has a long-standing tradition of producing exceptional talents from the divine race, and Mo Kufling was among them. Familiar with Chu Nanyang, Mo Kufling was taken aback to find himself drawn against him, repeatedly calling out brother Nan in surprise. Lulu, unabashedly eager to draw a slip, was firmly restrained by Kay, who was unwilling to witness Lulu embarrass herself. Consequently, Lulu reluctantly retreated to a nearby convenience store to purchase 2 snacks, sharing them with Kay as they watched the fierce showdown unfold. Chapter 18. The enemy is an everlasting flood. As Lulu and Kay nibbled on their ice cream, they watched the fierce competition unfold. An ominous premonition began to settle in Lulu's mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that while they were already embroiled in chaos, the formidable players from Huada had yet to make their entrance. Lulu believed that if Zhongda truly had the upper hand, summoning just 5 skilled individuals would suffice to counter Huada's challenge. However, the grand spectacle orchestrated by Chu Nanxing indicated his own uncertainty, as Zhongda was no longer the powerhouse it once was during the reign of Wang Feiyu and Zhang Yu. In those days, Zhongda produced a continuous stream of professional players, leaving their rivals in envy. Now, however, the absence of players nearing professional caliber was starkly apparent. Chu Nanxing was likely more aware of this than Lulu. The first batch of challengers was locked in an intense battle with the 5 reigning champions, each giving their all. Were the challengers to know Lulu's thoughts at that moment, they might have fainted in disbelief. Indeed, Zhongda was a place teeming with hidden talents, as 4 out of the 5 challengers in the first round triumphed over the champions. Among them were Chu Nanxing and the second young master, whose victories were hardly surprising. Among the other victors was a player from the Business Institute, a seemingly concealed expert who had never appeared in the inter-school competitions, known by the peculiar ID of S.B. Long. Upon taking the stage, he effortlessly defeated the captain of the Information Institute's team, Robin, a player who would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 at Zhongda. Chu Nanxing and his companions couldn't help but marvel at the depth of talent hidden within Zhongda. Conversely, the expression of Zhang Changkong, the captain of the Business Institute's team, turned grim. Such a skilled player had been lurking unnoticed in a corner of the institute. Were it not for Huada's challenge, he might have remained undiscovered. Another challenger who advanced alongside S.B. Long was an esteemed player from the Physics and Heat Department, known as Xiong Wei, a prominent figure among the God Race players. Although some jested that his name was quite peculiar, combining the characters for Bear and Wilt, his prowess in the game was formidable. He had fought his way to the Final 4 in the individual competitions at Zhongda, earning idol status among the Physics and Heat Department, including Fang Shaoyun. The overwhelming victories of the initial batch of challengers served as a source of inspiration for those present, while the second round concluded with yet another 4 victories. However, as the third round commenced, it became evident that the challengers' skill levels had diminished compared to the previous rounds, with only one managing to defeat a champion. By the fourth round, no challengers succeeded against the champions. Lulu felt that the remaining participants were all top-tier experts, each capable of defeating her multiple times over. And she finally understood Kay's wise decision to prevent her from participating. By the final round, only one additional challenger qualified, bringing the total to 15. The group exchanged glances, and despite their familiarity with one another, there was no inclination to yield or step aside. Thus, they began drawing lots to form 3 groups for a round-robin format. The top 3 from each group would then compete in a final round to determine the 5 main representatives against Huada, while the remaining 3 would serve as substitutes. Upon hearing about the impending group and round-robin matches, Lulu felt utterly overwhelmed. With so many matches, nightfall seemed inevitable, and she wondered if dinner would even be possible. Resolving not to join in the frenzy, she remembered she had 2 classes in business administration to attend. The instructors had likely not seen her in quite some time and might be eager for her return. If she continued to be absent, her course credits could be jeopardized. Thus, Lulu deemed it wise to refrain from taking risks, unless, of course, a captivating gentleman were to appear, but alas, none in attendance caught her fancy. With determination, she grabbed Kay and headed off to class. Meanwhile, as the chaos unfolded in the internet CAF, Fang Shaoyun embarked on his own journey in the VS gaming platform. Once the premier battleground in the country, where both professional and amateur players sought to prove their mettle, VS had lost its top-tier competitors to the allure of more lucrative foreign platforms. Nevertheless, it remained a proving ground for novices. It was certain that most level 4 players could not compete with those above level 8. Fang Shaoyun initially believed leveling up would be a simple endeavor. But after a few matches, he realized the significant point disparities between levels. Amassing enough points required relentless effort, and while defeating higher-level opponents granted substantial rewards, few were willing to engage with a newly minted level 1 player. Fang Shaoyun had no particular strategy regarding his opponents. He simply welcomed anyone willing to play, which often meant he faced others at the same novice level. Consequently, his win rate was initially dismal, but he persevered and eventually reached level 2. He recognized that it would take time to ascertain his true standing among players and resolved to approach it with patience. During dinner, Fang Shaoyun learned of the day's significant developments. The school team roster had been finalized, with Chu Nanqing securing the captaincy. Unsurprisingly, the second young master, the wild man, and the swordsman also claimed spots in the top 4, but surprisingly, the 5th place was taken by the previously unknown SB Long. This revelation became a topic of conversation among many well-fed individuals with nothing to do. Reflecting on Lulu's swift rise in just under a month, Fang Shaoyun acknowledged the formidable prowess of Chu Nanqing's team. A victory over Huada would not come easily unless several players of professional caliber emerged from Huada. For the players at Zhongda, this period was one of joy, as excitement filled the air with Lulu's outbursts followed by Huada's impending challenge. To them, this spectacle was even more thrilling than the Chinese StarCraft Super League. Chu Nanqing had always adhered to the principle of knowing oneself and one's adversary to ensure victory. Yet despite multiple reconnaissance missions to Huada's internet CAFS, his team failed to uncover the identities of Huada's players. Similarly, Zhongda's StarCraft enthusiasts had also attempted to gather information. But Huada's team remained shrouded in mystery, with only vague rumors circulating. Even the precise IDs of their opponents were elusive, let alone the chance to analyze their replays. On the day of the match, the weather was splendid, and Lulu's spirits were high. The BOS Internet CAF was bustling with activity. But thanks to the arrangements made by Chu Nanqing and his companions, Lulu and Kay had secured prime seating early on. The rush for seats had become a notorious trend at Zhongda, and most accepted this behavior without complaint. After all, when it came to beautiful women claiming seats, it was a universally acknowledged right. Thus, despite the fierce competition among men for seating, no one expressed outrage at Chu Nanqing's gesture to reserve seats for the 2 ladies. Among those vying for seats was Fang Shaoyun. Originally, Fang Shaoyun had secured a position closest to the competition area. However, upon noticing how near he was to Lulu, he swiftly retreated to a seat in the back row while Lulu was distracted. Fang Shaoyun did not fear Lulu, yet he was keenly aware of his pride and was evidently unwilling to endure further humiliation at Lulu's hands. Thus, he chose to evade rather than provoke. Even so, Fang Shaoyun was undoubtedly fortunate. Countless latecomers among the StarCraft enthusiasts were less fortunate. Despite their desperate attempts to squeeze inside, the BOS Internet CAF was already packed to the brim, leaving those unable to enter merely to gaze longingly from outside. The enigmatic team from Huda University finally unveiled their presence around 10 o'clock, as many of those unable to enter the CAF gathered in small groups, smoking or boasting. 5 individuals of varying heights gradually came into view. In fact, StarCraft players typically do not carry business cards. The mere glimpse of a keyboard protruding from their backpacks serves as their calling card. All StarCraft aficionados likely possessed a hint of rebelliousness. Otherwise, they would not be drawn to such a fierce and high-stakes game of survival. Yet, when these 5 individuals appeared, the crowd of StarCraft players outside the BOSCF fell into an unspoken silence, reminiscent of the calm that descends on a battlefield before 2 armies clash. The tallest among the 5, a strikingly handsome man, smiled and inquired of the nearby players from Zhongda. "Excuse me, is this the BOS Internet CF?" His backpack revealed a corner of a keyboard, which most recognized as the ergonomic keyboard manufactured by Logitech for Dell, a weapon of choice among StarCraft competitors. This man could undoubtedly be described as handsome, standing around 1.8 meters tall. He had bright white teeth and a smile that radiated like sunlight, making him stand out among the Zhongda players. The one addressed was a skilled player from the School of Civil Engineering, while the other Zhongda players regarded the challengers from Huda University with a mix of trepidation and awe, not expecting such a dashing figure to confront them first. The civil engineering expert, known by the ID Cool 1, typically reveled in showcasing his own charm, yet standing before this genuine paragon of attractiveness left him noticeably outshined. Overwhelmed, he nodded a few times, only to realize he had unwittingly adopted a subservient demeanor. Regret washed over him, but before he could regain his composure, the 5 from Huda had already passed him, heading toward the entrance of the BOSCAF. The previously congested crowd of Zhongda players instinctively parted to create a clear path for the 5 individuals. The tall, handsome leader graciously smiled and thanked them. Unfortunately, the BOSAF was devoid of many attractive women. Otherwise, there might have been a chorus of excited gasps. The 4 who followed the tall man were equally pleasing to the eye, each possessing striking features that could command a high price if they were to venture into modeling. As the 5 entered the BOSCAF, even Lulu found himself nearly drooling. Why was there such a disparity among the men who played StarCraft? They were so charming, in stark contrast to his own group, who resembled the stereotypical disheveled online personalities. Had he not considered them adversaries, Lulu might have been tempted to throw flirtatious glances their way. Chun and Xing was equally taken aback by the assembly of such handsome opponents, which sparked a tinge of insecurity within the Zhongda contingent. Only Fang Shaoyun, who was positioned a short distance behind Chun and Xing, regarded the situation with disdain. After all, it was not a beauty contest. Good looks did not necessarily correlate with prowess in StarCraft. Look at me, so handsome, yet I was still relentlessly crushed by a woman with hormonal imbalances. You are Chun and Xing? I am the captain of Huda University, King, the tall and handsome man declared. Before Chun and Xing could respond, King seemed to have already recognized him. Chun and Xing was surprised but nodded in acknowledgement, extending his hand for a handshake with King. A gesture of introduction. How shall we compete? Chun and Xing asked directly. King's smile remained as he replied. Let us do it this way. We agreed on 5 matches of 1v1, 1 by 1. You can send out whoever you like. His words were straightforward. Chun and Xing furrowed his brow. Generally, in such 5-match 1v1 competitions, one team would send out odd-numbered players while the other would send out even-numbered players. For Huda to send all their own players first would be a significant favor to Zhongda. Under normal circumstances, Chun and Xing would not want to accept such an arrangement. However, considering that he was in the light while Huda was in the dark, and knowing nothing about the opponents while they might have already assessed his 5 team members, Chun and Xing ultimately acquiesced to the suggestion, recognizing it would help avoid being targeted strategically. With no objections raised, both parties swiftly reached an agreement. The competition would consist of 5 matches of 1v1, with each match played as a best of 3, and neither team could repeat players. Huda's first contestant was a strikingly handsome young man, reminiscent of the actor Su Yupeng. Though this contestant was undeniably more youthful and vibrant, Lulu could hardly contain himself, salivating at the sight. Observing Lulu's unabashed admiration, Kay felt a surge of indignation and could not help but pinch Lulu's thigh. Lulu swallowed hard, casting a resentful glance at Kay, yet surprisingly refrained from vocalizing his discomfort. While Lulu could be quite wild, he harbored a lesser-known secret. He occasionally displayed a softer side in the presence of attractive men. Witnessing Lulu's reaction only deepened Kay's frustration, prompting him to turn his attention to the impending match. The first contestant from Huda was indeed quite handsome, but his keyboard and mouse were both rather large. A prominent Samsung ergonomic keyboard and a hefty, rare MX510 were placed upon the table, adding an air of wildness to his presence. Although it was Huda's first player taking the stage, Chun and Xing found himself at a disadvantage due to his ignorance of the opponent's race. The player's ID was Hap, which meant hat. The significance of the ID remained cryptic, leaving Chun In-shing uncertain whether the name implied a desire to bestow a hat upon others or to wear one himself. After careful consideration, Chun In-shing decided to send out Xiao, who had ranked second in the school team selection. In truth, Xiao's abilities were nearly on par with Chun In-shing, making him one of the top players among Zhongda's 5. Chun In-shing was confident in Xiao, knowing he was a formidable player from the Heshi region. Thus, he believed that Xiao would not falter significantly. When it came time to select races, Chun In-shing breathed a sigh of relief as Hudis Hap chose Protoss. While Xiao was proficient in Zerg, Xiao's prowess in ZVP had always been commendable. As the match began, Chun In-shing thought to himself that if they were to lose this round, it would indeed be a travesty. Although Fang Shaoyun was seated a distance from Xiao, he could still discern every motion made by Xiao. Watching Xiao's fingers dance swiftly across the keyboard, Fang Shaoyun realized just how vast the chasm of skill was between him and these players. Xiao's movements were remarkably swift, his fingers gliding over the keyboard as if performing a piano sonata, a sight that was truly a pleasure to behold. The speed at which Xiao transitioned between screens and executed commands left Fang Shaoyun feeling utterly overshadowed. Observing the performances of skilled players through videos or replays might not convey the full extent of their prowess, but witnessing it live, Fang Shaoyun realized just how profoundly he fell short of their realm. The caliber of true professional expertise was beyond his imagination. Previously, he had watched Wang Feiyu compete in a match at WCG against a fervent contender from another nation, where both players seemed invincible despite enduring tremendous damage. Fang Shaoyun believed such feats were beyond human capability. However, witnessing Xiao's skills up close allowed him to comprehend the extraordinary nature of the craft. If an amateur's performance appeared so formidable, one could only fathom the prowess of the elite professionals. As Fang Shaoyun observed from behind, he found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary talent could ever be outmatched by anyone, including those from a prestigious institution like Lake University. In fact, he seemed to possess even more confidence than Xiao himself. Chapter 19. The Silent Danger. Countless competitions of varying scales have been held at the BOS Internet CAF. Yet this particular event was imbued with a palpable gravity. It was, after all, a matter of pride for Zhongda University. Before the realm of interstellar gaming evolved into professional leagues, all matches were driven solely by the pursuit of victory and honor. Although the concept of honor may seem trivial to many, it holds profound significance for numerous interstellar players. As the match between Xiao and Hap commenced, the cacophony of the CAF faded, leaving only the rhythmic clatter of their keyboards and the click of their mice. Every spectator was riveted by the duo's every move. Even Lulu felt reluctant to speak loudly. Xiao's Zerg appeared to be executed with exquisite finesse, maintaining a commanding presence for the initial minutes, much to the delight of Zhongda's audience. However, the tides turned unexpectedly. Just as Xiao seemed to dominate, the Protoss forces surged forth with unparalleled ferocity. Xiao found himself in retreat, losing control of newly established resource points. Within moments, the Protoss had effectively cornered him within his base. Despite a desperate bid to break free with a horde of units, he was met with a storm of psionic blasts, leading him to concede defeat with a resigned GG. The onlookers were left incredulous. The reality was stark. The opponent had swiftly reclaimed the advantage and routed Xiao's forces. The dire consequences of a Zerg being trapped in their base, besieged by Protoss, were all too evident. Fang Shaoyun was left dumbstruck, unable to fathom how a Zerg could be so decisively vanquished under such circumstances. Before he could discern where Xiao had faltered, the match had concluded, leaving Xiao trailing 0-1. Chunangsing's expression was grave, yet he feigned composure as he patted Xiao on the shoulder, encouraging him not to lose heart. There were still opportunities to recover in the subsequent matches. In truth, Chunangsing believed Xiao had performed admirably, noting that his opponent's tactics did not appear superior. Yet, the outcome was nonetheless a bitter defeat for Xiao. Xiao himself was astonished. He could hardly believe he had succumbed in the first round. While it would have been easier to accept the loss due to an innovative strategy, the opponent had merely capitalized on the moment when Xiao's forces were inadequately prepared during his expansion. Such astuteness was unexpected from an amateur player, especially given the opponent's overall performance seemed rather average. Determined to rectify his earlier shortcomings, Xiao approached the second match with renewed vigor. Even Chunangsing could see how hard Xiao was striving, as he initially overwhelmed his opponent with relentless aggression, forcing Hap's zealots to remain on the defensive. Xiao subsequently transitioned to a strategy of stealth, effectively restricting his opponent's movements. Victory appeared imminent, yet without warning, a fleet of banshees emerged from Hap's base. In a moment of distraction, they annihilated Urshao's overseer, while Hap's two Dark Templars launched a surprise assault. Chaos ensued as the tables turned, and the skilled players from Zhongdao watched in horror as Urshao's well-planned ambush was dismantled. Urshao had primarily hatched a swarm of mutalisks, leaving only a handful of zerglings to counter aerial threats. Had Hap's Banshees emerged just seconds later, Urshao's forces would have been poised to strike, rendering the Banshees incapable of executing their lethal attack. However, Hap's timing was impeccable, and Urshao was left scrambling in retreat, his forces decimated. The once flawless blockade was shattered by the relentless onslaught of Hap's Dark Templars, leaving Urshao in a state of despair. If not for the fact that this was a live match on equipment provided by his team, he might have suspected foul play. The precision with which his opponent countered his strategy was unervingly uncanny. Although Urshao managed to stabilize his forces after a hasty retreat, the loss of his mutalisks hindered his development. As he prepared to regroup, Hap upgraded his zealots, unleashing them alongside a wave of stalkers across the map. Urshao's mutalisks and zerglings fell victim to the onslaught, and Chunangxing's expression darkened further. Even Fang Shaoyun recognized the signs of impending defeat moments later. Urshao relinquished control of his mouse, succumbing to a 0-2 loss. A collective gasp echoed among the skilled players from Zhongda present at the event. The students of Zhongda, more rational than mere sports fans, would never resort to destroying their equipment upon witnessing the defeat of one of their own. They were acutely aware of Urshao's capabilities. Yet no one anticipated that such a formidable player would be so quietly outmaneuvered by a seemingly innocuous opponent. A weighty silence enveloped the spectators. Despite prior banter about the handsome competitors, the sight of Urshao's dejected exit prompted Lulu to distance herself. All adversaries are mere paper tigers. Zhongda's players are invincible. Lulu had intended to rally the crowd, but realizing the atmosphere was ill-suited for such cheer, she merely encouraged the next competitor, saying, "You must do your best, my friend." In ordinary circumstances, such a tender sentiment from Lulu would have caused the wild man's heart to race. Yet now, his focus lay solely on his opponent. The next player to take the stage from Hunan University was Quick. Upon seeing this username, Chunangxing felt a twinge of dismay. It was yet another name that offered no clear indication of race. Unsure of Quick's strengths, Chunangxing opted to field the Wild Man. The Wild Man, known in the gaming realm as Savage, was aptly named for his untamed style, both in the game and in life. Clad perpetually in a pair of Lee jeans and a white shirt, often with a few buttons undone, revealing a hint of his rugged physique, he bore a striking resemblance to a wild man. Each time Lulu encountered him, she felt a bead of sweat form on her brow. Despite being slightly younger than her, she affectionately referred to him as Big Brother. The Protoss race suited the wild man perfectly, his idol being the renowned dragoon, Zhou Kelong, who had once single-handedly overwhelmed a Zerg opponent with a single base. Even Chunangxing acknowledged that the wild man's aggressive tactics mirrored those of a dragoon, reminiscent of the extreme strategies employed by Li Lin during his school days. The wildman's prowess in private is unparalleled. During his matches, zealots and dragon knights flood the battlefield like a relentless tide. Many human players find themselves unable to even step outside their own doorstep when facing him. If Chu Nanqing were to arrange the matchups, he would undoubtedly assign a human opponent to the wild man. When Quick made his selection, Chu Nanqing felt as though a pie had suddenly descended from the heavens, and not just any pie, but the most expensive and unpalatable one, akin to that of a pizza chain. This was due to Quick's momentary tremor of the mouse, resulting in his choice of a human race. Chapter 20. The only path for the loser is death. The mere thought of the exorbitant prices at Pizza Hut stirred a sense of excitement within Chu Nanqing. As a graduate student in the chemistry department of Zhongda University, he had a modest income, sufficient for a few indulgences each month. However, after receiving a bonus for completing a research project, he foolishly succumbed to the coaxing of a group of junior female students and treated them to a meal at Pizza Hut. The experience proved to be a culinary disappointment. Yet he found his wallet entirely depleted. Had he not brought extra money in anticipation of a new outfit that day, he would have faced great embarrassment upon returning home. Dining with enchanting companions was not the issue. Rather, the overwhelming presence of these junior students, each more formidable than the last, soured his mood. From that day forth, he harbored a deep-seated wariness towards foreign dining establishments, often being the first to suggest going to the local all-you-can-eat restaurant. The mere idea of the complimentary beer at the all-you-can-eat restaurant made Chu Nanqing's mouth water, yet before he could fully savor the thought, the rush from the Wild faction commenced. The Wild's aggressive strategy seemed only to intensify after their previous defeat. At the onset of the match, the Wild decided to embrace their primal nature, immediately constructing a barracks and launching a fervent assault against their adversary. Just as Chu Nanxing was still contemplating his next move, the Wild's zealots had already arrived at Quick's entrance. In the Wild's calculations, Quick should have been unable to withstand the onslaught, as they had only produced a single infantry unit without initially blocking the passage. However, when the zealots reached Quick's threshold, Quick executed a clever maneuver. 2 SCVs were deployed to obstruct the path, while the barracks was repositioned to shield the SCVs. Consequently, the zealots found themselves in a frustrating standstill outside Quick's base. Akin to the feeling of unrequited love, a vivid metaphor for being tied up and subjected to tantalizing glimpses of what one cannot attain. Meanwhile, Quick's solitary infantry unit gleefully unleashed a barrage of fire from behind the SCVs. Frustration mounted for the Wild, who quickly returned to establish a gas refinery and hasten the production of dragoon units and observers. After all, should their rush fail, the ensuing retaliation from the Terran forces would be formidable, especially given that they were relying solely on a barracks. Without sufficient dragoon units, the threat posed by a mere siege tank could spell disaster. As the Wild rushed to bolster their ranks, a dropship appeared over their base. Determined to fortify their defenses, the Wild was caught off guard as Quick's 4 siege tanks descended upon them. Chaos ensued within the Wild's base, a cacophony of scrambling units. After finally dispatching the 4 airborne tanks, the Wild realized that Quick had begun to expand their territory. Despite having a substantial army, the Wild's economy had suffered significantly due to Quick's aerial assault. The Wild, intent on a decisive confrontation, found themselves thwarted by Quick's reluctance to engage. As Quick brazenly occupied an island expansion, the audacity of a Terran player hoarding 3 expansions while refusing to advance left the Wild feeling utterly vexed. The sense of helplessness was palpable, and as the Wild contemplated expansion, Quick's forces surged forth. Although the Wild's production capabilities were impressive, they could not withstand the relentless pressure from a Terran player with 3 bases, and soon found themselves forced to concede defeat. Fang Shaoyun observed that the Wild's initial rush had yielded no advantage, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. The unexpected aerial drop from the opponent was a tactical blunder that further compounded their woes. Observing the Wild struggle, Fang felt that defeating them was hardly a daunting task. Yet, he found himself perpetually on the defensive in their encounters. The frustration echoed within him, akin to his second match against Lulu, where he had countless opportunities to triumph but failed to seize them. In a moment of reflection, Fang's sense of failure deepened, especially with the woman he admired pouting nearby. Both Fang and Lulu shared an air of dissatisfaction. A saying goes, a merchant girl knows not the hatred of a fallen nation, yet Lulu was notably patriotic, refusing to purchase goods from a certain country, save for its highest producing export, adult entertainment. Though she often found herself gritting her teeth in disapproval, she couldn't resist evaluating the offerings. Despite her apparent indifference towards Zhongda University, Lulu's presence was a testament to her loyalty, as she had traveled far for the sake of her friends. However, with a formidable opponent looming ahead, Lulu's patriotic fervor shone through. No one wishes to become a subject of a fallen nation, unless they are truly foolish, and Lulu, who valued her reputation, felt the weight of defeat keenly. Witnessing yet another loss was a source of deep discontent for her, especially given the Wild's reckless approach to the game. StarCraft is a cerebral contest, and the Wild's lack of strategic depth in the first match was disheartening. Lulu believed the Wild deserved a more fitting name, as even MT Tai embodies both wisdom and strength, while a mere dropship had wreaked havoc upon the Wild's ranks, suggesting a troubling lack of intellect. Had it not been for the Wild's impressive win rate in training matches, Lulu might have taken the lead in calling for a substitution. Yet, with the tournament underway, a change was not feasible. After a moment of frustration, she hoped that in the second match, the Wild would demonstrate a more calculated approach, for she had little patience for those who lacked technical finesse. In truth, the Wild bore the brunt of frustration, as they had no opportunity to showcase their abilities before being swiftly defeated. Thus, as the second match commenced, the Wild adopted a more measured strategy. Their reputation at Zhongdao was not solely built on brute strength. The Wild's disciplined unit production was also a hallmark of their style. After experiencing the pitfalls of an aerial drop, they approached the game with newfound caution, focusing on expansion and unit production. Yet, the Wild underestimated Quick, who had adopted an increasingly cautious playstyle. The Wild felt that Quick's moniker was misleading. They should be called slow, as Quick's pacing was lethargic, refraining from aggression and instead fixating on resource acquisition. The Wild excelled at rapid unit production, but Quick's defensive strategy thwarted their attempts to launch an offensive. After amassing a substantial force, Quick continued to evade direct confrontation, leaving the Wild in a state of profound frustration. The Wild strategy was predicated on extreme unit production, capable of reaching population limits within 13 minutes with dual bases. However, against Quick's evasive tactics, this approach seemed less effective. The Wild recognized that the optimal counter to Terran defenses lay not in ground forces, but in capital ships. Yet, after focusing on rapid unit production, they found themselves lacking in both population and resources. The Wild Man could only expand immediately, having simultaneously opened several resource points. He intended to wait for these expansions to complete before sending a portion of his forces to perish, only to subsequently produce several carriers to breach Quick's dense defenses and overcome him. The Wild Man's strategy was astutely conceived. However, Quick was evidently unwilling to grant the Wild Man an easy passage. Quick's approach was notably insidious, and despite the map not being one suited for island warfare, his troops appeared perpetually ensconced within transport aircraft. A multitude of elusive transports wreaked havoc upon the Wild Man's newly established bases, leaving them in disarray. As the Wild Man divided his forces among the expansion points, Quick's units advanced step by step, simultaneously seizing resources. Chu Nanqing's expression shifted dramatically. He had begun to sense an underlying truth. Frankly, Quick's prowess was not particularly formidable, and such a cunning strategy bore significant flaws. If faced with the technological or other skilled players, he could very well find himself at the mercy of the advanced forces of the Protoss. Nevertheless, this tactic proved exceptionally effective against the Wild Man's overwhelming force, which primarily relied on lower-tier units. The Wild Man's forte lay in engaging opponents directly. Yet Quick had thus far avoided a head-on confrontation. Chu Nanqing vaguely felt that the team from Huda was perhaps too familiar with their strategies. Similar to the previous match with Air Shao, it seemed they were being thoroughly suppressed stylistically. Typically, students are not on par with professional players. The latter's replays are widely circulated, allowing others to study their weaknesses. In contrast, amateur players' replays rarely disseminate, making it improbable for Huda to possess such intimate knowledge of their adept players. Could it be that these two matches were mere coincidences? As Chu Nanqing pondered these suspicions, the Wild Man was already on the verge of collapse. Quick's relentless development had propelled his economy to its zenith. Even if the Wild Man was more ferocious than Saddam, he could not contend with the robust forces of Quick. Much like a rock, no matter the resistance, he was doomed to succumb to the onslaught of Bush's troops. In the realm of StarCraft, the vanquished do not face judgment. Their only fate is to utter GG. Chapter 21. The downfall of the Zhongda beasts. In a sudden turn of events, Zhongda lost 2 consecutive matches. Although Zhixiao Fairy had predicted the initial outcome, she did not foresee the conclusion. The Zhongda players present, however, were utterly unprepared for even such a beginning, their faces darkening as they fell silent. The once boisterous boss Internet CAF was now eerily quiet, to the point where even an ant falling to the ground would have made a sound. In stark contrast, the few players from Huda seemed oblivious to the atmosphere. Upon witnessing the Wild players declare GG, Quick smirked with arrogance, rising to exchange flamboyant high-fives with his teammates. The Wild players' eyes burned with frustration, yet they could hardly blame the opposing team's bravado. It was their own lackluster performance that had emboldened Huda. Wild players contemplated consuming potions in despair, but the thought of unfinished life goals compelled them to swallow their pride. Within an hour, 2 defeats had already transpired, and Chu Nanqing was evidently growing anxious. This was supposed to be Zhongda's territory, indeed, their home ground, but Huda was mercilessly dominating on their own turf, clearly unwilling to grant Zhongda any semblance of dignity. Chu Nanqing feared that a third defeat would lead to a humiliating 0-3 scoreline, a reputation from which Zhongda's StarCraft players would struggle to recover. The weight of this realization pressed heavily upon him. After much contemplation, he resolved to take the stage himself. Chu Nanqing was effectively Zhongda's last ace. While every player present held great faith in him, the prospect of revealing their trump card so soon left them somewhat disheartened. Fang Shaoyun likened the situation to a group eagerly watching a striptease, only to find the dancer hastily removing her attire, thereby stripping away all allure. Although Chu Nanqing and Fang Shaoyun had their differences, after all, he was an accomplice of Lulu. Circumstances had driven Zhongda to this desperate point, and Fang Shaoyun could not help but feel a sense of unity against a common foe. Yet, like Lulu, he was powerless to effect change. As Chu Nanqing took his place, the towering king, resembling a member of F4, removed his keyboard and boldly wielded his mouse. No one knew which path King had traversed to reach this point, but as Huda's captain, he was undoubtedly their star player. Such a commanding idea would not be adopted by an inexperienced novice. Zhongda anticipated a heavyweight clash, and Chu Nanqing proceeded with utmost caution. In terms of skill, he was not significantly superior to the likes of Air Shao, Yet Chu Nanxing's extensive competitive experience and psychological resilience set him apart, qualities crucial in the heat of battle. However, it seemed King also possessed commendable composure, engaging Chu Nanxing in casual conversation even in what was effectively a critical match. It was said that certain players favored chatting with their opponents during battles, sometimes achieving surprising results by catching them off guard. Although this tactic bordered on unscrupulous, many players willingly adopted it. Chu Nanxing suspected King belonged to this camp and knew that the best way to counter such a strategy was to dismiss any banter as inconsequential. Typically, he would follow this approach, but with so many spectators present, ignoring King would diminish his stature. Thus, aware that excessive chatter was detrimental in StarCraft, Chu Nanxing reluctantly engaged in the conversation. Fang Shaoyun, observing the exchange, nearly burst out laughing. "Have you eaten?" "No." "Do you have class this afternoon?" "No." Fang Shaoyun mused that the current conversation was perhaps the most tedious in history. If he were in Chu Nanxing's position, he would pose challenging questions to bewilder his opponent, such as inquiries about their virginity or the implications of rising international fuel prices. Yet, King's dialogue resembled that of a simpleton, devoid of any technical substance. Despite the triviality of their conversation, Chu Nanxing remained vigilant. Yet, the anticipated ambush never materialized, and he effortlessly established a base. As he began to advance, King's Protoss failed to present any formidable resistance, allowing Chu Nanxing to penetrate King's base with relative ease. To his surprise, King merely smiled and typed GG. The Zhongda spectators collectively exhaled in relief, yet Chu Nanxing was astonished by the ease of his victory. Surely, Huda's captain should not have displayed such a lackluster performance. Was there an implication of deliberate concession? At that moment, such a notion seemed implausible, leaving Chu Nanxing in a state of confusion. As the second match commenced, Chu Nanxing played with heightened caution, wary of potential traps. However, within minutes, a probing attack secured him an advantage, leading to a decisive strike that forced King to concede once more. Chu Nanxing's swift victory brought a sigh of relief from Lulu and the surrounding Zhongda audience, affirming his prowess, especially in overcoming Huda's captain with such ease. Yet, Chu Nanxing did not share their confidence. The perspective of an outsider often differs from that of a participant. The true strength of an opponent becomes evident only through direct confrontation. After battling King twice, Chu Nanxing recognized that King's abilities were, in fact, inferior to those of Air Xiao, indicating that he may not even measure up to Hap and Quick, the previous competitors. Was it not the case that Huda selected their captain based on merit? This realization left Chu Nanxing feeling bitter, trapped in a predicament without recourse. As there were no stipulations requiring Zhongda to field their captain, faced with myriad challenges, Chu Nanxing felt increasingly uneasy. Meanwhile, Huda sent forth their fourth competitor, a seemingly ordinary player named Red. Despite the simplicity of his ID, Red stood out among Huda's ranks, sporting bleached hair and glimmering earrings, embodying a strikingly avant-garde appearance reminiscent of the streetwise elite. At this juncture, Chu Nanxing grappled with a dilemma. Should he deploy SB Dragon or the Swordsman? He knew their strengths were comparable, and either choice would lead to both participating in the upcoming matches. However, should they falter in this encounter, the opportunity for the other would vanish, sealing their fate in the competition. The second young master and his companions discerned the predicament faced by Chu Nanhang. They all believed that he would choose to send a swordsman into the fray, considering their familiarity with one another and the swordsman's consistent participation in interdepartmental competitions, which ensured reliable on-the-spot performance. In contrast, SB Long had only recently been selected and, despite his commendable skills in the interstellar arena, lacked comprehensive knowledge in other areas. To their surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Chu Nanhang resolved to allow SB Long to take the stage first. This decision was not without its rationale. Since the inexplicable defeats suffered by the second young master and the wild man in the previous two matches, Chu Nanhang had begun to suspect that Huda University had meticulously scrutinized his team. They might have been biding their time, preparing tailored strategies against each of his team members. Although the second young master and the wild man had certain shortcomings, those flaws would not be easily discernible to those who had not faced them repeatedly. The third match seemed to have fallen into the trap of a tactical misalignment, indicating that Huda had indeed prepared thoroughly. If the battle continued in the conventional manner, it would be utterly futile, and even the swordsman might find himself in a disheartening predicament. Chu Nanhang felt that there remained a glimmer of hope in SB Long, as he was a newly emerged talent from Zhongda and had been training closely with the team over the past few days. No matter how formidable the opponent, it was unlikely they could fully gauge his capabilities, even if the adversary managed to outmaneuver the swordsman in the final match. A 3-2 scoreline would not be excessively humiliating, allowing for a potential rematch with Huda. However, if they were to lose outright with a 1-3 score, it would cast a very different shadow, suggesting that they had only won 1 out of 4 matches. Chu Nanhang was deeply concerned about the reputation of Zhang Da in the interstellar arena, weighing countless potential outcomes in a fleeting moment. Had Fang Shaoyun known of the multitude of considerations Chu Nanhang pondered within such a short span, he might have been even more in awe of him. Yet sometimes, extensive contemplation yields little fruit, akin to the complexities of romantic relationships. Despite earnest efforts to cultivate a bond, the outcome may still veer unfavorably. If this were to be discussed, Fang Shaoyun would resonate deeply, as he would do anything for Xiaoyu, yet she ultimately departed. Despite Chu Nanhang's meticulous planning, the encounter between SB Long and Red did not unfold as he had anticipated. Just as one can initiate love but cannot dictate its course, SB Long appeared to perform commendably, yet the opponent's strikes were executed with greater precision. The outcome dreaded by all Zhongda spectators finally materialized, with Huda fielding 4 competitors. They secured victory with a score of 3-1. When SB Long conceded in the second round with a GG, the boss Internet CAF fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of Zhongda supporters. Lulu clenched her small fists, unable to believe the reality before her. Chu Nanhang yearned to graciously extend a hand to the opponent, perhaps to exchange a few words, but those present could clearly see the tremor in his silhouette. His lips quivered, yet he could not muster the words to express himself. Chapter 22. War Begins with Women. The home team was thoroughly defeated on their own turf, leaving every member of the university in a state of melancholy. However, if the players from the Lake University chose to cease their efforts at this juncture, the members of our university might have accepted the outcome. The Lake University's performance over the past 2 years had undoubtedly reached heights previously unimaginable. The members of our university needed to rally and strive to catch up. As they passed by the entrance of the Lake University, it was likely that our members would lower their heads in haste. Yet, amidst the sorrowful atmosphere, an incongruous voice pierced through the gloom. The recently victorious Red let out a derisive laugh, proclaiming, "I thought the interstellar team from your university was formidable, but it appears to be nothing of the sort." Though Red's words were not loud, they resonated clearly in the ears of every member present, serving as a humiliating affront akin to pouring salt on an open wound. Chun Nanqing and his companions were so incensed that their eyes turned red. Nevertheless, in the realm of interstellar competition, victors and vanquished are delineated. And having just lost the match, Chun Nanqing found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Red had reason to gloat. However, Chun Nanqing believed that even if he were to decisively defeat the Lake University's top players, he would never utter such a disparaging remark. After all, the world of interstellar players is like a family. We may not see each other face to face, but we cannot fight forever. We can, however, forge friendships that last a lifetime. Red's behavior was particularly ungracious. "Damn it," Fang Shaoyun muttered in frustration. He perceived Red as a quintessential troublemaker, and his disdain only deepened. Winning the match was one thing, but there was no need for such arrogant proclamations. Fang Shaoyun felt a surge of anger. He had never been this vexed. Even after being decisively defeated by Lulu on 3 separate occasions, Lulu was equally furious, her small fists clenched tightly. Her lips pale with indignation as she glared at the opposing team, particularly at King. Lulu wished for King to mitigate his teammates' loose tongues, reminding them to show some humility in victory. Yet, King seemed indifferent to Red's remarks, offering no sign of apology whatsoever. At that moment, Hap began commenting on the myriad photographs of professional players adorning the walls of the Internet CAF, dripping with sarcasm. "Strange, are all these professional players from your university?" "Huh. The facade of fame often belies the truth," Quick remarked, seemingly less harsh. Yet his words stung deeply, further aggravating the frustration of our members. Chun Nanqing and his companions trembled with rage. Their defeat not only tarnished their university's reputation, but also insulted their predecessors. While Chun Nanqing maintained a semblance of composure, Lulu could no longer contain herself. Her temperament was often more volatile than many men, though she initially found the opposing team somewhat appealing. Their derogatory remarks had turned her sentiment sour. "What's the matter? Just because you won doesn't mean you can forget your place. Are you invincible now? I don't recall you bringing any championships home," Lulu shouted, her demeanor far from ladylike. Yet, Fang Shaoyun found her fierceness endearing in his eyes. Lulu had transformed from a negative entity to a charming presence, now barely scraping a passing grade. Lulu, though irate, possessed a certain charm. Her fair complexion and pouty lips were likely to evoke sympathy from any man with a modicum of decency, excluding those who frequent gay bars. As Lulu stood defiantly, the Lake University players, far from intimidated, exchanged glances that suggested they were as unruly as any miscreants. Lulu's ire was directed specifically at Quick, the last to speak. She held no hopes for an apology. She merely wished they would pack up and leave. However, Quick and his companions acted as if Lulu were invisible, disregarding her presence entirely. Quick sneered. Is there no man left at your university? Has it become a matriarchal society? Are women now in charge? I suppose if you can't compete in the interstellar arena, you'll have to let the women take the lead. Lulu was taken aback by the utter lack of decorum and the venomous nature of his words. Faced with such insolence, her frustration boiled over. Yet she felt powerless to retaliate. Lulu's outer bravado masked her inner vulnerability. Although she appeared fierce, she lacked the means to confront such ruffians directly. Stunned into silence, she stood there while Chun Nanxing, as captain, did his best to remain calm. However, the others, including Yi Ren and Air Xiao, finally erupted. The loss was already difficult to bear, and the provocation from the Lake University players was unbearable. While the Chinese virtue of humility is commendable, it was evident that the opposing team had crossed the line. As the tension escalated, the crowd began to gather around, ready to confront the Lake University players. The youthful energy of the onlookers could easily ignite into a brawl. Observing the escalating hostility, King remained unfazed, smiling at Chun Nanxing. Though Chun Nanxing was fuming, King's calm demeanor brought him back to reality. It would be all too easy to retaliate. A mere spit could drown the opposing team in humiliation. However, the potential fallout of such actions weighed heavily on Chun Nanxing. The reputation of their university was at stake, one that could not be easily redeemed if they were labeled as sore losers who resorted to violence. Despite his irritation with the Lake University players, Chun Nanxing forcibly restrained Yi Ren and Air Xiao. Yet, the anger from his peers was beyond control, and the Lake University players showed no inclination to apologize. Their disdainful gazes challenging the crowd to act. The tension was palpable, and a conflict seemed imminent. Amidst the charged atmosphere, a peculiar laugh erupted from a corner of the CAF, incongruous to the escalating confrontation. Everyone, including Fang Shaoyun, turned to locate the source of the laughter. Who was this older gentleman? Fang Shaoyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This man appeared to be well over 30, a rare sight in a CAF. What struck him as even more outrageous was the fact that this man dared to treat the CAF as his personal lounge, donning a pair of slippers. To Fang Shaoyun's astonishment, even Chun Nanxing greeted this man with deference. Boss Luo. Fang Shaoyun was taken aback. He had heard countless tales of Wang Feiyu, and there was only one internet CAF owner with the surname Luo, named Luo Dong. This individual had intricate ties to Wang Feiyu and Wang Feiyu's brotherhood. Composed of professional players from Zhongda, also shared a close relationship with Luo Dong. Typically, Luo Dong seldom made appearances at the CAF, rendering him a figure as elusive as a dragon. Fang Shaoyun never anticipated encountering such a legendary CAF owner at this moment. He couldn't help but scrutinize the middle-aged man before him. Luo Dong was dressed quite ordinarily, resembling a wild man in his white shirt and jeans. Yet he exuded a nonchalant charm that surpassed the wild man's. After Luo Dong smiled, the atmosphere in the room noticeably calmed, and the restless crowd from Zhongda fell silent. It was evident that everyone who roamed the vicinity of Hushi was acutely aware of Luo Dong's significance. The reputation of such a person overshadowed even the impressive feats of dozens of formidable players like Chu Nanxing. One call from him could summon a legion of experts, capable of flattening the entire Yuelu Mountain. Although the individuals from Huda were arrogant, they were clearly discerning. The moment Luo Dong appeared, their previously defiant expressions vanished. The smiles of Red and his companions froze on their faces. However, Luo Dong seemed unfazed by the tense atmosphere just moments prior. He inquired, "Are you done fighting?" Chu Nanxing nodded solemnly. "Yes, it's over. We lost." Luo Dong chuckled and nodded at King and the others. "I didn't expect Huda to be quite strong now. How about this? It's been a while since Huda and Zhongda faced off in an inter-school match. Since you've initiated this, it would be great for some exchanges. Next month, we'll pay a visit to your Huda." Initially, Chu Nanxing and his companions were engulfed in shame and despair, but upon hearing Luo Dong's words, their eyes brightened as if they had spotted an extraordinary beauty clad in scant attire. They understood that this statement was tantamount to issuing a challenge to Huda. Despite their loss, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. King, hearing this, could only nod in agreement. The group then began to pack up and make their exit. Chapter 23. Learning is a virtue. Luo Dong effortlessly dissipated a brewing storm with merely a few words, leaving Fang Shaoyun in awe of the influence wielded by the prominent. Such is the effect of celebrity, he mused. When someone of such stature speaks, others are rendered meek. as evidenced by the Lake University crowd who dared not utter a sound. Lulu's complexion, too, regained its vitality. Were Wang Feiyu to stand among them, the situation would undoubtedly escalate, with even the Lake University lads clamoring for autographs. As the 5 from Lake University began to disperse, the rest of the crowd was poised to follow suit. Given Luo Dong's statement, it was reasonable to expect some action would ensue. Thus, they could join in the excitement when they next ventured to Lake University. Fang Shaoyun considered the day's commotion an improvement over the dullness of the morning philosophy class. Despite the somewhat disheartening aftermath, although the incident had left him feeling slightly vexed, it was of little consequence to someone like him, a mere passerby in the grand scheme of things. Yet, as fate would have it, he found himself jostled into the path of the departing Lake University group. In the wake of the earlier ruckus, many who had not managed to enter the Internet CAF surged in, creating a chaotic scene. The boss Internet CAF seemed increasingly inadequate for the gathering crowd. Fang Shaoyun forcefully pushed aside 2 individuals to clear a path for the detestable Lake University students. However, as they brushed past him, one of them, evidently irritated, muttered, "Move aside, you noob." This remark ignited a fierce flame within Fang Shaoyun. Being called a noob was one thing, but the addition of dead before it struck a nerve, causing his temper to flare. Nevertheless, the Lake University group showed no sign of stopping. As they exited the boss CAF, the last in line, Red, seemingly sensed Fang Shaoyun's ire, casting a disdainful glance over his shoulder. Had he been in another setting, such condescension would have provoked Fang Shaoyun into a confrontation. But the reality was that they were competitors in a game of StarCraft, and he felt powerless. His teeth ground together in frustration. Yet he was at a loss for how to respond. In that moment, a realization struck him. The adage about power being the source of authority rang profoundly true. In the realm of StarCraft, strength stood as the sole arbiter of truth. Fang Shaoyun yearned to become a master, one capable of utterly vanquishing the Lake University team. He was unaware that Lulu harbored similar aspirations. However, it was abundantly clear that attaining mastery was no simple feat, just as everyone can kick a soccer ball. Yet China consistently falters against other nations. So too could one play StarCraft for years and remain a novice. Fang Shaoyun was a prime example of this paradox. When Fang Shaoyun left the boss CAF, he did so in silence, even ignoring Peng Feng's greeting. Lulu, too, was oblivious to his presence, preoccupied with replaying the match to scrutinize why their university faltered at crucial moments. She recalled how the Japanese team had held their ground for 80 minutes against Australia in the World Cup, leaving them in despair, and wondered why her peers could not do the same. If they failed to discern their shortcomings, they might find themselves humiliated in future matches. Leaving the university's reputation in tatters, she couldn't afford such disgrace. Meanwhile, Chu Nanqing and his companions awaited Luo Dong's next move, wondering if he would recruit a professional player to bolster their ranks. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. The only one to notice Fang Shaoyun was Kei. As the Lake University group departed, she caught sight of him. Strangely, despite his past transgressions against Lulu, she felt no animosity towards him. In fact, as she observed him leave, an inexplicable flutter quickened her heartbeat. Startled by her own reaction, she turned to look again, only to find him vanished into the streets beyond the university. Red's contempt left Fang Shaoyun feeling despondent. Even after dinner, his mood remained soured. He began to empathize with Lulu's previous frustrations, realizing she must have felt equally incensed by him at that time. The best course of action now, he concluded, was to emulate Lulu's determination and train rigorously, aiming to best Red and demonstrate that even a novice possesses dignity. Yet, how could he possibly overpower Red? Fang Shaoyun found himself in a quandary. It was evident that Red was a seasoned player, even if he sought out Chu Nanqing to become his mentor. Months of practice might not suffice to surpass Red. In martial arts films, there were elixirs that could enhance one's abilities, but Fang Shaoyun knew that no such miracle cures existed in StarCraft. No supplements could grant him the skills he desired. Only hard work and guidance from a renowned teacher could pave the way for improvement. Alas, the most formidable player at their university was Chu Nanqing, who, while impressive, was still only marginally superior to Red. If Fang Shaoyun mingled with Chu Nanqing's group, he might find himself languishing at the same novice level as Lulu. Moreover, he lacked her charming visage, raising doubts about whether he would even be accepted as a disciple. After exhausting his options, Fang Shaoyun trudged back to his humble abode, resigned to peruse the VS platform in search of a benevolent soul who might guide him. Hoping to unlock his potential, his aspirations were modest. He did not seek to be invincible, merely capable enough to rival Red. Upon reaching his doorstep, he discovered Peng Feng already waiting there. Each visit from Peng Feng seemed to herald misfortune, and he always arrived empty-handed, never bringing anything to share. Irritated, Fang Shaoyun opened the door, and Peng Feng stubbornly entered, claiming Fang Shaoyun's bed as his own. Peng Feng's purpose was straightforward. A tournament was imminent in Changsha, featuring both 4v4 and 1v1 matches. Although they had sufficient players, MX310 had to return home due to family matters, leaving them shorthanded for the 4v4. Thus, Peng Feng sought to enlist Fang Shaoyun's participation. Despite Fang Shaoyun's humiliation at Lulu's hands, he still possessed commendable skills for the 4v4 format. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, they could secure a top placement and enjoy a moment of glory. While Peng Feng's intentions were commendable, Fang Shaoyun had no interest in participating. He had never been fond of 4v4, believing it to lack the technical depth found in 2v2 or 1v1 matches. His previous agreement to serve as a gunner stemmed from a sense of obligation. Now, with his focus on becoming a master, he had no desire to engage in a time-consuming 4v4 tournament. Moreover, after his encounter with Lulu's team, he realized the role of a gunner offered little benefit. Thus, despite Peng Feng's earnest appeal, Fang Shaoyun resolutely declined. As Peng Feng exited Fang Shaoyun's abode, he couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. What a remarkable individual he was. How could he seem so different from before? Could it be that after enduring Lulu's humiliation, the wounds within him were irreparable, leaving behind an indelible shadow? How could a man be so fragile? Peng Feng walked on, lost in his thoughts. However, after taking just a few steps, he heard Fang Shaoyun calling out. A flicker of joy surged through him, believing that Fang Shaoyun had experienced a change of heart. Instantly, he envisioned treating him to a sumptuous feast to solidify this newfound rapport. Yet, Fang Shaoyun merely inquired whether the upcoming competition included a 1v1 category. Uncertain of Fang Shaoyun's intentions behind the question, Peng Feng nonetheless answered candidly. This event was the annual Changsha Huffing Challenge, and of course, there would be a 1v1 format. Moreover, the competition welcomed both professional and amateur players, attracting a plethora of skilled contenders. Even the group from Boss Internet CAF might struggle to reach the top 32. Peng Feng's implication was clear. The participants in the 1v1 category were fierce competitors, and as a novice, Fang Shaoyun should refrain from harboring any delusions of glory, lest he embarrass himself. To Peng Feng's surprise, Fang Shaoyun's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he proceeded to ask about the date and location of the event. Assuming that Fang Shaoyun had finally grasped the gravity of the situation, Peng Feng meticulously relayed the details. Yet, once Fang Shaoyun processed this information, he simply responded with an "oh" and cheerfully began to walk back. Peng Feng was left dumbfounded, questioning, "Is that all?" Fang Shaoyun nodded and asked if there was anything else. Bewildered, Peng Feng queried, "What about our 4v4 match?" Fang Shaoyun appeared perplexed. "Did I not mention that I would not be participating?" Peng Feng nearly fainted in disbelief. "Are you toying with me? If you have no interest in joining, why ask so many questions?" Fang Shaoyun chuckled and replied, "It's nothing serious. If we're not competing, we can at least observe and learn a thing or two. Learning is a virtue, you know? One should strive for knowledge every day and aim higher." As Peng Feng contemplated leaving, feeling utterly defeated, Fang Shaoyun, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. He had suddenly conceived of an opportunity to find a mentor. Given the abundance of experts at the challenge, he might just encounter a master from whom he could gain invaluable insight. The mere thought of potentially meeting a distinguished teacher sent waves of exhilaration through Fang Shaoyun. Chapter 24. Romantic Whispers. On bus number 5 to reach the computer city for the match, one must transfer buses, first taking bus number 5 to its terminus, and then seeking another bus to the competition venue. The public transport in Changsha is notoriously crowded. Even the esteemed Professor Zhang from the mathematics department would struggle to calculate how so many individuals could possibly fit into a single vehicle. The campaign to widen the roads around Central South University has been vociferously proclaimed for many years, yet aside from slightly patching the numerous potholes, little progress has been observed. Central South University serves as the final stop for bus number 5, a fact that brings its students a modicum of happiness compared to their counterparts at Hunan University and Normal University. Although all three universities experience the same degree of overcrowding, students at Central South enjoy the opportunity to seize a seat. Since the onset of her sophomore year, Fang Shaoyun has mastered the art of securing a seat. Often, before her classmates can even react, she has deftly maneuvered through the throng and claimed a window seat. In truth, Fang Shaoyun wrestles with the moral implications of her actions. Deep down, she believes that the elderly, the infirm, and those in need should be given precedence. However, after countless observations, she has come to realize that such noble intentions rarely manifest in reality, as those who successfully claim seats are typically the swift and robust. Consequently, she has reconciled herself to the practice of seat grabbing, reasoning that should a need arise, she could always relinquish her seat to someone more deserving, thus embodying the spirit of kindness exemplified by Comrade Lei Feng. This behavior is not a newfound rationalization for her actions. Fang Shaoyun has conducted herself in this manner since high school. Upon her first arrival in the unfamiliar city of Changsha, she again employed this strategy, albeit at a considerable cost. Unbeknownst to her, the buses of Changsha harbored a plethora of pickpockets. Previously, she had dismissed the film No Thief in the World as overly dramatized, but after merely a brief standing stint on the bus, her admission notice and a slew of important documents vanished, only to be discovered the following day by a kind-hearted teacher from her department, nestled within a refuse bin. Despite the significant blow to her morale, Fang Shaoyun remained undeterred. She recognized the comfort and safety that seating afforded, yet whenever she spotted an elderly professor standing nearby, she would instinctively offer her seat. To her, these professors, who shared the bus with her, were far more deserving of respect than certain officials speeding by in luxury cars. The only way she could express her respect, however, was by yielding her seat. To her surprise, the man in question was rather amiable. On the opposite end of the bus, Lulu found herself squeezed amidst the crowd. When she and Kay arrived at the station, the bus had just pulled in, but before they could gather their wits, half the crowd had already boarded. As they hesitated, they noticed that Fang Shaoyun had already settled comfortably in a window seat. Basking in the sunlight, Lulu's frustration boiled over, and the thought of waiting for the next bus, risking the chance that the match would be halfway over by the time they arrived, prompted her to impulsively tug Kay into a sprint, managing to board the bus before it filled to capacity. Once aboard, Lulu could not help but lament the decline of societal values, reflecting on how the efficiency of securing a seat was ironically high amidst the general chaos. She mused to herself about the swiftness of some individuals, quicker than the wind. It seemed, just as she was lost in contemplation, she felt a wave of self-pity wash over her. It was disheartening that she and Kay, both strikingly beautiful, had succumbed to the barbarism of public transport, surrounded by a crowd devoid of any gentlemanly courtesy to offer their seats to two young women. She vowed that once she had the means, she would purchase 2 BMWs, one for herself and one to tow. Lulu held a particular disdain for those who snatched seats with such alacrity, and Fang Shaoyun was undoubtedly among those she looked down upon. Ironically, just as she was casting disparaging glances in Fang Shaoyun's direction, he stood up to offer his seat to an elderly individual beside him. In a world where even ruffians seemed to emulate the virtues of Lei Feng, Lulu broke out in a cold sweat. Turning to Kay, she found her also fixated on Fang Shaoyun. However, Kay held no grudges against him. Although she had not recognized him as the one who had saved her during the match, she admired his stoic acceptance of defeat. In a time when few men would willingly offer their seats in the absence of their partners, Fang Shaoyun's actions resonated with Kay, providing ample reason for her to reconsider her initial impression of him. Furthermore, she could not deny that he possessed a certain charm, unbeknownst to Lulu. While she assumed Kay was equally flustered, Kay's thoughts meandered into far less innocent territory. Had Lulu known that Kay was entertaining thoughts of betrayal, she would have been utterly mortified. When Fang Shaoyun vacated his seat, Lulu's discontent began to dissipate. She turned her attention to surveying her surroundings, seeking out any handsome faces amidst the throng. Unfortunately, while she did not spot any eligible bachelors, she did notice a hand, one that was reaching into a bag that did not belong to its owner. The bag's owner was a woman who appeared to be significantly older than Lulu, while the hand belonged to a well-dressed older gentleman. In broad daylight, amidst a bustling crowd, the audacity of the thief incensed Lulu. Without hesitation, she cried out, "Thief!" Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her, including Fang Shaoyun, who had previously been unaware of her presence on the bus. Lulu pointed accusingly at the well-dressed pickpocket, who, rather than appearing guilty, wore an expression of indignation. "What are you saying, young lady? I'm no thief. You mustn't make baseless accusations. I saw your hand reaching into that lady's bag," Lulu retorted, gesturing towards the bewildered woman. The woman glanced at her bag, its zipper clearly unfastened, and her expression shifted as she prepared to voice her outrage. However, before she could speak, two young men squeezed in beside the older man, casting threatening glances at Lulu. The would-be witness immediately fell silent, turning away as if the entire incident had nothing to do with her. Lulu's face drained of color as she regarded the woman, feeling that the thief should have been allowed to rob her completely. Sensing the silence from the woman, the older man grew increasingly brazen, leering at Lulu. "Little sister, evidence is required for such claims. You can't just slander a good person." Had it not been for the appearance of the two young men and the woman's silence, Lulu might have let it go. However, their blatant intimidation ignited her temper. "I did see it. Shall we call the police to settle this?" At her words, the expressions of the three men shifted dramatically. The older man's demeanor turned menacing, while the two young men moved closer to Lulu. "Miss, you do well not to provoke us." Surrounded by the three men, Lulu felt a twinge of fear. She had never found herself in such a predicament before. Even if she managed to pull out her phone, there was no guarantee they would allow her to make a call. And while her own safety was a concern, she was equally worried for K's well-being nearby. Glancing around her surroundings, Lulu realized that no one seemed inclined to assist her. Frustration surged within her, nearly driving her to the brink of despair. From the moment Lulu raised her voice, Fang Shaoyun had been observing her intently. He was taken aback by this typically fierce girl who, despite her bravado, exhibited a commendable sense of justice and an unyielding spirit, yet found herself ensnared in a predicament. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Shaoyun shouted, "Hey, you there! Do not bully a defenseless woman." The two young men were momentarily taken aback, astonished that, in this day and age, there still existed individuals willing to stand up for others. One of them glanced at the older man among them. "Dao Ge, look." The older man, addressed as Dao Ge, scrutinized Fang Shaoyun, who appeared utterly unrepentant, as if he had no fear of repercussions. Dao Ge, feeling a twinge of annoyance, thought to himself that he had encountered someone rather eccentric this time. Unbothered by the stop, he bellowed for the driver to halt. Although the driver continued to navigate the vehicle, he was well aware of the commotion inside and complied promptly, resulting in Lulu casting a disdainful glare. Once the three men exited the vehicle, it resumed its journey, leaving Lulu exceedingly displeased. Reflecting on the previous occupants, she noted that only one person had dared to speak up, and that person was Fang Shaoyun, whom she had consistently scorned. This realization left her feeling somewhat embarrassed to be associated with the group. The remaining passengers fell into deeper silence. Lulu regarded Fang Shaoyun, contemplating whether she ought to express her gratitude to this man, who had indeed come to her aid, for had it not been for him, she might have found herself in a precarious situation. However, as she pondered how to articulate her thanks, Fang Shaoyun had already turned away, seemingly oblivious to her presence. This left Lulu feeling quite vexed, yet upon reflecting on her previous actions towards him, she recognized that his response was quite normal. Perhaps it was for the best, sparing them both from awkwardness. Lulu found herself somewhat forgiving Fang Shaoyun's earlier behavior, acknowledging his perceptiveness. The vehicle soon reached its destination, and Lulu was eager to escape this tumultuous scene. She hastily pulled Kay along, and they swiftly disembarked. Upon stepping out, Lulu noticed that Kay appeared somewhat distracted. "What's wrong, little girl? Are you lovesick?" Lulu teased, playfully pinching Kay's backside, reminiscent of a rogue. "So bouncy, haha." Yet today, Kay was unusually quiet. Her gaze somewhat dazed. Lulu sensed something was amiss. "What's the matter?" Kay sighed and pointed at Fang Shaoyun, who was nearly lost in the crowd. "I can't shake the feeling that he seems familiar, resembling the one who saved me that night." Lulu's mouth fell open in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom how this shameless rogue could possibly be linked to a valiant hero. Chapter 25. The Rogue and the Hero on the Way to the Computer City. Lulu continued her discussion with Kay regarding the likelihood of the situation. In Lulu's opinion, the chances of a livestock owner coinciding with a hero were virtually non-existent. Despite Fang Shaoyun's seemingly righteous behavior earlier, Lulu could not fathom how such a person could be considered a hero in Kay's eyes. Although Kay had not clearly seen Fang Shaoyun's face that evening, her intuition often revealed peculiar truths, and she felt a strange resemblance between him and the individual from that night. If Fang Shaoyun were present, Kay would certainly seek clarity, yet at that moment, he was nowhere to be found. In reality, Fang Shaoyun shared the same destination as Lulu and Kay. They were all attending the annual challenge competition. However, while Lulu and Kay boarded the correct bus, Fang Shaoyun found himself in a state of discontent. He seldom ventured out, and his limited outings had primarily involved accompanying Xiaoyu on shopping trips. Although he was aware of the location of the computer city, he inadvertently boarded the wrong bus. By the time he realized his mistake, the bus had already passed Wui Square and was heading towards the train station. Feeling rather disheartened, Fang Shaoyun resolved to ride it to the end, reasoning that he could secure a seat at the final stop, thus avoiding the chaos of competing for a place. Upon arriving at the train station, he had learned his lesson, carefully checking the bus number before boarding an old and rattling vehicle that was not particularly noisy. Unfortunately, it seemed fortune was not on his side. The bus was already crowded when he entered, rendering his years of practice in securing seats utterly futile. As he considered the time constraints for the competition, he bore the discomfort of being jostled about, grateful for his physical conditioning, lest he have been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Fortunately, the train station was not far from the computer city, and soon they arrived. As Fang Shaoyun rushed off the bus, he felt a sense of rebirth, reflecting on how he had never realized just how cramped these rides could be. Just as he was savoring the fresh air outside, a commotion erupted on the bus. What could possibly be happening now? He glanced back, only to find a middle-aged woman causing the ruckus. In this day and age, even middle-aged individuals seem to be losing their composure. Curiosity piqued. Fang Shaoyun leaned in to observe the scene, but alas, there were no seats available, and he was left to stand by the door. A young man of similar age, sporting a three-leaf clover bag, initially appeared somewhat dapper, but it was evident that the bag now bore a gaping tear. The middle-aged woman turned out to be the ticket collector, and the young man wore an expression of despair. Fang Shaoyun recognized this scenario all too well. Often, it involved a pickpocket stealing from unsuspecting passengers. Yet this was the first time he had witnessed someone lose all their money, even the coins meant for purchasing a ticket. The ticket collector, with a stern demeanor, insisted that he could not leave the bus until he presented his fare. Observing the young man's growing desperation, Fang Shaoyun nonchalantly offered him $1 to cover the ticket, allowing him to disembark. As the bus pulled away, the ticket collector remarked, "What's the matter? Just because you were robbed doesn't mean you can skip the fare. Do you think my bus is a public restroom where you can come and go as you please?" Fang Shaoyun broke into a cold sweat, while the young man expressed his gratitude, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Damn, why is my luck so terrible? Fang Shaoyun found himself empathizing with the young man's plight. He patted the young man's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Don't take it too hard. Many people get robbed in Changsha. When I first arrived, even my admission notice was stolen. Thankfully, the thief was somewhat professional and merely tossed it into a trash bin at my school. The young man looked at Fang Shaoyun, his mood still unlightened. You don't understand. My luck is just abysmal. I get robbed every time I go out, and I always end up with nothing. I thought I could take the train alone this time. But who would have guessed that I would lose my wallet and phone on the bus? With no money and unable to contact his friends, he lamented. If I hadn't run into you, I wouldn't even have been able to get off this bus. Who knows what that woman would have made me do? Recognizing that the young man was quite appealing, Fang Shaoyun resolved to assist him further. He promptly offered his phone, saying, "Go ahead and call your friend. After all, we must help each other in times of need." The young man, however, looked crestfallen. My friend doesn't even know I'm here. And his number is in my phone, which was stolen. I can't remember it. Fang Shaoyun was taken aback and inquired about the friend's name and location. To his surprise, the young man could only provide a string of English names. Are all your friends foreigners? Fang Shaoyun asked incredulously. The young man, embarrassed, explained, "No. I just got used to calling them by their IDs and forgot their real names." "Oh wait, I do remember one name. It's Luo Dong." Luo Dong? Surely, that can't be the Luo Dong from the BOS Internet CAF? Fang Shaoyun thought. If it were anyone else, it would not have mattered. But Luo Dong was a name he had heard frequently in his aspirations of becoming a master player. "Ah, you know him?" The young man exclaimed with delight. "He runs the Internet CAF. Of course, it's right behind my school. How could I not know him?" Fang Shaoyun marveled at the serendipity of the situation. It seemed he had inadvertently helped a friend of Luo Dong. "Where are you from?" Fang Shaoyun inquired, scrutinizing the young man. "You don't seem like you're from around here. How do you know Luo Dong?" The young man nodded. "I'm from Shanghai. Luo Dong is a friend of my older brother. I came to Changsha to visit and was planning to stay with him." Fang Shaoyun's interest was piqued. Although Luo Dong managed an Internet CAF, he was rumored to have intricate connections with the professional gaming scene, and many of his acquaintances were skilled players. Could this young man's brother be one of those elite gamers? "Is your brother a professional StarCraft player?" Fang Shaoyun eagerly asked, hoping for a stroke of luck in connecting with a master. The young man nodded. "He used to be, but he hasn't played in years." Fang Shaoyun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped to make a connection through the young man. But it seemed that even his brother had not engaged in the game for quite some time. In his heart, Fang Shaoyun understood that StarCraft required consistent practice. Even a brief hiatus could result in a significant decline in skill. Years away from the game could reduce even the most adept players to mere novices. It appeared this avenue was closed to him. He resolved to keep an eye on the competition for any potential mentors, or, at the very least, to escort this young man back to Luo Dong and perhaps establish a connection that could lead him to a skilled player. In his excitement, Fang Shaoyun neglected to inquire about the young man's background. However, he assumed that since the young man sought refuge with Luo Dong, there was no urgency. So, he explained that they would wait until after the competition to visit Luo Dong together. Upon hearing about the StarCraft competition, the young man's interest was piqued. "Great. I'll stick with you today. I also love watching StarCraft matches." Fang Shaoyun chuckled. "We are all enthusiasts of interstellar battles. My name is Fang Shaoyun. How do you address yourself?" The young man grinned in response. What a coincidence. My name also contains Yun. You may call me Shaoyun. Thus, Fang Shaoyun unexpectedly gained a new companion, albeit one who was financially destitute, yet possessed a commendable character that brought him joy. Upon their arrival at the computer city, they were met with an overwhelming crowd at the entrance. The tradition of the challenge tournament had been established for several years, transforming this event into a grand celebration within the Hunan interstellar community. It was said that if one were to drop a brick, it could injure numerous experts and novices alike. Once at the venue, Fang Shaoyun realized the daunting task of locating a master among the throngs of attendees. It was impossible to discern the experts from the novices. He spotted Lulu and Kay in a corner, along with Peng Feng, who sat distantly. However, Fang Shaoyun was primarily interested in the competition itself and felt no inclination to engage with them. Fortunately, when Fang Shaoyun arrived, the draw for matchups had just commenced. All registered participants began to draw lots to determine their opponents. Given that the challenge tournament was a recreational event, the finalists, while vying for a substantial prize, would face each other directly, with the losers being eliminated. This continued until 3 champions emerged. The tournament was aptly named Challenge because the final 3 participants would face off against 3 esteemed masters invited by the organizers, all of whom were top-tier professionals in the league. If the challengers could defeat these masters, they would be richly rewarded. Yet, besting these 3 was no simple feat. Historically, only once had a contestant managed to vanquish all 3, and that individual vanished thereafter, leaving only the ID Darks Naku as a remnant of their presence. As the tournament had no prerequisites for entry, many individuals flocked to partake in the excitement. Fang Shaoyun had been present for a while, and the drawing was still underway. Meanwhile, Shaoyun was diligently studying the profiles of the 3 masters. When Fang Shaoyun turned around, he was taken aback to see Shaoyun donning a casual hat and sunglasses, resembling a secret agent. Is such dramatization truly necessary? Fang Shaoyun mused, feeling that his new companion had suddenly diminished in stature. Shaoyun then remarked, it's peculiar. Isn't it customary for the most accomplished professional players from Hunan to serve as masters in this challenge? Glancing at the list of masters, Fang Shaoyun recognized that all 3 were indeed professional players from Hunan's Super League, experts in his eyes. The distinction between these elite players was inconsequential to him, so he chuckled awkwardly, attempting to deflect the conversation. Yet, the sheer number of interstellar enthusiasts around him made Fang Shaoyun feel like a novice amidst experts. Just as Shaoyun expressed his confusion, someone nearby interjected with a thumbs up. This fellow possesses discernment. Hot, Flair, and Edward may be top-tier players from Hunan, but they pale in comparison to G, H, and L. After all, their win rates in the Super League exceed 70%. Should these 3 face them, it would likely result in a brutal defeat. Shaoyun nodded in understanding, while Fang Shaoyun remained perplexed. Who are G, H, and L? He pondered. The man, overhearing Fang Shaoyun's inquiry, looked at him with disdain. How can you not recognize Hunan's renowned players, Gao Ming, Huang Wani, and Li Lin? They are said to be associates of Wang Feiyu. Are you a mere pretender in the interstellar community? Fang Shaoyun broke into a cold sweat, quickly retorting, Brother, you should have mentioned their names sooner. They are idols and alumni of our university. The man's interest piqued. Ah, you're from Zhongda. It's a pleasure. Your university has produced numerous talents for China's interstellar community. Indeed. Our institution is renowned for nurturing exceptional individuals, Fang Shaoyun boasted, riding the wave of pride until the man's next statement nearly left him speechless. However, I've heard that Zhongda has been struggling in recent years. I believe Hunan University recently defeated you quite decisively? Fang Shaoyun was momentarily at a loss for words, but Shaoyun interjected, Brother, if Gao Ming and his companions are indeed the best performers this year, why are they not the masters instead of Hot and his team? The man, now more self-satisfied, replied, That's an excellent question. Few could answer it, but you're fortunate to have asked me. This tournament is organized by the Computer City, which relies on sponsorship. This year, the sponsors happen to be 2 enterprises from Changsha, which are also the sponsors of Hot's team. So, if you're financing a film, would you cast someone else in the lead role? You'd at least want your wife or mistress to play the part. Fang Shaoyun and Shaoyun exchanged enlightened glances. You truly possess vast knowledge, even of such insider information. We are impressed. The man grinned smugly, yet feigned humility as he gestured towards the competition stage at the Computer City's entrance. Let us watch the match. It has already begun. Chapter 26. The Imposter? A male host on stage shouted hoarsely for a while, and suddenly, 20 individuals surged forward from the audience. Almost all of them were clutching a mouse, while some even brought their own keyboards. The scene quickly descended into chaos. The spectators and registered contestants were equally exhilarated. Wow, look! That person is using the newly released G8. How cool! Exclaimed one. What does that matter? Look over there. That individual is using a mechanical double fly from years ago, an antique. Upon observing the diverse array of mice among the 20 participants, Fang Shaoyun was reminded of the raver that Xiaoyu had gifted him, its deep blue hue enveloping his heart. The competition commenced shortly, yet the atmosphere grew even more animated. Nearly 3 minutes into the contest, someone in the competition area shouted in frustration, "Oh my! They're already using 6D right from the start. Is there no sense of sportsmanship?" The disparity in skill levels was glaring. Some were merely there for the excitement, while others were seasoned professionals or semi-professionals. Fortunately, prior to the competition, the organizers had thoroughly vetted the participants' credentials, ensuring that the broadcast focused on the renowned experts during the event. In the first round of the competition, Fang Shaoyun fixed his gaze on 2 individuals. Although he did not frequently watch professional leagues, it was evident that both bore the IDs of the Changsha professional circuit. One was Protoss, the other Terran, and their match was exceptionally intense, showcasing a level of control and skill far surpassing that of Chu Nanxing. After a hard-fought battle, a victor was finally determined, prompting Fang Shaoyun to hastily approach the Protoss player who had just lost. "Brother, your Protoss gameplay was impressive," Fang Shaoyun began, unabashedly showering compliments. However, the Protoss player, still simmering from his defeat, retorted, "Are you mocking me? Didn't you see how I just got annihilated?" With that, he turned and squeezed through the crowd, leaving Fang Shaoyun bewildered. Could it be that my communication skills are lacking? What a misunderstanding, he mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, he refused to give up. At the exit of the competition area, he encountered the victorious Terran player. "Brother, your Terran gameplay was exceptional. That siege tank usage was brilliant." The Terran player, in a better mood, seemed to appreciate the compliment. "Oh, it was nothing special, really. Nothing special? Your performance was formidable." Fang Shaoyun felt slightly embarrassed by his own enthusiasm. "I'm also a Terran player, albeit a rather novice one. Could you possibly teach me a few tricks?" The Terran player paused, clearly taken aback by Fang Shaoyun's earnestness. Yet, sensing his sincerity, he decided to probe further. "You seem quite humble. What level are you currently at?" "Level 4, Fang Shaoyun admitted, feeling a bit sheepish. However, he was honest by nature. Upon saying this, he instantly regretted it, as he could see the Terran player's expression shift. Had he not been trapped in conversation, the player might have bolted. "Level 4? That is indeed a bit low," the Terran player remarked. "You see, we professional players have it tough. We train for 10 hours daily. With no escape in sight," he continued, "we hardly get any rest. How about this? I'll have some friends at level 7 or 8 mentor you. With a couple of months of practice, you should be able to reach level 6 or 7. Fang Shaoyun nearly fainted. Level 7 or 8 players were ubiquitous in the university. Did he really need a professional to introduce him? Moreover, despite being at level 4, his actual skill was not reflective of that number. Just as he contemplated pressing further, the next batch of participants was called to the stage, creating another flurry of activity. Fang Shaoyun felt embarrassed to block the path any longer, and by the time he sought out the Terran player again, he had vanished as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. Dejected, Fang Shaoyun sighed. "What a hassle this is. Even finding a mentor is so challenging these days." Shaoyun chuckled heartily. "Come on, my brother, what are you doing? I thought you had some personal vendetta against that guy." Considering how his expression changed. "What are you talking about? I can't possibly hold anything against him. I was merely impressed by his skills," Fang Shaoyun retorted, feeling somewhat irritated. "If I had even a fraction of his talent, I wouldn't be humiliated like this." "Oh, so you came all this way just to find a mentor?" "Of course. Do you think I traveled so far to wander around a marketplace in this sweltering heat without any charming company?" Shaoyun laughed even harder at this. "You should have said that sooner. Do you think finding a professional player to be your mentor is as easy as shopping at a market? Usually, unless there's some personal connection, which professional would waste their time training an amateur? Besides, if they were inclined to take on a student, there are plenty of clubs eager to recruit them. Why would they choose you? We live in an economic society. Do you really think they would work for free?" Fang Shaoyun was taken aback, realizing the validity of Xiaoyun's words. His hope of finding a mentor here seemed utterly futile. Yet, sensing that Shaoyun might have some insight, he asked, "Do you have any brilliant ideas? Please, share them with me." Shaoyun chuckled. "What brilliant ideas could I possibly have? However, if you genuinely want to practice StarCraft, I could teach you." Fang Shaoyun nearly choked on his own disbelief, regarding Shaoyun with skepticism. "You? Are you even capable? What level are you at?" Shaoyun was taken aback, incredulous at Fang Shaoyun's lack of recognition. "You doubt me? What do you think I am? I'm a top-tier player, and I've never even reached a level worth mentioning." Fang Shaoyun could never have imagined that this seemingly unassuming individual, Shaoyun, was actually one of the most prominent figures in the competitive scene, alternating titles at the WCG with the renowned Nalan Rongro. Just as Shaoyun had not anticipated being recognized on a public bus after discreetly taking a train to Changsha for a vacation. Moreover, Fang Shaoyun, who claimed to be a StarCraft enthusiast, failed to recognize him, leaving Shaoyun feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. "Why are you staring at me? I asked you what level you are. Although you are somewhat handsome, I am still a normal man." Go Shaoyun was utterly bewildered as he pulled Fang Shaoyun to a secluded spot for conversation. "You truly never watched the Interstellar League? You genuinely do not recognize me?" Fang Shaoyun scrutinized Go Shaoyun closely, eventually uttering 3 sorrowful words. "I do not know." Go Shaoyun thought to himself, "Forget it. I have encountered a formidable individual. I might as well concede, or else I shall surely be driven to madness by this fellow." Thus, with utmost seriousness, he addressed Fang Shaoyun. "My surname is Go." Fang Shaoyun was taken aback, bursting into laughter that nearly caused him physical pain. "Your surname is Dog? Haha, what? What did you say your surname is?" Go Shaoyun gazed at Fang Shaoyun with an expression of profound despair. In his eyes, Fang had transformed into a complete fool. However, at that moment, Fang Shaoyun had an epiphany. "Surname Go Shaoyun? Go Shaoyun." He looked at Go Shaoyun as if he were a creature from another realm. "No way. You are actually impersonating the invincible Dog King? While I greatly admire Wang Feiyu, I have never pretended to be him. That is a matter of integrity." Go Shaoyun felt that continuing this conversation with this insufferable individual would drive him mad. He resolved to show his identification card to Fang Shaoyun to prove his identity. But after rummaging for a long time, he suddenly recalled that his ID had been stolen along with his wallet. He had no form of identification on him to validate his identity. Go Shaoyun felt entirely defeated by Fang Shaoyun. Of course, Fang Shaoyun did not believe that this fellow, who had been saved by his mere 1 yuan, was the renowned expert Go Shaoyun. He thought Go Shaoyun was merely jesting with him. Seeing Go Shaoyun fall silent, Fang Shaoyun's confidence surged, completely overshadowing his earlier disappointment at failing to become a disciple. "What now, counterfeit Dog King? Let's head to an internet CAF shortly and have a couple of matches to see just how formidable your abilities are." Under normal circumstances, Go Shaoyun would never stoop to unleashing his skills against an amateur like Fang Shaoyun. The thought alone would be laughable. Yet, upon hearing this proposal, Go Shaoyun immediately nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, "You dare to call me a fraud, Fang Shaoyun? This time, you are finished." Chapter 27. The God of War set and the Flea Market Mouse. If the interstellar players present were to realize that the almost invincible Go Shaoyun was contemplating how to deal with a novice, they would likely feign in shock. At this moment, Fang Shaoyun was oblivious to the grim fate awaiting him, still watching as waves of individuals took the stage, hoping to recruit a skilled master. He remained unaware that standing beside him was a genuine, unparalleled expert. Fang Shaoyun's perseverance was remarkable. He had set his sights on several masters, yet none had deemed him worthy. Even after 3 challenge spots had been decided, Fang Shaoyun had still not succeeded. It was only when Peng Feng and others began to notice his peculiar presence that Fang Shaoyun managed to drag Go Shaoyun away in a panic. Once they evaded the gaze of Peng Feng and his companions, Fang Shaoyun felt a deep sense of frustration, wishing to sing a lament for divine intervention. Meanwhile, Go Shaoyun had begun to scrutinize the 3 challengers. He was not unfamiliar with the 3 champions and challengers. It seemed that this year's competition in Changsha had not unveiled any hidden grassroots masters. The 3 challengers who appeared were all seasoned professionals in the league. Upon seeing them, Go Shaoyun realized that conquering the arena this year would not be an easy feat, although the challengers were of comparable skill to the champions. Go Shaoyun understood that defeating 3 opponents of equal caliber consecutively was a formidable challenge. Hot, Flair, and Edward were top-tier players from BAT and NCS. Aside from a few like Gao Ming, it was hard to find others in Hunan capable of overcoming them. As predicted, the 3 challengers performed admirably, engaging in fierce battles with the champions. One challenger even managed to defeat 2 champions consecutively and fought the third for over 50 minutes, leaving Fang Shaoyun exhausted just from watching. The audience expressed their disappointment, realizing that no one would claim the grand prize this year. As people began to disperse, the host unexpectedly reappeared on stage. The supporters from Hunan had garnered some reputation nationally. Although the host of the Computer City tournament was merely mediocre, he possessed a semblance of professionalism. Just as the audience considered leaving, he animatedly addressed them, urging them to stay for more entertainment. Curiosity piqued. The crowd anticipated what was next. Fang Shaoyun mused that a striptease performance would be classic, but reality once again let him down. The announced program was merely the continuation of challenges. Since no one had managed to conquer the arena this year, the organizers decided to offer additional opportunities. Anyone present who had not participated in the recent challenges could register for a chance to compete. By queuing to sign up, they could enter a lottery for prizes and a chance to challenge the champions. Should they defeat all three, they would win this year's reward. Fang Shaoyun considered signing up, enticed by the prospect of a prize. However, with so many people around, he hesitated to tarnish his reputation, especially with Lulu and Kay watching. While Lulu was fine, Fang Shaoyun felt a strange sensation whenever he caught Kay's eye. Kay was stunningly beautiful and exuded a gentle demeanor, which left Fang Shaoyun feeling somewhat bashful. Ultimately, he had no grand expectations regarding the prizes or Kay and merely wished to observe the spectacle. Yet, in a moment of distraction, Fang Shaoyun noticed Go Xiaoyun had squeezed into the registration line. As he pondered this, Go Xiaoyun extended his hand. "Give it here." "What?" Fang Shaoyun tightened his grip on his wallet nervously. "Wasn't this registration free?" "Your ID," Go Xiaoyun insisted. "My ID was stolen," Fang Shaoyun exclaimed, feeling like a miser. Once he sorted his card out, he would definitely bombard Go Xiaoyun with 1,000 coins. "Oh, you want my ID? Just say so. I wouldn't deny you something you asked for without reason," Fang Shaoyun remarked, handing over his ID. "Just don't embarrass yourself if you get picked." Go Xiaoyun felt exasperated. His intention to register was not for the prize, but merely to stir the waters. Besides, with so many registrants, winning a spot was uncertain. Even if he were chosen, Go Xiaoyun was confident he could easily defeat the three challengers. Dismissing Fang Shaoyun's concerns, he thought it best to let him stew in his ignorance. After Go Xiaoyun registered, Fang Shaoyun had already bought a few skewers of stinky tofu. Having risen early and worked up an appetite, when he saw Go Xiaoyun approaching, he generously offered him a skewer. Go Xiaoyun thought it considerate of him, realizing that he hadn't eaten since stepping off the train. A bit of stinky tofu was certainly better than nothing. The stinky tofu in Changsha was indeed delightful. When Fang Shaoyun first arrived in the city, he had been wary of the dark morsels, but once he tasted them, he realized the ones he had previously eaten were subpar. The stinky tofu in Changsha was renowned. It was said that, had even praised it in the whole palace. Just as Fang Shaoyun was savoring his snack, he suddenly heard the host call his name. Almost choking on his stinky tofu, he realized that Go Xiaoyun had remarkably secured one of the three spots from among hundreds of registrants. Turning to look at Go Xiaoyun, Fang Shaoyun nearly fainted. This time, Go Xiaoyun was not only wearing a hat and sunglasses, but had also turned up his collar, obscuring most of his face. He appeared anything but amicable. "Good grief, do you think you're some sort of fictional emperor or a god of war?" Fang Shaoyun thought, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, Go Xiaoyun was ready for action. The host, taken aback by such an eccentric appearance, stammered before exclaiming, "Ah, this student is quite lucky, and his style is certainly unique. Let us see what surprises this student can bring us." The crowd responded with a chorus of boos. Not necessarily due to Go Xiaoyun's ludicrous attire, but because he had arrived at the competition table without a mouse, asking the judge beside him, "Do you have a mouse I can borrow?" Witnessing Go Xiaoyun's humiliation, Fang Shaoyun felt mortified, believing his reputation was irreparably ruined. He quickly retreated to a corner. Meanwhile, Peng Feng and the others were puzzled by the sudden emergence of another Fang Shaoyun, noting the identical name and equally awkward demeanor. The judge, amused, had never encountered someone who showed up to challenge without a mouse. Perhaps the judge also had a sense of humor, as he casually handed Fang Shaoyun a dual-fame mouse. The kind that costs 20 yuan, the type that is nearly obsolete in computer markets. The spectators below immediately fell into a state of disarray, thinking to themselves how remarkable this referee was. How could he possibly allow such a substandard mouse to be used? It was clearly an act of sabotage. Yet, surprisingly, Go Xiaoyun seemed unfazed, even expressing gratitude to the referee with a casual, "Thank you, my friend." Had it not been for the stringent security measures in place, Fang Shaoyun would have been unable to restrain himself from dragging him off the stage. The embarrassment was truly overwhelming. However, at this moment, Fang Shaoyun could only watch silently from below as Go Xiaoyun displayed his antics on stage. In truth, Go Xiaoyun was not indifferent to the quality of the mouse. Rather, he feared that the moment he revealed his own, his identity would be compromised. Although the mouse he frequently used was available for purchase in the market, it bore the RVA emblem and his personal logo, a revelation that would undoubtedly cause chaos at the venue. All his meticulous efforts in assembling the God of War gear would have been in vain. Go Xiaoyun picked up the antiquated dual-fame mouse and began to test it. Finding that although it was somewhat worn, it had all three buttons intact and functioned adequately. He signaled to the referee that he was ready, and the match could commence. The first challenger was Hot, a player from the human faction and a notable figure in Hunan and the StarCraft community. He had previously faced Go Shaoyun in professional leagues. However, time had passed, and Hot had no inkling that the man in sunglasses seated not far from him was, in fact, Go Shaoyun. It is worth noting that Go Shaoyun was a celebrity of the highest caliber, often causing traffic jams simply by walking down the street. Moreover, he was typically known for his presence in Shanghai, so it was inconceivable for him to suddenly appear on the streets of Changsha. Hot's thoughts likely mirrored those of Fang Shaoyun, which is why his subsequent performance could only be described as tragic. Go Shaoyun played rather cunningly, opting not to select his Zerg race, but instead chose a random selection. The referee could confidently conclude that this fortunate individual was, indeed, a novice. After all, seasoned players seldom resort to random choices. To think that he would attempt to achieve greatness with a low-quality mouse purchased for 20 yuan was nothing short of absurd. Chapter 28. The half-mad insect king. At the outset, Go Shaoyun felt a twinge of disappointment, not due to the mouse he was using, but rather because his newly acquired war god set, complete with sunglasses, somewhat impaired his vision. It dawned on him that the famed sunglasses guy Elkari had donned them purely for effect. Go Shaoyun's most formidable race, undoubtedly, was the Zerg. However, he had been utilizing random selections for quite some time, frequently engaging in casual matches with friends where he often experimented with different races. Among his friends were skilled players from both the human and divine races, and his opponents were invariably top-tier masters from these factions. Thus, when he employed other races, he did so with an air of confidence and flair. The random race Go Shaoyun drew was the divine race. When Hot discovered Go Shaoyun, he was convinced that he could easily defeat him, chuckling at the thought of his opponent using a subpar mouse. Hot believed that even if his adversary were Wang Feiyu, such a mouse would not suffice to best him. However, reality proved Hot's assumptions gravely misguided. The peak version of Wang Feiyu was far more formidable than Go Shaoyun. Yet, even with a basic mouse, Go Shaoyun exhibited no signs of struggle. Hot commenced with a double worker rush against Go Shaoyun, only to find himself countered by Go Shaoyun's adept dragon riders. Witnessing Go Shaoyun's masterful manipulation of the dragon riders left everyone in awe, their mouths agape. When Fang Shaoyun observed Hot's reluctant concession, nearly collapsing in disbelief, he questioned whether he was indeed awake. A renowned expert had been bested by what appeared to be a somewhat weaker subordinate. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was this truly happening? A top-tier player from the Bat Club was outmaneuvered by someone who seemed like a novice. Was there some sort of conspiracy at play? The audience, who had initially been supportive, began to speculate on the possibility of an off day for the established players. Thus, the announcement was made, declaring the first arena challenge successful, and preparations for the second challenge commenced. The second arena champion was NCS's Flair, a renowned Zerg player, especially famous in Hunan. Even Lulu frequently reviewed his replays. Only the exceptional Gao Ming could rival Flair's prowess in Zerg. Flair, upon witnessing Hot's unexpected defeat, couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude. He mused that Hot would have a hard time facing others after being outsmarted by a greenhorn. Flair considered his Zerg skills to be almost godlike. Yet he had no inkling that his opponent was a far superior insect king. Although Go Shaoyun had randomly selected the human race this time, he undoubtedly understood when the Zerg were most vulnerable and the strategies that could exploit their weaknesses. As Flair cheerfully prepared to execute a flying dragon strategy, a swarm of gunmen suddenly emerged from Go Shaoyun's base. Flair hastily constructed 5 bunkers, yet Go Shaoyun's gunmen demolished them with forceful efficiency. Watching Go Shaoyun complete his first attack upgrade, Flair felt a wave of despair. He had not anticipated such aggressive tactics from Go Shaoyun, who had previously played against the divine race, and now the human race was proving equally ruthless. The world seemed upside down, with such a monstrous player emerging seemingly at random, leaving others to ponder their survival. Flair's swift defeat incited accusations of match-fixing from the audience. However, many began to contemplate the possibility of purchasing inexpensive gaming gear after the tournament, perhaps even a 20 yuan double fame mouse. At this moment, Fang Shaoyun was nearly convinced that his subordinate was indeed Go Shaoyun. Apart from Go Shaoyun and Nalan Rongrong, he could hardly fathom any other young player possessing such extraordinary skills. Nalan Rongrong would certainly not admit to being Go Shaoyun. Just as Fang Shaoyun began to feel like a grand S, the challenge for the third arena commenced. Observing the match, Fang Shaoyun thought it unnecessary to watch further. It seemed hopeless. Despite Go Shaoyun's random selection, he had drawn the Zerg. The final arena champion, Edward, was from the divine race, and since Wang Feiyu's disappearance, no divine player had managed to endure 20 minutes against Go Shaoyun. Even Zealot, a master of the divine race, had been left without a retort. Although Edward was skilled, he paled in comparison to Zealot, an undeniable difference akin to that between Baneling and Armani. To Fang Shaoyun's utter astonishment, Go Shaoyun ultimately fell in the last match. The Zerg he controlled exhibited none of the qualities of an insect king. A throng of Zerglings was mercilessly electrocuted by Edward, leaving a dismal spectacle. Before long, Go Shaoyun conceded. Watching him exit the stage, Fang Shaoyun thought, a fraud is still a fraud. How could someone of such high caliber among the divine and human races perform so poorly with the Zerg and still claim to be Go Shaoyun? The audience expressed collective disappointment, reasoning that perhaps this player had chosen an inherently weaker race and opted for randomness, which seemed a touch questionable. Yet, observing his demeanor, they noted he appeared somewhat off. Supporters lamented that this student from Zhongdao exhibited considerable skill, yet seemed to lack a stroke of luck. They decided to offer him a commemorative prize, but as the host continued with polite remarks, it became apparent that Go Shaoyun had discreetly slipped away, dragging Fang Shaoyun along with him. Brother, I didn't expect you to possess such talent, but impersonating Go Shaoyun is misguided. You performed admirably against the human and divine races. Next time, perhaps you could pose as Nalan Rongrong instead, Fang Shaoyun advised, feeling he had spoken with wisdom. Whether this promising young man could turn away from his misguided ways was now up to him. Go Shaoyun, however, could not be bothered to explain. After all, this fellow seemed to lack the wits to comprehend. He had merely intended to avoid revealing his identity by deliberately losing with his strongest race. Yet this person truly believed he was a fraud. Fortunately, true love was scarce in the city, but internet cafes were plentiful. As they escaped the computer city, Go Shaoyun and Fang Shaoyun soon spotted several internet cafes. Fang Shaoyun no longer wished to compete with Go Shaoyun. Having recognized that Go Shaoyun's skills among the divine and human races were sufficient for him to serve as a mentor. However, Go Shaoyun had other intentions, vowing not to rest until he had bested Fang Shaoyun at least 17 or 18 times. Thus, they casually entered a nearby internet CAF. Upon entering, Fang Shaoyun noticed someone minimizing windows to watch a movie and couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems all internet CAFs are quite similar. I thought only Life Internet CAF had such a crowd." Go Shaoyun paid little heed to Fang Shaoyun's musings and promptly initiated a StarCraft game, urging Fang Shaoyun to join him. Fang Shaoyun, recalling Go Shaoyun's impressive teleportation prowess, realized that challenging him would lead to certain defeat. Thus, he insisted, "You must refrain from using teleportation. You may only use the Zerg." After uttering this, Fang Shaoyun felt somewhat shameless. Yet, he failed to notice the near laughter Go Shaoyun stifled upon hearing his conditions. Time flew by, and Fang Shaoyun typically felt that time passed swiftly. However, on this day, it seemed to drag on interminably. In the past, after a single StarCraft match, he would suddenly realize that 20 or 30 minutes had elapsed. Yet, merely 10 minutes had passed today, and how could 3 matches have concluded? If it were not for the recent ordeal at the hands of Lulu, Fang Shaoyun's capacity for endurance would have been greatly tested, and he might have been on the brink of despair. Go Shaoyun employed but a single strategy across all 3 matches, that being the 6-dog approach. Every time Fang Shaoyun barely grasped the unfolding events, Go Shaoyun's 6 dogs had already infiltrated his territory with alarming swiftness. After a relentless onslaught, Fang Shaoyun found himself utterly defeated. He felt utterly humiliated, unable to withstand even the imitation of Go Shaoyun's 6-dog strategy. As the 4th match commenced, Fang Shaoyun resolved to counter Go Shaoyun's 6-dog approach from the outset, shamelessly deploying an 8 barracks tactic, thinking, "This time, I'll unleash my 8 barracks and eliminate you." By the time Go Shaoyun's 6 dogs surged forth, Fang Shaoyun had already positioned 2 riflemen amidst the SCVs at his base, with another soon to follow. Logically, he believed he had fortified his defenses adequately against Go Shaoyun's impending 6-dog attack. However, at that moment, Go Shaoyun's dogs behaved as if they were courting the SCVs. One brief kiss, and they were off. While Fang Shaoyun's riflemen unleashed their fire, they simply could not dispatch Go Shaoyun's dogs. Though the riflemen were well protected by the SCVs, as Go Shaoyun's dogs amassed in droves, Fang Shaoyun's SCVs dwindled rapidly. With a casual assault, Go Shaoyun left Fang Shaoyun's base devoid of any moving units. After the conclusion of the 4th match, Go Shaoyun deemed it sufficient and remarked to Fang Shaoyun, "Now, do you understand?" Fang Shaoyun nodded, acknowledging the prowess displayed. "Indeed, your skills are commendable. Posing as Go Shaoyun should pose no challenge for you in the future. Had I not witnessed your 3rd match where you were thoroughly defeated, I might have genuinely believed you were Go Shaoyun." Upon hearing this, Go Shaoyun felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Had it not been for his strong will, he might have fainted. "Brother, I am quite impressed with you." Go Shaoyun thought he was about to lose his mind. Consequently, he opened the RVA homepage and said to Fang Shaoyun, "Take a look. I shall say no more, for it is all tears." Chapter 29. The stinky tofu offensive Fang Shaoyun chuckled and leaned over to inquire about the commotion. What could possibly be captivating in this day and age? A pile of photographs of men holds little intrigue, unless they were the collective nude portraits of a football team. Ah, but this individual bears a striking resemblance to you. Upon realizing he was gazing at the family portrait of the current members of the RVA club, Fang Shaoyun finally comprehended the situation. He felt an overwhelming rush of fortune. Heavens, he had unwittingly accepted the Bug King as his subordinate. A hero indeed. Forgive me, Fang Shaoyun lamented, tears streaming down his face. Had this been ancient times, he might have knelt in reverence to his master. Go Shaoyun was taken aback by Fang Shaoyun's sudden transformation. Just moments ago, he had vehemently denied being Go Shaoyun, and now he appeared to have had an epiphany. Go Shaoyun felt a swell of pride. Now you know I'm the real deal, don't you? Absolutely a big name. Fang Shaoyun nodded vigorously. A big name indeed. But why would such a prominent figure like you take a bus with me instead of riding in a luxury car? Are you out of your mind? You could simply shout your identity on the streets, and countless people would line up to offer you money. Go Shaoyun felt a twinge of frustration. You are the one who is out of touch. If I had taken a luxury car, I would have lost my freedom here. I would have to endure endless events, utterly vexing. Fang Shaoyun nodded in understanding. No wonder you were acting like a timid warrior earlier. You were afraid of being recognized. What do you think? I was posing for effect. I doubt anyone else would fail to recognize me. The more Go Shaoyun observed Fang Shaoyun, the more he believed there was something off about him, especially considering he had just shamelessly sought to be his disciple, bringing him immense embarrassment. Moreover, it was evident that the master he admired was not particularly impressive. Fang Shaoyun grinned at Go Shaoyun. So, my dear Shaoyun, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Upon seeing Fang Shaoyun's eager expression, Go Shaoyun anticipated that he was angling for something. Don't even think about it. You want me to be your master, don't you? If my disciple were like you, I would be utterly humiliated. Having finally secured a wealthy patron, Fang Shaoyun was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity easily. Come on, give me a break. Look how astute I am. Go Shaoyun was relieved he had not just eaten, or he might have lost his lunch. Don't even think about being my disciple. If I were to take on a disciple, I would seek someone young and beautiful. Fang Shaoyun was exasperated. Are you out of your mind? Do you think you're looking for a mistress? Perhaps you desire Sister Farong? Go Shaoyun chuckled. You have no sense of humor. As for that, sister, I lack the taste for it. I wouldn't mind taking you as a disciple, but that stinky tofu you mentioned was truly both foul and fragrant. If you could treat me to a few skewers, I might consider teaching you a few tricks. Why didn't you say so earlier? Fang Shaoyun nearly sent Go Shaoyun tumbling under the table. It's just stinky tofu. Let us go. I'll treat you to as much as you can eat. As stinky as it can get. In the narrow alley behind the dormitory of Central South University, vendors selling stinky tofu lined the streets. Fang Shaoyun's dormitory was often filled with the pungent aroma of the delicacy. However, since Go Shaoyun had expressed a desire for stinky tofu, Fang Shaoyun felt it was inappropriate to take him to those humble stalls. Although the stinky tofu there was quite good, given that he was indeed the real Go Shaoyun. Fang Shaoyun insisted on a more upscale experience, as his grand scheme for revenge relied on him. Thus, Fang Shaoyun led Go Shaoyun straight to the Fire Palace. Go Shaoyun had come to Changsha for leisure, and Fang Shaoyun's spontaneous tour delighted him. The Fire Palace had a storied history. It was said that a certain renowned figure had dined there and subsequently declared it the most authentic stinky tofu. While those words seemed lacking in technical prowess, they had preserved the Fire Palace's architecture related to Taoism during the tumultuous years. Though the Fire Palace was well-renowned, Fang Shaoyun had only visited once before, during a gathering of fellow townsfolk. However, that gathering had left all attendees disappointed, leading to the dissolution of future meetups. The reason was simple. While a few women attended, they were akin to dinosaurs. Although university life could be somewhat dull, no one had the audacity to volunteer as a dinosaur driver back then. The stinky tofu at the Fire Palace was exorbitantly priced, costing several large bills for just a piece. Enough to allow Fang Shaoyun to enjoy a delightful bowl of beef noodles from a small eatery behind the university. It was evident that Fang Shaoyun was willing to spend lavishly to win over Go Shaoyun. Unbeknownst to Go Shaoyun, Fang Shaoyun was enduring great hardship. Previously, Go Shaoyun had never had the chance to indulge in Changsha's culinary delights. Now, faced with a myriad of unfamiliar dishes, he ordered recklessly, leaving Fang Shaoyun clutching his wallet in agony. He feared that if this continued, he would have to resort to selling himself on the streets. On the train, there was little to eat, and Go Shaoyun realized he hadn't had a proper meal in over 10 hours. He relished every bite, urging Fang Shaoyun to join in. As if he were the host, Fang Shaoyun felt as if he might perish from despair, but considering the expense was his own, he decided to indulge himself as well. As Go Shaoyun was devouring his meal, he noticed Fang Shaoyun had stopped eating. What's wrong, buddy? Choked on your food? He soon realized Fang Shaoyun was signaling him with his eyes. Following Fang Shaoyun's gaze, he spotted a group of young men at the adjacent table, all appearing to be students. Go Shaoyun was not naive. He sensed that Fang Shaoyun must have had some history with these individuals. He remained silent, recognizing the tension. Unbeknownst to him, the young men at the table were part of the King S group from their last encounter at Central South University, including the one who had insulted Fang Shaoyun, Red. Fang Shaoyun vividly remembered the disdain in Red's eyes. However, the others seemed to have completely forgotten the rookie who had once stood before them. Noticing Fang Shaoyun's furtive demeanor, Go Shaoyun lowered his voice to ask, "What is going on?" Fang Shaoyun also whispered, "It's nothing much. These guys are from the Hunan University team. They recently embarrassed our team in a match." Go Shaoyun understood, realizing they had encountered rivals. Just then, the Hunan University group settled in and began conversing, prompting both Fang Shaoyun and Go Shaoyun to lean in, eager to catch snippets of their conversation. What they heard startled them. The Hunan students, upon speaking, mentioned Fang Shaoyun. The first to speak was Hap, typically brash and arrogant. He now wore a concerned expression. "Boss, are you sure that skilled player who appeared in the recent challenge was from Central South University?" King nodded, his own expression grim. "We should have gone to see it ourselves. Just now, a classmate called me, and they confirmed it's definitely a Central South player named Fang Shaoyun. He took out 2 champions in one fell swoop, and his weapon was just a 20 yuan double fian. It's bizarre. Then why didn't he fight back when we confronted him last time?" Red was perplexed. It makes no sense for him not to retaliate when we came at him. How could I possibly know? Perhaps he finds us lacking in skill. King's expression darkened further as he gazed at the snacks before him, seemingly losing his appetite. Fang Shaoyun and Go Shaoyun, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter, their faces reddening as they struggled to suppress their mirth. Fang Shaoyun mused to himself, "If only I possessed Go Shaoyun's prowess, it wouldn't matter whether they were skilled or not. Had they come to my door, I would have unleashed my dogs to tear them apart." Quick let out a sigh, lamenting that had we known not to seek out their zhongda. It was evident they harbored hidden talents. In truth, even without such formidable experts, Chu Nanxing and the others were already quite capable. Had it not been for the detailed report provided by S.B. Long, we might not have stood a chance against them. King and his companions nodded in agreement. Yet, Fang Shaoyun felt as if a thunderclap had struck him. In that instant, he finally comprehended why the wild man and the second young master inexplicably lost. It turned out that S.B. Long within the ranks of Zhongda was actually their mole. How foolish it was for Chu Nanxing to place such trust in him to send him into battle. It was utterly despicable and shameless, engaging in such treachery. Was it not the height of hypocrisy to seek a facade of respectability while indulging in such base actions? Fang Shaoyun yearned to expose the vile nature of these individuals. But considering that only he and Go Shaoyun were present, and lacking any evidence, he refrained, fearing potential confrontation. Nevertheless, he cursed them in his heart, wishing that they would remain forever alone. Go Shaoyun had grasped the situation as well, sighing softly. The professional league was already rife with corruption. Yet he was astonished to discover such sordid affairs in amateur competitions. Those individuals, despite their somewhat handsome appearances, embodied the quintessential wolf in sheep-esque clothing, akin to Huashan's Yubuchuan. Fang Shaoyun felt that dining in their company was a profound insult, and though they were not at the same table, he had lost all appetite. Once Go Shaoyun finished his meal, they departed. On the way back, Go Shaoyun understood the full context. Observing Fang Shaoyun still in a sullen mood, he chuckled. "You see, although I came here ostensibly for a vacation, I had a small task to attend to. Little did I expect to encounter everyone I needed to see and overhear things I shouldn't have on the very first day. Indeed, every time I find myself robbed, there is always a surprise waiting for me." Chapter 30. The Secret Mission of the Master. Alas, if you were to stow away some money in your pocket and saunter through the streets of Changsha each day, I assure you, delightful surprises would await you. Fang Shaoyun pondered that if everyone shared Go Shaoyun's perspective, the thieves of Changsha would likely earn a handsome annual salary. What trivial tasks these are. Go Shaoyun chuckled. "Don't concern yourself with that. Weren't you eager to learn a couple of moves just now? Initially, I deemed you to lack potential, but I have since altered my opinion." Fang Shaoyun felt as though cash was raining from the heavens, and not just any cash, but American dollars. He was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, ready to embrace Go Shaoyun's legs and proclaim him a hero. At this moment, he realized that he, Fang Shaoyun, was indeed a talent. After all, he had always been a quick learner. Back in the day, he had mastered the art of using a slingshot to shatter glass in just one day. Observing Fang Shaoyun's prideful demeanor, Go Shaoyun remarked, "I can teach you about interstellar combat. but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Speak freely. I would toil endlessly for you. Just say the word, and I shall be at your service. Fang Shaoyun thumped his chest proudly. Go Shaoyun mused to himself that this fellow's muscles appeared quite solid. No wonder his intellect seemed rather uncomplicated. Nevertheless, having made the offer, he decided to proceed. My request is quite simple, Go Shaoyun continued. Just refrain from announcing to others that you are my disciple. Absolutely. Fang Shaoyun responded eagerly. We are of similar age. I would find it rather embarrassing to call you master. However, the next statement from Go Shaoyun nearly plunged Fang Shaoyun into despair. I simply do not wish for anyone to see me with a disciple so feeble and lacking in taste. Fang Shaoyun harbored thoughts of ending Go Shaoyun's life. But remembering that his plans for revenge were still in this man's hands, he restrained himself. Thus, with a heavy heart, Fang Shaoyun escorted Go Shaoyun out of the fire palace. The two began to meander aimlessly through the streets of Changsha. It was Go Shaoyun's first time exploring the city, and everything appeared refreshingly novel to him. As they wandered, they lost track of time, and as darkness began to envelop the sky, Go Shaoyun recalled that he needed to find Luo Dong. With a nonchalant wave, he hailed a taxi. Fang Shaoyun almost fainted in shock. Just moments ago, Go Shaoyun had been crammed onto a bus, and now he was summoning a cab. Moreover, Go Shaoyun's bag was devoid of any coins. It was evident he was treating himself like a fool, but thankfully, Fang Shaoyun had saved up a modest amount of pocket money. Otherwise, he might have been driven to despair by Go Shaoyun's antics. In the taxi, Go Shaoyun kept peering out the window, but just as they reached the Xiangjiang Bridge, he suddenly remembered something. Fang Shaoyun, it's getting late. We should really find somewhere to have dinner. Fang Shaoyun agreed, thinking it wise to choose a random eatery. After all, they would encounter numerous small restaurants along the way, serving delicious and affordable dishes. The thought of Changsha's spicy flavor-filled shrimp made Fang Shaoyun's mouth water. Let us go to Huadian. I've heard the dishes there are quite good, Go Shaoyun suggested casually. Fang Shaoyun nearly choked on his own saliva. Boss, that's a 5-star hotel. Why don't you find a place to sell me off first? Or perhaps I could treat you to a bowl of mixed noodles instead. Fang Shaoyun lamented that he was certainly losing out as a disciple. He hadn't learned a single interstellar incantation, yet he felt as though he was being extorted for his undergarments. If this continued, he might find himself performing at a male review. Go Shaoyun could not fathom the connection between mixed noodles and Huatian, but he was merely jesting with Fang Shaoyun. Given the late hour, it was prudent to return and meet Luo Dong. In truth, Fang Shaoyun and Luo Dong were merely acquaintances. Upon arriving at the BOS Internet CAF, they discovered that Luo Dong was not present. Go Shaoyun, noticing the photographs plastered on the CAF walls, realized they had found the right place. However, after asking everyone in the CAF, no one could tell them Luo Dong's whereabouts. Thus, they decided to dine first, even if they failed to find him that night. It would be far easier to inquire about Luo Dong the following day. During dinner, Fang Shaoyun shamelessly ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, each costing only a few yuan. To his surprise, Go Shaoyun praised the beef noodles enthusiastically. Though the Changda beef noodles in Hunan were inexpensive, their taste was undeniably delightful. Fang Shaoyun was astonished to find this fellow so easily appeased. A mere few yuan for a bowl of noodles had sufficed. After their meal, they waited at the BOS Internet CAF for quite some time, but even as their stomachs grumbled, Luo Dong still did not appear. Thus, Fang Shaoyun, feeling dejected, bought a meat sandwich and began to walk back to his abode. As they returned, Fang Shaoyun intentionally stomped loudly on the stairs. The noise from the couple upstairs noticeably diminished. Fang Shaoyun did not mind. After all, their passion was not misplaced. Disturbing their intimacy would be improper. He was accustomed to the sounds that echoed from above, but he made a point to create a ruckus, fearing that Go Shaoyun might be overwhelmed. After all, Fang Shaoyun had felt quite stirred the first time he had heard such noises. Back then, he had taken a lengthy cold shower for half an hour before finally managing to sleep. Upon opening the door to his room, Go Shaoyun was taken aback. Good heavens! My friend, is this any place for a person to reside? Your bed looks as if a world war had just unfolded upon it. Feeling a bit sheepish, Fang Shaoyun began to tidy up the scattered undergarments. You might as well make do for one night. If you prefer not to sleep in the bed, the sofa is quite clean. Go Shaoyun surveyed the room carefully and was relieved to find that, apart from the disarray, everything else seemed in order. The floor was relatively clean, and the refrigerator was adequately stocked. There was even a computer. Upon noticing the computer, Go Shaoyun remarked, "Oh, I didn't expect your computer to be so mediocre, but the mouse is quite impressive. This model is rarely found on the market. It's a miracle you possess one." Fang Shaoyun sighed softly. That was a birthday gift from my ex-girlfriend. Go Shaoyun was surprised to discover this seemingly shameless man had such a sentimental side. so he refrained from taking the mouse from Fang Shaoyun. Fang Shaoyun, accustomed to the chaos, turned on the computer. Seeing Fang Shaoyun become somewhat pensive, Go Shaoyun said, "You've taken good care of me today. As my time in Changsha is limited, let us commence your training today." At the mention of training, Fang Shaoyun perked up. There are certain things one may overlook until the day arrives when they are desperately sought after, igniting a newfound interest. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun was solely focused on defeating those despicable individuals from Hunan University, and the flicker of melancholy vanished. What should we do? Fang Shaoyun quickly opened the Interstellar game. Go Shaoyun, momentarily taken aback by Fang Shaoyun's swift movements, exclaimed, "Wait. Who told you to enter the game? Come back out." Fang Shaoyun felt frustrated. How could one practice interstellar combat without entering the game? Was he expected to learn theoretical knowledge instead? Surely, he wouldn't have to memorize incantations. That seemed absurd. Go Shaoyun appeared to read Fang Shaoyun's thoughts. He sighed. Interstellar is unlike other games. There are no shortcuts to mastery, save for the rare genius. To excel in this game, one must hone their fundamental skills. I can see you've spent considerable time playing Interstellar, yet your current challenges are quite significant. Fang Shaoyun thought, isn't that obvious? If I had no issues, I wouldn't need your guidance. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Go Shaoyun, oblivious to Fang Shaoyun's mutterings, continued with words that would infuriate Fang Shaoyun further. Originally, I possessed numerous training methodologies for professional players, capable of rapidly enhancing one's skill level. However, these methods are entirely unsuitable for you, as your abilities are woefully lacking. Fang Shaoyun nearly fainted at this revelation. Nevertheless, Go Shaoyun remained earnest in his demeanor. Thus, I resolved to provide you with specialized intensive training. Fang Shaoyun inquired, what precisely do you mean by specialized intensive training? If you intend to proceed, then do so. Do not merely speak of it. If this continues, I might very well leap from the building. Go Shaoyun retorted, do you fancy yourself Spider-Man? If you truly wish to jump, I shan't stop you. In this era, many have achieved fame through a leap or a reveal. Perhaps you too would gain notoriety. Enough of this banter. First, download the speed gear. I can't recall the exact version, but just procure the latest one for me. Upon hearing this, Fang Shaoyun was taken aback. What are you suggesting? You can't possibly want me to cheat. Modern websites are equipped with anti-cheating software, and besides, the speed gear is ineffective. Go Shaoyun glanced at Fang Shaoyun, deeming him excessively verbose. Just download it. If you delay further, dawn will break. I have played StarCraft up until now without ever resorting to cheating. If you choose to cheat, do not claim acquaintance with me. It would be shameful. With the ADSL connection faltering, Fang Shaoyun swiftly managed to download the speed gear. Go Shaoyun then instructed him to establish a game, adjusting the game's speed to double. He set 3 computer opponents against Fang Shaoyun, saying, this will suffice. Play for 2 hours before retiring for the night. Fang Shaoyun nearly collapsed upon hearing this. While a few hours of StarCraft was hardly daunting for him, his current adversaries were computers. Wouldn't this render him progressively inept? He pondered seeking an excuse from Go Shaoyun. But when he turned around, he found Go Shaoyun had already cocooned himself in a blanket on the sofa, fast asleep. Fang Shaoyun was utterly disheartened. If you're going to sleep, at least take a shower first. How can a master among masters behave in such a manner? It is astonishing that he is an idol adored by countless young women. Fang Shaoyun reflected on the oft-quoted notion that many public figures lead decadent lives. Today's experience affirmed this sentiment. After some time lamenting, he began to play against the computers, gazing at his 3 digital adversaries. He felt as though he had returned to years past. Chapter 31. The commencement of hellish training a few years ago. Fang Shaoyun was an exceptionally innocent young man. At least, he was not as lewd as he is now. These days, he can indulge in adult films while dining. Yet, just a few years back, he was oblivious to the very concept of adult films. Even witnessing a couple share a kiss on screen would leave him blushing in embarrassment. When he first began playing StarCraft, he started as a casual gamer, far from the rogue he has become today. Back then, his greetings to fellow players were simple inquiries. Did you play today? Yes, yes. How many computers did you manage to defeat? Not many, just 3. Wow, you managed 3. You're quite skilled. Reflecting on those times brings a tinge of melancholy to Fang Shaoyun. He thought he had long escaped the humiliations of his past, yet here he was, having regressed to battling computers again. In truth, he found defeating computers to be exceedingly simple. Just sending a couple of peasants to lure the computers' farmers would result in a horde emerging foolishly. However, with his current prowess, he deemed such underhanded tactics beneath him. Now, he could confront computers face-to-face with honor. In the past, dispatching computers was a trivial task, yet now it felt distinctly different. Although the game's speed had increased to double, it did not seem significantly faster. Fang Shaoyun, however, found himself somewhat flustered. At first, he struggled to even allocate a single peasant correctly. By the time he had hastily produced a battalion, the computer was already on the verge of launching its own forces. He had intended to overwhelm a few opponents quickly, but upon increasing the speed, he realized that controlling his units had become far more challenging. The once obedient infantry began to behave erratically. Thus, he hurriedly constructed bunkers, aware that the computer's initial wave would be substantial, as all three would converge in a rather despicable manner. Fortunately, the units within the bunkers required no direct control. Just as Fang Shaoyun completed his bunkers, the computer's forces charged forward. He managed to withstand this attack, feeling a long-lost sense of accomplishment. Yet, waves of computer units continued to arrive relentlessly. Despite his best efforts, he soon found himself overwhelmed. Watching as the computer systematically dismantled his base filled him with disbelief. It had once been so easy to contend with 3 computers. Why was it different now? Determined to prove himself, Fang Shaoyun initiated another match. The next morning, Go Shaoyun awoke to find Fang Shaoyun sprawled on the bed, resembling a lifeless creature. He was enjoying a blissful slumber when suddenly, 2 kicks landed on his rear. "Wake up! The sun is shining on your backside." Upon noticing Fang Shaoyun stirring, Go Shaoyun pointed towards the restroom. "I need to shower and brush my teeth, so prepare everything for me." Fang Shaoyun felt as though he might weep. What a dreary existence this was. Just moments ago, he had been lost in a delightful dream. And now he found himself reduced to a mere servant. The contrast was staggering. After preparing everything for Go Shaoyun, Fang Shaoyun flopped back onto the bed, hoping to steal a few more moments of sleep. However, it was evident that Go Shaoyun had no intention of letting him enjoy such luxury. While showering, he inquired, "Did you complete your tasks yesterday?" "Of course I did. I battled until the early hours, finally managing to defeat 3 computers." Fang Shaoyun felt the weight of exhaustion. His head spun from lack of sleep. "Then, you need to set the speed to 4 times and face 3 computers until you win." Upon hearing this, Fang Shaoyun's desire for sleep evaporated. "It seems you truly wish to drive me to my demise." He had expected Go Shaoyun to share some wisdom or secrets, yet all he received was a mere suggestion to increase the speed. Nevertheless, by the time Go Shaoyun finished his shower, Fang Shaoyun had already set the game to 4 times speed. Having barely adjusted to double speed the previous day, the quadruple pace left him feeling dizzy. As Go Shaoyun emerged, Fang Shaoyun exclaimed, "Boss, you can't be serious. How can one play at such a speed? I've already lost 3 matches in mere moments." Without uttering a word, Go Shaoyun took over the controls, effortlessly adjusting the speed to 8 times and swiftly dispatching 3 computers. Watching at that pace made Fang Shaoyun's head spin. In just a short while, Go Shaoyun had triumphed over the 3 computers. Unable to contain himself, Fang Shaoyun squeezed Go Shaoyun's hand, questioning whether he was indeed from Mars. Go Shaoyun gestured towards the computer. "Now do you see? Once you can defeat computers at 8 times speed, I will introduce you to the next phase of training. If you fail, it merely proves you lack the potential for StarCraft. You should resign yourself to a more promising career as a university student." Fang Shaoyun was dumbfounded. He had not realized the gravity of computer gaming. If he could not conquer the computers, he would be doomed to remain a novice forever. Seeing Fang Shaoyun's earnestness, Go Shaoyun remarked, "Take your time to practice. I'm heading out for a while." Fang Shaoyun deduced that Go Shaoyun, lacking funds, would likely seek out Luo Dong. "Go on, but remember to return," he urged. With a grin, Go Shaoyun exited. Fang Shaoyun focused intently on the game. Adapting to this speed required swift hands and quick transitions. The timing of the computer's assaults was predictable. Fang Shaoyun's struggle stemmed from his unfamiliarity with such rapid gameplay. Even minor missteps could lead to disaster. Meanwhile, Go Shaoyun indeed sought out Luo Dong. Prior to arriving in Changsha, he had spoken with Luo Dong over the phone, knowing that if he delayed any longer, Luo Dong might resort to calling the authorities. Unbeknownst to Fang Shaoyun, Go Shaoyun's small task involved guiding several StarCraft players from Zhongda while on vacation, including Chu Nanxing and others. Go Shaoyun had been unaware of Luo Dong's request, but had encountered players from Huda, giving him clarity on the matter. Though the players from Huda appeared somewhat presentable, Go Shaoyun felt their actions were excessively arrogant, making him eager to assist. After all, Fang Shaoyun was his first friend in Changsha. Despite his lack of skill, he seemed genuinely dedicated to improving at StarCraft. Teaching him to handle those Huda players should pose no challenge. Go Shaoyun had indeed undergone substantial professional training after RVA and was well versed in the methodologies for training professional players. However, he was uncertain how to help amateur players break through quickly, as he had been a skilled player long before his time at RVA, receiving training from the illustrious Dog King to enhance his gameplay abilities. Go Xiaoyun believed that the primary difference between amateur players like Fang Shaoyun and professionals lay in their rhythm, which was far too slow. This sluggishness led to a general lack of responsiveness. When faced with a competent opponent, they would merely be led by the nose. Go Xiaoyun had heard that some foreign clubs used speed gears to train players' quick reactions and sense of rhythm. Thus he wished to let Fang Shaoyun try it out, believing there could be no harm in the endeavor. If Fang Shaoyun knew that Go Xiaoyun was merely experimenting, he would likely be driven to the brink of madness. Due to the relentless torment inflicted upon him by the computer, Go Xiaoyun was on the verge of madness. Upon returning to Fang Shaoyun's abode, he found Fang already half-crazed. After a prolonged period of knocking, Fang, with bloodshot eyes, finally opened the door. Both were startled by each other's appearance. When Go left, he had not a single coin to his name, yet upon his return, a mountain of items lay piled at Fang's doorstep, causing Fang's expression to shift dramatically. In a swift motion, he dragged both the heap of possessions and Go into the house. "Brother, you haven't resorted to thievery, have you? How could you return with such an enormous collection in such a short time?" Go remarked, noticing that the sun was nearly setting, rendering the notion of a brief outing absurd. He then inquired, "Why do you appear so disheveled, as if you've been subjected to unwanted advances repeatedly?" Fang sighed. "If only someone would do that to me. Alas, it is merely the computer that has been tormenting me. I never imagined it could be so relentless. It has subjected me to this ordeal more times than I can count." Go Xiaoyun nearly burst into laughter at Fang's earnestness, though he maintained a serious demeanor. "So, how did it go? Were you able to triumph at 4 times the speed?" Go was aware that for most, adapting to such a rapid pace was nearly impossible, and it would likely take Fang some time before he could seize a chance to turn the tables. However, Fang's response nearly sent Go toppling over. "Well, I'm afraid I did not win at 4 times the speed." Go was incredulous. "You mean to say you can defeat the computer now?" Fang shook his head. "No, it's at 8 times the speed that I can achieve victory." With a crash, Go finally fainted. "Is it possible? Could my training be this undemanding? Absolutely inconceivable. I must verify this." Go refused to accept it, insisting that Fang demonstrate immediately. Fang replied, "What is the challenge? I shall perform for you right away. Once I finish this round, we can go out to eat. It feels as though I've been hungry for ages." Go was taken aback. "Dinner? It's nearly evening. You haven't eaten yet?" Chapter 32. The peculiar blade. Fang Shaoyun mentioned that he had visited the restroom once and nibbled on some bread from the refrigerator. But now he felt he could no longer endure it. "Let me demonstrate for you first, and then we can indulge in a grand feast," he proposed. Go Xiaoyun responded, "All right, let me see if you are speaking the truth." With a mischievous grin, Fang Shaoyun counted down 3, 2, 1, and swiftly dispatched 3 farmers to entice the villagers from 3 different households. Upon witnessing this, Go Xiaoyun was utterly flabbergasted. "No way. Boss, are you playing me? So this is how you achieve victory?" Fang Shaoyun laughed heartily. "As long as I win, does it matter how? Besides, enticing 3 villagers to frolic outside is no easy feat. I had to try numerous times before succeeding." Even by dinner time, Go Xiaoyun found Fang Shaoyun's shamelessness astounding. He had initially thought him a rare genius, but it seemed his audacity had reached incomprehensible heights. Go Xiaoyun then inquired, "You didn't use this method to achieve your 4 times speed, did you?" Fang Shaoyun swallowed a mouthful of rice and chuckled. "I was just teasing you. In reality, I can win at 8 times speed, but it takes too long, and by the time I finish, I'd be starving. It's much simpler to lure the villagers." As Go Xiaoyun savored his meal, he nearly choked upon hearing Fang Shaoyun's words. Upon returning to Fang Shaoyun's residence, he indeed witnessed Fang Shaoyun performing commendably, despite the fact that it appeared he had nearly succumbed to the computer several times. Yet, Fang Shaoyun persevered, and gradually, despite the chaos, he managed to eliminate the computers one by one. At that moment, Go Xiaoyun's perception of Fang Shaoyun shifted dramatically. Although playing the game at 8 times speed posed no challenge for Go Xiaoyun, having observed Fang Shaoyun's previous performance, he would have doubted whether Fang Shaoyun had taken some stimulant or consumed expired medication if he had seen him then. Go Xiaoyun mused that he had encountered a monster. Could he be a Super Saiyan? The speed of his evolution was astonishing. Fang Shaoyun, feeling quite pleased with himself, remarked, "Your disciple is rather clever and charming. Isn't he? Surely, he wouldn't let you down." Although taken aback, Go Xiaoyun sought to dampen Fang Shaoyun's spirits. He quickly logged onto a website that Fang Shaoyun had never heard of and downloaded a map. After downloading, he said to Fang Shaoyun, "Why don't you use this map tonight? Remember to utilize the use map settings. Defeat the computer first, and I'll attend to my own matters." Fang Shaoyun, intrigued, realized he was about to engage with something serious. He swiftly glanced at the website Go Xiaoyun had opened, discreetly memorizing the address before entering StarCraft and starting the map. Meanwhile, Go Xiaoyun busied himself with a pile of equipment. Fortunately, he had explained that these were acquired from Luo Dong. Otherwise, Fang Shaoyun might have suspected him of mischief. Go Xiaoyun had indeed procured quite a few items from Luo Dong. As Fang Shaoyun played, he stole a glance at Go Xiaoyun, and to his astonishment, he found that Go Xiaoyun was assembling a computer. He was just a step away from connecting the power and the network cable. Fang Shaoyun thought to himself that Go Xiaoyun's speed was impressive. Perhaps the computer assemblers in the city were not much faster. True expertise lies in different realms. Unbeknownst to Fang Shaoyun, during his early days in Shanghai, Go Xiaoyun's mentor, Dog King Gong Jian, had owned a computer shop there. Whenever Go Xiaoyun visited, he often lent a hand, so assembling a computer was child's play for him. When Fang Shaoyun turned around, he was startled to find a plethora of colorful gadgets strewn about what had once been his tidy base. Before he could react, his base was nearly obliterated. In utter frustration, he exclaimed, "What kind of map is this? How can there be so many computer units all of a sudden?" Go Xiaoyun chuckled. "This map is legendary, the infamous computer airdrop king map. Throughout the game, the computer will continuously airdrop units." Fang Shaoyun looked at Go Xiaoyun incredulously. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? I could have just spammed anti-air units. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be the legendary map," Go Xiaoyun replied. "To win, you must not only defend against the computer's airdrops, but also occupy 2 additional mines within half an hour." Hearing this, Fang Shaoyun felt disheartened, stating that the creator of this map must be a sadist. Go Xiaoyun chuckled and agreed, "I wholeheartedly concur." Fang Shaoyun fainted at the thought and asked, "Who on earth created this map?" Go Xiaoyun replied, "The creator is somewhat renowned. His ID is Knife." Fang Shaoyun nearly collapsed. "What do you mean somewhat renowned?" "Isnt Knife, the top player in Europe, known as the Invincible Flying Knife? He is the only foreign player capable of contending with the top players from China and Korea." Initially, Fang Shaoyun had found the map excessively challenging, but knowing it was crafted by such a legendary figure transformed his perspective entirely. He resolved to study the map thoroughly. While Fang Shaoyun pondered how to conquer this map, he remained oblivious to the fact that 2 individuals were waiting for him at the Life Internet CAF. Since their encounter on the bus, Kay had been eager to find Fang Shaoyun for clarification, while Lulu also wished to uncover the truth. Aware of Fang Shaoyun's frequent visits to the Life Internet CAF, Lulu and Kay decided to wait for him there. However, when they inquired with the owner, they learned that Fang Shaoyun had not been seen for quite some time. Unwilling to give up, they logged onto 2 computers, but as the evening progressed, they still failed to spot Fang Shaoyun. Lulu's enthusiasm waned, and even her gameplay lacked vigor. Kay sighed, suggesting they let fate take its course. On their way back to the dormitory, Kay fell into a contemplative silence. Lulu, sensing the change, asked, "You don't really like that rogue, do you?" After a moment's thought, Kay replied, "I'm not sure, but there is something about him that draws me in." Lulu sighed, exclaiming, "Heaven forbid. Please don't take Kay away from me. She belongs to me. Don't let that rogue benefit from this." Kay laughed. "Oh please, who is yours?" Lulu retorted, "Denying it, are we? I'll deal with you when we get back." Kay giggled, "I wouldn't bother with you, you little rascal." The 2 continued their playful banter all the way back to their dormitory. In truth, Go Xiaoyun's belief that Fang Shaoyun was a Super Saiyan was not unfounded. Prior to this, he had just returned from Luo Dong's place, where he had encountered Luo Dong and Chu Nanqing. Upon seeing Go Xiaoyun, Luo Dong was elated, having spent the previous night searching for him. Although he had arrived on a daytime train, he had not seen Go Xiaoyun until late at night, and his attempts to call had been futile. Luo Dong worried that if something happened to Go Xiaoyun in his territory, he would face dire consequences from the local RVA members. Furthermore, he contemplated how he would explain the situation to Wang Feiyu. That evening, Luo Dong found himself utterly stranded at the train station, wandering the streets of Changsha throughout the night, to the point where the local patrol officers began to suspect him of being an idle drifter. Fortunately, Luo Dong was adept at concocting excuses. Upon stating that he had quarreled with his wife and needed some fresh air, the officers displayed understanding and even offered him sympathetic consolation, leaving Luo Dong feeling somewhat embarrassed for having deceived their genuine sentiments. Nevertheless, after an entire night of fruitless searching, Luo Dong returned to the Internet CAF, his spirits nearly at a breaking point, only to be met by the vivacious presence of Go Xiaoyun, who carried the distinct aroma of freshly made soap. Luo Dong was thoroughly exasperated. "Did you, upon arriving in Changsha, indulge in a sauna? You are nearly driving me to despair." Go Xiaoyun feigned innocence. "I came looking for you last night, but you were not around." "Then why didn't you turn on your phone?" Luo Dong inquired. "My phone was stolen. Why didn't you call me? I couldn't remember your number." Luo Dong felt as though he might faint from frustration. So, you could go to the sauna and spend the night out? Go Shaoyun appeared equally vexed. Sauna? My wallet was stolen. Where could I possibly go to wash up? Luo Dong was dumbfounded. So where did you spend the night? I hung out with a brother from Zhongda University, staying at his humble abode. Luo Dong let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. What about your friend? Invite him out for a meal. I wish to express my gratitude. Go Shaoyun chuckled. No need for thanks. I can eat in his stead, as I'm currently training him. Training? Luo Dong replied, intrigued. You need not elaborate. I've entrusted you with that minor task. Luo Dong was bewildered by Go Xiaoyun's uncanny resourcefulness. He summoned Chu Nanxing and the others, ensuring, at Go Xiaoyun's insistence, that everything remained strictly confidential, excluding the notorious S.B. Long from the proceedings. Go Xiaoyun recounted his experiences and observations to the group, which incited palpable fury among them, diminishing even their initial excitement of idol worship. Fear not, Go Xiaoyun reassured. As long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood to burn. I shall provide you with training for a while, and once completed, we shall storm Huda to vent our frustrations. With eyes ablaze, the group assented, their voices resembling the howls of wolves in autumn. As Go Xiaoyun exited, the group adhered to his request to train at quadruple speed, their foundational skills far surpassing those of Fang Shaoyun. However, Go Xiaoyun realized that this group would require time to adjust comfortably to such a pace. To his astonishment, upon returning, Fang Shaoyun claimed he was already capable of operating at 8 times the speed. Was this not an absurdity? Chapter 33. The endless perverse Fang Shaoyun's performance indeed exhibited a certain peculiarity, yet the map crafted by Knife was even more bizarre. The computer's airdrops arrived at the most improbable moments, though the computer did not engage in a large-scale frontal assault. The timing and location of these airdrops left Fang Shaoyun feeling utterly helpless. After 3 consecutive days of struggle, he could not conquer this map, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to watch numerous replays of Knife's gameplay. Fang Shaoyun was struck by Knife's mastery over the rhythm of individual development and the timing of attacks, reaching a zenith of skill that explained the acclaim he had garnered. Occasionally, Knife would appear to be at a disadvantage, yet in an instant, with a few deft maneuvers, he would reclaim the upper hand. This map seemed to be a product of significant effort on Knife's part. No wonder Fang Shaoyun often felt as if he were competing against a superlative expert. After a day of absorbing Knife's replays, Fang Shaoyun gleaned valuable insights that ultimately enabled him to conquer the map after dedicating another half-day to it. Prior to mastering the map, he had subsisted on instant noodles to save time. Upon achieving success, he yearned to treat himself well, yet Gu Xiaoyun had mysteriously vanished. In recent days, Gu Xiaoyun had been rather elusive, only returning at dinner time, and Fang Shaoyun, preoccupied with his arduous task, had not inquired about his whereabouts. Occasionally, Gu Xiaoyun would return bearing food to share, or he would return after having already dined. Noticing that it was still early for Gu Xiaoyun's usual return, Fang Shaoyun, despite his desire to indulge in a hearty meal, decided to wait. In his boredom, he recalled the website he had secretly memorized. It was from there that Gu Xiaoyun had downloaded this bizarre map. For the past few days, Fang Shaoyun had lived a reclusive existence, entirely unaware of the momentous events unfolding outside. In truth, Gu Xiaoyun had been busy conducting specialized training for Chu Nanxing and his group. Gu Xiaoyun had never regarded Fang Shaoyun as a genius, but after several days of training Chu Nanxing and others, he began to recognize Fang Shaoyun's commendable aptitude, as his progress was notably swift. Sometimes, creating a design on a blank canvas is far easier than modifying an almost completed piece. Chu Nanxing and his companions seemed like a half-finished painting, their style and strategy already established, making it difficult to alter. In contrast, Fang Shaoyun resembled a blank canvas, and he possessed a unique quality. Once he committed to something, he pursued it relentlessly. For instance, while most would have given up after 3 days of struggle with a map, Fang Shaoyun continued to persevere, occasionally forgetting to eat in the process. This reminded Gu Xiaoyun of his own days spent idling in the Haijinlong Internet CAF, where he too had exhibited similar dedication. Reflecting on those times filled him with an inexplicable warmth. Originally, Gu Xiaoyun had come to Changsha for leisure, intending merely to share some training methods with Chu Nanxing and connect them with a few professional players for practice. However, after meeting Fang Shaoyun, he had extended his stay for several consecutive days. Upon returning to Fang Shaoyun's place, Gu Xiaoyun considered offering some hints if Fang Shaoyun had still not mastered the map. Yet, when he opened the door, he was taken aback. Fang Shaoyun was fixated on the computer, his eyes gleaming with intensity. As Gu Xiaoyun leaned closer, He was shocked to find a plethora of scantily clad images of beautiful women on the screen. Gu Shaoyun was utterly flabbergasted. Where did you get these images? I thoroughly checked your computer when I first arrived and found nothing of the sort. Are you resorting to these distractions because you couldn't conquer the map? Fang Shaoyun, upon noticing Gu Shaoyun's return, could not help but exclaim, I can't believe it. The maps from that website are indeed quite outrageous. After successfully clearing one map, a plethora of beautiful images pops up as a reward. The creator of this map possesses quite the imagination. My admiration for him flows like an unending river, as relentless as the flooding Yellow River. Gu Shaoyun broke into a sweat. Did you download maps from that website? Fang Shaoyun nodded, confirming that this map was indeed a micro-creation from that site. Upon completion, it displayed images of classic beauties. Gu Shaoyun was aghast. Why pick Joe's lewdly crafted map of all options? Are you unaware that he once suggested to Blizzard that the nurse's outfit be changed to a bikini, and that completion of the quest should yield AV animations as a reward? Fang Shaoyun replied, so he is the one Blizzard rejected. No wonder the map is so creatively crafted and the difficulty is manageable. The outcome is indeed thrilling. Gu Shaoyun, looking at this ludicrous man, felt a surge of frustration. Thrilling, you say? You managed to conquer Knife's map and still have the leisure to explore others? It seems I must expel you from the ranks of my pupils. Fang Shaoyun chuckled heartily. Come now, it's just a map. No matter how perverse, it can't surpass humanity itself. I mastered it long ago. Just waiting for you to return to celebrate dinner. Gu Shaoyun finally conceded, realizing that there were indeed individuals more bizarre than Knife. It seemed that there would always be someone more exceptional, and the realm of peculiarity knew no bounds. Given Fang Shaoyun's assertion, Gu Shaoyun believed in his integrity and sighed, saying, Then tend to your affairs. Let us go out for dinner. Afterward, I shall assign you the next phase of training. Fang Shaoyun tossed his hair nonchalantly, quipping, Given my dashing looks, do I even need to tidy up? But I will visit the restroom first. In the bathroom, upon glancing in the mirror, Fang Shaoyun was startled. He realized he had neglected to comb his hair and shave for days, resembling a wild man from the Shenanjia region. As he shaved, the electric razor emitted a sound akin to a lawnmower, causing him some dismay. He mused that practicing StarCraft indeed required certain sacrifices. Suddenly, he remembered he had not attended class for several days. This thought stirred a sense of unease within him, for he still had to maintain his academic standing. Fang Shaoyun dialed his dormitory's phone. Before he could even inquire, his roommates erupted in a cacophony of curses. Damn it, Fang Shaoyun, you've gotten us into trouble. Fang Shaoyun was bewildered and hurriedly asked what was wrong. What is all this fuss about? His roommate lamented. While you've been out indulging yourself, we've been attending classes for you. Do you know how many times I've had to answer roll call in your stead? I've flunked because of it. Fang Shaoyun was puzzled. Isn't helping with roll call a noble deed? Why would you fail? His roommate retorted, Noble? Just yesterday, when the professor took attendance, he called your name and asked you to respond. I thought I'd help you out, but then he called on me next. What was I supposed to do? Fang Shaoyun chuckled. You've truly suffered for me. When I return, I shall reward you handsomely. With that, he hung up amidst the sound of his roommate's exasperated cries. He called out to Go Shaoyun outside, urging her to come along, as they had a feast to prepare. Go Shaoyun shook her head, feeling rather proud after finally securing a map, strutting about like a peacock, reveling in her small triumph. It seemed that a few more reprimands were in order to keep her grounded, as Fang Shaoyun, brimming with self-satisfaction, pulled Go Shaoyun along for dinner. The members of King and his crew were huddled in a cyber CAF, engaged in hushed discussions. Ever since Go Shaoyun showcased her skills under Fang Shaoyun's name during the challenge, a palpable unease had settled among several members of the Lake University team. The presence of such a formidable opponent was indeed daunting. Shortly after, Chu Nanhang and his cohort posted a challenge on the Lake University BBS, declaring their intent to engage in a decisive battle by the end of the month. However, their insider, SB Long, had received no updates. Clearly sidelined from the unfolding events, King and his companions were baffled, unable to fathom where SB Long had slipped up. Despite having mingled with King and his crew in the Cyber CAF before transferring to Central University, SB Long had maintained a remarkably low profile since then, leaving no one aware of his affiliation with King. Little did King realize that all of this had been overheard by Fang Shaoyun and Go Shaoyun. What puzzled King and his associates even more was the information they had gathered. The individual named Fang Shaoyun appeared to be nothing more than a novice frequenting the Cyber CAF. Rumor had it that he had recently been humiliated by a woman. It seemed utterly implausible that he could pose a threat to professional players. If he were indeed a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, he had certainly mastered the art of patience. The mere thought of him entering the fray filled King with disquiet. For after finally basking in the glory of Lake University, the prospect of a swift downfall loomed ominously. Speculations might arise, insinuating that they had resorted to unscrupulous tactics. In truth, King did not perceive SB Long's maneuvers as improper. At worst, they were merely reconnaissance. Many individuals, after partaking in dubious actions, often fabricate justifications to soothe their conscience, and King was no exception in this regard. Chapter 34. Dance and Slaughter. As the days swiftly passed, Chu Nanqing and his companions were fervently determined to redeem their honor for Zhongda. Even Lulu and Kay frequently came to cheer them on. Due to the successful confidentiality measures, Lulu and Kay remained oblivious to the fact that the renowned Fang Shaoyun was secretly training them during this period. Had they known, Lulu might have gone into a frenzy. Lulu's greatest admiration was for Wang Feiyu, yet Fang Shaoyun stood as her second idol, especially since it seemed he was currently unattached, whereas Wang Feiyu was already beyond reach. After seeing photos of Zhang Yu and Huang Xiaolu, Lulu acknowledged that both beauties were celestial in nature. Although she possessed an alluring charm, she felt it impossible to compete with such stunning figures. Lulu believed Kay was somewhat comparable to Huang Xiaolu, and each time this thought crossed her mind, she would grip Kay's hand tightly, fearing that some rogue might snatch her away. Lulu felt that anyone worthy of Kay should at least be a young prodigy or a remarkable figure, lest she become a flower adorning a mound of dung. Realizing the special relationship between SB Long and Huda, which marked him as an undercover agent, the Zhongda team inadvertently lost a member. Initially, Chu Nanqing suggested promoting 2 substitute players from the previous selection. However, Fang Shaoyun mysteriously asserted that there was another candidate, one who was undoubtedly from Zhongda and possessed no flaws. Although they were unaware of the secret weapon Fang Shaoyun had up his sleeve, the mere mention of a 5th member piqued their curiosity while solidifying their confidence in Fang Shaoyun's judgment. Regardless, it seemed that Zhongda's chance for vengeance was assured. This thought sent a wave of excitement through Chu Nanqing, reminiscent of the exhilaration he felt during his first love. Chu Nanqing's first love was indeed a poignant memory. During middle school, he had developed feelings for a girl from the neighboring class. Each day after school, he would linger at the gate, primarily to catch a glimpse of her. Thus, over 2 years, his first love ended with graduation, and he never saw her again. Reflecting on this now, he felt a pang of regret for never having spoken to her. The anticipation of facing Huda once more evoked a similar feeling to that of waiting at the school gate for her. Chu Nanqing was drawn to Lulu for certain reasons, as she bore a resemblance to the girl he had secretly admired. This resemblance compelled him to carve a path for Lulu upon their first meeting. Yet, much like the girl from his past, Lulu seemed entirely unaware of Chu Nanqing's feelings. She flitted about like a sparrow in autumn, joyfully dancing without paying heed to the scenery around her. On the other hand, Kay was a stark contrast, graceful and serene, preferring to observe quietly. Chu Nanqing often mused that Lulu's single status was due to the immense pressure Kay imposed on the boys. Being with someone like Kay would leave most young men feeling inadequate. Thus, despite the throngs of eager suitors at the internet CAF, few dared to inquire about K's QQ number. Even those brave enough to approach would retreat under Lulu's piercing gaze. In reality, individuals like Fang Shaoyun, who possessed both courage and audacity, were quite rare. When Fang Shaoyun appeared alongside Fang Shaoyun at the internet CAF, Chu Nanqing's group was left in shock. Lulu and Kay were present as well, having come to witness the rumored mysterious 5th member. Upon realizing that the long-awaited individual was Fang Shaoyun, Lulu's young heart could hardly bear the unexpected blow. She pointed at him, yet words failed her. Fang Shaoyun grinned impishly, while Fang Shaoyun sensed a shift in the atmosphere. "Do you know each other?" he inquired. "Know each other?" More than that, Chu Nanqing regained his composure. "You're not suggesting he's the expert you prepared for us, are you?" Fang Shaoyun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed he is. What is the issue?" After a moment, Lulu finally found her voice, expressing her exasperation. "The issue is monumental. He couldn't even best me. How could he possibly be a master?" Fang Shaoyun quickly interjected, "Don't look at me like that. A month ago, I was indeed defeated by her." Fang Shaoyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Fang Shaoyun's past. Chu Nanqing, sensing Fang Shaoyun was about to speak again, held his tongue. Fang Shaoyun continued, "He was indeed a novice back then, but he has improved significantly. If there are still doubts, he can demonstrate his skills right here. If he fails, we can always replace him before the match against Huda in 2 days. I'll do it. I'll do it." Lulu eagerly volunteered before anyone else could respond, her expression akin to that of a patron vying for entry to a tavern. Kay, having been somewhat entranced since Fang Shaoyun's arrival, did not even think to stop Lulu as she surged ahead. With Lulu's prior experience in besting Fang Shaoyun, and the others struggling to believe that he had transformed from a novice into a figure of merit in less than a month. A sense of disbelief permeated the air. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Shaoyun had undergone rigorous training under Go Shaoyun's direct guidance during this time. Had they been aware, they might have thought twice before sending Lulu into the fray. Lulu's first match ended in disastrous defeat. Fang Shaoyun shamelessly opted for a random selection, resulting in a Zerg race. To Lulu's dismay, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of units before she could even complete her own base. Farmers rise against tyranny, she shouted defiantly. Yet, amidst the chaos, she failed to contend with any of Fang Shaoyun's units, while he efficiently decimated a significant portion of her forces. It was evident to Chu Nanxing and the others that Fang Shaoyun's speed and reaction time were worlds apart from the novice they had known a month ago. Even Chu Nanxing questioned his own capabilities in comparison. Undeterred, Lulu insisted on a second match, convinced that any expert could fall victim to a lucky strike. She believed her previous defeat was merely an unfortunate anomaly, and she was determined to triumph this time. However, once again, Fang Shaoyun shattered Lulu's hopes. At times, hope can be as fragile as a child's soap bubble, beautiful yet easily burst. Lulu favored the Zerg race, while Fang Shaoyun once more opted for randomness, this time resulting in the Terran race. He refrained from any underhanded tactics, and Lulu appeared to be developing her strategy well. However, it wasn't too long before two dropships emerged from Fang Shaoyun's base, coinciding with a full frontal assault. As Fang Shaoyun launched his frontal assault, he had not even utilized advanced technology, yet relying solely on radar, he and Lulu engaged in a fierce battle, leaving a river of blood in their wake. Lulu, clearly taken aback, did not anticipate that amidst their fierce skirmish, Fang Shaoyun would orchestrate a treacherous airdrop. By the time Lulu regained her composure, two fully operational bases lay desolate. Lulu yearned to slay her foes and revel in triumph, but apart from conceding defeat, she found herself with no alternative. While an ordinary competitor might have recognized the widening gap after suffering two consecutive losses and chosen to withdraw, Lulu was no ordinary contender. At this juncture, her animosity towards Fang Shaoyun had notably diminished. What had once been a personal vendetta had transformed into a contest devoid of emotional entanglement. Lulu could scarcely fathom how one individual could achieve such remarkable progress within a mere month, especially when it was evident that her opponent was not exerting his full potential, and moreover, the match was randomized. From the outset of the third match, the outcome seemed predetermined. Chu Nanxing realized that a rival capable of deftly executing a three-pronged assault was far beyond the capabilities of a competitor like Lulu. Furthermore, Fang Shaoyun's timing in each offensive maneuver was so precise that he began to exude the aura of a professional player. It appeared that with Lulu's current prowess, she could not compel him to reveal much of his capabilities. In the third match, Fang Shaoyun's randomly assigned race was Protoss, leading to Lulu being relentlessly tormented to her demise by his zealots. Throughout the match, Lulu never found an opportunity to breach his defenses. After the completion of the game, Lulu regarded Fang Shaoyun as if he were a creature of another realm. Fixing her gaze upon him, she inquired, "Did you truly let me win in our last match? Have you really achieved this level of skill after just a month of practice?" As she observed Fang Shaoyun nodding, a profound sense of frustration enveloped her. Chapter 35. That night, the sky was enchanting and gentle. In truth, Lulu was unaware of the hardships that Fang Shaoyun had endured over the past half-month. Had she known that during this time, Fang had maintained a training regimen exceeding 10 hours daily and had faced relentless torment from 3 or more professional experts of various styles, her heart might have felt a semblance of balance. However, like countless poignant love stories, when the silently devoted protagonist ultimately departs, the heroine may remain oblivious to the extent of his sacrifices for love. Lulu only perceived the outcome. She was no longer a match for the man who had once been a novice. What level Fang Shaoyun had achieved was perhaps only known to Go Shaoyun, as no definitive conclusions were drawn that day. The second young master had also sparred with Fang Shaoyun. After witnessing Fang effortlessly defeat Lulu, he could not resist the urge to challenge him. Yet, his fate mirrored that of Lulu. Fang Shaoyun triumphed over him with a swift 2 o'clock. Once the second young master was eliminated, no one present harbored doubts about Fang Shaoyun's prowess. Chu Nanhang, observing the second young master's defeat, felt no need to test himself against Fang, recognizing that his strength was undoubtedly sufficient to join their quintet. Everyone's gaze towards Fang Shaoyun was filled with incredulity. Go Shaoyun fully understood their astonishment. Had anyone suggested to him prior that an amateur novice could surpass ordinary professional players after merely a month of training, he would have dismissed it as sheer fantasy. Yet, upon witnessing Fang Shaoyun's meteoric rise, Go began to question his own long-held beliefs. He pondered whether he possessed the coaching potential akin to Lin Chongxin. But the truth remained. The group led by Chu Nanhang, despite employing the same training methods, had not made similar strides. Thus, the only conclusion left was that Fang Shaoyun was extraordinary. Even during dinner, Lulu struggled to comprehend how Fang had transformed into such a formidable player in just 1 month. Similarly, Fang could not fathom why Lulu suddenly wished to treat him to dinner. With a flirtatious gaze, Lulu addressed him. I know you have many questions. But could you answer me too, given that I'm treating you to a lavish meal? Fang gazed at the bountiful spread before him, swallowing hard. After a month of subsisting mainly on instant noodles and fast food, he longed for a proper meal. Nevertheless, he maintained a demeanor of righteous composure. Ask away. Do you think Fang Shaoyun is devoid of gentlemanly conduct? Though he wished to appear principled, the innocent sparkle in Lulu's eyes made him hesitate. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if his actions betrayed the expectations of his family and society. Had Lulu heard such words from him a month prior, she might have felt nauseated. Yet today, she was captivated by more pressing matters. In truth, she could hardly believe she was dining amicably with someone she had once scorned. And the two appeared almost like a bickering couple. Did you really not let me win during our matches? Was it truly just this month of practice that led to your improvement? Lulu looked intently at Fang, hoping for his sincerity. Fang exchanged a glance with Go Xiaoyun before sighing and responding, I believed it was a trivial matter. I can assure you that a month ago, I was indeed no match for you. However, over this past month, I faced hardships beyond imagination, which sparked a remarkable transformation. What exactly transpired? Lulu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Fang's mind drifted back to the month's trials, a shiver running down his spine at the recollection of his harrowing experiences. Initially, it was manageable, just some speed adjustments and playing RPG maps. But as days wore on, things took a turn for the bizarre. He began training on 2 computers simultaneously, battling in StarCraft and, before he could elaborate, Lulu's expression grew frantic. Training on 2 computers at once? That sounds like something out of a fairy tale. Fang observed her mounting confusion and hesitated to continue. You could try it yourself. It involves having 2 computers set up side by side, entering games simultaneously. It's simply about quick reflexes, moving from one keyboard to the other. Lulu felt exasperated. Isn't that akin to grilling skewers on the roadside? Just a bit of this, a bit of that. She had initially considered a more graphic analogy, but felt deterred by the presence of Kay and the handsome stranger nearby. Fang chuckled. Your description isn't entirely off. It's quite similar. The challenge arises when the games don't start simultaneously. One might already be midway through while the other just begins, which can be utterly maddening. In the beginning, I often met my demise repeatedly. Lulu stared at him, dumbfounded. So they don't even start at the same time? Fang nodded. Naturally. You think I can create 2 games and have both players enter immediately? Sometimes. I was 10 minutes into one game before the other player even joined, driving me to the brink of insanity. Lulu's gaze shifted to one of disbelief, as if she were assessing livestock. And that was how you became this strong? Fang swallowed hard again. If my trials ended there, it wouldn't be so terrible. You have no idea how difficult it is to face 2 opponents simultaneously. It took me a whole week to learn how to contend with 2 level 8 opponents at once. 2 level 8s. Lulu thought to herself that she could hardly handle one, and she admired her own bravery for having challenged Fang earlier. She contemplated trying it herself later. And then what happened? Then, Fang replied, after I could finally defeat 2 level 8s, I was besieged by a horde of formidable opponents who appeared from nowhere, challenging me day in and day out until yesterday. Lulu pondered this. It didn't seem so tragic. After all, she had heard no harrowing tales. And Fang's account fell far short of her expectations, bordering on the exaggerated. Seeing Lulu's bemused expression, Fang sighed. You cannot imagine how relentless those players were. If you were to lose to them for 10 consecutive days, would that not be a form of psychological torment? Perhaps you would even lose your sanity. Lulu considered this, realizing the gravity of such relentless training. Contemplating the sacrifices Fang had made to become a master, her own sense of equilibrium returned, prompting her to pose a second question. On that night of X year, X month, X day, what did you do? Fang felt a sudden dizziness wash over him. My elder sister, it has been several years. The passage of time makes it difficult for me to recall my actions. Yet I can assure you, I have never committed any heinous deeds. I have always been a diligent student, striving for improvement, a paragon of the 5 virtues and 4 beauties. How absurd. Who speaks of such virtues? Lulu finds this individual to be quite shameless. However, to clarify matters, Lulu feels somewhat helpless. After pondering for quite some time, Lulu finally recollects the peculiar nature of that particular evening. It was a night when the school conducted a unified room check, shrouded in darkness and gusty winds. Have you ever encountered something extraordinary? Fang Shaoyun had long forgotten the fleeting moments of romance from days past, as he led a rather monotonous life devoid of nightlife. There was little to reminisce about. Yet that night was indeed remarkable, for Fang Shaoyun had been thoroughly beaten. It was, in fact, the sole instance in his life where he had been bested in a fight, rendering it unforgettable. The mere thought of that night jolted Fang Shaoyun into awareness. As he pointed at Lulu, trembling slightly, "Surely, that girl could not have been you?" His voice quivered with excitement, drawing the attention of everyone in the room, who presumed there was some untoward incident between Fang Shaoyun and Lulu that night. Had Lulu not possessed such thick skin, she might have succumbed to profound embarrassment. "What are you talking about, that girl? I am the one questioning you now. What did you do that night?" Fang Shaoyun reflected on the unfortunate fate of a girl nearly harmed, realizing it was indeed tragic. He ought not to have raised his voice. Although there had been some past grievances between Lulu and himself, had he known at the time that the girl was Lulu, he would have rushed to her aid. Despite not recognizing that the girl had been Kay, Fang Shaoyun candidly admitted, "I did not do much. I merely rolled up my blanket and returned to the dormitory to sleep, passing by a small hill next to the sports field, where I got into a scuffle with two unsavory men." Upon hearing this, Lulu was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that it was this rogue who had saved Kay. However, Lulu remained somewhat unconvinced. "What about your foot that night?" "I was injured during a soccer match. If it weren't for that, how could those two ruffians have bested me?" As Fang Shaoyun recalled this, he felt a wave of frustration, completely oblivious to the sudden silence that enveloped Lulu and Kay. Chapter 36. The charm of that smile. Upon hearing Fang Shaoyun's words, Lulu sensed that something was amiss. Kay, who had never shown disdain for the rogue, struck Lulu as an oddity. Furthermore, Lulu felt that Kay's words subtly conveyed a fondness for the man from that fateful night. Lulu often jested with Kay, teasing her about wanting to offer herself to him. However, when she realized that the man from that night was none other than the rogue seated across from her, Lulu fell into silence. At that moment, Go Xiaoyun's stomach audibly grumbled, breaking Lulu's reverie. With a resigned sigh, she gestured toward the array of dishes before them. They might as well eat and talk. After posing her two questions, Lulu suddenly felt a wave of solitude wash over her. Consequently, she turned to Go Xiaoyun and inquired, "Who are you?" With such a novice displaying remarkable character, it seems you are no ordinary figure in this realm. Fang Shaoyun chuckled. "My dear sister, brace yourself for what I am about to reveal. You might want to stifle your gasp. If his identity is exposed, we shan't leave this restaurant unscathed." Lulu retorted, "I have weathered many storms. I am no longer the Na'vi girl I was in my freshman year. If Wang Feiyu were to appear suddenly, I might faint a couple of times, but go on, I am listening." Fang Shaoyun lowered his voice. "He is not Wang Feiyu, but he is indeed considered half a disciple of Wang Feiyu. His name is quite plain, Go Xiaoyun." At Fang Shaoyun's revelation, Lulu completely collapsed onto the table. Even Kay had heard of Go Xiaoyun's renown, let alone Lulu. Although Lulu had often fantasized about heroes like Go Xiaoyun and Nalan Rongrong descending from the clouds before her, she never anticipated that the real person would be sitting right across from her. The thought of never being a true lady filled Lulu with despair. She felt there was no hope left to feign ladylike behavior, and her youthful innocence was irrevocably tarnished. From that moment on, her life felt painted in shades of gray. "Oh heavens, is this some jest at my expense? It seems I must turn to God for solace," Lulu lamented. Yet, upon encountering a legendary figure in person, her shock gave way to a surprising calm. Though Lulu was curious to compare Go Xiaoyun's hand speed, reputed to be 400 or 500, with an ordinary person's, she dismissed the notion, fearing it would only add to her embarrassment. With Go Xiaoyun present, Lulu adopted a noticeably gentler demeanor throughout the meal. They dined with an air of elegance. After finishing, Lulu addressed Fang Shaoyun. "Let us consider the past settled. While you may have acted like a rogue, you are also quite loyal. At times, I find you rather agreeable." Fang Shaoyun noted her audacity but appreciated her straightforwardness, nodding in agreement. "If I were petty, I wouldn't be here enjoying this meal with you." Lulu replied, "I didn't expect you to be quite intriguing. Perhaps I shall treat you to a meal when I have the chance." Her tone carried a hint of flirtation. However, Fang Shaoyun felt that frequent association with Lulu might render him a mere gigolo. As they exited the restaurant, the night breeze was gently moist. Even Lulu felt a subtle softness in her heart. She sighed, glanced at Kay, and turned to Go Xiaoyun. "I have long admired you and wish to share a few words." With that, she pulled Go Xiaoyun aside into a secluded corner. Although Go Xiaoyun had faced numerous trials, being led away by such a charming girl made him blush. Fortunately, the dim light concealed his embarrassment. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly humiliated. He sensed an awkward rigidity in his body, realizing that if he were to engage in a star battle in his current state, his hand speed would plummet by 200. He inwardly lamented, understanding the adage that when a man sees a beautiful woman, he becomes stiff, while a woman becomes soft in the presence of a man she adores. Go Xiaoyan hoped this girl would not boldly profess her feelings as many of his fans had done. He feared he would be at a loss on how to confront such an adorable girl. Yet, he noticed a hint of melancholy in Lulu's demeanor. Though she led him aside, her gaze remained fixed on Kay and Fang Shaoyun not far away. Initially, Fang Shaoyun felt unperturbed, but as only Kay and he remained, he sensed the awkwardness. Unable to contain himself, Fang Shaoyun remarked, "The weather is lovely today, and the moon is quite round." Immediately regretting his words, he felt a pang of regret. Kay glanced at the sky, noting the crescent moon, yet she did not smile. Instead, she looked at Fang Shaoyun and said, "Actually, I was the girl that night." Fang Shaoyun felt as though struck by a spell, momentarily rendered speechless. Staring blankly at Kay, he found himself at a loss for words. Observing Fang Shaoyun and Appo's dazed expression, a faint blush crept onto Kay and Appo's cheeks. Typically, Fang Shaoyun prided himself on his wit, but now he felt like a naive youth on his first date. They stood together in the humid breeze until a gentle drizzle began to fall. On their way back, Lulu grasped Kay's hand, and after a considerable silence, she finally asked, "What did you just say to him?" Kay smiled softly and replied, "Oh, it was nothing much. I merely told him that I was the one he saved that night." When Kay smiled, her charm was irresistible, prompting Lulu to involuntarily emit a sigh. The next day, the sky over Yuelu Mountain remained shrouded in gloom, yet Chu Nanxing and Fang Shaoyun's group prepared to embark on their journey. The Deep Blue Internet CAF, a well-known venue in Changsha, had hosted many notable figures in the early years of the StarCraft phenomenon. It stood as the oldest and most prestigious Internet CAF in the Hunan University area. Had it not been for the emergence of Wang Feiyu and others, Deep Blue might have surpassed Boss Internet CAF as the most famous establishment in the Heshi region. When Chu Nanxing and Fang Shaoyun, along with Go Xiaoyan, arrived at the entrance of the Deep Blue Internet CAF, King and the others were already waiting. Chu Nanxing found it commendable that King and his companions were so considerate. However, Red and Appo's comment swiftly extinguished any warmth he felt. "Why do we need to bring our families when competing?" Though Red and Appo's voice was not loud, it elicited a wave of laughter from the Hunan University StarCraft enthusiasts. In reality, aside from Chu Nanxing, Fang Shaoyun, and a few others, only Lulu Kay and Luo Dong accompanied Go Xiaoyan, making their numbers rather meager. Fang Shaoyun had always held a disdain for Red, and upon hearing his remark, he retorted with audacity, "The type of man I loathe the most is one who rambles like a woman." As he spoke, Fang Shaoyun deliberately avoided looking at Red, his tone venomous. Lulu and Kay could hardly suppress their laughter at Fang Shaoyun's demeanor. Red, clearly infuriated, pointed at Fang Shaoyun. "What did you just say?" Fang Shaoyun replied earnestly, "I said men who chatter like women are the problem. Do you have an issue with that?" The group, led by Chu Nanxing, was reveling in their triumph. Sometimes, to deal with particularly annoying individuals, one might resort to rather unscrupulous methods to find satisfaction. Speaking of unscrupulousness, few could rival Fang Shaoyun. He was the type of man who could boldly speak even when surrounded by a throng. Despite the multitude at Huda, Fang Shaoyun held them in contempt. Observing Red's lack of decorum, it was evident that Fang Shaoyun was not one to be trifled with, prompting King to step in to ease the tension. "To all the brothers from Zhongda, my apologies for the oversight. Please, make yourselves comfortable inside." Upon entering the Deep Blue Internet CAF, Fang Shaoyun and his companions noticed several unfamiliar faces among King and Appo's entourage from Huda, individuals who had certainly not participated in the previous match. As they passed Red, he suddenly challenged Fang Shaoyun. "You dare to face me in a one-on-one?" Fang Shaoyun chuckled. "Ah, my fellow student, you possess quite the heroic spirit. Provided your captain consents to me as your opponent, I would be more than willing to fulfill your desire." Red responded affirmatively, his eyes burning with hostility. Yet, Fang Shaoyun merely snorted dismissively and continued past Red, clearly regarding him with disdain, which nearly sent Red into a fit of rage. In truth, Fang Shaoyun and his companions were unaware that within the original Huda team, although King was the captain, his skills were the least impressive among them. During the match against Zhongda, Huda had cunningly exploited Chu Nanxing's misconception that King was their strongest player, employing a clever stratagem akin to the tale of Tianji's horse racing. Meanwhile, the notoriously arrogant Red was, in fact, the top player among Huda's former quintet. To Red, the only threats he perceived were 22 and Chu Nanxing. Individuals like Fang Shaoyun, who had not even appeared in the first match, were far from worthy opponents. Yet, This audacious newcomer seemed even more arrogant than himself, driving Red to the brink of exasperation. Chapter 37. Closing the door. Releasing the dogs once everyone at Zhongda had settled into their seats, King began to discuss the competition rules with Chu Nanqing. My friend, King said, the last match consisted of 5 rounds of 1v1, but it seems that KOF has gained popularity lately. KOF appears to be quite exhilarating. Shall we incorporate it into our match this time to heighten the thrill and cater to the growing demands of the audience? King had his own motives for suggesting this. He had already recruited 2 skilled professional players. Prior to the formal establishment of professional gaming in StarCraft, the issue of finding competent players had long plagued various amateur competitions. Although the topic seemed overused by now, it was sometimes unavoidable. To prevent Zhongda's competitors from humiliating them once again, King had exerted considerable effort to secure 2 professional players through various connections. Such efforts could not go to waste, and King was determined to utilize these players effectively. Although a best-of-5 format with 2 professional players could likely secure at least 2 wins, King remained apprehensive that the well-prepared Zhongda team could take the remaining 3 matches. After all, Luo Dong was a formidable figure, and the professional players he knew were of top caliber. It was not impossible for Chu Nanqing and his team to enhance their skills significantly within a month. If that were to happen, the remaining 3 players from Huda might indeed struggle against Zhongda's contingent. The previous victory had largely hinged on the presence of SB Long, which had allowed Huda's players to familiarize themselves with Zhongda's strategies and player characteristics. However, for reasons unknown, SB Long had been excluded from this match, replaced by an unfamiliar and seemingly arrogant figure. To ensure a safety net, the KOF format was undoubtedly the best choice. With 2 professional players as a safeguard, even the most talented amateur competitor would find it difficult to consecutively defeat 2 professionals, unless Zhongda had the audacity to enlist a professional player as well. However, among the 5 members from Zhongda, only Fang Shaoyun was a newcomer. If he were indeed a professional, he would likely adopt a more modest demeanor. For any revelation of his true identity would be utterly embarrassing for both Zhongda and the player himself. The difficulty in enlisting professionals for amateur competitions was a significant factor as well. While recruiting professionals, King reminisced about the legendary era before professional leagues were officially established. A golden age when sharpshooters dominated. Back then, in online matches, no one cared about identities. It was simply sharpshooter against sharpshooter, devoid of the myriad concerns that plagued the current scene. Chu Nanqing, taken aback by King's audacity in inviting 2 professional experts, initially hesitated at the suggestion of this competition format. However, upon witnessing the disdainful looks exchanged between Red and Hap, his pride surged. He dismissed any notion that the skills of Huda's players were inferior to those of Zhongda's, boldly accepting King's proposal for KOF. Gu Xiaoyan sighed quietly, recognizing the impulsiveness of youth. He considered himself shrewd but overlooked the fact that he was not necessarily older than Chu Nanqing and forgot a past incident in which he had recklessly committed all his forces against a well-defended opponent. King meticulously arranged the lineup, placing the 2 professionals at the end of the roster to minimize the chances of exposure. By keeping them for the final rounds, they would serve as a stabilizing force. Thus, he decided to have Red take the first match. Upon seeing Red's name announced, Fang Shaoyun could hardly contain himself. To him, humility and modesty were quintessential virtues, and he detested the arrogance of young players like Red, who seemed to forget their place. In fact, everyone on Zhongda shared a disdain for Red and Quick. The likes of Shao were eager to take the first opportunity to teach Red a lesson. But upon noticing Fang Shaoyun's resolute expression, Shao held back. After all, Fang was considerably stronger than him at that moment, and challenging him would be inappropriate. When Fang Shaoyun stepped onto the stage, Red transformed entirely, his eyes burning with intensity. Convinced of his superiority as Huda's top player, he believed only Shao and Chu Nanqing posed any real threat. How could this unknown rookie possibly rival him? Yet this rookie had the audacity to be so brash. Red resolved to teach him a lesson about the importance of skill in StarCraft. As the game commenced, Red chose his most proficient race, Terran. Many players feared facing Terran opponents due to their consistent performance. However, the true dread often stemmed from encountering a player who chose to play randomly. This was because each matchup required distinct strategies. A random player forced opponents to prepare for any eventuality, complicating their approach. Yet, selecting randomly was no simple task. It demanded a profound understanding of all 3 races. Throughout StarCraft history, only a select few, like CHRH, had achieved mastery in random play. Red watched in disbelief as Fang Shaoyun chose to play randomly. He felt a surge of anger, wishing he could hurl his mouse at Fang. Yet, reality prevented such actions. So he begrudgingly awaited the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, game on. Red's Terran play was steady. After establishing his supply, he dispatched an SCV to scout, eager to ascertain Fang Shaoyun's race and decide whether to build a gas refinery or a barracks. However, luck was not on Red's side. Upon reaching Fang Shaoyun's base, he witnessed 6 Zerglings rush out, completely disregarding his SCV and moving at breakneck speed. Red's frustration surged. He thought, "You chose Zerg randomly, and now you're resorting to such a despicable 6-pool strategy?" It was utterly disgraceful. Despite these thoughts and his anger, Red knew he had to brace himself against the impending onslaught. Life may seem harsh, but he was determined to put up a fight. Red understood well that whether he could withstand the 6-pool strategy depended largely on their respective skill levels. He had no doubt that his prowess exceeded that of Fang Shaoyun. However, Red remained utterly oblivious to whom Fang Shaoyun had been mingling with over the past fortnight. Go Shaoyun was universally acknowledged as the king of micromanagement in the gaming realm. Even Lin Patian, renowned in his own right, conceded inferiority. If a disciple trained by Go Shaoyun could not effectively handle an amateur opponent's maneuvers, it would be time for Go Shaoyun to reconsider his career. Moreover, one must not overlook the extraordinary capabilities of Fang Shaoyun himself. In addition, he possessed a birthday gift from Xiaoyu, a Ravier mouse. The moment he grasped this mouse, Fang Shaoyun's combat prowess surged to unprecedented heights. He felt an obligation to honor the potential of this mouse. As 6 hounds stormed into Red's base, chaos ensued. Red yearned to dispatch these 6 hounds with SCVs and freshly minted marines. Yet, Fang Shaoyun had ascended to the status of Dog King too. Following a dazzling display of triple-pronged maneuvers, Red's base became noticeably desolate. Although Fang Shaoyun's hounds had dwindled considerably, Red's SCVs were nearly depleted as well. Just when Red sought a moment of respite, another wave of 6 hounds materialized. Fang Shaoyun smirked. In reality, while engaging in this fierce exchange with Red, a continuous stream of hounds had reached Red's doorstep. However, Fang Shaoyun refrained from deploying these newly manufactured hounds onto the battlefield. He understood that if he unleashed them now, Red would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Fang Shaoyun had no desire to witness Red's swift demise. It would be far too uninteresting to dispatch him so quickly. Instead, he longed to leave Red in a state of near defeat, allowing him the time to fabricate a few lurkers and perhaps some mutalisks for amusement. Logically, a professional player in a position of advantage would not squander time entangling with an opponent. Yet, Fang Shaoyun clearly embodied the essence of an amateur among amateurs. His thoughts were astute, yet Red could no longer endure the pressure. After a fleeting moment of color draining from his face, Red exited the game without even uttering a GG. Chapter 38. Which group do you belong to? While employing the 6D strategy may seem rather unscrupulous, those who fall victim to it undoubtedly experience profound discomfort. It is akin to being struck unconscious by an opponent before one even has the chance to retaliate. Observing Red succumb to Fang Shaoyun's 6D maneuver left the students from Huda at a loss for words. Lulu relished the sight of Red's face shifting from pale to flushed, overwhelmed with delight. Were it not for the presence of Go Shaoyun, and considering that Kay appeared somewhat enamored with Fang Shaoyun, Lulu would have been unable to resist the urge to embrace Fang Shaoyun and plant a kiss on him. After all, in this day and age, a woman cannot be accused of sexual harassment for expressing affection towards a man. Red scrutinized Fang Shaoyun for a full half-minute. While Fang Shaoyun acknowledged that deploying Zerg to rush the Terrans was indeed a rather shameless tactic. However, this very act brought Fang Shaoyun immense satisfaction. Ultimately, in life, does one not seek a sense of exhilaration in all endeavors? The more displeased Red appeared, the more exhilarated Fang Shaoyun felt. To him, this was the essence of the age-old adage, to the victor belong the spoils, while the vanquished must bear the shame. No matter how much Red resented the situation, he remained the defeated. Red felt as though he had encountered a ghost. To be bested so swiftly by the top player from Huda, using the 6D strategy, was utterly humiliating. Yet, Fang Shaoyun's skill in executing this tactic surprised Red, as the control over his units was rather deft. Employing randomness in the competition added an element of unpredictability. In this regard, Go Shaoyun considered Fang Shaoyun somewhat of an oddity. Although Go Shaoyun had consistently urged Fang Shaoyun to specialize in one race, after a month of play, Fang Shaoyun remained undecided. Each of the 3 races held its own allure. The Zerg's cunning, the Protoss's nobility, and the Terran's simplicity all made it difficult for Fang Shaoyun to commit to a single choice. Thus, he continued to play randomly. As the second match commenced, Fang Shaoyun once again opted for randomness. Red, being the foremost player at Huda, maintained a semblance of composure and was not intimidated by Fang Shaoyun. Although the likelihood of randomly encountering Zerg was significant, Red did not adopt any particularly defensive strategy to counter Fang Shaoyun's potential use of 6D again. Indeed, Fang Shaoyun did randomly draw Zerg once more. However, he believed that employing 6D against Red would only serve to frustrate him further, even if it led to victory. Fang Shaoyun felt it was essential to win the match convincingly, ensuring Red's submission. Typically, Fang Shaoyun did not possess such a sense of integrity. However, the crucial aspect of the TVZ matchup often hinged on the player's execution rather than mere tactics. Having trained with a group of exceptionally skilled friends, Fang Shaoyun's perspective was elevated compared to Red's. Consequently, after the first game concluded, Fang Shaoyun felt he had already secured a decisive advantage over Red. Just as Fang Shaoyun anticipated, after about 10 minutes, he had established a dominant position. His mutalisks darted about with an agility reminiscent of Go Xiaoyun's finesse. Despite Red having amassed a significant army, he found himself in a perpetual defensive stance, unable to seize the initiative. As Red sought to stabilize his defenses, Fang Shaoyun's bases proliferated across the map. Red, diligent as ever, attempted to dismantle Fang Shaoyun's structures one by one. However, just as he managed to eliminate a couple of bases, Fang Shaoyun's forces surged forth, resembling a thriving cattle ranch. The sight of so many of Fang Shaoyun's units left Red in a state of near madness. In truth, Red had not anticipated that Fang Shaoyun would deviate from the traditional strategy of using mutalisks to transition into lurkers. Although Fang Shaoyun did deploy a few lurkers to mislead Red's scouts, his mutalisks effectively delayed Red's progress, allowing his formidable forces to emerge swiftly. Had Red not been observing the situation from his own machines, he might have believed Fang Shaoyun had employed some software to secure victory. As Red faced such overwhelming odds, he found himself utterly despondent, wishing to retreat into a hole on Yuelu Mountain and never emerge. The eyes of many were upon him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to escape the humiliation. Fang Shaoyun, contemplating the situation, thought to himself that had he known this would transpire, he would have approached the initial encounter with more humility. After all, arrogance must be proportional to one's abilities. He recalled how modestly he had conducted himself. King, noticing Red's evident discomfort, cleared his throat and remarked, "This student from Zhongda possesses remarkable strength. I do not recall having seen him before. He seems quite unfamiliar." Fang Shaoyun chuckled, responding, "There are plenty of novices like me at Zhongda. Naturally, I would not have caught your eye." King felt somewhat helpless in the face of Fang Shaoyun's demeanor. It seemed only Go Xiaoyun could manage such a character. Thus, he resignedly summoned Huda's second-ranked player, Quick. Quick had previously employed exceptionally cunning harassment tactics that had left many frustrated. Although he yearned for revenge, the ease with which Fang Shaoyun had dispatched Red made it clear that Quick's opportunity for retribution had slipped away. Thus, he could only express his regret and say to Fang Shaoyun, "Brother, give it your all." Fang Shaoyun replied, "Brother, why the pleasantries? Just say the word, and we shall plunge into the depths of water or the heart of fire together." The surrounding onlookers collapsed in laughter. The two men, while jesting, did indeed push the boundaries of discomfort. Lulu found the exchange distasteful. Such words might elicit some response if spoken between a man and a woman. But two men engaging in such banter was quite off-putting. Quick felt a surge of irritation. Their playful banter seemed to dismiss his presence. Typically, Quick would have retorted with bravado, for he was known for his arrogance. However, witnessing Red's plight made Quick reconsider. He realized that Fang Shaoyun's skill was formidable, and he would need to defeat this challenger before boasting of his own prowess. To avoid further idle chatter, Quick swiftly entered the game. Fang Shaoyun was already well acquainted with Quick's signature style, particularly his penchant for feints and distractions. For an amateur player to execute harassment tactics at Quick's level was no small feat. Unfortunately for Quick, he faced the uniquely skilled Fang Shaoyun, who had honed his abilities on the map notorious for relentless harassment. The disparity between Quick's harassment and Fang Shaoyun's defenses was stark. Quick believed his dropships to be stealthy and elusive, yet upon reaching Fang Shaoyun's base, he found the latter always prepared. In this match, Fang Shaoyun had randomly drawn Terrans. Quick's dropships were swiftly neutralized without yielding any advantage, while Fang Shaoyun adeptly expanded his resources, leaving Quick increasingly frustrated. Fang Shaoyun found it curious. Quick had seemed a formidable opponent during their previous encounter at Zhongda, yet now he appeared surprisingly vulnerable. Fang Shaoyun completely disregarded the fact that Quick was leagues behind Knife in skill. The map designed for Knife was specifically tailored for players who excel at harassment tactics. Mastering that map before tackling the current Quick would render the challenge exceedingly trivial. By the time Fang Shaoyun had expanded to his fourth resource point, Quick's psyche was on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, Quick had merely 2 resource points, while Fang Shaoyun's had already doubled that, with a resource ratio approaching 2:1. Meanwhile, Fang Shaoyun was relentlessly expanding, seemingly intent on monopolizing every mine on the map. Quick's strength lay in harassment, not in direct confrontation, and at this moment, he found himself utterly powerless against Fang Shaoyun. In a desperate attempt to prevent Fang Shaoyun from claiming all the mines, Quick resorted to the most formidable tactic in StarCraft, the Alt-Q maneuver. As the second match commenced, it was evident that Quick had lost all confidence. This time, Fang Shaoyun randomly selected Protoss, marking their first appearance today, yet Quick failed to unveil the enigmatic nature of Fang Shaoyun's Protoss. The impact of the first match had been devastating for Quick, leading him to abandon the idea of a drop and instead opting for a single barracks with dual bases right from the start. However, within mere minutes, a transport ship swiftly delivered several cloaked units into Quick's base. Following a chaotic flurry of attacks, Quick, akin to a novice, fell victim to the cloaked units. The spectators from Huda were left utterly astounded, while it is acceptable for seasoned players to face defeat. Such a humiliating loss, being swiftly vanquished by a mere 6 Dark Templars and then by cloaked units, would surely invite ridicule. Observing Fang Shaoyun's triumphant demeanor, King found himself at a loss for words. If Fang Shaoyun were an ordinary player, it would be implausible for him to dispatch 2 players of such differing styles with such ease. Conversely, if he were indeed a master, one would expect his gameplay to be far less insidious. King was utterly perplexed. When the third player took to the stage, he could not contain his curiosity any longer. "Excuse me, may I ask your name and which department you belong to?" Chapter 39. A sudden rise to fame. King harbored a tinge of trepidation regarding this formidable individual. A gunman unearthed by Luo Dong. Should Fang Shaoyun divulge his department and name, King could dispatch SB Long to investigate. If there were discrepancies between Fang Shaoyun's claims and the intelligence gathered by SB Long, even if Zhongda triumphed today, King could tarnish the reputation of the esteemed Zhongda. King's thoughts were indeed meticulous, yet Fang Shaoyun was undeniably a Zhongda individual, thriving amidst the chaos of the Life Network CAF for an extended period. Today, Fang Shaoyun mused, would mark a turning point in his notoriety, allowing the Department of Thermal Physics to gain recognition. Thus, he candidly introduced himself. "I am Fang Shaoyun, pursuing studies in the Department of Thermal Physics at Zhongda." King was somewhat oblivious to the nature of the Thermal Physics Department, although the name struck a familiar chord. As he pondered, Hap's expression shifted dramatically. Leaning closer to King, he whispered, "That challenger from the last competition." Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon King. The previous Computer City competition had witnessed Fang Shaoyun vanquishing 2 elite professional players. It was said he had emerged randomly, and the chilling realization washed over King. If this individual before him was indeed the same hidden master capable of defeating professional competitors, his suggestion for KOF was akin to tempting fate. Even the 2 gunmen King had invited had heard whispers of the enigmatic random player from this year's competition. While they were professionals, the disparity in skill among professional players was significant. The champion of the Computer City competition was far superior to the average competitor. This thought instilled a sense of unease in the 2 gunmen, while they felt a pang of conscience for overpowering amateur players. It seemed acceptable as long as it remained undisclosed. However, the prospect of being outmatched by an amateur was indeed alarming. The crowd from Huda was thoroughly astonished by the mere mention of Fang Shaoyun, seemingly bewildered, failing to realize that this was not the same Fang Shaoyun they had once known. Although Fang was impressive, he was not yet at the level of the top contenders. The disparity in skill was akin to that of the heavens and the earth. Lulu, observing Huda's reaction, found herself perplexed. Was this novice truly that renowned? Why did the mere mention of his name evoke such dread among them? It was as if they had encountered a ghost. Although Lulu was present at the event, she had not witnessed Fang Shaoyun and Appo's participation, unaware that the competitor who had registered under Fang and Appo's name was in fact Go Shaoyun, who had been mistaken for him. Seeing the Huda team in a state of confusion, Lulu unabashedly yawned. "What is happening? Are we playing or not? We're still waiting to return for dinner. Should we take a nap first, and then continue?" King, feeling exasperated, watched as Hap was sent forth as a sacrificial pawn. Hap, a Protoss player, was typically a formidable contender in Huda's matches. Yet, as he took to the field, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He felt he had been relegated to the role of cannon fodder. Hap understood the importance of confidence in professional gaming, but the current circumstances left him feeling despondent. With both Red and Quick, slightly more skilled than Hap, having been swiftly eliminated, the situation seemed dire. One met his end at the hands of a 6D, while the other was brutally dispatched by an aerial drop of a hidden blade. Such tales would be met with disbelief, Yet Hap had witnessed it all. Fang Shaoyun's defensive prowess was formidable, and his mining skills were nothing short of extraordinary, akin to a mythical creature emerging from the peaks of Yuelu Mountain. As Hap contemplated the brutal defeat of Red and Quick at Fang Shaoyun's hands, his confidence waned. The randomness of Fang Shaoyun's selection was particularly disheartening. How could one strategize against a random opponent? Should he opt for dual barracks or focus on gas mining? The thought of facing a horde of 6 relentless units sent shivers down Hap's spine. As the match commenced, he found himself in a state of disarray, hastily dispatching a probe to scout Fang Shaoyun's race. To his relief, he discovered that Fang was playing Terran, yet the base appeared eerily vacant, as if nothing had been constructed for a considerable time. Just as Hap remained in suspense, a swarm of barebones Marines emerged, accompanied by several SCVs. While Hap anticipated a Marine rush from Fang, he was aware that such an assault could be countered. However, at that moment, his mind was in turmoil. A disoriented Protoss player could not effectively defend against such an offensive with merely a probe and a handful of zealots. Moreover, as Fang's Marines reached Hap's base, Fang's SCVs rallied together, shouting, "Let's join the fray," and surged forward, wielding their welding torches. Hap watched in disbelief as Fang constructed a bunker right next to his base. If he were to be annihilated in such a manner, Hap would not have been as disheartened. However, just as his structures were nearing destruction, he noticed Fang's main base had also arrived, hovering ominously nearby. The spectators from Huda broke into a cold sweat. This was audacious beyond measure. It seemed as if Fang intended to place his base there, continuing to mine as if it were a casual affair. This was nothing short of an affront to his opponents. Indeed, Fang often employed such tactics in 4v4 scenarios. Yet, at that moment, Hap chose to end his own game with an Alt-Q, resigning from the match. The audience from Huda fell silent. The unfolding events were undeniably peculiar. First, it was the 6D, then the aerial drop of the Hidden Blade, and now a Marine rush coupled with a bunker assault. It appeared that any crude strategy in Fang Shaoyun's hands transformed into a formidable threat. With effortless finesse, Fang swiftly dispatched 3 players from Huda. In truth, Hap's fighting spirit had dwindled to half. Had it not been for the 2 gunmen supporting him, he might have fought valiantly to the bitter end. Yet, the frailty of human nature lay in its propensity to seek refuge. When an escape route exists, one is prone to abandon the struggle and pin hopes on others. This was precisely Hap's mindset at present. In the second round, Fang randomly selected Zerg. Hap, trembling with fear, constructed numerous zealots for defense, only to be met with a swarm of Fang's mutalisks. Despite his desperate attempts to hold the line with photon cannons and a newly formed Archon, the 2 professional gunmen observing the match frowned in disbelief. Clearly, Fang had seized an overwhelming advantage. To them, it seemed he could easily crush Hap with the sheer might of his mutalisks, yet he refrained from doing so. The outcome was evident, yet Hap appeared blissfully unaware. Minutes later, Fang's formidable mixed forces finally materialized, boasting an array of units on both land and air, scourges, ultralisks, lurkers, and more, with guardians and a queen soaring above. Although the numbers were modest, the colorful display of units sent Hap and the captivated Huda audience spiraling toward despair. Was this truly the nature of StarCraft? Hap found himself at a loss for words. A single squad of zealots lost all semblance of control, charging recklessly into the attack range of the lurkers and guardians, vanishing without a trace. Even if Hap had executed flawless control, the fate was sealed. Fang's queen swiftly obliterated several of Hap's formidable units, leaving his forces akin to a kindergarten class in their ineptitude. As Hap descended into silence, both Quick and Red found themselves at a loss for words alongside King. In the blink of an eye, the score had escalated to 3 o'clock. Had it not been for the presence of 2 professional players, the Lake University team would have faced utter annihilation. Fang Shaoyun's extraordinary prowess surpassed the expectations of King and his companions, leaving Chu Nanhang and others equally astonished. The second young master and the wild man, both familiar with the nuances of the game, could hardly suppress their laughter upon witnessing the woeful expressions of King and his team. Even Kay, observing the duo, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Lulu, noticing Kay's amused demeanor, playfully pinched her hand and whispered in her ear, "What's so funny? Is your heart fluttering at the sight of your beloved's prowess?" Kay's cheeks flushed at Lulu's teasing, yet she felt too bashful to engage in a public display of affection, opting instead for a discreet squeeze of Lulu's hand. Lulu, unfazed by the playful banter, reveled in the thrill of Fang Shaoyun's dominance and the resounding victory for the Central University team. The 2 sharpshooters from Lake University were skilled members of the Blue Star team, recently promoted from the B League to the A League. While the players were not yet widely recognized, they possessed the caliber of A League competitors. King's decision to recruit them as sharpshooters reflected his astute strategy and thoughtful planning. The two sharpshooters, known as Jun and Mu, were the standout players of the Blue Star Club. Having weathered numerous challenges and encountered formidable opponents, they remained unfazed by Fang Shaoyun's intimidating presence. Although Jun and Mu found Fang Shaoyun's random selection of characters somewhat peculiar, they noted that only in the match against Quick, where relentless expansion was employed to thwart interference, had they witnessed any notable performance. Other tactics, such as 6D strategies and aerial ambushes, seemed trivial, the domain of amateur players. They exchanged glances, recognizing that as Lake University faced this dire situation, their own value would become increasingly evident. Chapter 40. Fame for the Young. Intoxication for the wine. As Jun gazed at a group of players from H University lost in contemplation, he sighed inwardly, aware of the considerable efforts King had invested in this team. Years ago, H University's prowess in StarCraft indeed surpassed that of Z University. Yet the emergence of Wang Feiyu and his cohort had relegated H University to a position of subservience. King's endeavors were merely aimed at revitalizing H University's former glory. To this end, he had left no stone unturned, and the team had labored diligently in their spare time. Moreover, they had cultivated connections with several players from Blue Star, forming bonds that facilitated their participation. Otherwise, Jun and Mu would have been reluctant to intervene. Clearly, King had not anticipated that only Fang Shaoyun would emerge from the opposing side, causing H University's players to falter. The match had transformed into a contest solely between the Gunner and Z University, leaving H University in the shadows. Over the past few years, Jun had been entrenched in the Blue Star Club, navigating the arduous journey from a lower division to the upper echelons. He understood well how challenging it was to lead a team, and the notion of achieving any notable success seemed daunting. This realization evoked a twinge of sympathy for King. For even if King triumphed in this match, the accolades would ultimately be bestowed upon H University, while the efforts of their captain would be overshadowed. When Jun took over Hap's seat, Fang Shaoyun immediately sensed a distinction between Jun and the previous trio. The most striking difference was Jun's calm demeanor, devoid of the restless energy that characterized Red and his companions. As Jun approached, he exuded a steadiness akin to a finely honed blade. The unfamiliar visage and the thick calluses on his right hand stirred an inexplicable excitement within Fang Shaoyun, reminiscent of Fu Hongxue from Tian Yiming Yudao. Unbeknownst to Fang Shaoyun, he was face to face with his first professional-level adversary. As Jun adjusted his mouse, he did so with an unusual quietude, though the process took considerable time. Even Go Xiaoyan noticed the contrast between Jun and the prior players. Most competitors merely calibrate their mouse speed to their liking. Yet Go Xiaoyan understood that to swiftly enter the fray, one must invigorate every cell in their body. A mere warm-up would not suffice. Observing Jun's rapid clicks on the mouse and keyboard, Go Xiaoyan detected the essence of a professional player. Jun's composed demeanor clearly indicated that he was on a different level compared to Hap. Once Jun completed his adjustments, he addressed Fang Shaoyun, suggesting they commence. Fang Shaoyun, having waited patiently, found Jun's polite tone quite agreeable. However, this only heightened his awareness of Jun as a formidable opponent. From the outset, Jun and Fang Shaoyun engaged in a fierce battle, with Chu Nanning observing Jun's nimble fingers in awe of his prowess. The speed at which Jun operated was formidable. Yet against Fang Shaoyun, he felt overwhelmed at times, as if he were contending with two opponents simultaneously. This sensation resembled the experience of playing on a map designed for 1-versus-1 encounters, where Jun stood alone against a duo. As a typical Zerg player, Jun found himself pitted against Fang Shaoyun's Terran forces, having mastered the Zerg to an impressive degree. Yet, Fang Shaoyun's units seemed to be controlled by more than just one player, continuously maneuvering across the map. By mid-game, Fang Shaoyun consistently commanded multiple forces, leaving Jun feeling stretched thin. When a transport ship appeared on the battlefield, Jun's base began to crumble, one structure after another. Neither King nor Chu Nanning could fathom the extent of Fang Shaoyun's skill, as he adeptly managed two armies while simultaneously harassing with a transport ship. Such trifold control was clearly not a skill honed overnight. Just a month prior, Fang Shaoyun had been a novice. Chu Nanning and the others were on the verge of losing their ability to think clearly. The situation seemed implausible, defying the principles of Darwinian evolution. When Jun typed GG, both Red and Hap were rendered speechless. Although Jun had lost the match, he was filled with curiosity toward Fang Shaoyun. Thus, he earnestly inquired, "Are you truly still a student?" Fang Shaoyun, equally sincere, produced his student ID for Jun to view. After a fleeting glance, Jun memorized Fang Shaoyun's name and rose from his seat. Fang Shaoyun and those around him were taken aback. Did he really need a break after just one match? Or was he simply taking a moment for himself? Unbeknownst to the others, June stood and declared, "There is no need for further competition. We, H University, concede." As June looked at King, the latter grasped the intent behind June's words. Fang Shaoyun was indeed a legitimate student from Z University. And even if June and Mu were to triumph over him this time, as long as players like Fang Shaoyun remained at Z University, H University would never surpass them. Moreover, June believed he might not even be Fang Shaoyun's equal. Fang Shaoyun had exerted all his efforts, and June's concession surprised him. For June did not strike him as someone who would forfeit out of fear of an opponent's strength. However, given June's statement, Fang Shaoyun felt it inappropriate to say more. Chu Nanning and the others were left in a state of bemusement, having devoted a month to preparation only for Fang Shaoyun to steal the spotlight. Their efforts seemed in vain. King sighed, remarking, "I never anticipated such a skilled player from Z University. Our defeat is undeniable. It appears that Z University truly harbors hidden talents beyond our reach." At King's words, Red and the others bowed their heads. Luo Dong had intended to comfort King and the others, as they all shared a passion for StarCraft. But reflecting on Red and his companions' earlier arrogance, he believed it beneficial for these young players to experience a setback. Thus, Luo Dong and Go Xiaoyan led the group out of the silent internet CAF. As they exited, Lulu's spirits soared, particularly as she passed by Red and his companions, deliberately puffing out her chest, causing Fang Shaoyun to break into a nervous sweat. As Fang Shaoyun brushed past June, he was stopped by June, who simply asked for Fang Shaoyun's QQ number. Finding June and Mu agreeable, Fang Shaoyun readily provided his number. Upon leaving the CAF, Fang Shaoyun felt as though he had discovered the bluest sky in Changsha for the first time, likening himself to Stephen Chow's character who finally comprehended the ultimate martial arts technique. Before exiting the CAF, Lulu had maintained a demure demeanor, yet once outside, she became somewhat conceited. Observing Fang Shaoyun, Lulu remarked, "You little rascal, when you were a gunner, your potential was hardly evident. Now, you've become quite impressive. Even the opponents in car battles seem to be no match for you. Based on your performance today, I shall treat you to a drink." Lulu patted her chest vigorously. Yet Fang Shaoyun could only hear a shameful echo in response. "Drink up. Those who refuse shall be dragged out and dealt with," Lulu declared loudly in the dining room. Her cheeks flushed. Even Kay found nothing unusual, for Lulu had been intoxicated many times before, and today, her frustration found an outlet. Fang Shaoyun, glancing at the quiet Kay and then at Lulu, pondered the stark contrast between the two girls. While Lulu exuded femininity, her demeanor shifted dramatically in Kay's presence, transforming her into something akin to a tomboy. Fang Shaoyun felt a sense of disappointment regarding Lulu's inclination to surround herself with a friend of such contrasting demeanor. As many girls of moderate beauty tend to seek out a dinosaur-like companion, the reasoning was simple. The brilliance of a red flower is accentuated by its green leaves. However, the presence of Kay diminished that effect entirely. As Fang Shaoyun observed Lulu's musings, Go Xiaoyan approached. "I'll be leaving in a few days. What are your plans?" Fang Shaoyun replied, "What plans could I possibly have? To study diligently and strive to be a good student." This response nearly caused Go Xiaoyan to faint. Consequently, she informed Fang Shaoyun, "I can assure you, the player from Huda who faced you was a professional." Fang Shaoyun found this hard to believe. "Are you saying Huda has recruited a professional gunner this time?" Go Xiaoyan nodded affirmatively. "I have always feared you might become arrogant, so I have been rather critical of you. As you've seen, the typical level of professionals is just about that. With your current skill, competing in the A-level league shouldn't pose too much of a challenge. Among all the StarCraft players I've encountered, your rapid progress is unparalleled. If you continue to practice diligently, a bright future awaits you." Fang Shaoyun was taken aback. "Are you joking with me? I've spent the past month being mercilessly beaten. You say I can compete in the A-level league? You must be jesting." Go Xiaoyan sighed. "To be frank, the players you've faced this month are my friends. Top-tier experts in the Super League. For an ordinary amateur to last 10 minutes against them is already impressive. I never anticipated you would hold your own so well. Even they consider you an extraordinary talent, almost inhuman." Fang Shaoyun felt a wave of dizziness. He hadn't expected Go Xiaoyan to resort to such tactics, deploying only top-tier experts from the Super League to undermine his confidence. After struggling for days without a single victory, he almost contemplated abandoning his aspirations. On the way home, Fang Shaoyun found himself in a state of confusion. The current professional players differed vastly from those of the past. The early professionals were merely sacrifices before the advent of competitive leagues, achieving fleeting fame, yet earning meager incomes, often juggling part-time jobs alongside their gaming careers. They toiled through their youth, but many faced dismal fates thereafter. Younger players surged forward, leaving many veterans to pivot to coaching or other careers. Their memories reduced to worn-out mice and antiquated monitors, alongside bittersweet recollections. Conversely, today, as professional players enjoy the advantages of reputable clubs that provide top-notch training facilities and significantly higher incomes. They possess a visibility akin to that of movie stars, a fact that evokes envy among many young aspirants. While Fang Shaoyun had always admired the glamorous lives of contemporary professional players, he had never envisioned himself becoming one, given how vastly he had lagged behind in skill. Yet now, an opportunity he once thought illusory materialized before him like a mirage made real. For years, Fang Shaoyun had regarded StarCraft merely as a form of entertainment. Despite his unwavering passion for the game, he believed there were more important aspects of life, such as his affection for Xiaoyu. He understood that pursuing a career as a professional player would demand an overwhelming commitment to practice, a reality he had embraced over the past month. However, his rigorous training had stemmed from a desire for vengeance, and with that vendetta now fulfilled, he questioned whether he should continue such relentless training. The weight of his choices loomed large, threatening to shape the course of his life, leaving Fang Shaoyun in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 41. A familiar return of swallows. On November 7th, the Chinese Interstellar Professional League resumed after a month-long hiatus. This marked the 5th day since Go Shaoyun returned to Shanghai following his vacation. In the opening match, Go Shaoyun's team, RVA, triumphed over their opponents with a significant score. It appears that this year's competition will once again see a rivalry between RVA and Nalan Rongrong. Meanwhile, Fang Shaoyun was attending class, having endured the repercussions of a month-long absence. Despite having gained some notoriety at Zhongda, his classmates remained skeptical of his remarkable feat in single-handedly defeating the Huda University team. Yet, the plethora of articles on BBS attested to his achievement. However, this fleeting fame bore no weight on Fang Shaoyun's academic credits. During examinations, no professor would consider the contributions he made to Zhongda's reputation in the interstellar arena. All that mattered was achieving a passing score of 60 on his exam papers, and Fang Shaoyun was not particularly adept in this regard. Thus, he remained quietly seated in class. On this day, the Blue Star Club faced their first match since being promoted to the top league. Although Jun and Mu each secured victories against their respective opponents, the Blue Star Club ultimately lost the match overall. The defeat was, in fact, anticipated. It was not due to the formidable nature of their adversaries, but rather because Jun and Mu had lost 2 key teammates before the match commenced. A week prior, the Blue Star Club felt powerless in the face of such outcomes. Jun and Mu could not demand loyalty from others when they themselves had once fought valiantly for the club. At times, it is disheartening when a team is still obscure. Other clubs scarcely acknowledge the talents within. However, once a team gains visibility, rival clubs tirelessly strategize to lure away capable players. Some clubs offer terms that are exceedingly tempting, making it difficult to refuse. After all, a professional player's ability to validate their prowess often hinges on income and performance. Jun harbored resentment towards the club that poached Wonder and Sally. If they were still struggling in the secondary league, he might have accepted the situation more readily. Yet, now that they had finally ascended to the top league, the sudden loss of 2 members shattered their dreams of further success. On December 5th, Blue Star faced off against 24K. A month had passed since their inaugural match in the top league, and this was already Blue Star's 5th game. Regrettably, they had yet to secure a victory, leaving them in a precarious position at the bottom of the league standings. In contrast, 24K was thriving, boasting a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, placing them second in the league. Before the match commenced, Jun encountered Wonder and Sally, who greeted him somewhat awkwardly. After all, Blue Star had nurtured both players, and Jun had devoted considerable time as their sparring partner. In this respect, Wonder and Sally owed Jun a significant debt of gratitude. However, during the match, Wonder and Sally did not show any leniency. They performed as brilliantly as they had during their time with Blue Star, albeit this time against their former club. After the match, Jun and Mu found themselves in a daze, trying to conceal their disappointment from their younger teammates. Yet, the atmosphere was palpable. This marked Blue Star's 5th consecutive defeat, and the somber mood was evident as the coach exited the venue. That evening, Jun and Mu gathered at a dimly lit late-night eatery, sharing a few bottles of beer accompanied by small dishes. Both recognized the unspoken discontent simmering between them, particularly for Jun, though still young. He had become the most tenured player at Blue Star. Mu understood that Jun had been practicing interstellar play since high school, having led a group of players through thick and thin. Now, after achieving promotion to the top league, his team was fracturing. Should they fall back to the secondary league? Retaining any players would be uncertain. Life allows only a few such years, and before either June or Mu could ascend once more to the top league, they might reach retirement age. If Blue Star were to plummet again to the secondary league, June and Mu would be left with two choices, one being to follow the paths of others who had long since abandoned the bitter memories of their struggles. The thought of Blue Star weighed heavily on their hearts. Both June and Mu were Zerg players and shared a mentor, Piano, the former captain of Blue Star and now the club's manager. Over the years, they had regarded Blue Star as their home, and this realization silenced them once more. At that moment, June's phone rang. "Who is it?" "It's me, Sally." "Captain, I'm sorry about today's match." "No need to apologize. I've told you many times, regardless of the match or the opponent, you must give your all from the start. You are now part of 24K. And that is the right approach." Sally sighed on the other end. "I don't want to leave Blue Star, but 24K. No need for explanations." June interjected with a sigh. "I understand you seek success. Everyone has only a few years to strive in the professional league. You deserve the opportunity for a better future." Sally fell silent for a moment. "Captain, with your and Mu's skills, any club would want to recruit you. If you joined us, 24K would undoubtedly succeed in reaching the Super League this year." June sighed again. "I know, but that is 24K, not Blue Star." Mu watched June hang up slowly, lighting a cigarette, and in the flickering light, he suddenly sensed that June had aged considerably. Later that night, Fang Shaoyun opened his computer and realized that he hadn't logged into QQ for quite some time. Fang Shaoyun once relished engaging in conversations, at one point managing up to 6 QQ accounts. However, after the advent of Xiaoyu, Fang Shaoyun's enthusiasm for QQ waned considerably. This particular QQ account remains the sole one for which he can recall the password, primarily utilized for keeping in touch with classmates. After all, when contemplating the prospect of skipping a class, reaching out via mobile would prove rather costly. Thus, sending a message to a classmate online is significantly more convenient. Upon logging in, a plethora of advertisements inundated his screen, which contributed to his growing annoyance. Nonetheless, such irritations pale in comparison to the chaotic advertisements of Hao Fang, which could even eject players from a game room, flaunting a rather ungracious demeanor of pay up or be excluded. As he sifted through a multitude of messages out of sheer boredom, Fang Shaoyun stumbled upon an unfamiliar number accompanied by an unknown avatar. "Hello, I am June. If you see this, please respond." It took considerable mental effort for Fang Shaoyun to recall that June was the professional player mentioned by the somewhat timid Shaoyun from the internet CAF at Huda, with whom he had once engaged in a match before forfeiting. On that day, he had provided his QQ number, yet upon glancing at the date of the message, Fang Shaoyun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. It dawned on him that he had been absent from QQ for an exceedingly long time. This message was sent several days prior. If June had been awaiting his response, he must have long since grown weary of waiting. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Fang Shaoyun promptly composed a reply. At that moment, June and Mu were immersed in training. Regardless of circumstances, a professional player's daily training regimen must be upheld. June was currently strategizing an offensive when suddenly his QQ notification chimed. In truth, June's QQ had very few contacts, and he typically remained invisible. Thus, even if he were to log in for a few days, notifications were rare. As he switched screens, he beheld a foreign avatar bouncing with urgency. Chapter 42, Student Dormitory. Upon seeing Fang Shaoyun, June felt a surge of excitement. In the realm of StarCraft, even the most experienced players had not uttered a word. They simply exited the game. Ever since June had faced Fang Shaoyun, he had been unable to forget him. The prowess of an amateur player like Fang was truly remarkable, and if he were to undergo professional training, his achievements would be beyond imagination. June had sent Fang a message long ago, yet received no response, leading him to believe that Fang was uninterested in communicating. However, at that moment, Fang's profile picture began to flash. Upon clicking it, June was greeted with a grand hello from Fang. Perhaps Fang thought others were visually impaired, as he had set the font size unusually large, nearly overwhelming June's eyes. "You're here." June's heart raced with excitement. He cared little for the size of Fang's font. "Yes, I forgot I hadn't opened QQ in a while. Shall we play a couple of games?" "Sure, let's do it." They exchanged IDs and agreed on a location to commence their match. With no significant stakes in this game, Fang played with more abandon, employing a myriad of unconventional tactics. The two battled fiercely, and ultimately, Fang emerged victorious. With each round, June was increasingly astonished. Fang's skills had evidently improved significantly in just over a month since their last encounter. Despite June's utmost efforts, he found himself consistently outmatched by Fang. Reflecting on this, June couldn't help but think that individuals with such exceptional skills and creative gameplay were becoming increasingly rare. Even when such talents emerged, They were quickly snatched up by various clubs. It seemed that a player of Fang's caliber, still residing in school, was nearly extinct. If only he could recruit someone like Fang, perhaps Blue Star would have a chance at survival this year. The thought filled June with excitement. To his surprise, after their match, Fang took the initiative to inquire, "You're not from Huda University, are you? Are you a professional player? How did you figure that out?" June replied, puzzled, yet answered truthfully, "Yes, that day we were just acting as mercenaries." Fang understood, having once done the same against Lulu. In this regard, he found no fault. Sometimes, one had to take on such roles for the sake of friendship. "I asked for your QQ because I wanted to discuss something with you," June continued. "Your current skills surpass those of most players in the A-League. If you join a professional club, you'll gain fame quickly." Fang sighed. "I know. Someone else has already told me that. But what happens after becoming famous?" June was taken aback. He had always viewed Blue Star's success as his personal endeavor. Such questions had never crossed his mind. He had assumed that most young people desired the glory of standing on stage, especially since professional players enjoyed substantial incomes. He anticipated Fang would question this. "I understand that being a successful professional player can lead to wealth and fame, but I don't care about money. However, you know that to pursue a professional career, you have to sacrifice many things." Listening to Fang's words, June experienced a moment of bewilderment. He realized he too had relinquished a great deal, his studies and ample time. Yet, he had not achieved anything significant. If Blue Star were still as formidable as it had been 2 months ago, perhaps June would have continued to persuade Fang. But given Blue Star's current state, convincing Fang would only drag him down. Perhaps Fang's choice was not misguided. Feeling a sense of loneliness, June told Fang, "Everyone has their own aspirations. I won't pressure you. However, if you decide to pursue a professional career, feel free to reach out to me at Blue Star Club. You're always welcome. There's a CPL qualifier in Changsha next month. If you place well, you'll qualify for a professional spot. Even if you choose not to pursue a professional path, participating in such tournaments will expose you to many skilled players." Fang appreciated June's sincerity, though June remained unaware that Fang had no shortage of skilled practice partners. Thanks to Fang Shaoyun, Fang could find numerous top-tier players online who seemed eager to challenge him. Thus, despite playing less over the past month, Fang's skills had notably improved. After chatting a while longer, they parted ways. In truth, Fang's enthusiasm for StarCraft had waned over the past month. The past grievances with Huda University had long faded. Without the desire for revenge, Fang had reverted to a more indifferent, leisurely existence. In contrast, Lulu frequently visited, sometimes accompanied by Kay. Lulu often came purely to play StarCraft and to recruit Fang to assist her in bullying others. At times, she would bring a pile of clothes to wash, resulting in colorful women's underwear hanging on Fang's balcony. Gradually, the upstairs couple began to assume that Lulu was Fang's new girlfriend. Whenever they encountered Lulu in the hallway, they would greet her, leaving Fang feeling embarrassed. Kay, however, was different. Although she also played games, her preference leaned towards puzzle games, and she was never as loud as Lulu. When Lulu would exclaim, "They're attacking me again. I'm going to be defeated," Fang would break into a sweat. Conversely, whenever Kay visited, Fang's place would be tidied up, as she would systematically clean his room. After organizing, she would relax and watch television. Occasionally, Kay would bring snacks, though she rarely ate much, leaving most of it for Fang. The cleanliness Kay brought to his space made Fang feel guilty about cluttering it. To accommodate Kay, Fang would thoroughly wash his teacups, occasionally inciting jealousy in Lulu. Yet, knowing that Kay was the one receiving such treatment, Lulu let it go. After all, Kay was her best friend, and she certainly could not begrudge such privileges to someone she had once despised. The one who found Fang's rise to mastery most difficult to accept was Peng Feng and his group. Peng Feng could not comprehend how Fang had suddenly become a formidable player. Despite his efforts to extract the training methods Fang Shaoyun had imparted to Fang, Peng Feng struggled for 2 months to master the 8-fold training speed. The subsequent training techniques eluded him as well. In his sorrow, Peng Feng finally understood that Fang was an extraordinary talent. He felt embarrassed to invite Fang to assist them in competitions anymore. However, one person's strength had little impact on a 4v4 match. Despite the commendable performances of June and Mu, Blue Star finds itself precariously teetering on the brink of relegation. Their sole hope now lies in the upcoming respite within the league next month, coinciding with the CPL tournament that lasts over a month. During this interval, there exists a fleeting opportunity to infuse fresh talent into the team. However, among the limited few who secure professional player qualifications through their ranking in the Hunan division, who would be inclined to sign with a club that, halfway through the season, is languishing at the bottom of the standings? June and Mu perceive their prospects as increasingly bleak. The CPL stands as one of the most vibrant competitions domestically, as it is open for anyone to register. Notably, obtaining a commendable rank grants one the status of a professional player. Fang Shaoyun initially harbored no inclination to enroll, yet Lulu, with unabashed persistence, insisted on joining the fray and insisted on dragging Fang Shaoyun along. Fang Shaoyun found it exceedingly exasperating. He had believed that the world was merely a place where one was coerced into undesirable situations, yet now he faced the absurdity of being compelled to participate in competitions. Although he contemplated resisting, Lulu shamelessly clasped his hand and led him away. Overwhelmed with frustration, Fang Shaoyun mused that should he refuse, Lulu might resort to some inappropriate advance. While he felt no personal detriment, the thought lingered that he remained an innocent, pure-hearted youth. Moreover, with Kay observing, even if he were to entertain the notion of Lulu's advances, under the glaring light of day, he could only feign embarrassment. Thus, Fang Shaoyun reluctantly allowed himself to be pulled along by Lulu to register. As they navigated the campus of Zhongda, Fang Shaoyun, Lulu, and Kay maintained a subtle distance from one another. Lulu perceived this man as rather conservative, unaware that Fang Shaoyun's demeanor was influenced by the necessity to pass by the student dormitory, which happened to be Xiaoyu's residence. Fang Shaoyun could not shake the memories of that place, which had drained him both physically and mentally. Chapter 43. Love is a marvelous thing. Even after Xiaoyu resolutely shut the door behind her, Fang Shaoyun found himself wandering beneath the building countless times. Even Xiao Ru, his childhood friend, had once called Xiaoyu. Yet, some matters defy explanation. Fang Shaoyun believed that time would dilute all wounds, and that Xiaoyu would eventually realize his innocence. However, as time passed, Xiaoyu seemed to drift further away from him. Sometimes, the world feels small, yet in the confines of a school, it can be an insurmountable distance apart. Fang Shaoyun often strolled past the dormitory alone, but he never encountered Xiaoyu. When he attempted to call her, he discovered she had changed her number. At times, a profound sadness enveloped him, leading him to ponder whether fate had simply eluded them. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu had once vividly existed in Fang Shaoyun's life, and he could still sense the lingering fragrance of her hair. Yet, it appeared she had vanished from his life forever. Occasionally, he mused that perhaps life truly resembled a dream, and such thoughts made him feel a touch aged. In the stillness of the night, he often feared he was quietly aging without notice. Perhaps even Fang Shaoyun himself was unaware that deep down, he did not wish to pursue a career, largely because he did not want to leave Zhongda University. For once he departed, he feared he might never see Xiaoyu again. Despite knowing that remaining at Zhongda did not guarantee he would encounter her, he still hesitated to leave. Perhaps it would only be when everyone had moved on and the dormitory stood empty that he would find closure. Since the incident with Xiao Ru, he had refrained from getting too close to any girl, fearing that if Xiaoyu ever forgave him, she might find him with another woman. Men can often be quite foolish, and Fang Shaoyun was no exception. Lulu was unaware of the story between Fang Shaoyun and Xiaoyu. Even if she were to discover it, she would likely not regard him as pure, but rather assume that he had been caught in a compromising situation with Xiao Ru, which led to this outcome. Lulu and Kay were among the most beautiful women at Zhongda. Fang Shaoyun acknowledged that, in terms of appearance, Lulu and Kay were certainly not inferior to Xiaoyu. With just a word from them, countless admirers would flock to their side like moths to a flame. Yet, at present, Fang Shaoyun seemed to fear being tainted by their presence. Lulu suspected that this man might be somewhat peculiar. Otherwise, why would he not show any impulse upon seeing Kay? The thought of Fang Shaoyun previously mingling with the bearded Peng Feng made Lulu more inclined to believe it. If Fang Shaoyun were aware of Lulu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of shame. Should Lulu wish to, he would be eager to prove himself as a quintessential man. However, his spirits were currently low. As he passed by the student dormitory, he found himself incapable of forming any impure thoughts. While traversing past the dormitory, he desperately scanned the entrance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xiaoyu. Lulu and Kay noticed Fang Shaoyun's unusual demeanor. In her mind, Lulu wondered what was so captivating about this place. It was not a girl's bathhouse, after all. Just as she was about to question Fang Shaoyun's lecherous appearance, a girl resembling a delicate white flower emerged from the dormitory and walked straight towards him. To be frank, Lulu thought this girl was reasonably attractive, but she paled in comparison to Kay. Yet, Fang Shaoyun was taken aback. Having spent considerable time around him, Lulu had never detected any signs of a female friend, yet suddenly, a new girl appeared, prompting her to suspect there was more to the story. Observing Fang Shaoyun's reaction, Lulu speculated that he might have had an undisclosed relationship with this newcomer. In truth, Fang Shaoyun had no connection with this girl. Named Mei, she was merely Xiaoyu's roommate, and due to Fang Shaoyun frequently assisting them, he had grown familiar with her. Moreover, Mei shared a close bond with Xiaoyu, acting as her confidant. Often, when Fang Shaoyun was with Xiaoyu, Mei would play the role of the third wheel. Upon seeing Mei approach, Fang Shaoyun felt a surge of anxiety. The moment he laid eyes on her, countless thoughts raced through his mind, none of which were inappropriate. He simply wondered if Xiaoyu had forgiven him and sent Mei to speak on her behalf. However, as Mei drew closer, he noticed she appeared somewhat haggard. When she finally saw Fang Shaoyun, she sighed deeply, struggling to utter a word. Fang Shaoyun, already anxious, became increasingly concerned, thinking, what has happened to Xiaoyu? In his mounting distress, he watched as Mei's tears began to fall. Lulu, watching from the sidelines, was momentarily stunned, questioning if this was some dramatic scene from a film. As Mei wept without saying a word, Kay, however, remembered the name Xiaoyu, which Fang Shaoyun had mentioned. Throughout their acquaintance, Kay had never witnessed Fang Shaoyun so agitated. When a woman begins to cry, it can often be an interminable affair. As Mei wept, passers-by might assume Fang Shaoyun had committed some unspeakable act against this fragile girl. Fang Shaoyun could hardly bear to see a woman cry. The power of tears is indeed a formidable weapon. While Mei was not Xiaoyu, her tears unsettled him deeply. He fumbled through his pockets, desperately searching for a handkerchief. On the journey from the school to the hospital, Fang Shaoyun remained silent, and even Lulu dared not jest with him. Lulu and Kay gathered from Mei's brief account what had transpired. Although Mei did not explicitly state the nature of Xiaoyu and Fang Shaoyun's relationship, it was evident to any observer, particularly the perceptive Lulu and Kay. When Fang Shaoyun arrived at Xiaoyu's hospital room, she lay beneath the pristine white sheets, appearing frail and even thinner than before. Lulu noticed a barely perceptible tremor in Fang Shaoyun's shoulder and, understanding his distress, gently took Kay's hand, saying, "You should stay here. We will step outside for a moment." Uncertain how long Fang Shaoyun intended to remain in the room, Lulu led Kay to a nearby convenience store to purchase some items. They spent a while outside before returning to the ward. Upon their return, they found Fang Shaoyun holding Xiaoyu's hand, seemingly engaged in soft conversation, yet she remained motionless beneath the covers. Lulu's heart ached at the sight, prompting her to discreetly inquire of a passing nurse, what happened to her? Why isn't she moving? The nurse, with a dismissive toss of her hair, replied, "If you swallowed an entire bottle of sleeping pills, see if you could move. It's already a miracle we managed to revive her." How refreshing the air felt. How beautiful the world appeared. Lulu wondered why these young women did not cherish their lives more. After the nurse turned and swayed away, Lulu stood momentarily stunned. She mused, "Perhaps one day you would experience the pangs of affection, only to be unceremoniously cast aside, allowing you to truly appreciate the freshness of the air." Yet, upon reflection, she deemed such thoughts too cruel and dismissed them. Observing the hospital room, she noticed Fang Shaoyun with reddened eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Lulu gently closed the door and settled into a chair in the corridor alongside Kay. To her surprise, the rogue appeared quite infatuated, leading Lulu to reassess her opinion of Fang Shaoyun. In truth, she was no longer his girlfriend, and it seemed she was the one who had ended their relationship, only to find solace in another's embrace. Kay remained silent, finally understanding why Fang Shaoyun had always maintained a certain distance from her. It became evident that this little rainstorm had never truly left his heart. Eventually, around noon, Fang Shaoyun emerged with still red eyes. Lulu and Kay trailed behind him, not daring to utter a word. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Lulu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Where are we going?" "To eat," Fang Shaoyun replied succinctly. Lulu nearly stumbled in disbelief. However, he continued with a soft tone, "The doctor said she wouldn't wake up until this afternoon. I'll bring her something to eat when we return." During their meal, Fang Shaoyun handed his identification card to Lulu, startling her. "What is this for?" she asked. He replied, "Aren't you signing up for CPL? I can't accompany you this afternoon. Could you please help me register?" It dawned upon Lulu that her insistence on dragging Fang Shaoyun out was indeed for the purpose of the CPL registration. Swiftly, she tucked his ID into her small bag, fearful he might change his mind about signing up. After finishing their meal, Kay looked at Lulu and suggested, "How about I skip the registration this afternoon?" Lulu asked, "What will you do instead?" Kay then turned to Fang Shaoyun and proposed, "Why don't I accompany you to the hospital? As a girl, it might be easier for me to assist." Fang Shaoyun considered this and, though burdened, nodded in agreement. Chapter 44. The aftertaste of love in the afternoon. Xiaoyu gradually awoke. As she opened her eyes, Fang Shaoyun was peeling an apple. Upon noticing her awakening, he forced a smile, yet even he felt his expression was unappealing. At that moment, Kay sat quietly on the opposite side of the hospital room, observing Xiaoyu's awakening, expecting her to be overwhelmed with emotion. However, Xiaoyu remained inexplicably calm. Seeing Fang Shaoyun by her bedside, Xiaoyu merely offered a faint smile. "What brings you here?" Fang Shaoyun, usually composed, now appeared somewhat flustered. The hands he had held countless times were right in front of him, yet he hesitated to reach out. "It was Mei who informed me." Upon seeing Fang Shaoyun's demeanor, Xiaoyu sighed softly. "You need not worry about me anymore. You know that your presence here is of little consequence now. Truth be told, I wished to drift off into slumber, but during that time, I suddenly came to terms with many things. Rest assured, I will not act foolishly again." Fang Shaoyun's heart ached as he gazed at the frail Xiaoyu. Countless times, he had yearned to hold her close for eternity. Yet her words now created an insurmountable distance between them. Xiaoyu was right before him, yet he felt lost, uncertain of what he should or could do. Fang Shaoyun believed that Xiaoyu could never forgive him for his connection with Xiaoyu. "That girl was merely a fellow townsman. There was nothing between us." "I know," Xiaoyu replied calmly. "I learned of it later. The incident simply compelled me to make a choice." Xiaoyu continued to look at Fang Shaoyun with an air of tranquility. "In truth, he had pursued me as well, but I always thought my feelings for you were a tad stronger. After that incident, it merely solidified my resolve." Fang Shaoyun had finished peeling the apple, but upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, he momentarily lost focus and nearly dropped the fruit. "I do not regret our separation, Fang Shaoyun. Do you understand? You seek a tranquil life, perhaps desiring to share simple moments with a loved one from dawn till dusk. Yet I yearn for a more vibrant existence." Fang Shaoyun gazed at Xiaoyu, recognizing her profound understanding of him. Indeed, that serene life was what he had always desired, one devoid of extravagance, where he could simply walk hand in hand with the one he loved. He had witnessed the tumultuous life of his parents, who, despite appearing successful, spent most of their time flying across the country, often dining on airplane meals. Even when they were together, they had little time for romance. Fang Shaoyun had never admired such a life. He pondered what kind of life Xiaoyu truly desired and realized their aspirations diverged greatly. Understanding a woman could often be a daunting task for a man. Fang Shaoyun suddenly felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him, for even now, he did not truly comprehend Xiaoyu's needs. A sense of loneliness enveloped him, and he found himself questioning, was it worth it, what you did for him? Not worth it. Xiaoyu replied with a feeble smile beneath the white sheets. "In fact, I already regret it." Words escaped Fang Shaoyun. Yet Kay understood that sometimes a woman's actions stem from impulse, and only afterward does she realize her mistakes. Fortunately, there was still time for reflection. Xiaoyu appeared to be managing well now, seemingly having come to terms with her situation. As Fang Shaoyun drifted into thought, Mei entered with a group of Xiaoyu's classmates. Mei appeared haggard but brightened upon seeing Xiaoyu was all right. They gathered around her bed, exclaiming, "You scared us to death." Xiaoyu smiled and apologized, promising not to act so foolishly again. Fang Shaoyun felt increasingly superfluous, exhaling a sigh as he and Kay left the room. Before departing the hospital, he bought Xiaoyu an assortment of her favorite snacks. However, as he exited, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. It felt as if something within him had shattered, leaving him feeling hollow. On his way back to his familiar haven, Fang Shaoyun sensed a profound desolation. Xiaoyu's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of her repeated assertions that a man should be strong and ambitious, not languishing in despondency. Perhaps Xiaoyu had always wished to be the delicate woman nestled in the embrace of a strong man, while he had yearned for a life of simplicity and detachment from worldly desires. Kay perceptively noticed Fang Shaoyun's weariness, remarking, "Life is not merely handed to you. It is something you must strive for." Fang Shaoyun met Kay's gaze. "A person like you, with such lofty aspirations, could never remain unremarkable forever. Your current reluctance merely indicates something troubles you." Yet Xiaoyu chose to depart rather than confront her own challenges. Perhaps therein lies her true error. Fang Shaoyun regarded Kay as if seeing her for the first time, while Kay smiled slyly. He felt as though she could effortlessly peer into his soul. Both were astute individuals, yet they remained unaware that often, a woman's thoughts diverge from her spoken words. When only Mei remained by Xiaoyu's side in the hospital, Xiaoyu's earlier fortitude seemed to wane. "Do you not realize he still loves you? You once shared such profound affection," Mei implored. "Are you truly willing to abandon him?" Xiaoyu responded with a bitter smile, "What can I do now? Have you not seen the remarkable woman by his side? She appears so enamored with him. Should I wrest him from her grasp? Perhaps I could have once, but now." Mei trembled silently at her words. Xiaoyu sighed again. "Often, there is no turning back. I had already chosen him, and now I lack the opportunity to choose Fang Shaoyun again. That would be unjust to him." Mei questioned the fairness of love, But upon witnessing Xiaoyu's solitude and recalling Fang Shaoyun's forlorn figure leaving the hospital, she could not help but weep beside her. So many aspects of life are fraught with helplessness. The one you love may not love you back, and those who love you may not ignite your heart in return. Some are clearly in love, yet remain apart. Life is often filled with misfortune, yet Lulu's enrollment process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Despite the high number of applicants for CPL, many registered online and paid their fees directly. The bustling crowd at the registration site parted eagerly upon the arrival of an attractive girl, for in the cosmos, such beauty is a rarity. Lulu's charm captivated the crowd, who quickly made way for her. From the moment Lulu acquired the registration form to the completion of her enrollment, she took less than half an hour. However, to fend off incessant requests for her QQ number and phone details, she spent an inordinate amount of time. Once her registration was finalized, Lulu swiftly departed from the scene, during which she realized that Kay often displayed remarkable wisdom. This offline interstellar competition was indeed a realm where women should tread lightly. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. In the future, Lulu believed it would be wiser to leave such matters to Fang Shaoyun. Contemplating Fang Shaoyun, Lulu found herself eager to ascertain the current status of their relationship, whether they had rekindled their old flame or if Kay had taken advantage of the situation. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she retrieved her phone and dialed K's number. Anticipating some intriguing development, she was instead greeted with K's casual response, "Sister, we are at XX waiting for you to join us for dinner." When Lulu hastily arrived at the XXXX restaurant, she found Fang Shaoyun and Kay enjoying a hearty meal while engrossed in the television. Initially intending to inquire about the unfolding events, her focus shifted upon noticing that her beloved sauerkraut fish was nearly half gone. With a playful exclamation of indignation, she exclaimed, "How can you be so shameless?" and proceeded to devour the remaining dish with fervor. Fang Shaoyun and Kay watched her with amusement as she feasted. As Lulu ate, she couldn't help but feel that the two were adept at concealing something, as if nothing had transpired. However, this realization left her hesitant to probe further, deciding it would be better to interrogate Kay thoroughly once they returned. After dinner, Lulu handed Fang Shaoyun his competition certificate and identification. Upon receiving the certificate, Fang Shaoyun remained remarkably composed, not yet considering the potential impact this competition might hold for his destiny. Little did anyone anticipate the fate that this contest would bestow upon him. Chapter 45, like a dream, like a bubble the following day. Fang Shaoyun ordered a bouquet of flowers early in the morning. Although it seemed improbable that he and Xiaoyu would reunite, Kay's words had sparked a revelation in him. A woman may leave a man because she feels he is not suitable for her. Thus, the man should not wallow in self-pity, but rather reflect on what he must do to become the kind of man who is worthy of a woman's love. In truth, winning a woman's affection is quite simple. One must embody the qualities that she admires in a partner. Whether Fang Shaoyun can become the man Xiaoyu envisions remains uncertain. Yet he suddenly comprehended many profound truths. He realized that many aspects of life must be pursued actively. Evasion serves no purpose. When Kay spoke, Fang Shaoyun recalled that he had never expressed to his parents his desire for them to stop separating. It dawned on him that perhaps they believed providing sufficient financial support was paramount, entirely oblivious to his yearning for the mundane yet fulfilling existence of a conventional family. With this newfound understanding, Fang Shaoyun experienced a sense of clarity. He recognized that his long-held attitude towards life might not have been correct. Perhaps there was merit in working harder and earning more. One day, he could tell his parents that they need not be so busy, for he could handle everything himself. Even if he could not be with Xiaoyu now, he wished for her happiness. Fang Shaoyun had ordered yellow carnations, Xiaoyu's favorite. In the past, she loved placing a vase filled with yellow carnations on her bedside table. He believed that she would be delighted upon seeing the flowers. However, when he pushed open the hospital room door, he found it empty. After stopping a nurse in the corridor, he learned that Xiaoyu was not seriously ill and had already been discharged early in the morning. Wandering beneath the student dormitory for a long while, he was informed by Mei that Xiaoyu's family had visited, and she had gone home, likely to take a break from her studies for a while. Clutching the flowers tightly, Fang Shaoyun felt his heart silently plummet. Memories flooded back like scenes from a film, never to return. With some time until the CPL League, Fang Shaoyun began to frequent various online gaming arenas, engaging in battles with the players introduced by Go Xiaoyun. On the day Xiaoyu left, he seemed to have shed all attachments. Consequently, his skills in StarCraft appeared to improve rapidly, surprising even Go Xiaoyun. Fang Shaoyun had become a potential star, with his ultimate rise still an enigma. Moreover, he was a rare random player, a trait that set him apart. Lulu followed Fang Shaoyun around daily. and it was evident that his skills had surpassed those of Chu Nanhang and his group, a fact that saddened Chu Nanhang. It was no secret that Chu Nanhang harbored feelings for Lulu, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Given Lulu's personality, if someone were to profess their love to her, she would undoubtedly burst into laughter. A girl with such a vibrant spirit seemed only likely to pursue the boys she liked boldly. The notion of developing feelings for someone outside her consideration would strike her as laughable. Thus, Chu Nanhang concluded it was best to extinguish his own hopes. Fang Shaoyun's prowess had indeed flourished, yet Lulu, despite spending time with him, found it challenging to learn from his dazzling multitasking and peculiar strategies. Although Lulu felt her own StarCraft style had become somewhat quirky, her progress remained minimal. The only noticeable improvement was in her gameplay. She could now avoid being easily defeated by Fang Shaoyun's 6D tactics, which had previously driven her to the brink of madness. During this period, Kay had been quite busy. Lulu's absences from class had noticeably increased, prompting Kay to occasionally fabricate excuses for her and deliver meticulously detailed notes that could be sold for profit. Kay's notes were so comprehensive that even a fool could memorize them and pass the exam. Yet, after playing StarCraft, Lulu would often compete with Kay for the television remote. Kay's preferred shows were merely soap operas, while Lulu favored either sports channels or electronic gaming. She even relished watching boxing matches, where muscular fighters engaged in fierce combat. At times, Fang Shaoyun found himself shivering at the thought. Had he not known Lulu well enough to recognize her fierce exterior concealed a kitten's heart, he might have assumed she harbored violent tendencies. Life for the trio unfolded quietly and sweetly. The only awkward moments arising from peculiar sounds resembling cat calls drifting down from upstairs late at night. Fang Shaoyun had grown accustomed to such noises, while Lulu and Kay nearly fled in fright. Nevertheless, upon seeing Fang Shaoyun's nonchalant demeanor, Lulu pretended to remain composed and continued watching television. Days passed swiftly. Leading up to the commencement of the CPL, the original CPL League had simultaneously begun nationwide qualifiers, marking a grand celebration of StarCraft with thousands of participants, 50 groups, and 5 judges online across various competition channels. The thought of such numbers thrilled Lulu. Although the current CPL had even more registrants, the qualifiers were no longer held nationwide but divided into 6 regions. Though Hunan had a high number of participants, it only totaled around 600 to 700. A far cry from the earlier grand event. For Lulu, participating in the CPL held a small secret. It was during this very league that Wang Feiyu made her spectacular return, adding a touch of legend to the event. Thus, Lulu was willing to risk the embarrassment of being smothered by others to experience this extraordinary tournament. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the CPL's format had undergone modifications. Yet the start date remained unchanged. December 23rd, just 2 days before Christmas, marked the official beginning of the CPL. Fang Shaoyun and Lulu had finished dinner early and returned to his place. A fortnight prior, Lulu had moved her computer to occupy space at Fang Shaoyun's. Much to his chagrin, although they were not in the same competition channel, upon entering their respective channels, they discovered the time was still early, with both channels devoid of participants. Most competitors were likely warming up or engaging in other meaningful activities. Bored, Lulu meandered through various channels, finding them mostly empty, save for a few inactive players. Eventually, she entered Fang Shaoyun's channel when a mischievous thought struck her. Hey, what if you help me in the match later? Do you think the judges would notice? Upon hearing this, Fang Shaoyun felt as if he had fainted. In contemplation, Fang Shaoyun found himself incredulous at Lulu's lewd notions. He shook his head vigorously, realizing that such thoughts would remain undiscovered. However, the idea of masquerading as a woman in a match stirred his conscience. Invoking a fear of divine retribution, he pondered the inevitability of such occurrences in online competitions, yet the thought of assisting a woman in a contest raised concerns. What if he were to be cursed, rendering him impotent and devoid of masculinity? Lulu chuckled and reassured him, "Do not be anxious. I merely propose it. Not that I genuinely wish for you to compete. Besides, it is quite possible that before you finish your match, I may have already been tormented to death. If you wish to aid me, the opportunity may not even arise." Fang Shaoyun conceded, responding to Lulu, "You make a valid point. However, rest assured, if you should meet your demise early, I shall mourn for you upon completing my match." Lulu, with a decisive kick, retorted, "The match has yet to commence. Do not cast curses upon me, as I am eager to advance to the next round." Fang Shaoyun merely snorted in reply. Lulu, disinterested in further conversation, turned her attention to the television, where Doraemon was playing. As the clock struck 8, the previously empty competition channel suddenly brimmed with participants, as if summoned by a whirlwind. Referees wielding hammers began to count the attendees. Those not affiliated with the competition, advertisers, or individuals with dubious intentions, were unceremoniously ejected without a word. Chaos ensued in the channel as shouts of "clear the area" echoed, declaring that anyone arriving after 8:10 would be disqualified. While Lulu lingered, reluctant to part from Doraemon, Kay swiftly turned off the television, forcing Lulu to begrudgingly enter the channel to await her roll call. Fang Shaoyun dutifully accepted his name being called and began to anticipate the referee's arrangement for the matches. In truth, it mattered little who his initial opponent would be. For among the 30 groups competing on the first day, only one would emerge victorious. Chapter 46. The justification for not releasing the hounds. The cruelty of the CPL is evident here. The preliminary rounds are structured as a complete elimination format. In previous years, even Zhang Henshui was eliminated in the group stage upon encountering Wang Feiyu. Thus, whether a player can advance from a group does not solely depend on their strength, but rather on whether there are stronger players in the same group. This inevitably ties into a person's luck. Fang Shaoyun felt that his luck had never been particularly favorable, hence he held little hope for the outcome. Soon, Fang Shaoyun caught sight of the opponent assigned to him by the referee. However, before the match commenced, Lulu approached with a smile. Fang Shaoyun was nearly startled by Lulu's sudden appearance. "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be focusing on your own match?" he thought, sensing something peculiar in her smile. He worried that during the game, Lulu might take advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, it was clear that Lulu had no intention of causing any trouble. With a triumphant grin, Lulu remarked, "Good fortune seems unavoidable. I've been granted a bye in the first round." Fang Shaoyun almost fainted. He understood that among registered participants, some would inevitably be unable to compete for various reasons, leading to vacancies in the groups. Thus, when the referee arranged the matchups, some players would be granted byes. Fang Shaoyun was taken aback to learn that Lulu had secured a bye in the first round, while his own opponent was already shouting "Go, go, go." He sighed, reflecting on the stark contrasts in luck among individuals. As he entered the game set up by the referee, the official casually waited for the match to begin, quickly announcing the need to save the replay before darting off to create another game. Seeing that Fang Shaoyun's randomly assigned race was Terran, Lulu deemed the initial match uninteresting and went to grab a snack, tossing one to Kay as well. Little did Lulu know, her ability to leisurely watch Fang Shaoyun's match was not merely due to good fortune, but rather a result of the referee having reviewed the Group S information prior to the competition. The referee's review was not for the purpose of favoritism, but simply to identify notable players for observation. Upon seeing Lulu's profile, the referee was somewhat taken aback. The likelihood of female participants in CPL events is exceedingly low, making any female player, regardless of appearance, a subject of special attention. Although the referee couldn't ascertain Lulu's measurements, the memorability of her ID made a lasting impression amid a sea of aggressive usernames. With a flutter of admiration, the referee arranged for Lulu to receive a bye, a decision not rooted in corruption, but within the authority of the referee to structure matchups. Knowing only one player from each group would ultimately advance, after taking a few bites of her snack, Lulu settled down on the bed behind Fang Shaoyun, nearly swooning in disbelief upon witnessing him aggressively place 2 barracks at the center of the map. Moments later, a plethora of SCVs began to pour forth from Fang Shaoyun's base, akin to a queue hastily rushing to visit the girls' dormitory. Before Lulu could mentally chastise him for his audacity, Fang Shaoyun's opponent had already typed "shameless" in the chat. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun's opponent, having scouted his base, recognized Fang Shaoyun's intentions. Unlike Fang Shaoyun's lewd approach, his opponent's strategy was orthodox. However, with no Dragon Knights yet produced, the sight of numerous SCVs and a few Marines advancing towards his base must have incited a desire for a real-life confrontation. The opponent likely thought, "The match has only just begun. Is such fervor truly necessary?" This frustration was manifested in their screen as they typed "shameless." While most players might take offense at being labeled shameless, Fang Shaoyun, undeterred, responded with a smile, possibly inciting even more ire in his opponent who, before his bunker could be constructed, furiously exited the game. Upon saving the replay and returning to the competition channel, Fang Shaoyun noted that his first opponent had vanished without a trace. Lulu speculated that the individual had likely gone to vent their frustrations elsewhere, pondering that if Fang Shaoyun were to enter business, he would undoubtedly become a formidable entrepreneur. After all, a 10 yuan registration fee had resulted in mere minutes of play, with the opponent barely having settled in before being unceremoniously ousted. It was worth noting that even the priciest internet cafes in Changsha did not charge such exorbitant rates for an hour of usage. When Fang Shaoyun emerged from his first match, the referee was still occupied, with many first-round matches yet to be arranged. However, Fang Shaoyun had already submitted his results. The referee, exhibiting a sense of humor, remarked, "Hey 60. Fang Shaoyun found the referee's demeanor surprisingly relaxed, given the workload, and thought to himself, "We are Terran. How could it be 60? The referee, likely momentarily confused, chuckled, wild barracks. Fang Shaoyun grinned mischievously. The referee, experienced and knowledgeable, quickly grasped the situation and could not help but comment, "If everyone played as swiftly as you, my day would be a breeze." Lulu, witnessing this exchange, nearly fainted. Is there no professional ethics? If everyone played with such shamelessness as Fang Shaoyun, would there even be any entertainment left in the CPL? At that moment, Fang Shaoyun found himself at leisure, only to turn and discover Lulu ravenously devouring the snacks he had secretly purchased for himself. Disbelief washed over him. These were the very treats he had intended to keep, now claimed by Lulu in mere minutes. The way she indulged was almost scandalous, her methodical licking inciting a sensation of guilt within Fang Shaoyun. He lamented that he would have to resort to purchasing less desirable snacks in the future and quickly retrieved a snack for himself, believing it wiser to consume something before it fell into Lulu's hands again. As the cold treat slid down his throat, he felt his heightened emotions begin to settle. After approximately 10 minutes, the referee finally assigned Fang Shaoyun a new opponent. This opponent, likely still riding the high of their recent victory, eagerly urged, "Go, go, go." Fang Shaoyun, slightly amused, thought, "Why the rush? Let me finish my snack first." By the time he finished, his opponent was visibly agitated, waiting impatiently. Fang Shaoyun felt a sense of pride in having maximized the strategy of conserving energy while waiting for the opponent. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why Lulu seemed so relaxed despite the second round beginning for others. Lulu herself found it curious, although matches for other players were being arranged. It appeared she had been overlooked. Pondering whether she had been forgotten, she was reassured by the unfolding drama of Fang Shaoyun's match, contemplating the potential to file a complaint regarding the referee's oversight. Fang Shaoyun's opponent was already feeling a sense of urgency. However, the competition rules allowed participants a preparation period of up to 15 minutes, rendering Fang Shaoyun's opponent powerless in the face of his nonchalance. Unbeknownst to his adversary, Fang Shaoyun had taken advantage of this time to leisurely consume a delightful ice cream treat. As Fang Shaoyun lingered without selecting a race upon entering the main game, his opponent's anxiety escalated. "Choose your race. How am I supposed to compete if you don't?" Fang Shaoyun chuckled, responding, "Apologies, my friend, but it seems the match will be rather unfeasible for you, as I am randomly assigned." In that moment, Fang Shaoyun's opponent seemed to short-circuit, visibly disheartened. It took several seconds before he silently initiated the match. Fang Shaoyun's opponent was a human player, while fortune favored Fang Shaoyun, who randomly drew the Zerg race. Lulu perceived this as a serendipitous opportunity. The human race, unaware of facing Zerg, could easily fall victim to an early onslaught. In fact, even Lulu's Zerg had succumbed countless times to attacks when oblivious to Fang Shaoyun's random selection of the Zerg race. Had it not been for Lulu's eventual resilience against Fang Shaoyun's 6 drones, his tender spirit might have been left with indelible scars. Lulu mused that while 6 drones might seem somewhat unscrupulous, refraining from deploying them would be akin to hiring a lady of leisure, yet confining her to the living room, an unforgivable sin. Yet, Fang Shaoyun obstinately chose not to unleash the 6 drones, transforming each egg into a worker instead. Frustrated, and disregarding whether he might disrupt Fang Shaoyun's gameplay, Lulu insisted, "Why aren't you deploying the 6 drones? How can you not?" Fang Shaoyun felt a chill run down his spine. He often deemed the use of 6 drones to be rather shameless, yet now it seemed he was being compelled to acquiesce. Nevertheless, Fang Shaoyun provided a reason that rendered Lulu speechless. "Damn it, I just had an ice cream. My hands are cold and my actions are sluggish. Do you think I would choose not to deploy them otherwise?" Chapter 47. The Bunker Like the Ocean. Love grows silently. Lulu perceived that Fang Shaoyun's response perfectly aligned with his lewd and unscrupulous demeanor, prompting her to nod in understanding. She believed that Fang Shaoyun's opponent was indeed fortunate not to encounter his notorious 6D tactics. However, Lulu miscalculated slightly. For Fang Shaoyun possessed an array of vile and lascivious strategies beyond the infamous 6D. Fang Shaoyun's adversary, displaying a measure of composure, sent an SCV to his base early on, but it did not survive long within Fang Shaoyun's territory. The opponent intended to taunt Fang Shaoyun's drones with the SCV, yet it was evident that he lacked Fang Shaoyun's audacity. Seizing an opportunity, Fang Shaoyun encircled the opponent's SCV with 3 drones, leading to its swift demise. Drowned in the saliva of his workers. Undeterred, the opponent dispatched another SCV to investigate, only to encounter a few of Fang Shaoyun's zerglings. This second SCV met a similar fate. After repeatedly facing setbacks, the opponent, likely feeling disheartened, swiftly assembled a force to venture out. It is worth noting that sometimes, in a TVZ matchup, subduing the Zerg within their base is crucial. Lulu recalled a replay of a particularly aggressive Terran player who stationed a squad of Marines at the Zerg's entrance. Despite the Zerg's numerous lurkers, the Terran player managed to eliminate 8 of them. After a grueling struggle, the Zerg player forced the remaining Marines back only to discover that the Terran's reinforcements had increased significantly. When the Zerg is cornered, their gameplay becomes severely restricted, while the Terran can employ a hit-and-run tactic, which Lulu often found rather unscrupulous. Just as the Zerg had painstakingly buried themselves underground for a moment of reprieve, the Terran Marines would casually retreat to indulge in banter, only to return and mercilessly bombard the Zerg. Lulu, observing the Terran forces mercilessly eliminate a hapless Zergling stationed nearby, felt compelled to learn from Fang Shaoyun's response. Yet, it seemed that Fang Shaoyun was entirely unconcerned about the impending assault. Instead, 5 bunkers emerged neatly at his entrance. Fang Shaoyun's opponent had intended to execute a fierce push, but upon spotting the multitude of bunkers, he became increasingly frantic, pondering how someone could be so devious. Initially, he had sent an SCV for reconnaissance, oblivious to the growing fortress that had materialized. Even though he recognized Fang Shaoyun's tactics as unsettling, the opponent found himself powerless against them. He was left with no choice but to establish a camp outside Fang Shaoyun's door, awaiting the arrival of his advanced weaponry, the tanks. In a bid to thwart any potential aggression from Fang Shaoyun, he constructed 2 additional bunkers at the entrance, investing heavily in his defensive strategy. Fang Shaoyun's opponent was certainly no novice. His meticulous scouting had revealed that Fang Shaoyun's base housed only spine crawlers, indicating a potential for cloaked units. He believed that by containing Fang Shaoyun within his base, while simultaneously guarding against possible drops, he could exact revenge on the player who had caused him considerable frustration. However, upon witnessing Fang Shaoyun's formidable setup, Lulu knew the opponent's strategy was doomed to fail. Before long, a swarm of mutalisks darkened the skies above the Terran base. The opponent, still bewildered by the sudden appearance of these units, watched helplessly as they wreaked havoc on his operations. The presence of winged creatures did not guarantee purity, nor did it imply that they were angels. As the opponent beheld the chaos unfolding in his base, he grew increasingly despondent, realizing that his regular production activities had ground to a halt. In a fit of desperation, he meticulously scanned Fang Shaoyun's base again. Yet the elusive mutalisk den remained hidden from view. Meanwhile, an SCV of his was wandering aimlessly at an external resource point, failing to uncover Fang Shaoyun's hidden expansion and production capabilities. The opponent, now frantic, concluded that Fang Shaoyun must have established a secret base somewhere on the map. Reluctantly, he withdrew his Marines guarding Fang Shaoyun's entrance, prioritizing the rescue of his own base. Faced with Fang Shaoyun's fortress-like defenses, he lacked the courage for a final, desperate charge, opting instead to safeguard his foundation. For as long as the mountains stand and the waters flow, there would be resources to draw upon. While retreating, the opponent resolved that once his base was secured, his first order of business would be to locate Fang Shaoyun's hidden base and eliminate it repeatedly. Yet, the chasm between aspiration and reality is often insurmountable, much like how happiness may seem within reach yet remains elusive despite one's utmost efforts. Before the opponent could fully contemplate his next move, a sudden ambush from 2 rows of spines emerging from the ground decimated his forces. Clearly overwhelmed by this turn of events, he could only mutter a resigned "You are formidable" before promptly exiting the game. Lulu, observing Fang Shaoyun, felt a mixture of astonishment and admiration, realizing that he had outmaneuvered a seemingly promising Terran player so effortlessly. Had the opponent been of a more fragile psyche, he might have succumbed to tears and despair. However, Lulu discreetly gleaned a valuable lesson: the merit of covertly establishing a base in the wilderness, and the cunning of crafting a spire when one's opponent expects mutalisks, or vice versa. The key was to keep the opponent in the dark regarding one's true intentions. She also noted Fang Shaoyun's final tactic, which was indeed quite devious. Although his gas income was not particularly high, he had managed to produce 2 lurkers at his hidden base, strategically placed along the path the Terran player would take to rescue his own base. This, perhaps more than anything else, was likely the source of the Terran player's frustration. In a short span, Fang Shaoyun secured 2 consecutive victories. And though Lulu felt a tinge of respect for him, it dissipated when she recalled his shamelessness in executing the ambush. Nonetheless, Fang Shaoyun reveled in his small triumph. The exhilaration of victory was truly delightful. Fang Shaoyun felt compelled to indulge in a delightful treat. At that moment, Lulu finally reacted, letting out a laugh that was anything but ladylike, turning to glimpse the identity of this spirited young woman's initial adversary. Fang Shaoyun was struck with a sense of disbelief, her earlier elation evaporating instantaneously. Lulu wore a smug expression as she caressed her cheek, exclaiming, "See? I breezed through the second round." Fang Shaoyun pondered the absurdity of the situation. After exerting considerable effort to triumph in 2 rounds, here was Lulu, akin to a capricious landlady, who had exerted no effort whatsoever yet received the same reward merely by observing 2 matches from the sidelines. Was this not an affront to one's sense of fairness? In that moment, Fang Shaoyun found herself convinced that the concept of fairness was but a myth. The notion of equality among all beings, of everyone starting from the same baseline, was sheer nonsense. Just by comparing herself to Lulu, the disparities of the world were laid bare. Occasionally, the heavens may grant a fleeting glimpse of justice, allowing countless virtuous souls to be lauded as exemplary models of goodness. Yet, the tales of the many unfortunate souls languish unnoticed in the annals of time. Some toil tirelessly throughout their lives, only to find themselves destitute and despondent. In stark contrast, individuals like Lulu seem to stumble upon fortune, akin to a serendipitous lottery winner discovering a jackpot overnight. At that juncture, even Kay remarked on Lulu's extraordinary luck, saying, "Sister, your fortune today is truly remarkable. It seems you ought to go out and enjoy yourself." Lulu, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Darling, what should I go out for?" To which Kay responded, "Go out and about. You might just stumble upon a charming suitor." Lulu chuckled, "Why would I need to go out when I have you?" As she spoke, her mischievous hand reached toward Kay, who squealed and darted to the far end of the sofa. Observing Lulu and Kay, a sense of unease began to creep into Fang Shaoyun's heart. Chapter 48. The shooter meets another shooter. At this moment, Fang Shaoyun felt somewhat restless, his thoughts drifting to Wang Feiyu. However, his musings about Wang Feiyu were unrelated to the interstellar realm. Having spent considerable time with Lulu, Fang Shaoyun occasionally noticed that although Lulu often exhibited a boldness unbecoming of a woman, she possessed a captivating allure when she was still. It was likely that if she shed her garments, many of the actresses from Japan's adult film industry would find themselves out of work. Names like LN, the beloved of a certain someone, could hardly compare. Lulu and Kay together could be described as a fiery presence paired with a refreshing one. The mere thought of embracing both would likely overwhelm even the divine. In truth, Fang Shaoyun would never ordinarily entertain such notions. Yet the mere thought of Wang Feiyu and the legendary Zhang Yu and Huang Xiaolu ignited a wave of inappropriate fantasies within him. Realizing the absurdity of his daydreams, he quickly retreated to the restroom, where he flipped through a philosophical text to suppress his lewd thoughts. Upon exiting the restroom, he caught sight of Kay and felt a surge of embarrassment wash over him. Just the thought of Kay's exceptional qualities made him feel unworthy, as if he were a toad yearning for the swan's embrace, and he couldn't believe he had even considered such indulgent fantasies. It seemed he had been reading too many steamy novels lately, leading to these previously uncharacteristic thoughts. Fang Shaoyun resolved to reflect deeply on his conduct and compose a profound self-examination of no less than 1,000 words. He felt he owed it to the people and the party. When Fang Shaoyun returned to his monitor, he felt a renewed sense of shame. By this time, the competition channel had already seen a significant reduction in participants. The channel now felt desolate, though in reality, many still lingered. Some were yet to finish their second round, while others who had already completed theirs remained to enjoy the spectacle. There is a small story that illustrates Fang Shaoyun's current mindset. Once upon a time, a poor farmer sought the wisdom of a sage, lamenting his dire circumstances. The sage, misinterpreting the farmer's plight, offered him a remedy for a common ailment, only to discover that the farmer's true struggle lay in his inability to afford a home amidst skyrocketing prices. After some time, the farmer returned, having followed the sage's advice to overcrowd his dwelling with livestock, only to find it even more unbearable. Yet, when the sage provided a solution, the farmer eventually left with a newfound sense of spaciousness and cleanliness in his home. Fang Shaoyun's feelings were akin to this farmer's experience. The channel still hosted a considerable number of participants. It was merely that the initial crowd had been overwhelming. Some individuals remained perpetually unhappy due to insatiable desires. They yearned for too much, leaving no room for contentment. In contrast, individuals like Lulu, having progressed through 2 rounds, found joy in their achievements, while others believed they needed to attain far more to be satisfied. Fang Shaoyun had not set stringent goals for himself, unlike those who aspired to become professional players solely through this competition. After waiting a while longer in the channel, the number of participants dwindled further. As the clock approached 10, many who had originally been there to spectate began to retire for the night, and many had concluded their second rounds. Each group had initially boasted around 20 participants, yet now only 5 remained to compete. Fang Shaoyun found himself among the top 5 in his group, with a promising chance of advancing. Of course, Lulu also ranked among the top 5, but Fang Shaoyun believed her chances of advancing were bleak. After waiting a bit longer, the second round for this group finally concluded. The judges, having observed Fang Shaoyun's swift play, felt it unnecessary to keep him waiting further and promptly assigned him an opponent. This opponent, known as Fei, was currently situated in a cyber CAF on Huangxing Road in Changsha, as indicated by the contact information he had provided. In truth, Fei worked as a manager at this very CAF, having taken up the position after not performing well on his college entrance exams. Working in a cyber CAF was quite appealing for him, as it allowed him to engage in activities he enjoyed, spend his days online, and interact freely with the attractive patrons without fear of being misconstrued. Despite the modest pay, it was a dream job for many young people. Fei relished this role, enjoying free internet access and the opportunity to gather fellow enthusiasts for games of StarCraft. His passion for the game had, however, contributed to his lackluster performance in academics. The CAF was frequented by numerous StarCraft players, including many skilled competitors, providing Fei with ample opportunities to find worthy opponents or mentors. Yet, Fei's skill level did not match that of his peers. In the recent second round, he barely scraped by, relying on a last-minute airdrop to secure his place. Aware that talent was sometimes necessary in StarCraft, Fei faced his upcoming match against Fang Shaoyun with trepidation. As he sat there, he felt the weight of the challenge ahead. Fei genuinely desired to advance, not necessarily to pursue a career as a professional player, but to earn some prestige that he could boast about when wooing potential romantic interests. Alongside Fei were several friends, one of whom had just completed the third round of his group. Observing Fei's situation, this friend felt a pang of sympathy and offered, "How about I help you secure this match?" If Lulu were aware that such a thought aligned with her earlier intentions for Fang Shaoyun's opponent, she would likely feel a sense of regret for not having encountered such a kindred spirit sooner. After all, such ideas require a certain level of cunning and audacity to conceive and execute. Fei, too, harbored similar unscrupulous thoughts but hesitated to voice them. However, upon hearing his friend's proposal, he felt a surge of excitement and eagerly agreed. Thus, Fang Shaoyun remained unaware that his opponent had enlisted the assistance of a formidable ringer, one known as Fly Pig, a well-regarded professional player in the A-League. Fei had always playfully referred to him as Pig. It seems that being constantly addressed as Big Brother has become somewhat embarrassing. With some free time on hand, I thought it would be a good opportunity to lend a helping hand to Fei. Fei possesses great confidence in Big Brother, who is renowned as a skilled player in the StarCraft community of Changsha. To have him assist in a group match feels rather like overkill. In Fei's eyes, Fang Shaoyun would merely face a challenging ordeal. However, Fang Shaoyun's peculiarities are often beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. As soon as Fang Shaoyun entered the game, Big Brother found himself slightly disoriented. Having mingled in the StarCraft circles of Changsha for quite some time, he had encountered a plethora of players, including those who manipulated the mouse with their left hand. Yet, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a player who expertly wielded randomness. Big Brother mused whether Fang Shaoyun believed himself to be akin to CHRH, capable of mastering any strategy, leaving others wondering about their own standing. After contemplating, he realized that within the A-League and Super League, there were scarcely any renowned players known for their randomness. Thus, he categorized Fang Shaoyun as one of those eccentric players, seemingly lost in a world of delusions. In Big Brother's perspective, employing randomness merely served as a strategy to gain an initial advantage. When facing a random player, the key was to conduct thorough reconnaissance and maintain a steady approach. Furthermore, given that he was using Fei's competition account, there was no pressure to worry about. Therefore, Big Brother resolutely initiated the countdown with Fang Shaoyun. Unbeknownst to Fang Shaoyun, he was matched against a player of Jun's caliber. All he knew was that the opponent had selected the Protoss race before the match began, while he had randomly drawn Zerg. Lulu sighed, feeling as though fate itself recognized Fang Shaoyun's affinity for the rather unconventional Zerg race, consistently assigning it to him. Lulu believed that an early aggression against Protoss was not an optimal choice, as a proficient Protoss player could wield their units, such as Zealots and Probes, with formidable prowess, having witnessed performances akin to that of Wang Feiyu. Yet, at this moment, Fang Shaoyun chose to disregard Lulu's expectations. Chapter 49. The downfall of the gunner. Fang Shaoyun decisively constructed 2 drones and subsequently began to amass funds. At this juncture, His intent was unequivocally not to purchase a house, a car, or to pursue romantic entanglements. Rather, it was undoubtedly to create a blood pool. No one would ever hoard 200 units only to produce 2 leaders and gradually build drones. Unless that individual had become deranged or was still operating at the same level as Lulu did 2 years prior when they first ventured into StarCraft. In fact, many have made such miscalculations. Countless beginners have hoarded several thousand units, only to falter at the production of a single base. Many have also produced a horde of zealots, only to wonder why they could not defeat a dragon. There are even more absurd instances, such as someone constructing a bunker and tossing a nurse and a marine inside, hoping to generate an additional marine. However, at this moment, Fang Shaoyun would never engage in such shameful antics. His actions were undoubtedly aimed at executing a 6-drone strategy. The 6-drone strategy was precisely what both Guo Shaoyun and Fang Shaoyun relished. Cleanly executed with swift efficacy, it was the quintessential method for devastation. Even if there were 110 units in StarCraft, by the time they arrived on the scene, the 6-drone strategy would have already wreaked havoc. Thus, both Fang Shaoyun and Guo Shaoyun were unrelenting in their belief that this was one of the Zerg players' most potent weapons. Zhu Ge had not anticipated that his adversary would be so brazen and fervently devoted to the 6-drone strategy. As Zhu Ji's first probe reached Fang Shaoyun's base, he was met with the sight of an established blood pool. Startled, Zhu Ge nearly dropped his mouse, but being a seasoned player, he quickly regained his composure. Thinking to himself, "Damn it, it seems you are intent on a confrontation. Fortunately, I, Fly Pig, am no pushover. I cannot afford to be defeated in front of so many witnesses today." With that thought, he swiftly organized several teams of probes, preparing to clash with Fang Shaoyun's 6 dogs. Fei, witnessing the 6 dogs charging into Zhu Ji's base, felt more anxious than Zhu Ge himself. At that moment, Zhu Ge had not a single zealot to defend. If it were Fei, he would have likely been left speechless, cursing at the screen. Many are unaware that when the first wave of dogs penetrates the Protoss base, the dilemma lies in whether to attack the crystal beside the barracks or to eliminate a few probes first. However, Fang Shaoyun needed no such deliberation, as there were 2 crystals adjacent to Zhu Ji's barracks. Thus, Fang Shaoyun's dogs surged towards Zhu Ji's mining area. Prior to this encounter, Fang Shaoyun and Zhu Ge were essentially strangers, yet upon contact, both felt a sudden realization. They had encountered a formidable opponent. As Fang Shaoyun's 6 dogs approached the mining area, Zhu Ji's probes clustered together, packed more densely than a rush-hour subway in Changsha, leaving Fang Shaoyun's dogs with no viable targets. As Zhu Ji's first zealot emerged, it was immediately beset by Fang Shaoyun's dogs. By the time Zhu Ge desperately rallied a throng of probes to engage in a brawl, the zealot had already lost half its health. In that moment, Fang Shaoyun seized the opportunity to devour 2 probes, causing Zhu Ge considerable distress. Typically, in such scenarios, opponents would either lose several dogs or have their probes decimated. Even Lulu recognized that Fang Shaoyun's opponent was proving to be quite a challenge. Meanwhile, Fei felt a sense of relief upon observing that Fang Shaoyun had not swiftly eliminated Zhu Ge. He mused that professional players indeed possess unique strategies. Fei understood that the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it became for the Protoss. With just 2 more zealots, they could stabilize their position, while the Zerg employing the 6-drone strategy would soon face economic constraints. However, Fei's optimistic calculations fell flat. Only Zhu Ge comprehended the tenacity of Fang Shaoyun's dogs. Calmly and methodically, Fang Shaoyun divided his dogs into smaller groups, darting about Zhu Ji's base. Although Zhu Ge had amassed 3 zealots, he still struggled to eradicate the dogs wreaking havoc in his territory. Lulu, observing Fang Shaoyun continuously reinforcing his drones, soon noted that Fang Shaoyun's base had gained an additional drone, matching Zhu Ji's numbers. At this moment, Lulu began to feel that Fang Shaoyun's operations were indeed somewhat monstrous. Had it been him, his dogs would have either been swiftly eliminated or he would have accumulated funds he couldn't expend. The manner in which Fang Shaoyun simultaneously executed multitasking operations while developing his economy was something only seen in replays. Moreover, Lulu recognized that Fang Shaoyun's most remarkable feat lay in his ability to restrain Zhu Ji's movements with his dogs, allowing him to confidently bolster his drone production and construct another base. When Zhu Ge finally managed to eliminate the dogs that had been rampaging through his base, he was left devoid of any underestimation towards his opponent. Zhu Ge surmised that this adversary had to be a professional player's alias. Yet, who could it be? The 6-drone strategy was executed with such finesse that it transformed a rush into a standard opening. Zhu Ge's mind raced with confusion, regretting his earlier decisions. Despite performing commendably without the pressure of his competition ID, he realized that Fang Shaoyun remained an insurmountable challenge. Zhu Gu was acutely aware that once Fang Shaoyun initiated the six-drone strategy, he was adamantly developing his strategy. Yet, Zhu Gu found himself powerless to dispatch even a single zealot to confront Fang Shaoyun. He knew that finding himself in such a precarious situation against an opponent was fraught with danger. Thus, Zhu Gu began to contemplate how he could outmaneuver Fang Shaoyun. When professional players wish to deceive their opponents, their tactics are often quite cunning. Zhu Gu was currently scheming to produce a gold beetle to distract Fang Shaoyun, but the latter had already commenced a relentless assault. Mutalisks and dropships came in waves, driving Zhu Gu to the brink of madness. He could not fathom how Fang Shaoyun could orchestrate such a variety of strategies with just 2 resource points, especially beginning with a 6-drone approach. Were it not for the fact that Fang Shaoyun's style was more devious than the extreme massing strategy employed by Li Lin, Zhu Gu might have suspected his opponent was merely Li Lin's alias. As Fang Shaoyun grew increasingly adept, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lulu was nearing the brink of insanity, watching the unfolding chaos. Zhu Gu's only hope lay in steadfastly defending his expansion, as a Protoss with 2 bases could potentially outlast the Zerg. However, Fang Shaoyun's relentless harassment left Zhu Gu increasingly frustrated, until Zhu Ji's main resource was nearly depleted, and he finally managed to establish a second base. Zhu Gu felt that the trials he faced during the mining process could fill volumes akin to how the steel was tempered. Yet, scarcely had Zhu Ji's second base been established when it came under a devastating attack. As he beheld the spikes emerging in his mining area, Zhu Gu felt as though he had been transported back to the era of the 1.08 version S Lost Temple. In those days, novices were frequently bullied, often finding themselves besieged by Zerg bases constructed surreptitiously on the high ground above their second bases, rendering them powerless against the onslaught of Zerg bunkers. However, Zhu Gu could not shake the feeling that such tactics had become antiquated, as modern players seldom allowed anyone to construct anything on the high ground above their bases. Yet, due to Fang Shaoyun's persistent feints and diversions, Zhu Gu failed to notice that a base had silently emerged on his high ground. In this regard, Zhu Gu could only deem himself woefully inadequate. Upon reflecting on the manner in which he had been so ruthlessly toyed with, Pig Brother could scarcely suppress his tears. He yearned for a rift in the heavens to open, allowing a fleet of divine vessels to descend and grant him the opportunity to decisively vanquish his adversaries. Yet, he found himself utterly depleted, devoid of resources. Not only was he incapable of summoning a mighty flagship, but even a mere pirate ship seemed beyond his reach. It appeared that even the Spirit of Kingdom would be of no avail, though there was the prospect of long-distance mining. As the nearby tri-mines seemed to be devoid of Fang Shaoyun's forces, Pig Brother felt overwhelmed by the relentless torment inflicted upon him. Engaging such an opponent had transcended mere technical skill. It had devolved into a harrowing ordeal of both physiological and psychological strain. He feared that if he persisted in this contest, he might truly lose his sanity. Behind Pig Brother, Faye stood in a state of utter disbelief. Even if he were to witness Pig Brother being defeated in the most brutal manner, he would find it hard to believe that his adversary was merely a student rather than a seasoned competitor in the Super League. Although Pig Brother had fought under his ID and faced defeat, Faye still placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, offering solace. At that moment, Faye refrained from uttering a word, fully aware of the profound impact this setback had on Pig Brother. Meanwhile, Lulu, positioned behind Fang Shaoyun, was left astounded. She had not anticipated that he would employ such tactics, let alone succeed with them. It was important to note that Fang Shaoyun's situation was precarious. Although he had unleashed a relentless barrage of units through dual mining, his resources were dwindling rapidly. Should he fail to thwart his opponent's mining efforts, it was entirely possible that he would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, in a remarkable and audacious turn of events, Fang Shaoyun triumphed in the match, leaving Lulu speechless. She longed to express her astonishment and perhaps investigate what affordable treasures might lie within Fang Shaoyun's refrigerator. However, at that moment, Lulu finally noticed that the referee had scheduled her own match. Chapter 50. Lulu's first time with a heavy sigh. Lulu lamented that the good days had come to an end. The era of carefree indulgence was finally over. The invincible beauty, Lulu, was about to make her debut in the CPL. Seizing the opportunity while Lulu was lost in her thoughts, Fang Shaoyun swiftly flung open the refrigerator door. In a lightning-fast motion, he grabbed the last 2 delightful treats and settled onto the sofa, handing one to Kay. Although Kay had already savored one treat and was quite satisfied, she was aware of her petite appetite, as most girls prefer to maintain a slender figure. Unlike Lulu, who devoured her food voraciously only to burn off the calories with a vigorous run at the stadium later. Kay felt a twinge of sweetness when Fang Shaoyun offered her a treat. With a smile, she accepted it and began to nibble delicately. Fang Shaoyun found Kay's dainty eating manner charming, while Lulu's eating habits were rather unrefined and could hardly be described in polite terms. As Fang Shaoyun glanced at his monitor, he inquired, "Weren't you just watching television? It seemed quite thrilling. What were you watching?" Kay replied, "Doraemon." Fang Shaoyun responded, "Ah, I adore that too. Shall we watch it together?" Kay hesitated, glancing at Lulu, who was preparing for her match. "I'm afraid it might distract her." Fang Shaoyun dismissed her concern with a scoff. "Her performance is likely to be the same, regardless." After a moment's thought, Kay conceded, and they turned on the television, sweetly engrossed in the show together. Lulu, on the verge of frustration from Fang Shaoyun's remarks, felt a pang of sadness as she observed Kay seemingly siding with him, reminiscent of a couple in harmony. It was disheartening to witness such a pure girl, who had only recently begun to associate with Fang Shaoyun, nearly transform into someone morally compromised. However, with her match about to commence, Lulu had no choice but to set aside her gloomy thoughts. This was her first time, after all, and she couldn't allow it to slip away without a fight. In truth, reaching the final five in a competition requires a certain level of skill. Excluding those who rely on hired guns, or, like Lulu, receive special treatment from the judges. Lulu's opponent was evidently not among those categories. Having decisively finished their two previous matches with early scores, it appeared that dispatching opponents was not a formidable task for him. Regardless of the occasion, a first experience often induces a degree of nervousness. Even the typically bold Lulu felt a wave of apprehension. However, this was a Star League competition, not a casual viewing. Thoughts should remain pure. As the game commenced, Lulu cautiously selected her most proficient race, the Zerg. Fang Shaoyun found amusement in Lulu's anxious demeanor, relishing the dual experience of watching Doraemon while observing her match. Ideally, he hoped to witness Lulu's struggle in a challenging game, particularly when her opponent also chose the Zerg race. Fang Shaoyun felt confident in Lulu's opponent. Zerg versus Zerg matches often hinge on skillful execution and fundamental techniques. Given that the remaining players had proven their competence, it was unlikely they would falter against a novice like Lulu. Watching her fumble with her workers, Fang Shaoyun couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, as the match progressed, Lulu gradually steadied herself, her movements becoming more fluid. Fang Shaoyun thought, "Finally, this is what I have been teaching you for days. Hopefully, you can endure longer when faced with adversity." If Lulu could hear Fang Shaoyun's inner thoughts, she would likely have engaged him in a fierce debate. However, she was too preoccupied to spare him a glance. Aware that every minute detail could determine the outcome of the Zerg battle, she remained vigilant. Her opponent was certainly not a novice. At that very moment, Fang Shaoyun was savoring a delightful treat, while Lulu's overlord ventured into the center of the map, prompting an almost comical reaction from Fang Shaoyun. The intensity of the moment was palpable. It was as if two individuals wielding knives had crossed paths in a contest of skill. Fang Shaoyun's knife was akin to the 6 drones he inherited from Go Shaoyun, while Lulu and Fang Shaoyun were confronted by their opponent's 6 attacking dogs. Fang Shaoyun felt the absurdity of the situation. Was this truly the CPL, or merely a gathering of street performers? Lulu found herself in a precarious position. Though she had a 12-drone hatchery, she lacked the initial advantage of a double base. Earthlings knew well that 6 drones, if not wandering aimlessly, could easily overwhelm a 12-drone opponent's base before the hatchery could fully establish itself, leaving Lulu with a significant manpower deficit. Most would have succumbed to panic under such dire circumstances, but while Lulu did curse under her breath, she maintained her composure. As Fang Shaoyun observed Lulu meticulously organizing her drones, he recalled that he had subjected her to this scenario countless times with his 6 drones. Such scenes likely did not elicit any heightened desire within her. When the opponent's 6 dogs stormed Lulu's base, she remained focused on resource collection. Her calm demeanor surprised her adversary. However, the opportunity was fleeting. The opponent knew that some chances, once lost, could never be regained. With determination, the opponent commanded the 6 dogs to charge toward Lulu's mineral line, demonstrating their skill in maneuvering. While many would panic at the sight of such an assault, Lulu quickly maneuvered her drones. The opponent soon realized that Lulu had orchestrated a defensive formation, rendering their dogs unable to isolate any vulnerable drones. Engaging directly would result in the overwhelming defeat of the 6 dogs, drowned by the sheer number of Lulu's drones. Thus, the opponent had no choice but to charge towards the nearly hatching blood pool of Lulu. However, it seemed as if Lulu had anticipated this maneuver, as a majority of her drones converged to confront the 6 dogs. At that moment, Lulu's opponent felt as if he had encountered a ghost. It is essential to note that drones must gather to unleash their rebellious potential. If scattered, they would perish miserably upon encountering dogs. Typically, one must direct drones towards a single mineral to consolidate them into a formidable group. In such a scenario, the 6 dogs would hesitate to engage recklessly. What Lulu's opponent failed to foresee was that even as her drones surged forth, they emerged as a cohesive unit. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. In an instant, he lost one of his dogs, causing him considerable distress. In a moment of frustration, he resorted to his ultimate tactic, a 3-pronged assault. 5 dogs split into 3 directions, circling around Lulu's mineral field in hopes of eliminating some of her drones and disrupting her mining operations. Even if they could not kill Lulu outright, this would at least impede her development. However, Lulu utterly disappointed her adversary. The 3-pronged tactic, executed with all his might, seemed to have no effect on Lulu. She maintained an impeccable balance and not only completed the blood pool, but also commenced the hatching of the 6 dogs. Observing Lulu's execution, her opponent felt speechless, realizing he had encountered a master tactician. Continuing the fight seemed futile, as more of her dogs hatched. His demise would become increasingly inevitable. Thus, he reluctantly conceded defeat. After all, in a scenario where Zerg faced Zerg, losing would appear purely as a matter of skill deficiency. Lulu's opponent could not help but feel a sense of respect. Yet, he was unaware that had he not employed the 6D strategy, he could have dictated the terms of the battle at will. Little did he know, Lulu, while perhaps lacking in other areas, was an exceptional expert in defense against the 6D, having been subjected to it by Fang Shaoyun multiple times. It had become exceedingly difficult for even Fang Shaoyun to eliminate Lulu. Consequently, the level of aggression exhibited by this particular opponent proved utterly ineffectual against Lulu. Chapter 51. A quiet night in the girls' dormitory this time. It was Fang Shaoyun who was left utterly astonished. He never imagined that the cruel treatment he had inflicted upon Lulu in the past had seemingly transformed into her specialized training. The opponent's skills were evidently several tiers above Lulu's, yet the 6D managed to instill such fear in the adversary that they abandoned their defenses and conceded defeat. Had he foreseen such an outcome, Fang Shaoyun would have resolutely refrained from unleashing his dog on Lulu. However, the die had already been cast, and the rice was cooked. Regret gnawed at Fang Shaoyun, but the situation remained unchanged. Lulu swiftly saved the replay and, turning to Fang Shaoyun, flashed a gesture of disdain. Witnessing Fang Shaoyun's dejected expression brought her greater joy than winning the match itself. Fang Shaoyun felt that Lulu had truly grown in prowess. Yet she had also secured a place among the top 3 in their group. The match had indeed been executed with grace and flair, serving as a quintessential example of defensive 6D gameplay. Left with no words, Fang Shaoyun stuffed the remaining snacks into his mouth to mask his profound disappointment. In the subsequent 2 matches, Fang Shaoyun played without distinction, as his opponents were so mediocre that he had little opportunity to showcase his skills. He had anticipated that each opponent would be progressively stronger, yet these 2 were far inferior to the previous player he had faced. Fang Shaoyun easily triumphed over them, claiming the championship of his group. Meanwhile, Lulu evidently received preferential treatment from the judges, as she was granted a bye for a round and directly advanced to the final match for the group championship, facing a Protoss opponent. It was impossible for a Protoss player to initiate with 6D, so Lulu feigned resistance for a moment before gracefully conceding. This left her opponent quite bewildered, wondering if Lulu was intentionally throwing the match, as her performance in the final round was hard to believe for someone who had reached the finals. Although Lulu did not advance from her group, reaching the final was enough for her to boast in front of HP and his crew. After the competition, she generously offered to treat Kay and Fang Shaoyun to a late-night snack. Normally, Fang Shaoyun would be the first to respond to a free meal, but after consuming 2 snacks, he found himself lacking any appetite. Moreover, whenever he dined with Lulu, she would shamelessly devour all the good bits, leaving him with only the scraps. The thought of this made him shake his head and say, "I'm tired. Let us wash up and sleep early. We have 2 classes tomorrow morning." Lulu turned to Kay, her face filled with hope, but Kay merely tugged at Lulu's hand, saying, "Let us just head back early. We can eat tomorrow." Lulu felt utterly dejected. She had hoped to treat them to a meal, but no one seemed to appreciate her gesture. It appeared she was at a loss in her social endeavors. Reluctantly, she pinched Kay's delicate hand and said, "Let us go." On their way back, as Kay and Lulu passed by the boys' dormitory, they saw someone sitting naked on the windowsill and others in the shower singing at the top of their lungs. A chill ran through them. While the girls' dormitory might be considered rowdy, the boys' dormitory seemed to resemble a primitive gathering place. It was entirely chaotic. Lulu hurriedly pulled Kay back to the girls' dormitory. As the lights were about to go out, Lulu and Kay dashed to the shower for a quick rinse. after which Lulu shamelessly squeezed onto Kay's bed. In winter, they often shared a bed, which not only saved space but also kept them warm. However, Kay had established some ground rules. First, no inappropriate touching. Second, no putting her feet on K's legs while sleeping. Third, no telling risky jokes before bed. Lulu believed she could adhere to the first two rules, but she frequently violated the third. For instance, Lulu would ask Kay, "Do you know why so many female monsters want to capture Tang Xing?" Kay would reply that she didn't know. Lulu would then say, "How could you not know? Think about it. Tang Xing is so appealing. If you can't play with him, you can always eat him. Unlike other men, he has no redeeming value." Kay would retort, "Get lost. I should have known you wouldn't say anything worthwhile." Lulu would chuckle and propose, "How about this? I won't tell any jokes, but let me give you a riddle." Kay nodded. "All right, go ahead." Lulu posed a riddle, a bus with N people boards, but when it disembarks, there's N+1. Why is that? Upon hearing it, Kay nearly lost her mind, exclaiming, "Lulu, you can't say you're not lewd. You already told me this riddle last time. It's because a pregnant woman on the bus had a miscarriage." Lulu blushed and laughed. "Oh, I told you that one. Let us change the riddle then." Kay felt helpless. She had intended to read a book she rented earlier that day with a small flashlight, but Lulu squeezed closer again. Kay scolded her, "What are you doing? Even rabbits don't nibble on the grass near their burrow." Lulu nodded in agreement. "I see your point. But if there's grass nearby, why run all over the mountains? Am I foolish?" The other girls in the dorm simultaneously expressed their disdain for Lulu. One girl from the upper bunk poked her head down and said, "Lulu, don't keep bullying little Kay." Another added, "Yeah, you've already touched her before. Aren't you satisfied?" Lulu grinned. How could one touch be enough to satisfy such a feeling? With that, everyone in the dorm, except Lulu, fell back onto their beds in exasperation. Kay thought Lulu was quite the rogue, but to her surprise, after laughing, Lulu gently asked Kay, "Little Kay, what is so good about that rogue? I see you're about to become a fallen maiden. If you weren't still a pure girl, I'd think you were considering giving yourself to him. What do you see in him?" Kay chuckled. "He's better at interstellar battles than you." Lulu was left speechless, realizing that although Kay was innocent, when it came to mischief, she could sometimes outdo even Lulu herself. So, she said, "Let us sleep." Kay, feeling a bit wronged, replied, "You just said to sleep, so why do you have your hand over here?" The dormitory erupted into laughter once more. The following morning, Lulu awoke to a delightful and sunny day, though the sun was already high in the sky. Kay was no longer beside her, likely having gone to class or to study. Lulu, without washing her face or brushing her teeth, grabbed the breakfast Kay had left for her and began to eat. Meanwhile, in a large yellow house by the Xiang River, a group was busy compiling the list of those who had advanced on the first day of the CPL. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "There's a student who has won the group championship." However, their excitement was quickly drowned out by a chorus of derision. So what if someone has advanced from a group? It's not a big deal. Last year, even a fruit vendor advanced from a group. At this moment, Fang Shaoyun remained oblivious to the stir he had caused at the CPL Hunan headquarters. A few months ago, Fang Shaoyun could hardly have anticipated encountering the legendary figure of Go Shaoyun, nor could he have foreseen successfully advancing in the group stage of the CPL. This morning, he dutifully attended 2 classes on Marxist philosophy, taught by a middle-aged woman whose demeanor, though generally amiable, turned stern when it came to roll call. She was relentless in her vigilance, ensuring that no imposters escaped her scrutiny. Consequently, Fang Shaoyun was cautious not to provoke her, as retaking a course not only entailed a hefty fee per credit, but also required an exhausting commitment of time that he could ill afford. By afternoon, the official website of the Hunan CPL announced the list of the top 30 competitors. The revelation of this list provoked an unprecedented wave of criticism, not due to the exposure of any foul play involving Lulu's buys, but rather stemming from the division of groups. Many were perplexed as to why the Hunan CPL initially established 30 groups instead of 32. It was apparent that with 30 groups yielding 1 qualifier each, the ensuing matchups would inevitably lead to a scenario of buys in the subsequent rounds. Amidst the torrent of online skepticism, Huang Yunsong, the Hunan CPL official, remained unfazed. Pondering how oblivious these critics were to the financial intricacies of the CPL, the reduction of 2 groups significantly alleviated costs, a fact not readily understood by the public. Furthermore, sourcing professional referees had become increasingly challenging, with the current demand for 30 qualified officials being a formidable task. Upon the announcement of the top 30 competitors in the Hunan preliminaries, Fang Shaoyun found himself once again thrust into the spotlight of Central University. As he perused the competition roster, he noticed Jun's name, simultaneously realizing the extent of his own fortune. Among the top 30, Half were seasoned experts from the Super League, leading Fang Shaoyun to surmise that should he encounter them, his chances of advancing from the group stage would be severely compromised. Chapter 52. The 8th Route Army on CPL. The weather in Changsha grew colder day by day following Christmas. Venturing out at night was brisk. However, while two could warm each other by holding hands, Fang Shaoyun found himself alone. This year's Christmas was rather lonely for him, though his life could have been leisurely. With few classes during this period, aside from practicing StarCraft, he had ample time to indulge in football and watch films online. One evening, Go Xiaoyun sent Fang Shaoyun a multitude of replays. These replays featured Go Xiaoyun battling a player named Dark. Fang Shaoyun knew that among the active professional players, aside from the formidable Nalan Rongrong from Thunder God, it seemed impossible to find another capable of matching Go Xiaoyun's prowess. Yet, in these replays, the clashes between Go Xiaoyun and Dark were fierce and perilous, with each contest showcasing alternating victories. Fang Shaoyun concluded that even if Dark were slightly inferior to Go Xiaoyun, he could still easily dominate the average Super League player. Had Dark not consistently played Protoss, Fang Shaoyun would have suspected he was a pseudonym for Nalan Rongrong or Knife. After contemplating the current renowned Protoss players, he could not identify anyone of such high caliber. Could this be Wang Feiyu's pseudonym? However, when he posed this question to Go Xiaoyun, he was met with a scolding for his foolishness. Go Xiaoyun retorted, "If my opponent were my boss, would I bother to share these replays with you? Besides, if he were indeed my opponent, could I have one so many times?" Fang Shaoyun felt a bit aggrieved and asked, "Then why send me all these replays?" Go Xiaoyun explained, "The situation is this. I encountered this guy on a domestic server and fought him multiple times. His skill exceeded my expectations. Our RVA group has been pondering his identity for quite a while, and the only clue we have is that our technicians traced his ID back to Changsha." Upon hearing this, Fang Shaoyun was taken aback. "Changsha? When did such a formidable Protoss player emerge there? Where is he? I wish to seek him as my mentor." Go Xiaoyun scoffed, "Mentor? You think about that all day long. Just thinking about how you approached him to ask for guidance makes me cringe. Don't mention that you know me in the future. I'm sharing these replays so you can keep an eye out. If you happen to encounter this master, inform me immediately." Fang Shaoyun replied, "Oh, I see. But don't you have many brothers in Changsha? Is it necessary to involve someone like me?" Go Xiaoyun remarked, "I've already informed all of them. For someone like you, having one more or one less doesn't matter much, but having you increases our chances. Besides, I feel you have a bit of luck sometimes. If I can encounter him, perhaps you might too." Fang Shaoyun was perplexed and cautiously asked, "Why are you so eager to find him?" Go Xiaoyun answered, "Do you really lack understanding? A player of his caliber is immensely valuable. He could elevate any club's overall strength significantly. If we could recruit him, our RVA would reclaim the glory of my boss's era." Fang Shaoyun thought to himself, "Such a thing is too good to be true. If that guy wanted fame, he would have achieved it by now, rather than waiting for RVA to find him." However, understanding the importance of respecting one's teachers, he hesitated to educate Go Xiaoyun about his thoughts, and simply inquired, "So, you see me as a scout? What benefit would I gain if I find him?" Go Xiaoyun felt exasperated by Fang Shaoyun's naivety, thinking it was a failure to have taken him as an apprentice. Yet, he felt somewhat satisfied with Fang Shaoyun's performance. The news of Fang Shaoyun making it to the top 30 in the Hunan CPL qualifiers had reached Go Xiaoyun through Gao Ming and others, prompting him to watch several replays of Fang Shaoyun's matches. After viewing them, Go Xiaoyun felt that Fang Shaoyun had not disappointed him for the month of diligent instruction he had provided. Naturally, he believed that had he been the one to employ a 6-drop strategy, he would have swiftly eliminated his opponent, rather than prolonging the game into the later stages. Nevertheless, he was content with Fang Shaoyun's rapid improvement. Moreover, considering Fang Shaoyun's temperament, Go Xiaoyun had not anticipated that he would enter this competition. Initially, Go Xiaoyun intended to commend Fang Shaoyun, but upon recalling his shamelessness, he refrained. Fang Shaoyun believed that while the Protoss Master might be lurking somewhere in Changsha, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Despite Go Xiaoyun mobilizing many resources, it was likely to end in futility. What truly held significance for Fang Shaoyun were the replays. The intricate maneuvers and imaginative strategies of Go Xiaoyun, juxtaposed with the steady and fierce playstyle of that Protoss player, offered Fang Shaoyun fresh insights with each viewing. The second professional player to contact Fang Shaoyun was Jun. Many assumed Fang Shaoyun's advancement was merely the result of good fortune, but Jun recognized his true capabilities. Jun was also surprised that Fang Shaoyun participated in the competition, as he had always seemed uninterested in becoming a professional player. This competition indeed served as a shortcut to a professional career. Unaware of the recent developments surrounding Fang Shaoyun, Jun only knew from online sources that Fang Shaoyun's skills were continuously improving. When he learned that Fang Shaoyun was now considering a professional path, he felt excitement. However, he hesitated to suggest that Fang Shaoyun consider their club, knowing that with his current rate of progress, he could easily choose a better club than Blue Star to avoid hardship. Thus, Jun simply conversed with Fang Shaoyun, agreeing to meet during the live competition. After the top 30 were determined, the regional qualifiers transitioned from online to live competitions, allowing StarCraft players, who had previously been in the shadows, a chance to showcase their skills. The Hunan competition venue was at Halong Sports Center, where the top 6 would earn free tickets to Shanghai. CPL would reimburse all travel and accommodation expenses for the players, in addition to offering a substantial cash prize. For many amateur players, particularly students, this was a considerable temptation. Most importantly, the top 6 in the region would automatically gain eligibility for professional club drafts, allowing them to join a professional club immediately upon concluding the competition, provided negotiations were successful. Even a practice player in a professional club earned significantly more than an office worker. Every year, countless university students found themselves desperate at various job fairs, struggling to secure a well-paying position. Such opportunities were highly coveted. However, for most players breaking into the top 30, they were already professionals, rendering the prize less significant to them. Finding Halong Sports Center was not a challenge for Fang Shaoyun, especially with Lulu and Kay as his guides, ensuring he did not make the same mistake as when he first visited the computer city. Not far from the entrance of the sports center, Fang Shaoyun spotted Jun and Mu waiting for him. Jun and Mu, clad in matching club attire, were indeed striking. However, Fang Shaoyun also exuded a certain charisma. It was not merely that his usual ensemble of a t-shirt paired with jeans was particularly eye-catching, but rather the presence of 2 enchanting ladies beside him. Lulu and Kay, regardless of their whereabouts, effortlessly captivated the attention of many. The moment this trio appeared, whispers began circulating, speculating about the identity of Fang Shaoyun. Securing one such beauty would be a formidable feat, yet here he was, accompanied by 2. This was beyond the metaphor of a flower blooming amidst dung. Although Jun and Mu had previously encountered Lulu and Kay during their time at Huda University, witnessing this trio together elicited a shared smile between them. Acknowledging Fang Shaoyun's undeniable charm, Lulu, fiery and vibrant, and Kay, gentle and graceful, were not easily won over, and it was clear that not just anyone could achieve that. Upon spotting Jun and Mu, Lulu felt a flicker of familiarity. Though Fang Shaoyun had never disclosed that they had enlisted 2 professional players for the match between Huda and Zhongda. As she approached, a sense of recognition began to dawn on her, and in a fit of indignation, she pointed an accusing finger at Jun and Mu. However, just as her finger extended, she noticed Fang Shaoyun engaging amiably with Jun and the others. Overwhelmed, Lulu found herself momentarily dazed. Grappling with the bewildering reality of Fang Shaoyun mingling with the elite players from Huda, she resolved to confront him later, determined to unearth the secrets he had concealed from her. For the moment, she reluctantly withdrew her finger and fell silently and stepped behind him. As Fang Shaoyun walked alongside Jun, the latter introduced him to the members of the Blue Star team. The closer he got to the Blue Star players, the more self-conscious Fang Shaoyun became. His casual attire felt woefully inadequate, especially as he clutched a mouse in hand, without even a bag to carry. In stark contrast, the Blue Star members were impeccably dressed, each sporting identical bags. By comparison, he felt like a rustic villager amidst a regiment of soldiers. Upon entering the competition venue, Fang Shaoyun's feelings of inadequacy only intensified, as groups of similarly attired interstellar players filled the space. It was hard to find another competitor who, like him, held a mouse in hand and appeared so disheveled. Chapter 53. Cornering Fang Shaoyun found himself somewhat perplexed by the situation and thus inquired of Jun. I noticed that among the 30 finalists listed, more than half are professional players. Yet, it seems that at the competition venue, everyone I see is donned in club uniforms. Is it possible that there are no ringers present? Jun chuckled softly, responding, you are unaware. Although the list indicates a significant number of amateur players have made it into the top 30, most of these amateurs are actually emerging talents nurtured by clubs. Many are the CRME de la CRME from various prestigious training camps, while others have already been training and competing with their teams, qualifying as second-string players. Their skills may very well rival or surpass those of first-string players in their respective teams. They participate in this competition to seize the opportunity for professional qualification, as the upcoming selection event in just over a month is quite challenging. If they fail, they would have to wait another 6 months. So they are certainly unwilling to let this chance slip away. Thus, despite officially being amateurs, they are all affiliated with clubs, hence their club attire. Realizing this, Fang Shaoyun turned to see Lulu and Kay stifling their laughter. Indeed, his appearance stood out amidst the sea of professionals. Frustrated, he grasped his mouse tightly when a throng of individuals in golden uniforms emblazoned with 24K passed before him, momentarily blinding him. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun distinctly heard June let out a soft sigh. The previously jovial group around Blue Star fell into a heavy silence, with some individuals clenching their fists tightly, as if trying to wring water from something they held. These were the formidable players of the top-tier club 24K, who led the league with bravado, strutting past the players of other clubs with an air of superiority. Among them were Wonder and Sally, who initially wished to greet June and the others. But upon witnessing the tense silence among Blue Star's members, they could only lower their heads and walk past. After the 24K contingent had moved on, many from Blue Star remained sullen and silent, prompting another sigh from June. He understood that it was not unreasonable for Blue Star's members to harbor resentment. Their current plight was greatly influenced by Wonder and Sally's departure. It was only natural for these brothers to feel aggrieved. Fang Shaoyun perceived that there must be underlying issues between the two teams and inquired, "What is going on?" June replied, "It's not a major issue. It's just that two of their players were originally from our team." Fang Shaoyun responded with a no, as understanding dawned upon him. June sighed again. "It's not entirely their fault. 24K's conditions are indeed vastly superior to ours. With excellent training facilities and ample financial backing from sponsors, their team is now well-rounded and stands a strong chance of promotion this year." Upon hearing this, a frustrated voice from the Blue Star contingent muttered, "If they hadn't left, we would have had a much better shot at promotion this year." Before the individual could elaborate, June raised a hand. "Let us not dwell on this. Everyone has their aspirations. The only thing we can do now is to focus on performing well in the competition. They are your seniors. If you feel dissatisfied, you must surpass them in skill." The members of Blue Star, their eyes aflame with determination, nodded resolutely. Fang Shaoyun broke into a sweat, realizing the depth of the rivalry between the two teams. Clearly, Blue Star had been undermined by 24K, but such occurrences are sadly commonplace in reality. With no other recourse, he consoled a visibly dejected member of Blue Star. At that moment, the registration point for the live competition announced the entry of the top 30 finalists. After ensuring that Lulu and Kay were settled, Fang Shaoyun entered the competition venue alongside June. As they stepped in, several judges were astounded. Having presumed that someone like Fang Shaoyun was merely an ordinary spectator, they were taken aback to discover that this student-like figure was indeed one of the top 30 finalists. Many, including several other contestants in the top 30, cast disdainful glances at him. However, amidst this atmosphere, a few individuals approached Fang Shaoyun, greeting him warmly. The disdainful looks were swiftly replaced with astonishment. The individuals who greeted him were none other than renowned figures in the interstellar community: Li Lin from the Violent Warrior clan, Huang Wani from the Mysterious Insect clan, and Lu Hui from the Iron Man clan. Each of them was a leading contender in the Hunan Regional Championship. Fang Shaoyun felt somewhat dazed. He did not recognize them until they mentioned their usernames from online battles, at which point it struck him that these were the very individuals who had driven him to the brink of insanity over the past month. It was surreal to see them in person, and he felt as if he were dreaming. Thus, Fang Shaoyun addressed them. "So, you all are from Hunan clubs? Among the players I've faced, where is that uncanny insect player, sir, who left me utterly disoriented? And what about the one who relentlessly defeated me with a spear lay? And the one with lightning-fast hands, Chun, who drove me to despair? Are they all based in Hunan?" Though it was their first meeting, Li Lin and Huang Wani were already quite familiar with Fang Shaoyun from their online encounters. Furthermore, Fang Shaoyun was a fellow alumnus and a disciple of Go Shaoyun, making him rather endearing in their eyes due to his unpretentious demeanor. Upon hearing his inquiry, they nodded in unison, stating, "They are our friends, but currently, they are engaged in an overseas ranking invitation tournament, which coincides with this competition, hence their absence from the CPL. We'll take you to meet them later." Fang Shaoyun felt overwhelmed. "Oh dear, what am I to do with all of you here? Thank heavens they are not participating in this CPL, otherwise, I would have no choice but to forfeit." The painful memories of being bested by them flooded back, leaving him disheartened. Yet, June's perception of Fang Shaoyun had risen considerably. In his eyes, Fang Shaoyun now transcended the ordinary, appearing almost superhuman. June could not fathom how Fang Shaoyun had formed connections with such elite players. And based on their conversation, it seemed he knew even more top-tier professionals. At that moment, June felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The gazes of other competitors and judges, who had witnessed the interaction between Li Lin and Fang Shaoyun, shifted dramatically. They began to speculate that this student might be akin to the legendary Wang Feiyu, a hidden master of the game. In their eyes, Fang Shaoyun now appeared as enigmatic as his tattered, months-unwashed jeans. The competition area had suddenly been inundated with dozens of people, creating a slight chaos. And since many were familiar with one another, they exchanged greetings. Thus, the encounter between Li Lin and Fang Shaoyun, apart from a few individuals nearby, went largely unnoticed by the majority. However, this did not escape the keen gaze of Kim. Kim, the current leader of 24K, was, in fact, a talent scout for the team, holding a direct connection to their pursuits. Typically, players from a newly promoted team do not gain widespread recognition, and their skills often raise doubts, as the disparity between the levels of the second-tier and first-tier leagues is significant. Even if a player boasts an impressive record in the second tier, it does not necessarily reflect their true capabilities. Initially, 24K aimed to recruit players from other first-tier teams, but Kim recognized several outstanding talents among the newcomers. His discerning eye had proven accurate, for he had previously remarked that Jun and Mu possessed exceptional skills. Now, reality substantiates his assessment, as both Jun and Mu maintain remarkably high win rates in the first-tier league, with Jun's successful entry into the top 30 serving as compelling evidence. In numerous aspects, Yu indeed surpasses his peers. Consequently, Kim is widely regarded as one of the finest talent scouts in Changsha. His excellence stems from his keen observational skills and adeptness at leveraging information. In fact, he has meticulously studied the profiles of the top 30 competitors in this tournament. After reviewing these materials, Fang Shaoyun emerged as the foremost individual warranting Kim's attention. This was particularly reinforced after Kim thoroughly analyzed Fang Shaoyun's representative performances, leading him to firmly conclude that this student was undeniably not a mere beneficiary of luck. Chapter 54. The Mouse and the Allure. From the moment Fang Shaoyun arrived at the registration point, Kim had already set his sights on him. Observing Fang, Kim's resolve only strengthened. Although Fang appeared somewhat unprofessional, he did not exhibit any signs of nervousness. Such composure in an offline competition indicated that this individual was undoubtedly confident and prepared. Kim was determined to recruit this amateur into the 24K team. Regardless of whether he secured a professional qualification this time, 24K would support him nonetheless. In truth, Kim had misjudged the situation. Fang's lack of anxiety stemmed not from a sense of superiority in skill, but rather from his absence of ambition. He approached the competition with a casual mindset, merely seeking to play and learn, with the hope of achieving a respectable rank. This was in stark contrast to many newcomers who harbored a singular focus on breaking into the top 6 to secure professional status. With such a relaxed attitude, Fang naturally found himself at ease. As it was Fang's first time in such an environment, he was preoccupied with observing the spectacle around him. His gaze fell upon a group of competitors adorned in various club jerseys, their hands gripping an array of colorful mice. However, the extravagant mechanical dual Fei Yen mice from the upcoming Changsha Computer City Challenge were nowhere to be found among them. Fang was particularly taken aback to see some players not only bringing their own keyboards and mice, but also their own monitors. Though he found his own monitors somewhat familiar, it seemed excessive to bring one to a competition. Fortunately, they were all LCD monitors. Had they been standard desktop monitors, Fang would likely have fainted on the spot. Fang could only marvel at the advancements in technology. He could confidently assert that during the early years of StarCraft, no one would have dreamed of bringing their own monitors to a competition, as LCD monitors were scarce and plagued by latency issues. At that time, the pinnacle of gaming gear was merely the Aurora rotary engraving machine, while now even the MX310 had become a relic. The multitude of mice left Fang feeling overwhelmed, and his own Ravier mouse no longer seemed particularly remarkable. At some point, it appeared that nearly everything had an expiration date: sanma fish, canned meat, even cling film. This led Fang to ponder what, if anything, in this world remained timeless. A quote from Wong Kar-wai suddenly came to mind. Over the past year, much had changed around him. Many things had shifted, yet this mouse remained steadfastly by his side. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed a banner being unfurled at the stands, proclaiming "Go Fang Shaoyun." Upon realizing it was from Peng Feng and his friends, Fang nearly lost consciousness. He felt utterly humiliated. He could not fathom what these people were thinking. For someone like him, a novice should maintain a low profile. Yet Peng Feng and his cohort had made such a spectacle. If he were to embarrassingly lose, the shame would be unbearable. At that moment, murmurs of "Who is Fang Shaoyun?" began to circulate in the stands. Fang hastily pretended not to recognize Peng Feng and focused intently on adjusting his mouse. However, this tactic proved futile, as Fang was the only one not donning a club uniform, while the supporters of other players were evidently less amateurish than Peng Feng's group. Many eyes were fixed on Fang, clad in jeans, accompanied by a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Fortunately, The host began announcing the competition rules just then, providing Fang a momentary reprieve from scrutiny. The rules were straightforward. 30 participants would draw lots to determine their opponents, with a double elimination format. Those who lost twice would be eliminated from the competition. This format had long been announced online prior to the CPL event, offering no novelty. The hosts, however, were a point of interest. Changsha was known for its beautiful women, and while Central South University boasted few, Changsha never lacked in this regard. Among the two hosts, one was particularly striking, her figure accentuated by a tight denim skirt, eliciting gasps and drool from the audience upon her entrance. Fang wished to steal a few glances, but remembering that Kay and Lulu were close behind, he feigned indifference. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but think that if the host's skirt were just a couple inches shorter, it would be even more perfect. Realizing this thought, he chastised himself for his lewdness. Indeed, one of the hosts had become a hallmark of the StarCraft scene. Many female players, despite lacking in skill, chose to pursue this path, capitalizing on their beauty to enhance viewership. The audience's response clearly illustrated this point. The male host shouted desperately, yet the noise persisted until the female host spoke, at which point silence enveloped the room. As most men were captivated by her attire and rendered speechless. With a sultry smile, the female host greeted the crowd. "Hello everyone, welcome to the CPL competition. I am your host, Fair Lulu," however, was appalled by the men's reactions, convinced that the notion of men thinking solely with their lower halves was a gross oversimplification. While a man might not think with his lower half when encountering a dinosaur, the sight of an attractive woman certainly prompted such thoughts. Fair seemed to intentionally tease the excited crowd with her short skirt and low neckline, her ample cleavage nearly spilling forth. If she were merely an average-looking woman, it would be one thing, but her allure was undeniable, and even Lulu felt inferior in comparison. She could only internally express her disdain, wishing Kay would wear a similarly revealing outfit to overshadow Fair. Yet, Kay never seemed to flaunt her beauty in such a manner, which left Lulu feeling somewhat disheartened. Unaware of the discontent brewing below, Fair noticed the audience's silence and, with a purposeful thrust of her chest, announced the commencement of the draw. Lulu, observing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over her. The atmosphere became chaotic once more as another beautiful host entered, carrying a golden bowl filled with paper slips. Ready to facilitate the draw for the 30 competitors on stage. Each participant would take a slip indicating their matchup for the first round. If one drew A1, their opponent would be A2. If B1, then B2. It was a system designed to ensure fairness, with the outcomes left to fate. "Good luck to you all," she stated. The host, with a voice that cut through the air like a blade, explained the situation. Among the 30 participants, Fang Shaoyun, after a brief moment of chaos, managed to seize a small piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, he discovered the inscription, F1. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun was unaware of the identity of his opponent. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed that the competition servers were meticulously set up, brimming with machines. It turned out that during this time, the referee had swiftly prepared the servers, awaiting the contestants to take their places. As Fang Shaoyun entered the game, he mused that if the efficiency of the government departments were as high as this, the public buses would not be as congested as sardines in a can. He felt that those individuals ought to learn from the on-site referees of the CPL what true 21st century speed entailed. After stretching his limbs to ensure he was in optimal condition, he entered the server labeled F. The pre-match warm-up was a technique imparted to him by Go Shaoyun, which not only helped relax the body, but also enabled a swift immersion into the game. Most importantly, it alleviated any tension. However, in this regard, both Go Shaoyun and Fang Shaoyun were unfazed. One never knew what it meant to feel nervous, while the other was indifferent to winning or losing. Thus, many regarded Go Shaoyun as a quintessential competitor, for he remained unperturbed and often exceeded his own capabilities during competitions. Consequently, many felt a sense of trepidation when facing Go Shaoyun. After Fang Shaoyun entered the server, another competitor swiftly appeared. Upon seeing the ID of the incoming player, Fang Shaoyun breathed a sigh of relief, for it was at least not one of the IDs he had become painfully familiar with during the past month of torment. This indicated that his luck was not as dire as he had feared, as the players settled into their respective competition servers. The large screen promptly displayed all matchups for the audience's viewing. Chapter 55. Newcomers facing newcomers. The on-site efficiency at the CPL was indeed remarkable, yet Kim's keen eyes were equally swift. In his profession, having sharp perception and quick reflexes is paramount, akin to the art of wooing. The realm of StarCraft is teeming with a mix of talent, yet exceptional prodigies are a rarity, often appearing like fleeting blossoms. A moment's hesitation could lead to them being snatched away by another club. Hence, Kim has always acted with alacrity. As soon as the matchups were announced, he swiftly zeroed in on the group where Fang Shaoyun was located. However, upon discovering Fang Shaoyun's opponent, Kim nearly succumbed to shock. To his astonishment, Fang Shaoyun was pitted against none other than the rising star Bear from 24K, a talent Kim had personally unearthed and nurtured with great effort. Bear had shown exceptional performance in training matches, earning the lofty hopes of 24K's hierarchy. This participation in the CPL was aimed at securing a professional qualification, which would pave the way for his entry into the league post-CPL, thus bolstering 24K's aspirations for advancement. Yet, Kim never anticipated that Bear would encounter Fang Shaoyun in the very first round. Although one could argue that life is replete with unforeseen encounters, this particular coincidence felt overwhelmingly improbable. At this moment, Kim was in a quandary, torn between wanting Bear to successfully secure his professional status and wishing for Fang Shaoyun to showcase his prowess. These desires appeared starkly contradictory. Nevertheless, upon seeing his opponent's ID, Bear's face lit up with excitement. Fang Shaoyun's ID was as unremarkable as Yun. Bear was intimately familiar with the IDs of many renowned players among the top 30, and it was evident that this particular ID was not one he recognized. Facing such an opponent, Bear felt his chances of advancing to the next round had significantly increased. Therefore, he entered the game with a sense of exhilaration. After all, it was his first time competing in front of a crowd while donning the club's uniform. In his enthusiasm, Bear chose to play Protoss, unaware that this was merely the inception of a nightmare. Throughout his lengthy career, Bear would often reminisce about this match. Meanwhile, Fang Shaoyun audaciously opted for a random selection. The referee overseeing the match was taken aback, needing to confirm thrice before accepting Fang Shaoyun's resolute decision to proceed with a random choice. The matchup between Fang Shaoyun and Bear did not attract much attention, as the venue's facilities were not comparable to those of the WCG finals, where spectators could freely select matches to watch on their personal monitors. Such amenities were only available at the CPL finals in Shanghai. The large screen in the venue was merely broadcasting matchups chosen by the host, typically featuring high-profile players. At that moment, the screen showcased the clash between the Terran players Li Lin and Lu Hui, both of whom were renowned figures in Hunan and among the favorites to win the CPL Hunan qualifier. The host had no compelling reason to overlook this matchup. The audience was eager to discover whether the renowned aggressive player Li Lin or the steady Lu Hui would emerge victorious. This duel held particular significance for Lulu, as both players hailed from the same alma mater, with their photographs adorning the walls of the Boss Internet Cafe. Lulu had long admired them, viewing them as a source of pride for their institution, while secretly harboring an unconfessed admiration for Wang Feiyu, who had vanished into obscurity after graduation. Aside from occasional media sightings, only his former comrades seemed aware of his whereabouts. Lulu yearned for a chance to reconnect with these esteemed figures, not out of any ulterior motives, but simply to meet her idol, the legendary heartthrob. However, no one was mindful of Lulu's infatuations. Both Li Lin and Lu Hui were feeling rather despondent. The two were part of a close-knit group that had once roamed together with Wang Feiyu and had often sparred with one another, rendering their encounters devoid of novelty. They had hoped to advance to the top 6 in the CPL, allowing them to travel to Shanghai together for a long-awaited leisure trip. Though they frequently visited Shanghai for competitions, their stays were always brief, leaving no time for enjoyment. Given Li Lin and Lu Hui's skills, reaching the CPL's top 6 seemed feasible, yet now they found themselves in a situation where only one could advance, making for an uncomfortable predicament. Both lamented their ill fortune, wishing they had not been distracted by the allure of two stunning ladies during the draw. Yet now, they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. As the eyes of the audience bore down upon them, no one could afford to throw a match intentionally. As Li Lin and Lu Hui began their bout, Fang Shaoyun had already commenced his match against Bear. Fang Shaoyun hoped for a Zerg to randomly appear, allowing him to unleash a swift 6-drone build. However, fortune did not favor him, as he was instead matched with Protoss. Mirror matchups often lacked excitement, and Fang Shaoyun dreaded the prospect of encountering another Protoss. Upon realizing his opponent was also Protoss, Bear felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that even if his rival was formidable, he could hardly rival Bear's specialized expertise in the Protoss race. Furthermore, Protoss versus Protoss matches had become rather monotonous, typically devolving into a contest of Dragoon and Zealot engagements. Lacking in intricate strategies, this opponent, being a relative unknown, was unlikely to possess any groundbreaking tactics. Thus, upon seeing Fang Shaoyun's first Zealot, Bear felt a sense of superiority, thinking that his own Dragoon prowess mirrored that of the legendary kingdom, whose Dragoon army could vanquish even the most formidable foes. Lost in thought about his own dragoon maneuvers, Bear was jolted back to reality when he noticed two zealots rushing toward his base. At that moment, Bear had only managed to produce a single dragoon. However, Fang Shaoyun had already summoned 3 zealots in a swift motion, evidently intending to execute a fervent rush. Yet, Bear, observing from his base, could only discern 2 barracks through his probe. It was implausible for 3 zealots to emerge simultaneously at this juncture. Bear surmised, with a sense of indignation, that the unscrupulous Fang Shaoyun must have clandestinely constructed another barrack not far from his base. At this moment, however, Bear was too flustered to chastise Fang Shaoyun for his underhanded tactics. Meanwhile, Bear's second dragoon was on the verge of emerging, prompting him to diligently perform the dragoon dance. There was no time to build another barrack, so Bear hastily constructed a power cell, hoping to counter Fang Shaoyun's rush with the dragoon and the power cell. Nevertheless, Fang Shaoyun's zealots were quite relentless. While they relentlessly pursued the dragoon, one zealot would occasionally strike at Bear's probe. The chaos in Bear's base was palpable, and by the time his second dragoon materialized, he had already lost several probes, with the zealot count escalating to 5. These 5 zealots did not pursue Bear's dragoon. Instead, they unleashed a ferocious assault on Bear's probes, nearly causing him to faint in disbelief at the sheer audacity of his opponent. He mused on the irony of such brutality, noting how others might wage war while claiming to protect civilians. Yet this adversary targeted the farmers. By the time Bear regained his composure and attempted to retreat his probes, he found that a significant portion had already been annihilated. Frustration mounted within Bear, and as his third dragoon emerged, he finally vanquished the zealots that had invaded his base. With renewed determination, Bear commanded his 3 dragoons, poised to launch an assault on Fang Shaoyun's base. Even if he could not turn the tide of battle in one fell swoop, Bear resolved to at least exact retribution upon Fang Shaoyun's probes for the earlier transgressions. Chapter 56. In the blink of an eye, the walls turned to ashes, however, just as Bear charged to the entrance of Fang Shaoyun's base. He nearly collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. The 3 dragon knights were no longer facing mere zealots, but rather 2 photon cannons. If these cannons had been positioned on flat ground, Bear would have been unconcerned. Yet, they stood at the entrance of Fang Shaoyun's base, fortified by the advantageous high ground. Bear was utterly perplexed by Fang Shaoyun's strategy. Initially, he had expected a 3 barracks build, yet here Fang Shaoyun was, erecting photon cannons. It was no wonder that aside from the initial 5 zealots, Fang Shaoyun had remained silent since then. Surely, these 2 photon cannons could have produced 3 or 4 additional zealots. With that many zealots in Bear's base, he would have found it considerably more challenging to defend. Bear was bewildered by Fang Shaoyun's intentions. However, Fang Shaoyun was convinced that his strategy was sound. Bear's aggressive rush against the Dragon Knights was indeed a perilous gambit. The moment Bear neglected to scout Fang Shaoyun's proxy barracks, his grim fate was sealed. Fang Shaoyun refrained from continuing the rush. He recognized that Bear's control over the Dragon Knights was commendable and that he could potentially deplete Fang Shaoyun's zealots. Additionally, the distance between their bases posed a challenge for a sustained rush. Thus, after eliminating numerous probes, Fang Shaoyun decided that a stable, methodical approach was the most prudent course of action, gradually fortifying his position, stockpiling resources, and biding his time for eventual dominance. Consequently, Fang Shaoyun shamelessly constructed 2 photon cannons at the entrance of his base, fully prepared to deploy probes to obstruct Bear should he attempt to force his Dragon Knights into Fang Shaoyun's territory. After all, Bear seemed to be on the brink of desperation and might resort to such drastic measures. Yet, in reality, Bear managed to restrain himself. At this juncture, the outcome appeared nearly predetermined. Although Fang Shaoyun had yet to begin harvesting gas, his resource accumulation speed far surpassed Bear's. It was akin to Iraq's futile military endeavors against the United States, where the best they could manage was to engage in acts of terrorism. Bear finally managed to produce a battlecruiser, hoping to emulate a terrorist organization by sending it to Fang Shaoyun's base to wreak havoc and instill fear among the civilian populace. However, he was met with a formidable defense of Dragon Knights guarding the mineral line. At that moment, Bear recalled a classic commentary from years past. "Look, everyone. A battlecruiser is coming out of the transport ship. Oh wait, it's retreating." Bear had found it amusing back then, yet now he felt a pang of despair. Unbeknownst to Bear, Fang Shaoyun's cautious development and adept handling of airdrops surpassed that of most players. Many professional players, upon gaining an advantage, relentlessly sought to exploit their opponent's weaknesses and secure a decisive victory. In contrast, Fang Shaoyun remained unhurried, relishing the opportunity to gradually expand his lead and amass a formidable force, comprising many units that others might deem extravagant. However, at times, Fang Shaoyun's approach could also lead to a loss of confidence in his adversaries. On one occasion during a PvZ match, he amassed an entire squadron of Void Rays, the prohibitively expensive air units of the Protoss. While formidable against air, they were virtually ineffective against ground forces. If there were a contest for the least cost-effective unit in StarCraft, these airships would undoubtedly feature prominently. The Zerg opponent had a chance for a comeback. But upon encountering Fang Shaoyun's fleet of Void Rays, they crumbled, thinking to themselves, "I've played for years and never seen anyone produce so many of these." With a bruised spirit, they exited the game. Had Fang Shaoyun continued to assault Bear, the latter might have held on a bit longer. However, Fang Shaoyun's steadfast refusal to engage and his relentless focus on mining and troop accumulation left Bear feeling increasingly frustrated. Bear believed Fang Shaoyun intended to reach a 200 supply cap before making his move. In an act of defiance, Bear begrudgingly typed GG and withdrew from the match. After losing the first game, Bear reflected on his carelessness, convinced that such a match did not truly reflect his skill level. Fang Shaoyun's execution did not seem particularly impressive. His strategy appeared to be one of turtling, lacking in creativity. In truth, Fang Shaoyun had not showcased much beyond his initial probe micro, spending the remainder of the match focused on mining and unit production. Yet, Bear failed to realize that his own tactical failure had allowed Fang Shaoyun to thrive. Fang Shaoyun's pace in this match was not particularly swift. By the time Bear exited the game, a significant portion of the other matches had concluded. Meanwhile, Li Lin and Lu Hui were still locked in a fierce struggle. Both were aware that Lu Hui was known for his solid playstyle, and facing an evenly matched opponent meant that their duel would not end swiftly. In a TVT matchup, one reckless move could lead to disaster, leaving them with no choice but to endure the stalemate. As Li Lin and Lu Hui continued their fierce contest, Fang Shaoyun entered the mainframe for Group FS matches. Bear had already arrived ahead of him. Upon seeing Fang Shaoyun opt for a random race once more, Bear felt a sense of helplessness. Having suffered an embarrassing defeat in the first match, Bear had little pride left to speak. He merely watched as the referee initiated the second game. At the beginning of the second match, Bear secretly hoped Fang Shaoyun would randomly select Protoss again. After being humiliated by Fang Shaoyun in the first round, Bear felt impulsive and wished to either retaliate or be retaliated against. Given the chance for a do-over, Bear would undoubtedly have chosen to open with 3 barracks to see who could outproduce him. Yet, the reality was that many opportunities, once missed, could never be reclaimed. Just as one must seize the moment to download a captivating film, if one hesitates when the time comes, the chance may slip away. Bear longed for another opportunity against Fang Shaoyun, but Fang Shaoyun had decisively randomized Terran. As Bear's scouting probe reached the vicinity of Fang Shaoyun's base, he found it disgracefully blocked by a building and a barracks, leaving Bear's probe unable to even embark on a sightseeing tour. This revelation left Bear profoundly disheartened. Nevertheless, Bear meticulously scoured every corner of the map, his diligent approach making it seem as though he were searching for lost treasure. Only those who had experienced Fang Shaoyun's shameless proxy barracks rush could empathize with Bear's plight. However, after thoroughly exploring, Bear was met with disappointment. For Fang Shaoyun displayed no signs of unconventional play. With no looming threat, Bear began to adopt a more cautious approach. He was aware that Protoss was generally a straightforward race, yet the current private matchups were increasingly challenging. The Terran armies were becoming fiercer with each passing minute, their assaults growing more ruthless. To confront the Terran Steel Legions head-on would only diminish the Protoss's chances of victory. In the present scenario, if the divine beings intend to confront the human race, a significant part of their strategy relies on subterfuge. Speaking of cunning tactics, Bear considers himself rather adept. He has honed his skills with aerial drops of golden armor and stealth blades to a fine art. His techniques, such as the lightning onslaught against the farmers, are executed with considerable flair. However, after a brief contemplation, Bear resolves to first create an observer to spy on Fang Shaoyun. Observing battles, witnessing others' misfortunes, and even glimpsing the neighbor's lady taking a bath, as well as monitoring the development of others' bases. Such activities are immensely entertaining. As Bear's observer glides over Fang Shaoyun's base, he sees that Fang is confidently managing a single worker while operating dual bases. Bear mutters to himself, incredulous at Fang's swift mining operations. Upon noticing what seems to be a lack of defenses, Bear hastily constructs the necessary buildings for the golden armor, thinking that if he fails to deploy it and eliminate Fang, he would truly be a foolish bear. When Bear first observes Fang's base, it indeed appears riddled with vulnerabilities. The number of tanks and air defenses seem inadequate. However, by the time Bear's transport is ready to deploy the golden armor, Fang's base has undergone a remarkable transformation. Numerous anti-air turrets seemed to sprout up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Bear's transport circles helplessly outside Fang's base, unable to locate a suitable drop zone. He is baffled by this sudden turn of events, as if Fang had anticipated his aerial assault. Bear, of course, cannot fathom that Fang has been tormented by knife on that very map countless times. To Fang, such a level of aerial drop must seem trivial. Frustrated by his inability to deploy the golden armor, Bear resigns himself to mining while upgrading the speed of his transport, opting for an alternative strategy of lightning strikes against the farmers. Given that Bear's mining efforts are somewhat delayed, he realizes that matching Fang in sheer numbers would be detrimental. He must find a way to eliminate a batch of Fang and Appo's SSCVs. But with the golden armor no longer an option, he must wait for the lightning troops. Yet, as he awaits the lightning soldiers, Bear finds himself despondent. He observes Fang's defenses becoming increasingly formidable. Critical locations around the mining area are laden with landmines, and a barracks has been established on the high ground, producing a small army of riflemen. It is likely that the lightning troops, upon descent, would meet with immediate annihilation. Faced with Fang's insurmountable defenses, Bear is rendered speechless. As Fang's main force surges forth, Bear's mental state begins to unravel. The golden armor and lightning troops originally intended for aerial deployment must now join Bear's forces in a desperate stand against Fang's army. The golden armor barely fires 2 shots before being eliminated. The lightning troops fare even worse. Fang swiftly employs a mine-laying vehicle to dispatch Bear's scant lightning soldiers. In the blink of an eye, Bear's forces are utterly obliterated. I can hardly believe the choices you all have made. It's utterly ridiculous. Oh, the absurdity of it all. Chapter 57. The profession is also grotesque. Bear stared blankly at Fang Shaoyun's troops as they charged forward. At that moment, he felt just as helpless as old Sa. Bear realized he had once again been shamelessly vanquished by Fang Shaoyun. The notion of professional qualifications had suddenly evaporated before his eyes like smoke. To enter the professional league, he would have to wait for the next qualification match. The 2 matches he had lost were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Bear in despair. Yet, at this moment, Fang Shaoyun could not hold his head high either. Upon seeing the screen display that he had won 2-0, Peng Feng and the others excitedly unfurled a banner. Initially pleased, Fang Shaoyun felt utterly embarrassed upon seeing the gaudy red banner. His concerns were not unfounded. The next day, that very banner appeared in a magazine dedicated to interstellar competitions. And overnight, Fang Shaoyun became a prominent figure in the Hunan region. After completing the first round, Fang Shaoyun felt quite elated, as both matches had proceeded smoothly. While many were still engaged in fierce battles, he had already retreated to the player rest area. However, upon entering, he spotted Huang Wani, which extinguished his good mood. He thought to himself that the Zerg were indeed peculiar, as they played much faster than the average person. Huang Wani was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fang Shaoyun, realizing that despite his own speed, Fang Shaoyun had proven to be even quicker. Having witnessed Fang Shaoyun's growth, Huang Wani reflected on the past month, during which he and his friends had relentlessly trained Fang Shaoyun. Despite the harsh treatment, Fang Shaoyun's rapid progress made Huang Wani feel that the title of peculiar would soon be passed on to him. Observing Fang Shaoyun's spirited demeanor, Huang Wani was convinced that he must have won the first round as well. If someone had told Huang Wani that an amateur novice could break into the top 30 of the Hunan region within 2 months of training, he would have deemed them a fool. Yet, Fang Shaoyun not only successfully entered the top 30, but also surged into the top 15. With a stroke of luck, he might even secure a professional player qualification. Reflecting on his own journey, which had required months of training under Zhang Yu and Wang Feiyu to achieve modest success, Huang Wani couldn't help but sigh. His thoughts drifted to Lu Hui and Li Lin, who had been by his side. However, upon glancing at the big screen, both Huang Wani and Fang Shaoyun couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the 2 unfortunate souls were still locked in their first match, which had been ongoing for over an hour. The map was nearly devoid of resources, yet they remained at a stalemate. The live commentator was at a loss for words to describe the prolonged battle. Both players had reached a population cap of 200, with their SCVs having been depleted, and their resources had accumulated significantly. Their defenses were robust, and any offensive action taken by either side would likely result in more losses than gains. Thus, they both engaged in feigned threats, but hesitated to make the first move. Fang Shaoyun chuckled to himself, thinking that if it were him, he would charge in recklessly rather than endure the monotony. At that moment, Lu Hui and Li Lin seemed to have sensed Fang Shaoyun's thoughts. Almost simultaneously, they launched their attacks, igniting a spectacular display of fireworks across the map. The clash of fully populated armies was truly breathtaking, and Fang Shaoyun looked on with admiration. He soon witnessed Li Lin, unfortunate in his luck, surrendering with a GG. After the match, both Li Lin and Lu Hui were thoroughly exhausted. They had intended to rest. But upon noticing that the player area was nearly empty, they exchanged wry smiles and donned their headsets to continue their battle. Fang Shaoyun and Huang Wani chose a spot to wait, but their anticipation stretched for over an hour. During this time, Jun arrived, having also fared well. Though his opponent was formidable, he won his match 2-1. Jun then joined Fang Shaoyun, engaging in light banter. Huang Wani found this perplexing, wondering how Jun had connections with professional players unknown to him. The two commentators had not anticipated such an outcome between Li Lin and Lu Hui. Originally, they planned to conduct 2 rounds of matches in the morning, but the first round had unexpectedly extended. As the clock approached noon, they feared that the audience might protest if the second round were to commence at that time. To everyone's astonishment, after another match, Li Lin emerged victorious, leveling the score to 1-1. The audience remained unfazed, as the match was nonetheless captivating, akin to a film that became increasingly worthwhile with time. However, the commentators were left speechless, particularly the female host, who, while lively in her commentary, was now parched after consuming 2 bottles of water. She contemplated excusing herself to the restroom, but hesitated to announce it to the audience. Fortunately, after 2 matches, Li Lin and Lu Hui were on the brink of exhaustion. As the third match began, they seemed to share a telepathic connection. At the start of the match, Li Lin exclaimed, "Da Shao," which made Lu Hui chuckle. Realizing they were on the same wavelength, he quickly typed "very good," punctuated with 3 exclamation marks to express his sentiment. The spectators were baffled by their pre-match banter. Yet, CPL was about to witness the most peculiar match of all. As the game commenced, Li Lin, appearing at the 3 o'clock position, typed "Oh" and promptly commanded all his SCVs to raise their welding torches towards his base. Lu Hui, stationed at the 9 o'clock position, recognized Li Lin's declaration as an omen of victory, and with a hearty laugh, began to have his SCVs perform a dance around his base. Half of the audience fainted in disbelief, realizing that these 2 renowned players had essentially agreed to determine the winner through their pre-game dialogue. The commentators were left utterly bemused. Yet the players' actions did not appear to contravene any rules. Thus, everyone watched in rapt attention as Li Lin's 4 SCVs slowly welded his own base. In mere minutes, the final match concluded, marking the end of the first round. No one could have anticipated that this last match would end in such an unconventional manner. Even Fang Shaoyun found himself internally exclaiming, "Grotesque. Absolutely grotesque." The flamboyant host, Fei Er, was elated by the outcome. Upon witnessing Li Lin's SCVs obliterating his base, she cheerfully proclaimed, "We thank the Terran and Zerg races for bringing us these thrilling matches." Due to time constraints, the originally scheduled second round for the morning was postponed to the afternoon, and the drawing ceremony would also be delayed. She apologized on behalf of the CPL organizing committee for any inconvenience caused and proceeded to deliver a lengthy, albeit unremarkable, speech. Thus, the morning session of the CPL concluded, leaving Fang Shaoyun feeling dazed as he awaited the announcement that it was time for lunch, with the afternoon matches set to resume at 1 o'clock. It is estimated that had this statement been delivered by a male host, he would have been bombarded with a barrage of objects. However, as it stands, it is a captivating young lady in a short skirt who is speaking, and it appears that no one has any objections. The entire banquet hall is filled with the cacophony of diners. As Fang Shaoyun stepped out, he immediately spotted Peng Feng and his group enthusiastically waving at him. Fang Shaoyun felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and flee, yet upon noticing Lulu and Kay on the stand gazing at him with pitiful expressions, he could only sigh and lower his head as he approached them. At this moment, Peng Feng and the others finally managed to stow away that life-threatening banner. Upon reaching Peng Feng's side, Fang Shaoyun sighed and remarked, "Brother, what on earth are you doing? Do you think this is Saturday Night Live or men and women of distinction?" Peng Feng replied, "Boss, isn't this to cheer you on? Just look at the effect. It's so striking." The moment it unfurled, how many pairs of eyes were drawn to it? By the end of the day, it was likely that Fang Shaoyun's name would resonate even stronger than that of the infamous Tongluan gang leader. "I spent quite a bit on this banner, you know. The quality is decent, wouldn't you agree? Not even a single loose thread." Seeing Peng Feng attempting to unfurl that banner once more, Fang Shaoyun felt an overwhelming desire to kick this fellow into oblivion. However, he recognized that such an act would surely be unlawful. Thus, he could only resign himself and say, "Forget it, let us go eat. Make sure to put that thing away this afternoon. Don't let it interfere with my competition." Recalling that Jun had invited his companions to dine together earlier, Fang Shaoyun pondered whether there would be enough room for the unexpected addition of these few individuals. Just then, someone approached him and inquired, "Excuse me, would you care to join us for a meal?" Fang Shaoyun looked up to see two individuals clad in yellow attire. The one who spoke appeared to be several years older than him, while the one to his left bore a gloomy expression, as if he had just lost a substantial sum of money. Chapter 58. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Fang Shaoyun found it rather peculiar and remarked, "Eyeglasses brother, I believe I do not know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Kim, momentarily taken aback, was astonished that Fang Shaoyun would refer to the illustrious and dashing figure of himself as Eyeglasses brother. Nevertheless, Kim managed to muster a self-assured smile, responding, "Are you not Fang Shaoyun?" Fang Shaoyun gazed at the bespectacled man, casting flirtatious glances his way, and thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have eaten yet. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed with nausea. Before he could reply, Lulu curiously inquired, "How does this uncle know your name?" Observing the charming young girl before him, Kim was nearly brought to tears, reflecting on how he had merely skipped shaving for a day and wondered how he appeared so aged. Kim was at a loss for words. However, Bear, who was beside Kim, interjected, "You must be Yun, right? I am Bear, the one who just competed against you." Fang Shaoyun was startled, thinking this was an invitation for a real-life showdown. Yet, realizing the numbers were in his favor, he felt emboldened and replied, "Oh, so it's you. What brings you here?" Bear gestured towards the still mopey Kim, saying, "This is our captain. He believes you performed admirably and wishes to invite you to dinner for a chat." Although Fang Shaoyun immediately recognized that Bear and his companions belonged to the esteemed 24K team, he thought that since they were genuinely extending an invitation and he wouldn't have to pay, he had no reason to decline. Thus, he waved at June from afar and followed Kim to dine. As Fang Shaoyun's group departed with Kim, June felt a slight dampness in his eyes. June was well aware of Kim's identity and understood that Fang Shaoyun's departure could mean losing a significant player, particularly since two of their main stars had already been poached by 24K. During dinner, the table was enveloped in an eerie silence, as it seemed every Blue Star member yearned for either violence or to be on the receiving end of it. By the end of the meal, much of the food remained untouched, and no one even considered taking leftovers. In stark contrast, another table was alive with enthusiasm to win over Fang Shaoyun. Kim had chosen a restaurant with a unique charm and ordered an extravagant spread. Typically, this group endured modest meals at school, where the cafeteria lacked indulgence. Initially, Lulu and Peng Feng were somewhat reserved due to the presence of outsiders, but soon they relaxed, and dishes were devoured as quickly as they were served, leaving Kim in disbelief at their voracious appetites. Once they had satiated their hunger, Fang Shaoyun turned to Kim and asked, "What is the occasion for this meal? If there is anything we can assist with, we're more than willing." Peng Feng and the others echoed their agreement. Kim looked at Fang Shaoyun and said, "We at 24K have taken a keen interest in you. If you are amenable, we would like to extend an invitation for you to join our team." Before Fang Shaoyun could respond, Lulu was taken aback. She was aware that 24K was a formidable team in the top tier, and entering such a squad was no easy feat. The prospect of Fang Shaoyun potentially becoming an idol like Li Lin was exciting. She discreetly tugged at Fang Shaoyun's sleeve, indicating her excitement. However, when Fang Shaoyun spoke, the entire table fell silent. 24K? That sounds promising. What is the salary like? Do we get weekends off? Kim was momentarily stunned by Fang Shaoyun's directness. Yet, the question was complicated, as salary decisions were not solely Kim's to determine. They were ultimately decided by 24K's leadership. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "The salary is not an issue. We at 24K offer the highest wages among all clubs in Changsha." Fang Shaoyun interjected, "So, what exactly is it?" At that moment, Kim was caught off guard by Fang Shaoyun's straightforwardness, realizing the difficulty of providing an answer. Kim paused and suggested, "Let me discuss it with the club first. After your match this afternoon, I will return with our club's generous conditions." Fang Shaoyun nodded, "All right, we shall discuss it then." With that, he swiftly gathered his companions and left the table, leaving Kim feeling as though all his efforts had yielded no substantial results. To make matters worse, he had been addressed as uncle, leaving him with a sense of defeat. As soon as Fang Shaoyun exited the restaurant, Lulu eagerly remarked, 24K is currently ranked first in the A-League. They have great potential, and I sense they are quite sincere. What do you think?" Fang Shaoyun chuckled. "Isn't it just an A-League club? What is so remarkable about it?" Lulu was taken aback. "You're quite confident, aren't you? Are you considering joining a super club?" Yet, after saying that, Lulu began to ponder the possibility, knowing that with Gui Shaoyun's connections, securing a place for Fang Shaoyun in a super club could indeed be feasible. With this thought, Lulu decided not to reprimand Fang Shaoyun. However, she felt it necessary to speak with Kay later, advising Fang Shaoyun to remain humble and not to act as though he had suddenly become wealthy without any taste. As they walked, Fang Shaoyun warned Peng Feng, "If you dare to pull out that banner again, I will have to confront you." Peng Feng retorted, "Come on, boss. You're doing just fine. You're quite low-key. All right, we want to display it. Let us keep a low profile." Upon hearing Peng Feng, Lulu leaned against Kay and said, "I can't take it anymore. I feel like I might vomit." To her surprise, Kay responded gently, "Oh, really? What is making you feel that way? When did this happen?" Lulu was taken aback, not expecting that in just a few days, Kay had become so brazen. She thought to herself that Fang Shaoyun must have had a negative influence on Kay. Yet, in that moment, she failed to recognize that the time Kay spent with her far exceeded the time spent with Fang Shaoyun, and crucially, when together, Fang Shaoyun never indulged in crude humor, while Lulu seemed to revel in it daily. Determined to remind Kay of her boundaries, Lulu feigned shyness, wrapping her arms around Kay, and said, "Kay, you see, it was that night, the two of us." Fang Shaoyun, walking along, nearly stumbled upon hearing those words. Kay's face flushed crimson, and she could barely utter a word. Lulu, feeling a sense of triumph, turned to Fang Shaoyun and said, "Brother, since you show little interest in their team, don't you feel a bit guilty after our extravagant meal?" Fang Shaoyun replied, "What do you mean? It's as if we've taken advantage of them. We could always treat them to a meal at that little CAF behind the school. Besides, I never said I wouldn't go. If they offer a generous weekly salary, I will certainly consider it." With that, Peng Feng and the others could no longer withstand the tension and collapsed to the ground. The small eatery behind the school offers stir-fried dishes for merely 3 yuan a serving. It is estimated that even with tables piled high, one could hardly consume 200 yuan's worth. While Peng Feng and his companions believed their behavior to be quite shameless, they soon realized that Fang Shaoyun surpassed them in audacity. Truly, each generation produces its own share of scoundrels, each making their mark for centuries. The depths of shamelessness seem boundless. After indulging in a sumptuous feast without cost, Fang Shaoyun's spirits were noticeably elevated, starkly contrasting with the countenances of Lan Xing and others. However, he had no opportunity to converse with June, as by the time he returned to the competition venue, it was nearly 1 o'clock, and the competitors' area was already calling for the participants to enter. With only 15 contestants remaining, Fang Shaoyun's eccentric attire became even more pronounced, likely surprising even the host, who had not anticipated a student breaking into the top 15. Even the flamboyant host could not help but fixate on Fang Shaoyun, prompting Lulu in the audience to silently curse her a few times, calling her a little flirt. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun feigned innocence, allowing his gaze to linger on the host's chest for a few seconds before dutifully proceeding to draw lots. After drawing the lots, he recalled that there had been a minor issue with the host's introduction earlier that morning. The host had stated that the top 30 would be eliminated in a double elimination format, when in fact, it was only after the top 15 that such a format would commence, leaving those eliminated in the first round with no chance whatsoever. Realizing this, Fang Shaoyun understood Bear's earlier gloomy demeanor. Consequently, before the competition commenced, Fang Shaoyun inquired of a nearby judge why the tournament did not begin with a double elimination format from the start, but instead only after reaching the top 15. The judge cast a glance at Fang Shaoyun and remarked, "Brother, you are indeed somewhat unique. Such a profound question is rarely posed. Since you ask, allow me to divulge a little-known secret." Fang Shaoyun nodded eagerly. Originally, the plan was to have the top 30 unified under a double elimination format. However, the head of our organizing committee made an error, and the league's homepage also indicated that the double elimination would commence only after the top 15. Therefore, not long before the tournament, they decided to go with the mistake and implement the double elimination format only after the top 15. Upon hearing this, Fang Shaoyun was taken aback and exclaimed, "What kind of leadership is this? What's their name? Let me despise them first." The judge replied softly, "Our head is actually quite famous. He was well known in the Xingtan as well, and everyone affectionately calls him Old Will." Chapter 59. The Upset Upon Hearing the Name. Fang Shaoyun shook his head, indicating that he was unfamiliar with it. He had never been particularly knowledgeable about the intricacies of the gaming world, and he found this elder to be somewhat weak. Observing Fang Shaoyun's reaction, the judge at the venue lost interest in further discussion. Fang Shaoyun then obediently retreated to his competition room. Among the 15 participants, there was a vacant spot in the top 8 of the winner's bracket. But such fortune had never favored Fang Shaoyun. This time, however, the coveted spot was claimed by Hot, a player who had previously participated in the Computer City Invitational. Fang Shaoyun had no recollection of Hot, yet Hot vividly remembered Fang Shaoyun's name, which resonated like thunder in his ears. This was because Hot had been the first champion defeated by Go Shaoyun in that very tournament, where Go had effortlessly bested him before a large audience. Dressed in a God of War ensemble and wielding Fang Shaoyun's name, Thus, upon seeing the list of the 30 strongest competitors, Hot was reminded of that day when he had been ruthlessly vanquished by a university student. Now, this random adversary had once again appeared before him, successfully securing a place among the top 15. Hot, recalling the humiliation he had suffered, prayed fervently that he would not encounter this perplexing opponent again. It seemed that his prayers had indeed moved the heavens. Not only was he spared from facing Fang Shaoyun, but he was also granted a bye, which effectively placed him in the top 8 of the winner's bracket. Hot resolved to visit the Lushan ancient temple after the competition to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Fang Shaoyun remained blissfully unaware that a formidable opponent was anxiously fearing his presence. At that moment, he was cautiously negotiating with his adversary. "Hi, let's have a little wager," he suggested earnestly, but his opponent nearly lost his mind at the absurdity of it all. How could one propose a wager before the match even began? After a moment of speechlessness, his opponent adamantly rejected the idea with a barrage of no responses. Seeing that his creative proposal was dismissed, Fang Shaoyun resignedly informed the judge that he was ready to proceed. After confirming with the other competitor, the game commenced. Fang Shaoyun harbored no concerns, as he was entirely unfamiliar with his opponent. Apart from Jun, Li Lin, Huang Wani, Lu Hui, and the recently acquainted Bear, he did not recognize anyone else in the arena. However, Lulu in the stands was sweating for Fang Shaoyun. As an avid follower of StarCraft gossip, Lulu was well acquainted with the prominent players from Hunan. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun's opponent was Flyboat, a disciple of the renowned Qin Fangyuan, known for his elusive airdrops that could leave many competitors helpless. Although Flyboat's reputation did not measure up to that of the national team player Qin Fangyuan, he was nevertheless a respected figure in Hunan, with numerous skilled players having fallen victim to his tactics. Lulu felt that while Fang Shaoyun was undeniably talented, facing such a notorious expert could spell disaster for him. However, the outcome of the match left Lulu astounded. The formidable Flyboat was utterly dismantled by Fang Shaoyun, who seemed to effortlessly counter his numerous meticulously planned airdrops. As Fang Shaoyun began his counterattack, Flyboat found himself incapable of mounting any significant resistance. By the time Flyboat surrendered with a GG, he was almost driven to madness, convinced that Fang Shaoyun must have undergone specialized training to counter his style. Yet, he could not fathom why such targeted preparation would be undertaken against him, as they bore no deep-seated enmity. Flyboat could never have anticipated that knife would create a map that was the bane of all airdrop specialists, and Fang Shaoyun had thoroughly mastered that very terrain. In facing such gameplay, Fang Shaoyun was in his element. Earlier, Bear had attempted to play cautiously and had suffered greatly, but Flyboat met an even swifter demise. As the second match began, Flyboat was still reeling from the first defeat. The psychological impact of his earlier failure loomed large, leading him to abandon his original strategy in favor of a more straightforward ground assault. However, just minutes into the match, even Flyboat recognized how poorly he was performing, as he had rarely engaged in pure ground pushes. Most often, his frontal assaults merely served as a diversion for his airdrops. Under Fang Shaoyun's relentless ambush, Flyboat could no longer bear to witness the state of his ground forces. After a mere 10 minutes, Fang Shaoyun's carriers emerged, prompting Flyboat to helplessly declare GG. Fang Shaoyun's victory over Flyboat marked the first major upset of the CPL. At this moment, Kim was taken aback, never expecting that the rookie he had his eyes on would prove so formidable. Having secured a place in the top 8 of the winner's bracket, Kim realized that Fang Shaoyun had now captured the attention of all scouts. If he delayed any longer, it was likely that Fang Shaoyun would join another club by the next day. In a fit of urgency, Kim immediately contacted his superior, Su Qian. Kim felt it was imperative to persuade the club to offer a salary enticing enough to attract Fang Shaoyun. As the son of the club's chairman and the executive vice president, Su Qian held the authority to make such decisions. However, after 2 attempts to reach him, Kim was met with busy signals. Su Qian's phone was often inundated with calls, as he was preoccupied with both club matters and personal pursuits. Yet, at this critical juncture, Kim could only feel frustrated as he repeatedly dialed Su Qian's number. Shortly after Fang Shaoyun concluded his match, Huang Wani and Lu Hui also triumphed over their respective opponents. The two were equally astonished to learn that Fang Shaoyun had defeated Flyboat, a player of similar caliber to Huang Wani. Even Huang Wani himself could not guarantee victory against Flyboat. The fact that such a formidable adversary had been so quietly dispatched by Fang Shaoyun raised suspicions that he might have resorted to performance-enhancing substances. Jun, however, was not as fortunate as the other 3. He faced Drop, a key player from NCS, renowned for his prowess in PvZ. Jun valiantly resisted the initial onslaught of the formidable rush, but ultimately succumbed. Fang Shaoyun wished to offer some consolation to his beleaguered comrade. But realizing that it was a double elimination format, he felt reassured that June still had ample opportunities ahead. Besides, as a professional player, it was unlikely that June could secure the championship in the Hunan region, so placing among the top contenders was not of paramount importance to him. Thus, Fang Shaoyun decided to let it be and looked forward to gathering with friends for a meal after the matches concluded. June was indeed curious about the conversation between 24K and Fang Shaoyun during their meal. However, upon noticing Fang Shaoyun mingling with Huang Wani and others, June hesitated to inquire further. The current round of competition was fiercely contested, as the skill levels of the top 15 contenders were remarkably close. Many participants were entangled in matches that extended for over an hour before a victor was determined. The most leisurely ones were those who had drawn a bye, sipping tea in the competition lounge while watching the matches unfold on the big screen, savoring their hot beverages. They contemplated the essence of happiness, witnessing others strive while they themselves enjoyed a moment of respite. That was true bliss. At this moment, Lulu was seated in the stands, pondering why flowers were so vibrant and why Fang Shaoyun exhibited such peculiarities. Suddenly, her phone rang. Its iconic ringtone, the unmistakable tune of "I Am a Spinach," resonated through the air. The sound felt rather jarring amid her contemplations, prompting Lulu to wonder who dared to disrupt her profound thoughts. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from her teammate, Xiaobai. Initially, Lulu suspected someone might be encroaching on her territory, and she hastily answered, "What's the matter?" To her surprise, Xiaobai exclaimed with exuberance, "Sister, you won't believe it. I just saw on the BBS that someone from our school has made it into the top 8 of the CPL winners bracket. You'll never guess who it is." A wave of irritation washed over Lulu as she thought to herself that Xiaobai truly was a simpleton, responding with a hint of annoyance. "Is it Fang Shaoyun?" Xiaobai seemed taken aback, taking a moment before shouting, "Sister, how did you know?" "How did I know? You idiot. I'm watching him compete live." Lulu shouted into the phone. After hanging up, she noticed the men around her casting astonished glances, utterly perplexed by how a seemingly gentle and demure girl could suddenly transform into a fierce warrior. In an instant, Lulu composed herself, adopting an air of ladylike grace, while those familiar with her, such as Peng Feng, broke into a cold sweat. They thought to themselves that they would never again easily trust a girl. Observing Lulu's current demeanor made it evident how capricious women could be. It was no wonder many men perceived their girlfriends before marriage as gentle kittens, only to find that post-marriage, those kittens had seemingly morphed into lions. In truth, it appeared the lions had merely perfected their art of disguise, necessitating a vigilant approach in the future. Chapter 60. How beautiful the world is, how fresh the air at this moment. A new round of the drawing ceremony commenced, and the audience was astonished to find the unconventional Fang Shaoyun standing once more before the lottery girl. Many spectators were captivated by the recent match broadcasted on the big screen, only to realize that the flyboat had silently appeared in Fang Shaoyun's hand. Curiosity began to swirl among the crowd, speculating about this unique student from Zhongda University. Countless rumors spread like wildfire, yet only Lulu and her companions knew the truth. They recognized him merely as an ordinary student from Zhongda, unaware that this seemingly unsavory man was, in fact, the direct disciple of Go Xiaoyun. Accompanied by a cadre of top-tier experts of unparalleled prowess, Hot continued to pray during the drawing, expanding the scope of his supplications. He understood that the 8 finalists of the winner's bracket were unavoidable, with no buys available, so he fervently wished to avoid encounters with Fang Shaoyun, Huang Wani, and Lu Hui, 3 individuals he greatly feared. However, upon seeing the matchup chart, Hot nearly fainted as he discovered that his opponent was none other than Fang Shaoyun, the very adversary he dreaded most. The memory of their previous encounter lingered in Hot's mind, casting a long, haunting shadow. Each time he recalled that nightmare of a few minutes, a chill would seize him. Yet, fate seemed unkind to Hot this time. As he reluctantly entered the game, he lamented that his good fortune had come to an end, happiness wilting like a flower. Meanwhile, the host, who was rather flamboyant, had fixated on Fang Shaoyun. As the crowd's response indicated his surging popularity, whispers of Fang Shaoyun's name echoed throughout the stands, prompting the host to broadcast his match on the large screen. Thus, Fang Shaoyun, the dark horse of the competition, made his debut before the audience. Upon selecting his race, chaos erupted in the stands. Lulu and Kay were unfazed by the audience's reaction. They anticipated that seeing Fang Shaoyun utilize a random selection would surely send spectators into a frenzy, for such choices had become exceedingly rare in formal competitions. As the pandemonium unfolded, Hot found himself increasingly restless. Though he had anticipated Fang Shaoyun's choice of random, the stark reality of facing him sent a shiver down his spine. This feeling was reminiscent of his childhood escapades by the river, where the icy water chilled him to the bone. When it came time for him to choose his race, memories of Fang Shaoyun's formidable dragon knights in the arena resurfaced. Few competitors possessed the audacity to match Fang Shaoyun's prowess, capable of obliterating opponents with ease. Yet here he was, facing such a formidable adversary. Unbeknownst to Fang Shaoyun, his opponent was already quaking in fear, paralyzed by anxiety. This fortuitous encounter placed Fang Shaoyun at a significant advantage, as a competitor who had lost much of their confidence could hardly be expected to perform at their peak. Coincidentally, Fang Shaoyun's random selection turned out to be the Zerg. Upon realizing this, Hot's spirits plummeted. The recollection of his previous encounter with the opponent's incredible dragon knights left him daunted. Thus, he resolved to forego any elaborate strategies and opted instead for a dual factory approach, convinced that only with heavy tanks could he withstand Fang Shaoyun's dragon rush. However, Hot was oblivious to the fact that his cunning adversary possessed no intention of executing a straightforward strategy akin to Go Xiaoyun's. As Hot constructed his tanks, he noticed a transport ship slowly descending upon his base. The audience erupted in astonishment upon witnessing the transport ship's arrival. When Hot's sole anti-air turret collapsed under the relentless assault of Fang Shaoyun's hidden blades, disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could a renowned player from the Super League be so effortlessly dispatched in such a disgraceful manner? Despite the apparent legality of the match, spectators struggled to comprehend how a skilled human player could falter so drastically. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands as Hot's anxiety manifested in cold sweat. Under normal circumstances, Fang Shaoyun's tactics would likely have failed. Yet Hot was so preoccupied with guarding against a direct assault that he failed to anticipate this underhanded yet highly effective stratagem. Such tactics were typically beneath the dignity of skilled players, yet Fang Shaoyun had employed them to devastating effect. If Hot had possessed any resolve to fight back in the first match, by the time the second match commenced, he was utterly disoriented. Unable to grasp the nature of his opponent, an angel or a demon, his mind oscillated between questions and exclamations. Meanwhile, Fang Shaoyun, having randomly acquired the Zerg, grew increasingly audacious. In full view of the multitude, he boldly selected a six-pool strategy. Even Lulu began to feel sympathy for Hot's plight, having failed to scout Fang Shaoyun promptly. Hot resorted to a barracks opening. However, not long after establishing his gas, his scouting SCV was met with a frenzied pack of 6 Zerglings. By the time the Zerglings stormed Hot's base, he was utterly demoralized. The human race, initiating with a barracks gas opening, faced dire straits against a 9-pool Zerg, let alone against someone employing such shameless tactics in a major competition. Without mounting much resistance, he vacantly typed out GG. After the 2 matches, Hot felt hollow, devoid of any thoughts. The audience was on the brink of madness, having witnessed a top-tier player so effortlessly dispatched. The matches, completed in under 20 minutes, showcased an overwhelming disparity, making Hot appear as a novice in the face of Fang Shaoyun's prowess. Silently, he had been obliterated, and post-match, he felt as if he were half-mad, nearly forgetting to unplug his mouse as he prepared to exit the venue. Kim, teary-eyed with excitement, was not merely captivated by the spectacle of this eccentric player, but was elated to have finally connected with Su Qian. Upon hearing about the situation, Su Qian, usually immersed in a life of indulgence, unexpectedly expressed his intention to rush to the venue to court Fang Shaoyun, demonstrating his earnestness. Kim felt as though the heavens had finally opened their eyes. The world was indeed beautiful, and the air was remarkably fresh. Upon returning to the players' lounge, Fang Shaoyun found the losers bracket participants gathered inside. As the first victor to finish his match, he was met with gazes akin to those one might cast upon a peculiar creature. Fang Shaoyun felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to look at Jun with a pitiful expression. Jun then pulled Fang Shaoyun aside and said, "You are truly formidable. Do you know who was just eliminated by 6D? Fang Shaoyun replied, "No, but does it even matter? Using 6D depends on the opponent, doesn't it?" He thought to himself that when he faced Guo Xiaoyun, he had also used 6D against him. Regardless of the current individual, this person could not possibly surpass Guo Xiaoyun's prowess. Jun shook his head, realizing that mentioning the formidable player from the Super Club to this individual was utterly futile. With a sigh, he inquired, "Did that 24K scout approach you at noon with the intention of bringing you to their club?" Fang Shaoyun nodded. "I initially thought they were interested in a real person PK with me, but it turns out they were here for recruitment. That meal was quite enjoyable." Jun sighed again, knowing that 24K's conditions were exceptionally attractive. Once this club decided to recruit someone, the terms they offered were always outstanding. Reflecting on this made Jun feel a tinge of sorrow. To be honest, their club does have commendable conditions, and considering your current level, Competing in the Super League might be somewhat challenging. If you choose 24K, you could play in the A-League for half a year before moving up, which would indeed be beneficial for you. Fang Shaoyun looked at Jun with a smirk and said, listening to you makes me feel a bit sour. Jun found himself at a loss for words in response to Fang Shaoyun. Thus, with a sense of helplessness, he said, once you have fought for a club for an extended period or even served as a team leader, you will come to understand my circumstances. Fang Shaoyun had intended to jest with Jun, but upon seeing Jun's heavy mood, he patted Jun's shoulder and said, don't worry so much. Take it easy. There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. Let's focus on the match later. I'll be here cheering for you. Chapter 61. Dinner invitation. The competition among the losers is significantly more brutal than that among the victors. By the time each participant steps onto the stage, there is no retreat. A single loss means they must pack their belongings and leave. Jun can be considered unfortunate, yet his opponent seems equally ill-fated, as he clearly possesses the skills of a Super League player, akin to Hot. Such a competitor ought to have remained in the winner's bracket, but his presence in the loser's bracket only underscores his unfortunate luck. In truth, he was defeated solely by Huang Wani. Jun's abilities, while commendable, still fall slightly short in comparison, and despite Fang Shaoyun's fervent encouragement from the sidelines, Jun ultimately succumbed. After this round of the loser's bracket concluded, 6 competitors remained, joining the 4 from the winner's bracket, leaving a mere 10 players standing. Fang Shaoyun had become the focal point for every journalist's camera, regardless of the outcome. An amateur player advancing to the top 4 of the winner's bracket was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, this individual had never before participated in an official competition, and his months-old, unwashed jeans shone like stars in the night sky, compelling photographers to capture his image, as they were at a loss for how to report tomorrow without it. The upcoming competition regulations further convinced Fang Shaoyun that the CPL official responsible for these rules must be rather foolish. Typically, to determine the final 6 competitors, many tournaments would divide participants into smaller groups for round-robin play. However, this CPL event was a straight knockout format. The winner's bracket would hold another match, causing 2 more players to drop into the loser's bracket. These 2, along with the original 6 from the loser's bracket, would compete once more to determine 4 finalists. Thus, the final 6 would consist of the 4 from the loser's bracket and the 2 remaining from the winner's bracket. Jun had already been eliminated with a double loss. As Jun packed his gear to leave, he said to Fang Shaoyun, you have a golden opportunity, even if you face unfortunate defeat in the winner's bracket. As long as you win one more match in the loser's bracket, you will secure a spot in the top 6 and qualify as a professional player. Fang Shaoyun nodded in agreement, saying, no problem. You can watch my performance from the stands, and if I make it into the top 6, dinner is on me tonight. Jun smiled, replying, all right, I'll be watching closely. At this moment, among the 4 in the winner's bracket, only one was unfamiliar to Fang Shaoyun. The others were Huang Wani and Lu Hui. Regardless of whom he faced, Fang Shaoyun knew he was in for a tough challenge. Although he had boasted, he felt uncertain about his chances. As Fang Shaoyun drew lots for his next match, cameras buzzed around him, capturing his every move. He sighed inwardly, realizing that escaping notoriety was now a futile endeavor. Had he known it would come to this, he would have donned a more stylish outfit, though lacking Armani. He did have a couple of Adidas pieces. However, in his current state, he felt utterly embarrassed. When the matchups were announced, Fang Shaoyun lamented his ill fate. Indeed, he was to face Huang Wani, the very player who had caused him the most frustration over the past month due to his unpredictable playstyle. Sometimes, Huang Wani's tactics were even more underhanded than Fang Shaoyun's, leaving Fang with little room for indignation. In the past 2 months, he had barely managed to secure any victories against Huang Wani. Before the match commenced, Fang Shaoyun reluctantly waved at Huang Wani, who responded with an enigmatic smile. Fang thought to himself, this bizarre Zerg player is indeed strange. Even his smile is unsettling. He prepared to concede the match early, intending to focus on his strategy in the loser's bracket. However, after a few minutes of play, he sensed something amiss. Huang Wani attacked at unexpected moments while remaining passive during opportunities to strike. Fang was momentarily baffled, questioning whether Huang Wani was experimenting with new tactics. It was only when Fang Shaoyun's forces breached Huang Wani's base that he suddenly understood. Huang Wani had been intentionally holding back. Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Why would Huang Wani choose to do this? Unbeknownst to Fang, Huang Wani had his reasons. Familiar with the remaining competitors, Huang Wani could confidently assert that most of them could easily eliminate Fang Shaoyun without breaking a sweat. Having witnessed Fang's remarkable luck in defeating Hot, Huang Wani believed that the remaining skilled players would likely send Fang to the loser's bracket, where he would stand an 80% chance of being eliminated. thus forfeiting the crucial professional qualification. If Fang's abilities were truly as limited as they appeared, Huang Wani wouldn't have felt the need to hold back, as such a performance would only bring shame to both him and Fang. However, Huang had been watching Fang's rapid growth, as if he had unlocked a hidden potential in the game. Each encounter had revealed new dimensions of Fang's skills, leading Huang to contemplate the immense potential Fang could achieve if nurtured in a professional setting. Thus, Huang Wani decided to act unethically, intentionally allowing Fang to gain the upper hand. Although this decision contravened professional ethics, he justified it by considering the possibility of fostering an extraordinary talent for China. Moreover, Huang Wani felt confident that even if he intentionally let this match slip, he could still navigate the loser's bracket successfully, no matter whom he faced there. He believed they would be the ones fearing him, making it easy to secure a spot in the top 6. As Huang Wani eased his grip, Fang Shaoyun's realization dawned brightly, while the audience erupted in chaos. Lulu watched in disbelief as Fang Shaoyun claimed a 1-0 lead over Huang Wani, wondering how it was possible that a rogue from her circle could so effortlessly best her idol. This outcome left Lulu grappling with a profound crisis in her worldview. Huang Wani, aware of the pandemonium in the stands, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he resolved to see this charade through to the end and decisively let the second match slip away. After the competition, Fang Shaoyun's first words to Huang Wani were, "You're impressive." Huang feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. Fang then chuckled, "I didn't expect you to be such a good friend. How about I treat you to dinner tonight at Huatian?" Huang Wani raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Huatian Hotel was quite upscale. It seemed Fang had some wealth. Fang grinned. "I haven't finished. It's at a small eatery next to Huatian." Fang added, "I have no further business here, so you can take your time in the loser's bracket. I'm heading back to the stands now, so let us not linger here." Huang Wani collapsed in disbelief. He had never encountered someone as shameless as Fang Shaoyun, who seemed capable of setting trends. After spending so long in the competition, Huang now felt that allowing Fang to advance was a monumental mistake. Meanwhile, Fang Shaoyun cheerfully made his way to the stands, where Lulu and Kay awaited, garnering curious stares from everyone he passed, as if he were an otherworldly being. A student, posing as an amateur player, managed to secure a position among the top 6 in a competitive region, an achievement that can only be described as sensational. As Fang Shaoyun walked out confidently, it was nearly impossible for anyone to perceive the extraordinary prowess that he possessed. Kim, observing Fang Shaoyun's triumphant demeanor, was on the verge of exasperation. If only he could seize the moment and engage in negotiations with Fang Shaoyun, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous transaction. However, the anticipated arrival of Su Qian was still delayed, leaving him without any leverage to approach Fang Shaoyun for discussion. Upon Fang Shaoyun's return, Kay promptly handed him a bottle of water. Lulu, noticing this, chimed in, expressing her desire for one as well. Kay shot Lulu a disapproving glance, remarking, "Did you not just finish a bottle?" Lulu pouted, retorting, "What's wrong? Can't I have another right after finishing one?" Drinking water regularly keeps the skin hydrated and radiant, setting one apart. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun took a sip of water and nearly spat it out upon hearing her, exclaiming, "Sister, that's a tonic from others. Stop fussing around and go find some livestock to tend to when the time comes. Whatever tonic you need will be at your disposal." Lulu looked at Kay, feeling aggrieved, and said, "Kay, look, he's bullying me again." Kay chuckled lightly, asking, "How exactly is he bullying you?" Lulu was taken aback, not expecting Kay to be so cheeky. Pointing at Kay, she was left speechless, thinking to herself that pure-hearted Kay had been thoroughly led astray by Fang Shaoyun. At this moment, Peng Feng also approached Fang Shaoyun, stating, "My friend, when we played 2v2, I sensed you were no ordinary player, and today you have proven to be a genius. You have brought glory to our university." Fang Shaoyun chuckled modestly, "Oh, come now? You flatter me. Glory is just a hollow title. Let us all go out for dinner tonight, my treat." Lulu sighed, feeling that Fang Shaoyun's final statement was the only one worth acknowledging, while the rest could easily be disregarded. "Today, upon returning home, I will update 2 chapters tomorrow evening. Starting next week, I will post 3 chapters daily. Everyone can enjoy this secretly. Although I have few merits, my credibility remains intact. I am preparing to release 3 updates a day. Have you all gathered your votes? Starting Monday, let us aim for the recommendation list, or else you shall witness my wrath." Chapter 62. Rubbish in his everyday life. Fang Shaoyun was quite frugal, although he received a generous allowance from his family. Maintaining his modest abode consumed a significant portion of his income each month. Often, he wished his money could multiply, so he could afford a little extra for himself. The thought of treating his friends to a lavish meal later made him feel a pang of regret. He wished he could appeal to Lulu, saying, "Sister Lulu, lend a helping hand to your struggling brother." However, now that he had voiced his intentions, he was determined to treat his friends. With that in mind, Fang Shaoyun stealthily approached a gathering of people from Blue Star. Upon his arrival, many gazes filled with admiration were directed toward him. To them, this was the remarkable individual who had triumphantly defeated Flyboat, Hot, and the enigmatic bug race. Yet, a sense of melancholy permeated the crowd, as they pondered the likelihood of such a formidable player announcing his departure to 24K the following day. From that point onward, the members of 24K would surely become even more audacious in the league, strutting about with an air of superiority, unaware of the rich inner thoughts of those around him. Fang Shaoyun called out to June, "Tonight, my treat. You all must come and support us." June nodded in agreement, replying, "No problem. Just point the way, and I will be there." However, there was a hint of desolation in June's tone, as he reflected that after this meal, they might become rivals in the league. Despite this, he refrained from expressing such sentiments even as he watched Fang Shaoyun return to Lulu and Kay's side. June had always considered Fang Shaoyun a good friend, just like Wonder and the others, even though they had now joined 24K. In his heart, June still regarded them as friends. Sometimes, he would awaken in the morning and think that perhaps one day they would once again appear before him, smiling, just as Wonder and Sally had done years ago. June understood that everyone changes, as the world itself is ever evolving. The days of the past are irrevocably lost. Yet, even so, when he heard you say, "Do you have a cigarette? I want to go out for one," he felt a pang of surprise. Mu, puzzled, replied, "Aren't you someone who never smokes?" June simply said, "It's nothing. I just want to have one today." Mu sighed but acquiesced, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and saying, "All right, I'll accompany you outside." Amidst the swirling smoke, June coughed incessantly. Mu sighed, "Why put yourself through this? Some things cannot be forced." June acknowledged, "I know you're right, but I just want a cigarette. It's a bit noisy inside, and I feel weary." As they smoked and watched the sky gradually darken, the night in Changsha began to take on a beautiful, deep, watery hue. Shortly after, they spotted Fang Shaoyun and Lulu emerging from the venue, accompanied by Lu Hui and Li Lin from the Iron Man clan. At this moment, the losers group match was still ongoing, but Fang Shaoyun and his companions had little desire to watch any longer. They anticipated that once the match concluded, there would be chaos, and securing transportation would be a challenge. Fang Shaoyun decided it was better to leave early and find a place to dine. Consequently, he sought out Lu Hui and Li Lin, who were already familiar with him online, and expressed their delight at his advancement. Without hesitation, they exclaimed, "Go-go-go." As Lu Hui spoke, he thought of Huang Wani, who was still competing. Fang Shaoyun, heartlessly, remarked, "No worries, we'll just call him once we find a place." Fortunately, Huang Wani was engrossed in his match and did not hear Fang Shaoyun's comment. Otherwise, he might have been exasperated by it. Fang Shaoyun, displaying some consideration, chose a restaurant not too far away, allowing Huang Wani to arrive without wasting excessive time. The establishment, though modest, was clean and tidy, an increasingly rare find in Changsha. Most restaurants either exuded opulence at exorbitant prices or were cheap and unsanitary. Such a clean, unpretentious place was indeed difficult to come by. In fact, Fang Shaoyun merely glanced at the menu before deciding on this venue, as he believed that even if he treated several tables, it wouldn't lead him to financial ruin. When it came to ordering, he had little expertise, so once seated, he tossed the menu to Lulu, allowing her to take charge. However, before Lulu could finish perusing the menu, Fang Shaoyun noticed Kim entering with a young man. Fang Shaoyun mused on how small the world was, unaware that Kim had been trailing him since he had stepped out. The young man walking beside Kim was somewhat attractive, yet his ostentatious designer attire made Fang Shaoyun perceive him as rather arrogant. As evening approached, the young man still wore sunglasses, which Fang Shaoyun found to be quite pretentious. However, just then, the young man smiled and removed his glasses, revealing a warm smile that momentarily took Fang Shaoyun aback, prompting him to reevaluate his initial impression. At this moment, Kim announced, "Congratulations on making it to the top 6 of the CPL. Allow me to introduce you to our club's general manager, Su Qian." Fang Shaoyun couldn't help but scrutinize Su Qian once more, feeling increasingly inferior. Su Qian appeared to be only slightly older than Fang Shaoyun, yet he had already ascended to the position of general manager. Fang Shaoyun then said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Why don't we have a meal together?" Unbeknownst to Fang Shaoyun, Su Qian's true identity was that of the chairman's son, and his removal of the sunglasses was not merely a display of politeness, but rather an opportunity to scrutinize Lulu and Kay while attempting to impress. Upon hearing Fang Shaoyun speak, Su Qian diverted his gaze from Kay's chest. He glanced at Fang Shaoyun and replied with a smile, "No need. We'll be heading back to the club for dinner." As he spoke, Su Qian harbored a sense of disdain, thinking to himself that the fare at such a modest restaurant could hardly be considered exceptional. Moreover, Su Qian was not particularly fond of Fang Shaoyun, perceiving him as lacking the aura of a true expert. The presence of Kei and Lulu, two stunning women who had caught his eye upon entering, only intensified his aversion to Fang Shaoyun. Yet, Su Qian possessed a commendable trait, his understanding of personnel management. He recognized that one should not rely solely on personal preferences when it comes to hiring. Despite his dislike for Kim, whom he found stubborn and bothersome due to incessant calls during his attempts to court women, Su Qian acknowledged Kim's capabilities and thus offered him a generous salary. It was this quality that had earned Su Qian the position of general manager, granting him significant decision-making authority. Su Qian's polite refusal of Fang Shaoyun's invitation to dine left Kim somewhat displeased. However, noticing Su Qian's glance in his direction, Kim suppressed his dissatisfaction and addressed Fang Shaoyun, saying, "We specifically came to discuss your potential joining of 24K. Upon hearing Kim's statement, Lu Hui and Li Lin exchanged glances. Realizing that the rise of 24K was no mere coincidence, the efficiency with which they recruited talent was evident. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun felt a modicum of goodwill toward Kim and Su Qian, appreciating their apparent politeness. Their visit to him signified sincerity, prompting him to inquire, "So, what kind of conditions are you offering?" At this moment, Fang Shaoyun seemed somewhat serious. However, to Su Qian, Fang Shaoyun's demeanor appeared rather self-serving. Su Qian could not help but let out a soft hum. Fang Shaoyun did not hear this sound, but Kim did, and he felt that coming with Su Qian was a grave mistake. This individual, with his head in the clouds, only brought misfortune. Yet, at that moment, Kim could not simply dismiss him. He had no choice but to address Fang Shaoyun directly, stating, "We have made a decision. We can offer you a monthly salary of 40,000. You must understand that the average monthly salary for a main player in the Super League is merely 30,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui and Li Lin could not help but nod in agreement, knowing that Kim spoke the truth. A monthly salary of 40,000 was indeed substantial within the Super League. Judging by this offer alone, the conditions presented by 24K were quite generous, befitting their reputation as one of the wealthiest teams in the Premier League. Fang Shaoyun felt a bit dazed. 40,000 a month was a considerable sum for him. He sensed that 24K was genuinely interested. Just as he hesitated on how to respond, Su Qian inadvertently noticed Jun, who sat silently nearby. While Su Qian was not well acquainted with the players of the Super League, he was quite familiar with Jun, especially since Jun had previously declined his invitation to join 24K. After which 24K subsequently recruited Wonder and Sally. Su Qian had a vivid memory of those who rejected him. At that moment, before Fang Shaoyun could respond, Su Qian impulsively addressed Jun, "I didn't expect to see you here. If you agree to join, the conditions I initially offered remain unchanged. You can see for yourself how things are with Blue Star now." "Mr. Su, money does not equate to everything in this world," Jun interrupted. Su Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after such a long time, Jun would still be so stubborn. A surge of frustration welled up within Su Qian, and under ordinary circumstances, he would have stormed out. Yet, with two beautiful women present, he felt compelled to maintain his composure, especially since he had yet to receive a definitive answer from someone. Thus, Su Qian turned to Fang Shaoyun and inquired, "What about you?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Shaoyun replied, "I would like to think it over." Su Qian's frustration began to boil over, leading him to scornfully ask, "Are you implying that our offer is insufficient? How much do you desire?" The moment Su Qian uttered those words, Kim's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Fang Shaoyun bristled at this remark, responding, "I now believe what Jun just said holds much truth. Money does not equate to everything." Su Qian's face turned pale with anger, taken aback that a mere student could be so audacious. He pointed a finger at Fang Shaoyun, struggling to articulate a response. "You must realize that 24K is the top-performing team in the Premier League. Are you truly considering passing us by to associate with such a pathetic team?" Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Kim was left speechless. Although Jun usually maintained a calm demeanor, such provocation was hard to tolerate. Just then, a voice emerged from the entrance. "Who are you calling a pathetic team?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Fang Shaoyun turned and saw Huang Wani had arrived. Huang Wani, having been relegated to the loser's bracket after letting Fang Shaoyun go, was already feeling quite disgruntled. Hearing such an arrogant remark upon his arrival only added to his irritation. Su Qian, unaware of the formidable presence of Huang Wani, merely scoffed, "Of course, I'm referring to those bottom-tier teams." Huang Wani, recognizing Su Qian's arrogance, was no longer the naive student he once was and let out a huff. "In our eyes, 24K is just another mediocre team. Su Qian was taken aback, not expecting someone else to be so brash. Turning around, he noticed the HFLY insignia on Huang Wani's attire. Recognizing him, Su Qian fell silent. Realizing that HFLY was indeed a strong contender in the Super League, far surpassing 24K. At this spectacle, Fang Shaoyun's group chuckled, thinking that Huang Wani had proven to be quite formidable. Lu Hui and Li Lin also exchanged inappropriate smiles. Su Qian then realized that, including Huang Wani, there were 3 top players from the Super League present, which struck him as quite peculiar. Kim, recognizing they were at an impasse, internally wished to drag Su Qian out and give him a thorough reprimanding, but it seemed futile. Just as Kim was contemplating how to mediate, Su Qian interjected again. No wonder you look down on us. It seems you have HFLY and XJ backing you. It appears you are heading to the Super League. In that case, we, as a small team, cannot compete. Fang Shaoyun chuckled, saying, who said I intend to join the Super League? He turned to June and added, is it not possible for me to go to Blue Star? Chapter 63. Money is not omnipotent. Su Qian's complexion turned pale with rage as he stared at Fang Shaoyun, rendered speechless. Fang Shaoyun sighed, reflecting on the absurdity of a team poaching 2 players from another team, achieving success, and then disparaging the latter as worthless. He pondered which team truly deserved such scorn. At this moment, Huang Wani had also pieced together the situation. Intentionally, he gave a thumbs up to Fang Shaoyun. Su Qian's face blanched again. Throughout his life, he had never been so incensed, yet he found himself devoid of any retort towards these individuals. With a fierce glare at Fang Shaoyun, he turned on his heel and left without looking back. Kim, taken aback by the unfolding drama, stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. It wasn't until Su Qian had exited the restaurant that he sighed and apologized to Fang Shaoyun, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. June also sighed, recalling how they had come to scout this captain of Blue Star, uncertain of his intentions, but nonetheless nodding along. They are all players I personally brought in, June affirmed. Had he also joined in, it would have left him utterly speechless. Fang Shaoyun suggested, why don't you join us for a meal? Knowing the turmoil June was experiencing, he remarked, if you go out there with him, it probably won't end well for you. Kim offered a wry smile, recognizing the wisdom in Fang Shaoyun's words. Forget him, he muttered. Li Lin and Lu Hui shared a hearty laugh. All right, just for that. We'll raise a toast to you later, Li Lin said. Lulu, at this point, had hastily placed their order, urging the waiter, hurry up with the dishes. If you're slow, I'll have to unleash my wrath on your establishment. Fang Shaoyun broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if he had become a bandit alongside Lulu. Yet, he mused, even banditry had its perks, such as acquiring 2 stunningly beautiful wives. As he daydreamed, he caught June gazing intently at him. What else with the stare? I assure you, I have no unsavory habits. If you're looking for something, the nearby gay bar might be more to your liking. This mention of a gay bar triggered a memory of a fellow villager who had once stumbled into such an establishment, only to flee in horror upon realizing the nature of the clientele. Fang Shaoyun had never expected such places existed in Changsha, but he was a man both physically and psychologically normal, lacking any interest in that scene. June, evidently a normal man himself, fixed his serious gaze on Fang Shaoyun and inquired earnestly, is it true that you're considering joining Blue Star? Fang Shaoyun shot him a sideways glance. What? Don't want me? June seemed increasingly flustered. Well, you must understand. Our team as salary. Fang Shaoyun regarded him as if he were a curious creature. June, feeling scrutinized, stammered, what are you looking at? Fang Shaoyun replied, what's the deal? Not long ago, you claimed money isn't everything. Now, don't tell me you're about to extol the virtues of wealth. Without money, nothing is feasible. Otherwise, I'd hold you in contempt. Mu, who had remained silent, felt a pang of emotion with those words, we would sell everything to have you. Yet, I fear joining our club might bring you discontent. At that moment, Li Lin suddenly chuckled. Fang Shaoyun, perplexed, asked, what's so funny? You just ruined a heartfelt atmosphere. Lulu, sipping her tea, nearly spat it out at Fang Shaoyun's comment. Ignoring him, Li Lin addressed Mu. What discontent are you speaking of? If you understood our past struggles, you wouldn't utter such words. Lulu interjected, I know. When you and Gao Ming went to XJ, it was the bottom team of the B League. You rose through the ranks step by step. Li Lin looked at Lulu, surprised by her knowledge of events from years past. Indeed, when they arrived at XJ, it was the poorest and weakest team in the B League. The current state of Blue Star was far superior to that of XJ back then. Li Lin recounted XJ's situation when he joined, leaving June and Mu incredulous about the transformation of a team now competing in the Super League. Fang Shaoyun patted June and Mu on the shoulder, smirking, what's there to fear? Your Blue Star seems so united, surely. You wouldn't fall short against a team built on financial might? Both June and Mu felt a surge of gratitude, unsure of how to respond. Even Kim was moved, momentarily disregarding the fact that Fang Shaoyun's remarks had inadvertently hurt his pride as a member of 24K. Yet, Kim understood that he was here as a friend, not as a scout, and it was clear that despite Fang Shaoyun's unpretentious demeanor, he had already resolved to assist Blue Star. In that instant, dishes arrived at an astonishing speed, as if the restaurant feared they were hosting a gang. Even Fang Shaoyun was impressed by Lulu's commanding presence. Unexpectedly, her casual command had wielded such influence, making the meal service resemble a modern assembly line. Fang Shaoyun, who had been hesitating about pursuing a professional career, now felt a renewed sense of determination. The matches had gone remarkably well, and he had confidently secured a spot among the top 6. Thus, when it came time to drink, he was exceptionally spirited, although his tolerance for alcohol appeared to be lacking. The next morning, Fang Shaoyun found himself sprawled on his couch, oblivious to how he had returned home. As he stretched, he realized he was clad only in his underwear. Panic surged through him. Had he acted inappropriately while intoxicated? He could not help but exclaim in horror. Amidst the early morning chaos, he heard Lulu's voice. What is all this racket? In disbelief, he realized he was not alone in the room. Had he truly been taken advantage of by this bold woman while drunk? The thought was disheartening. Then, Kay chimed in. Lulu, stop yelling. I still want to sleep. Fang Shaoyun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Goodness, 2 women were in his room, and he was completely naked. How could he have lost all awareness? Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, Lulu snapped. Get up and wash yourself. If you can't handle your liquor, then don't drink. You're usually so composed, yet when drunk, you resemble a lifeless pig. You even vomited on yourself. Had it not been for Peng Feng and the others, you'd be lying on the street right now. Fang Shaoyun shivered in embarrassment. What did you say? It was Peng Feng and the others, of course. Who else could have dragged you here? You were dead weight, and we nearly collapsed from exhaustion. It was so late that we couldn't even return to the girls' dormitory. Lulu gazed at Fang Shaoyun, her expression tinged with sorrow. Fang Shaoyun felt utterly humiliated and, enveloped in a blanket, dashed to the bathroom, turning on the faucet in a frenzy. After a prolonged bout of washing away her despair, Fang Shaoyun realized, to her dismay, that she had forgotten to bring any clothing with her, not even a single pair of underwear. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she lingered in the bathroom, mired in melancholy. Gathering her courage, she finally called out, Lulu, could you do me a favor? At that moment, Lulu clearly longed for a few more moments of rest. Though squeezed onto the sofa with Kay had offered her some comfort, the night had left her with a sore back. Upon hearing Fang Shaoyun's plea, Lulu responded with irritation. Do you want me to come in and scrub your back? Fang Shaoyun felt a wave of mortification wash over her. Under normal circumstances, she would have shamelessly replied in the affirmative. However, in this instance, she needed Lulu's assistance. The underwear she had discarded was now soaking in the bin, and she was not bold enough to emerge from the bathroom wrapped only in a blanket, fearing that an accidental exposure would lead Lulu to think her a voyeur. With a sense of resignation, she quietly implored from within, I forgot to bring any clothes. Could you please fetch me something? After uttering this request, Fang Shaoyun was engulfed by shame, vowing never to drink again. Expecting a scathing retort from Lulu, she was surprised by the silence that followed. A moment later, she heard a faint sound outside, followed by Lulu's voice stating that the clothes were placed outside. Once assured that Lulu had moved away from the door, Fang Shaoyun cautiously cracked open the bathroom door and swiftly snatched the garments that had been left outside. As she surveyed the clothing, however, her heart sank. That wicked woman, Lulu, had not included a single pair of underwear. All that remained were a pair of stiff, washed jeans and a t-shirt. Chapter 64. Shall I show you, sister? Fang Shaoyun emerged clad in rigid denim jeans, an indescribably peculiar sensation enveloping him, particularly as Lulu lay soundly asleep beside Kay. Observing the 2 beautiful women sprawled before him, Fang Shaoyun mused to himself that these were indeed 2 living embodiments of femininity, resting on the very sofa in front of him. After much contemplation, nearly drooling at the sight, he recited the aphorisms he had memorized to suppress the surging hormones that threatened to overwhelm him. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly grabbed a clean pair of underwear and dashed into the bathroom. Upon emerging, Fang Shaoyun hurried outside to procure breakfast, for lingering in that room only made him feel like a beast. It was only in the embrace of the sunlit air that he believed he could cleanse his sullied spirit. After returning with breakfast, Lulu and Kay finally roused themselves. Huddled together in their clothing, clearly exhausted from their slumber, they promptly made their way to Fang Shaoyun's bathroom for a thorough wash, causing him great distress over the fate of his pristine toothbrush. In truth, Lulu and Kay had each used one, yet it was Kay's usage that he found less troubling. As Lulu munched on the egg pancake Fang Shaoyun had brought, she cast him a disdainful glance. Feeling scrutinized, Fang Shaoyun thought to himself that the events of the past day and night were indeed unforgettable. Under Lulu's gaze, he felt as though he were being led to his ancestral grave and exclaimed, "Sister, please stop looking at me. I promise I won't drink again." Lulu retorted, "With your disposition, you shouldn't be drinking at all. Remember to stick to cola next time." Fang Shaoyun nodded and said, "Lulu, may I ask you something?" "Ask away. I shall assist you, dear brother," Lulu replied. "But if your inquiry pertains to how to seduce Kay into your bed, spare your breath. She is mine." Fang Shaoyun glanced at Kay, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Of course not. I merely wanted to know if your idol is Sharon Stone." Lulu found this curious, wondering why Fang Shaoyun would concern himself with her idol. She responded earnestly, "No, she isn't." "How can that be?" Fang Shaoyun pressed. "Then why, when you brought me clothes, did you not include any underwear?" Lulu was quick-witted. "Ah, Fang Shaoyun, so you simply wanted to know if I wear underwear." Upon uttering this, even Lulu felt a hint of blush. Yet, true to her bold nature, she shamelessly teased him. "What? Would you like me to show you? But judging by your expression, you might not be able to handle it." With that, Lulu cast Fang Shaoyun a flirtatious glance, one so enticing it felt akin to stepping into a brothel, as if beckoning him forward. Fang Shaoyun was left speechless in the face of such allure, particularly with Kay present. It would be unbecoming for him to shamelessly respond with an eager agreement. Lulu, reveling in her triumph, thought to herself that she would have her way, for it was said that men feared women, not the other way around. It was rumored that a woman needed only to declare, "I want more," and a man would have no choice but to surrender. In her moment of pride, Lulu recalled she still had something to convey to Fang Shaoyun. She informed him. June mentioned that he will bring the manager this afternoon to sign the contract. Fang Shaoyun nodded, surveying the room, which had been tidied by Kay over the past few days, eliminating any need for further organization. However, the thought of signing a contract stirred in him a realization that his current life, which he had grown accustomed to, would soon change, leaving him momentarily unsettled. At noon, June and Mu arrived at Fang Shaoyun's abode, accompanied by a slightly portly middle-aged man, who turned out to be Situ Nan, the manager of Blue Star. Fang Shaoyun felt a mix of surprise and honor at the unexpected visit, as it was customary for newcomers to receive notifications and initiate contact for contracts, rather than have club officials visit them directly. Yet Situ Nan had different intentions, unbeknownst to Fang Shaoyun. Chaos had erupted outside in response to his swift decision to join Blue Star. The news of his selection had sent shockwaves through the interstellar community in Hunan, leaving several clubs in agony as they pondered why he would opt for a somewhat declining organization. Many speculated that Blue Star must have offered some irresistibly enticing terms. When the members of Blue Star learned of Fang Shaoyun's decision, they were overcome with excitement, nearly overwhelming him with their eagerness to express their sincerity. After consulting with June, Situ Nan presented Fang Shaoyun with the club's best offer, a monthly salary of 20,000. Even so, this was still half of the 24,000 offered by others, leaving Situ Nan feeling somewhat guilty for underappreciating Fang Shaoyun. As he approached to sign the contract, he was filled with reverence, rendering Fang Shaoyun a bit embarrassed. Upon reviewing the contract, Fang Shaoyun found it to be quite formal, with clear stipulations and a one-year duration, allowing for the player's freedom of choice. Blue Star appeared to be considerably more honorable than most clubs. He swiftly signed the contract, and upon completion, June and Mu excitedly informed him that they would now be teammates. Fang Shaoyun chuckled, "Teammates? We are brothers." June smiled before posing a question. "The situation outside is chaotic. Your presence has significantly boosted Blue Star's popularity." Fang Shaoyun broke into a cold sweat, realizing that his casual participation in a match had caused such a stir. Mu chimed in, "Why didn't you compete today? Your withdrawal has sparked quite the commotion. Many media outlets are likely searching for you." Confused, Fang Shaoyun wondered what match they were referring to. Lulu suddenly recalled, twisting his arm and exclaiming, "This is what happens when you drink." Fang Shaoyun winced in pain, while June and Mu exchanged bewildered glances, suspecting Fang Shaoyun had done something outrageous after drinking the night before. Yet, in that moment, Fang Shaoyun remembered, "Oh no, there's a CPL match today." Lulu looked at him, speechless. All three realized with a start that, having advanced to the top 6, they had completely forgotten about the crucial matches ahead to contend for the championship. In their glee at reaching the top 6, they had overlooked the importance of competing for the prize money, a monumental oversight. With a resigned sigh, Fang Shaoyun remarked, "There's nothing to be done. We've already advanced. We might as well settle for 6th place. At least I'll get to explore Shanghai." The thought of going to Shanghai to confront Gu Shaoyun lifted his spirits once more. To him, reputation was as ephemeral as clouds, and he doubted he could ever surpass Lu Hui and the others. Thus, he found comfort in remaining where he was. Jun and Mu exchanged glances, unable to fathom that someone could sleep through the crucial CPL finals. It seemed almost unbelievable to share such a story. Many had waited all morning, eager to witness what astonishing feats this individual might deliver, yet he had simply succumbed to slumber for the entire duration. Should the reason for his forfeit disseminate, Fang Shaoyun would likely be inundated with scorn. Faced with such a predicament, Jun and Mu felt helpless. After a brief conversation with Fang Shaoyun, they decided to take their leave, as a multitude of club members awaited their promising news. It was embarrassing for Jun and Mu to return to their comrades with the announcement, "Gentlemen, we have succeeded in acquiring a rather eccentric individual." Furthermore, upon their return, they needed to prepare for Fang Shaoyun's arrival, which included arranging his living space and training equipment. As they departed, Jun and Mu informed Fang Shaoyun that they would gather the team for a farewell dinner the following day, since he would soon be heading to Shanghai. They reassured him that the club would cover his expenses for this trip, and once he returned, they would be there to welcome him into the fold. Fang Shaoyun nodded in agreement, albeit troubled by his academic obligations. His instructor, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, had always emphasized the importance of education and the notion that technology is the primary productive force. The thought of taking a leave of absence might greatly disturb her, and he had yet to inform his parents of his situation, leaving his family's reaction uncertain. In that moment, Fang Shaoyun realized that while some endeavors appear simple in theory, the reality often unravels like a tangled web, becoming increasingly complex. Nevertheless, he resolved to pursue his passion. The world of electronic sports had evolved significantly from the misunderstood realm it once was. The first generation of professional players often bore the scars of their struggles, yet now, with figures like Wang Feiyu paving the way, acceptance was more attainable. Wang Feiyu remained a source of pride for the university, and Fang Shaoyun felt confident that his peers would understand. While Fang Shaoyun was lost in contemplation, Lulu approached him with a flirtatious demeanor, reminiscent of a coy figure lurking in the shadows. Startled, he inquired, "What are you up to?" She replied, "I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" he asked, intrigued. "Well, since the Blue Star is funding your trip to Shanghai," she continued, "I thought, given your newfound wealth as a professional, you might consider sharing some of it with the less fortunate." Fang Shaoyun, bewildered, wondered aloud why she needed so much money, recalling that just days prior, her bag had been brimming with cash. "Are you planning to support a sugar baby?" he teased. "Support? If I were to support anyone, it would be Kay," she retorted, casting a glance at him. "I simply want to enjoy Shanghai." At that moment, he was taken aback, recalling Huang Xiaolu and Zhang Yu, who had accompanied Wang Feiyu to Shanghai and were rumored to have developed romantic ties with him. The thought made Fang Shaoyun's mouth water. Chapter 65. The desire of two beauties to travel together. Fang Shaoyun was lost in thoughts of ecstasy, while Lulu perceived that he seemed to have no objections. Lulu mused that the young man was rather decent, and thus summoned Kay over. "Look, you lad, you're quite generous. Here's the deal. I'll lend Kay to you for 2 days." Kay nearly fainted at this declaration. "Lulu, are you selling your friends for personal gain?" Lulu chuckled. "Surprised to see that you hold me in such high regard. Huh? What's the matter? Don't want to. If you don't, then just stick with me every day. I assure you, you'll be treated like royalty." Fang Shaoyun sighed at Lulu's shameless demeanor. "Come on. Do you even have that capability?" Lulu was momentarily taken aback, her spirits dampened. Kay glanced at Lulu and questioned, "Are you really going to Shanghai? What about the exams?" "It's just a matter of skipping a few classes. We can return in time after the competition. Besides, what's the difference whether we skip or not?" Kay pondered for a moment and replied, "There's still an issue. You passed your exams before because you relied on my notes. Without them, you'll surely fail." Lulu was perplexed. Why would there be no notes? Kay smiled. "If I'm in Shanghai, how could I still have notes?" Both Lulu and Fang Shaoyun were taken aback. "You're going to Shanghai too?" Kay looked at them, bewildered. "Why can't I go to Shanghai? Are you both against it?" Lulu and Fang Shaoyun were rendered speechless. Lulu even recalled Wang Feiyu, but upon glancing at Fang Shaoyun, all fantasies were extinguished. Clearly, she was not destined to fall for someone as lewd as him, unlike Zhang Yu or Huang Xiaolu's infatuation with Wang Feiyu. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun's phone rang. Upon seeing it was from Go Xiaoyun, he immediately answered. The moment he picked up, Go Xiaoyun unleashed a barrage of curses. "MLGBD, you actually forfeited the match? You've embarrassed me completely." Fang Shaoyun broke into a cold sweat. "Boss, it wasn't intentional. I simply forgot." "Forgot? Are you trying to drive me to madness? You got into the top 6, and suddenly you're all arrogant. I heard you signed with a bottom-tier club. What a disgrace. Fang Shaoyun chuckled. Well, that's just the result of my master's guidance. After a bit more banter, Go Xiaoyan mentioned he had secured the CPL championship for the Shanghai division, and perhaps Fang Shaoyun would be lucky enough to encounter him in the competition. Fang Shaoyun quickly dismissed the idea, saying, "Let us not. It's taboo for a disciple to challenge his master. By the way, there's something small I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Go Xiaoyan asked. Fang Shaoyun continued, "Remember that girl Lulu from your last visit?" Go Xiaoyan nodded. "Yes, we talked on the phone a couple of days ago." Fang Shaoyun almost dropped his phone in shock, realizing that Lulu had been in contact with Go Xiaoyun without anyone knowing. In the quiet room, the sound from his phone was crystal clear, and both Lulu and Kay heard it distinctly. Kay turned to look at Lulu, who surprisingly blushed a rare shade of red. Yet Lulu pretended as if she hadn't heard anything. Fang Shaoyun continued, "She wants to visit Shanghai to see you. Can you accommodate her?" Go Xiaoyan sounded quite excited on the other end. "Sure, no problem." Fang Shaoyun inwardly cursed, perceiving Go Xiaoyun as insufferably lewd. "All right, I'll hang up now. We'll be in touch." After ending the call, Fang Shaoyun and Kay stared intently at Lulu, saying nothing. Lulu clutched Kay's shirt, puffed out her chest, and declared, "What are you staring at? I know your minds are racing with exclamation marks. Honestly, there's nothing between us. We just chat occasionally. Fang Shaoyun, you're quite shameless. I ask you for a little money, and you immediately throw me to someone else. My admiration for you has overflowed like the Yellow River." Fang Shaoyun chuckled. Historically, many seemingly insignificant matters eventually evolve into something substantial. Who would have thought you, Lulu, have such ambition? "What ambition?" Lulu retorted. Fang Shaoyun feigned annoyance. "You, little sister, aspire to be my wife. Isn't that ambition enough?" Kay was nearly gasping for breath from laughter. Lulu felt that continuing to converse with Fang Shaoyun would drive her to madness. Hence, she silently opened the fridge and poured herself some yogurt. The following morning, before Fang Shaoyun had fully awakened, he received a call from the CPL committee, merely notifying him that due to his forfeiture, he was placed 6th, earning a meager prize of 3,000 yuan. They also inquired if there were any issues with the Shanghai competition and whether he needed the CPL to make arrangements. Fang Shaoyun thought to himself, "If I go with you all, what kind of fun will I have? At least here, I have 2 lovely ladies accompanying me. I could enjoy myself all the way." Thus, he replied, "No need, I'll manage my own expenses." The CPL representative reiterated the competition dates before ending the call. Fang Shaoyun chuckled, believing they were likely rattled by his forfeiture. He then dialed Lulu's number. "If your position is incorrect, rise and sleep again." Lulu was blissfully asleep in her dormitory when Fang Shaoyun's call jolted her awake. Furious, she thought, "Why not call your precious Kay instead of bothering me?" It was evident he was intent on ruining her peace. Thus, she yelled into the phone, "What are you shouting about? Have you no sense of public decency? Some of us are trying to sleep here." The entire room was awakened by Lulu's commotion, thinking she had lost her mind. A group of them contemplated stripping Lulu and tossing her outside. However, Lulu shamelessly declared, "It's KS man on the phone, don't interrupt." The group fell silent again. Fang Shaoyun, unaware of the chaos on Lulu's end, felt quite pleased hearing the ruckus. "Lulu, the sun has already risen. It's time for you to get up. Don't act like a pig. At least contribute something for the nation's modernization efforts. The CPL just called. Our departure for Shanghai is confirmed for the day after tomorrow. You, in case, should prepare. I'll be heading to the department to process my leave. So I want to be able to hang out with you." Lulu retorted, "Who wants you to accompany us? With your skills? The only person who want you is your precious Kay. Don't disturb me while I'm trying to sleep." After hanging up, Lulu turned to Kay and said, "Your guy just called, saying we're off to Shanghai the day after tomorrow. Get ready." Instantly, excitement surged through the group, with some even jumping onto Lulu and Kay's bed. "Kay, are you really going on a honeymoon with your cloud? When can we meet her?" Kay nearly buried himself under the covers, exclaiming, "Don't ruin my reputation." The group erupted in laughter, teasing Kay about his virtue. He shouted for help and dashed off to brush his teeth and wash his face, leaving a horde of women behind, reminiscing about the exchange. Lulu looked at them and smirked. "Feels slippery, doesn't he it? That was exactly how I felt the first time I touched Kay." A group of women began to sweat profusely, reflecting on their own reckless behavior, only to realize that they could not possibly compare to Lulu. In this era, it is increasingly common for university students to venture out and start their own businesses after leaving school. Some have achieved great success, while others have met with utter failure. Fortunately, today as educators have become more enlightened and exhibit a tolerant attitude towards students who dare to take risks. A few years ago, a student expressing the desire to take a leave of absence would have been deemed scandalous. Nowadays, Many students who choose to suspend their studies are regarded as prodigies, such as the notable Wang Feiyu. The field of thermal physics has always been home to extraordinary individuals. For instance, Wang Feiyu was once a world champion, with advertising revenues that could rival a nation's wealth. Yet, he chose to return to the realm of thermal physics to continue his education, leaving many to wonder about his future endeavors. Conversely, some have spent 4 years mastering this discipline only to refuse employment after graduation, opting instead to go to the seaside with a few classmates to engage in fish farming. At one point, several teachers were driven to despair, questioning what these students truly had in mind. However, over time, the faculty of the thermal physics department has indeed broadened their horizons. When Fang Shaoyun approached the faculty to request a leave of absence, the instructors hardly attempted to dissuade him. In fact, one teacher, who was evidently a fan, eagerly asked Fang for his autograph, expressing sincerity by stating, "It seems you will be as renowned as Wang Feiyu in the future. It may be difficult to obtain your signature later, so please grant me this favor now." Fang was quite touched and without hesitation signed his name in a rather illegible script. However, as he exited, he overheard the teacher lamenting that Wang Feiyu's autographs are now fetching thousands. The missed opportunity to have requested more signatures back then was truly regrettable. Fang Shaoyun nearly fainted upon hearing this, realizing the teacher's foresight and long-term investment was astonishingly profound. Indeed, the realm of thermal physics continues to produce remarkable talent, and Fang felt acutely aware that his own pursuit of knowledge was far from sufficient. It was evident that his frequent absences from class were decidedly inappropriate. Chapter 66. Serendipity over pursuit. After completing the formalities at the department, Fang Shaoyun felt a profound sense of relief. Everything was settled, and most importantly, Kei would accompany him to Shanghai. Although their circumstances would not mirror those of Wang Feiyu and Zhang Yu, who remained in Shanghai, the two of them could return together to Changsha. Fang Shaoyun was no longer a naive newcomer at this moment. Even his ignorance could not mask his understanding of Kei's affections. Despite sensing an invisible barrier between them, he believed it was merely a matter of time. As long as Kei was by his side, everything felt splendid. Reflecting on his lack of skills outside of interstellar gaming, he sighed, vowing to treat Kei with kindness in the future, lest he betray her feelings. Upon leaving the campus, Fang Shaoyun began to wander aimlessly. He initially intended to purchase gifts for Go Shaoyun and RVA, friends he had become well acquainted with online, yet had never met in person. However, after wandering for quite some time, he found no local specialties worth bringing. He thought about consulting Kei for her opinion, but remembering that she had classes during the 3rd and 4th periods, he refrained from calling her. As he approached Huda University, fatigue set in, and he considered taking a vehicle back. Just then, he spotted a modest internet CAF. Countless such CAFs dotted the areas around Zhongda and Huda, and ordinarily, he would pass by without a glance unless a few attractive girls happened to be outside. However, at this moment, it was not the absence of beautiful company, but the sight of a computer screen that caught his attention. In a corner of the CAF, a player was engrossed in an interstellar game. While it was common for individuals to play such games in internet CAFs, Fang Shaoyun found himself captivated. He noticed the player unleashing a psychic storm. Such a maneuver was not uncommon. Yet what he witnessed was a grand formation, an impressive display requiring at least 4 paladins to coordinate simultaneously. Fang Shaoyun recognized this as a remarkable technique known as the lightning formation, something he had long admired and had only recently managed to execute after rigorous training from Go Shaoyun. Seeing this seemingly inconspicuous CAF suddenly showcase such talent intrigued him greatly. The sight of the lightning formation reminded him of a mysterious expert from the Divine Clan that Go Shaoyun had mentioned not long ago. Although he doubted the coincidence, curiosity compelled him to observe closely. The player's movements appeared fluid and precise, with no errors, effortlessly deploying lightning units amidst chaotic battles. Fang Shaoyun felt a pang of envy. Such mastery was a rarity he had only witnessed in Go Shaoyun. As he reveled in this fortunate encounter, ready to approach the player and express his admiration, a fellow young man entered the CAF and approached the expert. Fang Shaoyun felt a rush of urgency, realizing he had hesitated too long. Just as he was about to call out to the expert, the latter turned to speak with the newcomer. Upon closer inspection, Fang Shaoyun noted that the expert appeared to be several years older than him, with a well-groomed appearance, save for a hint of stubble. His bright eyes were striking. But what fascinated Fang Shaoyun most were his hands. Unlike many gamers who often bore calloused fingers from extensive play, this individual's hands seemed atypical for an interstellar player. The fingers of his right hand appeared oddly curved, as if injured, making it remarkable that he could execute such intricate maneuvers. As their conversation unfolded, Fang Shaoyun perceived the young man beside the expert was somewhat disheartened reminiscent of someone recently jilted. Though the CAF was small, their voices were low, prompting Fang Shaoyun's desire to eavesdrop. However, their exchange was brief, and the expert soon stood as if preparing to leave. In a moment of impulsive determination, Fang Shaoyun stepped forward, addressing the expert. "Excuse me, sir, my name is Fang Shaoyun. I just witnessed your gameplay, and I must say, it was truly impressive. I would be grateful for any guidance you could offer." Initially taken aback, the expert responded with a surprised smile. "You are Fang Shaoyun?" Confusion washed over Fang Shaoyun as he wondered if this person was one of his prior training partners, although he did not recall such a skilled individual. The expert then inquired, "Are you the one who forfeited in the last CPL match? A student from Zhangda?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Shaoyun felt a flush of embarrassment, explaining, "That forfeiture was unintentional. I was simply too intoxicated to remember." Laughter erupted, even from the seemingly dejected young man. "You might just be the first person to forget a match like that. Truly, you are my idol." The atmosphere lightened considerably. The expert introduced himself. "I am Ku Yu, and this is my friend Xie Shaoshi. It is a pleasure to meet you." Fang Shaoyun was elated to shake hands with Ku Yu, expressing his eagerness to learn from them. Xie Shaoshi, still looking somewhat downcast, chimed in. He asked the expert, "I'd rather not say anything. I just faced a humiliating defeat." Fang Shaoyun chuckled. "Experiencing humiliation is not unfamiliar to me either. I once found myself in quite a predicament with a woman." Xie Shaoshi lamented. "Ah, you cannot fathom my speechlessness when I recall today's events." Fang Shaoyun replied, "Do not be at a loss for words. Shortly, I shall invite you to engage in a few rounds, and your heart shall find solace." At that moment, Ku Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "In truth, I have long desired to play a few games with you, yet I did not know you. Your presence here today is indeed fortuitous. But I must attend to some matters with Xie Shaoshi. Perhaps we could exchange QQ numbers and connect next time." Fang Shaoyun, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away easily, swiftly exchanged QQ details and inquired, "Actually, I have no pressing engagements this afternoon. What are you up to? Do you require assistance?" Ku Yu glanced at Fang Shaoyun, unable to suppress a smile, thinking that such relentless persistence was truly unprecedented. Thus, he replied, "It is nothing of great consequence, merely a session of StarCraft. If you wish to witness the excitement, you are welcome to join us." Upon hearing this, Fang Shaoyun was overjoyed, thinking, "Is this not a stroke of good fortune?" He promptly followed the two with great enthusiasm. Chapter 67. Challenging the arena. As Fang Shaoyun walked along the road, he inquired of Ku Yu where they would be engaging in a StarCraft match, wondering if their opponent would be a formidable player. With a gentle smile, Ku Yu replied, "It's nothing much. I merely wish to challenge someone." Fang Shaoyun was taken aback, realizing the absurdity of following someone he had known for only a few minutes into a potential confrontation. In the past, it was common for skilled players to infiltrate other teams' channels to assert dominance. During the early AG era, there were many tales of a mysterious expert taking down several prominent players from a team in a single blow, sparking widespread speculation and gossip within the gaming community. However, such instances of real-life confrontations were rare, as online disputes rarely translated into tangible conflict. With the professionalization of clubs, few would engage in such frivolous antics unless they were entirely unhinged. Fang Shaoyun found it particularly perplexing that a player of Ku Yu's caliber would act like an amateur seeking to challenge others, which seemed nothing short of bullying. Thus, he cautiously asked, "Whose arena are we challenging?" "Bat Club," Ku Yu replied with a smile. Fang Shaoyun nearly fainted at the mention of Bat Club. Although no longer basking in its former glory, it remained a prestigious club, and he feared that the three of them would be met with severe repercussions. Yet, he did not want to appear cowardly in front of Ku Yu, whose demeanor exuded calm confidence. To show any sign of fear would be to invite humiliation. He imagined the news of their endeavor spreading, and even Lulu severing ties with him. Not one to be easily fooled, Fang Shaoyun surmised that the situation must somehow involve Xie Shaoshi, suspecting he had been bullied by Bat. Thus, he decided to seek Ku Yu's assistance. Originally among the top 4 teams in the Super League, Bat had fallen behind in recent years, especially after Wang Feiyu and Go Xiaoyan propelled RVA to prominence, while Yanjing Thunder surged under the leadership of Nalan Rongrong. Bat and NCS had gradually drifted to the lower tiers, with NCS even experiencing relegation before bouncing back. Fang Shaoyun was baffled by the grudge between Xie Shaoshi and Bat, as he believed that Bat, despite its decline, would not stoop to bullying a novice. His thoughts were muddled, but with Ku Yu and Xie Shaoshi already in motion, he had no choice but to follow suit. As they approached the imposing entrance of Bat Club, which, despite being leased office space, resembled a luxurious hotel lobby, they were intercepted by a security guard. Fang Shaoyun felt disoriented, thinking that if they intended to stir trouble, they might indeed face a harsh reprimand. He pondered how one might challenge a club like this. Surely, one could not simply shout for the masters of bat to descend and engage in battle. However, Kuyu merely smiled at the guard and said, "Please inform Guyu that Dark is here to see him." The guard stood momentarily stunned, eyeing Kuyu, who remained silent yet composed. Without another word, the guard dashed inside. Fang Shaoyun inquired, "Who is Guyu?" Kuyu replied with a smile, "He is the current chairman of BAT." Fang Shaoyun was astounded, pondering how a chairman could be so readily accessible. Surely, the guard would return with a stern expression, ready to dismiss them as fools, perhaps even wielding a baton. Yet, within moments, the guard re-emerged, beaming, and said to Kuyu, "Mr. Ku, the chairman invites you to wait inside. He will be with you shortly." Fang Shaoyun felt as though he might collapse from shock. To be personally welcomed by the chairman of BAT was no small feat. He regarded Kuyu with newfound admiration, feeling as if he stood before a legendary figure. As he sank into a sofa in the lobby, his mind was awash with exclamation marks. He could hardly fathom how he had become entangled with such extraordinary individuals. At that moment, the elevator chimed, and a young man in a white shirt stepped out. The guard respectfully called out, "Chairman." Fang Shaoyun's heart sank again. How could he be surrounded by such exceptional individuals? The impeccably smiling Guyu appeared only slightly older than Fang Shaoyun, yet he was already the chairman of BAT. Fang Shaoyun felt an overwhelming sense of shame. As Guyu approached, he greeted Kuyu with great respect, calling him master, and asked what had brought him there. Fang Shaoyun was flabbergasted. How could Kuyu, who was there to challenge the club, also be regarded as Guyu's master? Kuyu, however, did not seem particularly warm towards Guyu. Snorting slightly as he inquired about BAT's current standing, questioning whether they had surpassed RVA. Guyu's face reddened as he replied, "Master, what are you saying? We are still striving for relegation survival. We cannot compare ourselves to RVA." Kuyu expressed surprise, remarking, "I had thought BAT was thriving and no longer in need of talent." Realizing the subtext of Kuyu's words, Guyu hastily asked, "Master, what do you mean? If we have erred in any way, please inform me at once." Kuyu regarded Guyu and then turned to Xie Shaoshi, saying, "What have I always told you? You must respect and value talent. Yet, how have you acted? In StarCraft, it is crucial to remain humble and never underestimate others. Until you face someone, you cannot know if they are your equal. Your recruitment process, are you merely observing? If you cannot even ascertain someone's potential, what is the point of recruiting at all?" Guyu's expression shifted as he absorbed Kuyu's words. At this point, Fang Shaoyun began to grasp the situation. It seemed that Xie Shaoshi was a promising talent discovered by Kuyu, but when he had sought to join BAT's recruitment exam, he had faced ignoble treatment, prompting Kuyu to confront them. Guyu's demeanor changed as he quickly said to Kuyu, "Master, please come with me. I will summon the relevant personnel to clarify this matter." In the elevator, Guyu dialed a number, instructing someone to come to his office immediately. Fang Shaoyun felt a pang of envy, imagining how wonderful it would be to call subordinates to account whenever he was in a foul mood. Upon arriving at Guyu's office, they had scarcely settled and when two individuals hastily entered. BAT's recruitment personnel, Gurid and Print. In those years, they were the mainstay of BAT, contributing significantly to the BAT club. Upon their arrival, Fang Shaoyun anticipated that Guyu would erupt in anger. However, Guyu merely instructed them to sit down, stating he had matters to discuss with them. The two complied, though unease lingered in their hearts. As Guyu rarely summoned them with such urgency, something must have transpired. Once they were seated, Guyu, with a pleasant demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement of Xie Shaoshi and inquired, "Have you two met this brother?" Fang Shaoyun observed Guyu, realizing that this individual indeed possessed a certain finesse, far more amiable than that 24K character. Had it been the latter, he would undoubtedly have launched into a tirade against them. Reflecting on this, Fang Shaoyun felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate Kim, wondering if any complications arose after Kim stayed behind to dine with him. The prospect of returning to find himself in a precarious situation was disheartening. At that moment, Guard and Print glanced at Xie Shaoshi, and Guard confidently stated, "Yes, we met him. He came to participate in our recruitment exam this morning." Guyu nodded and inquired, "What was the reason for not admitting him?" Guard and Print exchanged glances before Guard explained, "Our initial round of testing evaluated APM, and unfortunately, he did not meet our qualifying score." Kuyu cast a cold smirk at Guyu, and even Fang Shaoyun sensed that Guyu was likely feeling quite uncomfortable at that moment. Guyu's face flushed as he addressed Kuyu, "Master, I apologize. It seems there has been a flaw in our recruitment process. However, as you know, with so many applicants, we must employ certain measures to ensure a proper selection." Kuyu regarded Guyu for a long moment before sighing. "After all this time I have taught you, it has become evident that you will never become a top-tier expert. Your thinking is far too rigid. Fang Shaoyun, who had initially been a mere spectator, was suddenly jolted awake by these words. Kuyu continued, I have told you before, in the realm of interstellar competition, the most overrated asset is hand speed. If speed were the sole criterion, one could simply hire a typist. Chapter 68. Treating the master like a beast of burden. Guyu gazed at Kuyu, rendered speechless. At that moment, both guard and print felt a tinge of frustration, pondering the audacity of this individual who could leave their chairman utterly at a loss for words. Upon hearing Kuyu's remarks, Print felt a surge of indignation and quietly protested. Isn't speed of execution important? Isn't that what Nalan Rongrong relies on? Kuyu regarded Print with a cold smile. Do you truly believe Nalan Rongrong's prowess hinges solely on speed? Do you imagine that with a hand speed of 560, victory is guaranteed? Print, now riled, retorted, then what does he rely on? His charm? The moment those words escaped him, Fang Shaoyun sensed that Kuyu was on the verge of losing his temper. Indeed, Kuyu smiled at Fang Shaoyun before addressing Guyu. It seems my explanations have gone unheeded. How about this? Summon your club's finest players to the competition room. Fang Shaoyun understood that Kuyu intended to let actions speak louder than words. He too was curious about how a player could excel in StarCraft without relying on speed. Watching Guyu swiftly dial a phone call, Fang Shaoyun noted the tension in Guyu's demeanor. Yet he was struck by a barely perceptible smile on Guyu's face, as if a cunning scheme had succeeded. Even as Kuyu prepared to assert his dominance, Guyu appeared eager to comply, as if fearful of Kuyu changing his mind. Fang Shaoyun found the entire situation rather peculiar and decided to scrutinize it closely. The training competition room of the Bat Club elicited a sense of awe from Fang Shaoyun. He deemed it far more luxurious than Guyu's office, featuring soundproof rooms and large projection screens akin to live competitions. This meant that during internal matches, teammates could watch the battles unfold on the grand screen. Fang Shaoyun imagined how exhilarating it must be, akin to watching a blockbuster film. He wondered if the Blue Star Club boasted similar facilities. If they did, he mused, it would be a delight to screen a short film there, far more enjoyable than watching on his own monitor. As he entertained these thoughts, Fang Shaoyun felt a rush of excitement. However, the principal players of the Bat Club had already assembled in the competition room, and suddenly, it seemed as though a horde of formidable figures loomed before him. Among them was a familiar face, Hot, the skilled player whom Fang Shaoyun had effortlessly bested in a match. The mere sight of Fang Shaoyun sent a shiver down Hot's spine, as he recalled the mental scars from their encounter. Fang Shaoyun, oblivious to Hot's discomfort, perceived only the fierce glares of the numerous skilled players surrounding him, as if they were ready to pounce. At that moment, Kuyu strode confidently into the competition room. Guyu cheerfully patted the shoulders of the Bat players, instructing them to perform well. Fang Shaoyun's eyes scanned the room and estimated there were about 10 players standing. He broke into a cold sweat, wondering if the Bat Club's main lineup truly consisted of so many members. Guyu was smiling as the first player took the stage to challenge Kuyu. Suddenly, it dawned on Fang Shaoyun, and he almost gave Guyu a thumbs up. He realized that Guyu had shamelessly turned his master into a training partner without a fight. Given that a club's main roster could not possibly be so extensive, it was evident that Guyu sought to provide his players with an opportunity to gain experience. Reflecting on Guyu's myriad expressions, Fang Shaoyun was thoroughly impressed, thinking to himself that this young man was indeed ruthless, far more than the 24K Su Qian, who paled in comparison. Just observing the two leaders, it was clear what a disparity existed between their clubs. Feeling somewhat speechless, Fang Shaoyun slumped into a chair as the remaining Bat players settled down around him. Guyu deliberately took a seat beside Fang Shaoyun and Xie Xiaoshi. Meanwhile, the first Bat player commenced the match against Kuyu, with the Bat player opting for Z and Kuyu sticking with P. As Guyu watched the match, he engaged Fang Shaoyun in conversation. He knew that anyone accompanying his master would not be an ordinary player. It aligned with Fang Shaoyun's expectations. When Kuyu brought Xie Xiaoshi along to confront him, Guyu realized that his two examiners responsible for selecting new talent had undoubtedly misjudged. If Kuyu endorsed Xie Xiaoshi, then Xie Xiaoshi would surely astonish the Chinese StarCraft scene in the future. Guyu, allowing Print to speak freely, genuinely wished for Kuyu to compete against his club's players. After all, to face a superlative expert and witness their prowess up close would undoubtedly benefit everyone involved. In this regard, Guyu had indeed placed his master in a rather precarious situation. As he observed Kuyu immersed in the game, Guyu chuckled softly and remarked to Fang Shaoyun, I never imagined he would still be unable to shake off that impulsive temperament. Fang Shaoyun felt a hint of frustration. Having only recently met Kuyu, and thus had no insight into his past temperament, he could only respond with a non-committal grunt. After watching a while longer, Guyu inquired, Have you played StarCraft with him? At that moment, Guyu was eager to discern Fang Shaoyun's background. If Fang Shaoyun proved to be a promising talent, Guyu would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to recruit him. However, Guyu was completely unaware that Fang Shaoyun was already affiliated with the Blue Star Club. Responding to Guyu's question, Fang Shaoyun said, "I would like to play StarCraft with him, but I haven't had the chance yet." Guyu found this puzzling. "No chance? How long have you known him?" Fang Shaoyun pondered for a moment and replied, "I suppose it's been about an hour." Guyu nearly fainted upon hearing this. Never having anticipated that Guyu would bring someone he had just met to the Bat Club to seek trouble. Guyu felt his master truly had a knack for the absurd. At this moment, Xie Shaoshi interjected, "Gudong, he is quite famous." Upon hearing Xie Shaoshi speak, both Fang Shaoyun and Guyu broke into laughter. Yet, the fact that someone named Gu was a chairman did seem rather unfortunate, regardless of age. They were all referred to as antiques. Once the laughter subsided, Guyu asked, "Quite famous, you say?" The earnest Xie Shaoshi nodded yes. He is the Fang Shaoyun who forfeited in the CPL. Until that point, Guyu had maintained his composure, but upon hearing Fang Shaoyun's name, he nearly toppled from his chair. Staring at Fang Shaoyun, Guyu struggled to find words, finally managing to stammer, "You are truly that Fang Shaoyun?" Fang Shaoyun felt at a loss for words, wondering if anyone would impersonate him. However, before he could confirm, Hot, seated in front, turned around and, looking defeated, said to Guyu, "Chairman, he is Fang Shaoyun. I recognize him." Guyu couldn't help but smile at Hot's expression and said to Fang Shaoyun, "I never imagined I would fail to recognize a mountain of greatness. So, you are the one who has defeated Hot twice." After that, he sighed, "I had hoped to leverage our alumni connection to bring you aboard, but instead, you flew straight to the Blue Star Club. That truly vexes me." Fang Shaoyun, upon hearing this, felt a rush of excitement. "What? Alumni?" Guyu chuckled and nodded. "I too graduated from Zhongda University, along with Huang Wani and the others. However, they have all become professional players, while I, lacking in talent, have to settle for management." Fang Shaoyun was taken aback. How could someone deemed lacking in talent become a boss, while those with talent struggled in the fray? It dawned on him that Zhongda University truly produced exceptional individuals. In the realm of Wang Feiyu, one could describe the atmosphere as exceedingly intense, teeming with exceptional individuals throughout the campus. However, Fang Shaoyun remained oblivious to the fact that Guyu's father was the chairman of BAT in the previous generation. Although Guyu's current position is indeed a reflection of his own abilities, it is ultimately rooted in the connections fostered by his father. After a brief smile, Guyu expressed his regret to Fang Shaoyun, inquiring how he ended up joining Blue Star. Upon reviewing Fang Shaoyun's resume, he realized that given his qualifications, numerous prestigious clubs would be eager to recruit him. In fact, Guyu declared that should Fang Shaoyun express his willingness to join BAT, he would go to great lengths to secure his transfer. Fang Shaoyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Throughout his life, he had never perceived himself as particularly valuable. Thus, he recounted the circumstances surrounding his entry into Blue Star to Guyu. Listening intently, Guyu was struck with a sense of dismay, contemplating how 24K had evidently blundered, failing to recruit a promising talent while inadvertently creating a formidable rival. Following Fang Shaoyun's induction into Blue Star, one could anticipate a series of exhilarating spectacles once the A-League's intermission concluded. Guyu was also perplexed by how a mere student like Fang Shaoyun could possess such remarkable prowess. Yet, Fang Shaoyun insisted that it was a secret he would not divulge, as Go Shaoyun had persistently urged him to keep it confidential, fearing that revealing it might jeopardize his own standing. Accepting Fang Shaoyun's steadfastness, Guyu speculated that given Fang Shaoyun's close ties with Huang Wani and others, it was plausible that they had collectively nurtured his talents. After all, those individuals were indeed extraordinary, often congregating without any apparent purpose, leading one to wonder if they were akin to a clandestine syndicate within the professional sphere. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, the group from BAT, who were spectating, suddenly erupted in astonishment. When Guyu turned to investigate the commotion, he discovered that the first member he had sent onto the field was overwhelmed. A throng of fervent enthusiasts had surged into the Zerg subbase, commencing a brutal slaughter. Chapter 69. The aircraft carrier and the stake. The members of the Bat Club stared in disbelief as the first combatant to step forward was Supers, the #1 player known as the Savage Zerg. It was said that in a fit of rage, he could unleash a horde of dogs to obliterate a multitude of Protoss. However, today he was effortlessly vanquished by Guyu's zealots without even a hint of finesse. Supers was deploying his Zerglings, a strategy that was quite orthodox. He intended to suppress his opponent with an initial wave of dogs, followed by a series of Zerglings, thereby keeping the Protoss confined to their base. As the Protoss desperately attempted to break free, the Zerglings would likely have transformed into lurkers, while Mutalisks might have been lurking above, ready to swoop down for reconnaissance. If the Zerglings had not morphed into lurkers by that moment, a fleet of highly mobile Mutalisks could be wreaking havoc across the map. Super's initial dog pressure and transition to Zerglings demonstrated clarity of mind and tactical acumen. Yet, when Kuyu surged forth, Super's found himself utterly incapable of defense. Kuyu's forces consisted of a mere handful of zealots, yet they had already upgraded their speed. And by the time they reached Super's base, their attack upgrade was also complete. Super's newly constructed bunkers had yet to take shape, and the previous 3 bunkers alongside several Zerglings had already fallen. Super's demise was strikingly clear. Kuyu employed no tricks. However, everyone could perceive that the timing of Kuyu's assault was extraordinarily precise. Just a few seconds later, Super's first batch of Zerglings would have fully hatched, and those zealots would have been utterly overwhelmed by the combined onslaught of Zerglings and lurkers. No matter how spirited the zealots were, they would likely find themselves ensnared and annihilated from both sides. The swift among them might have returned to base, while the slower ones would meet their ancestors among the Protoss. Feeling dejected, Super saved the replay, lamenting that the most tragic fate was to lose a match and still be required to preserve the replay. Yet, this was the chairman's command, not to be disobeyed, as he still yearned to engage in more matches with Dark, despite Kuyu stating that everyone had but one chance. Upon hearing Kuyu announce the next challenger, Supers felt a pang of shame, reminiscent of a nation that refuses to acknowledge its aggression, instead claiming merely to have crossed borders. And the women who supposedly sacrificed themselves for such a country. Those women must have felt equally proud, calling for the next. In that moment, another Zerg player from the Bat Club, Next, dashed forward as if chasing after an ethereal beauty, eager to seize the opportunity. In truth, Next's haste was driven by his own calculations. Having observed the previous match, he noted that Dark's speed was not particularly swift, and his maneuvers lacked finesse. The devastating blow was merely a result of impeccable timing. He believed that as long as he did not replicate similar blunders, Dark would not pose a threat. Next, having always represented the more cunning playstyle, felt that facing Kuyu was a favorable choice. After all, players of this elusive style typically constructed numerous bunkers early on, negating the possibility of being swiftly overwhelmed. Moreover, once a plethora of advanced units were amassed, a Zerg player employing a cunning approach could maintain excellent control, often moving multiple squads across the map. Next's preferred Ultralisk served as a formidable mobile shield, requiring minimal micromanagement. Watching Next's rapid construction of bunkers, Fang Shaoyun, who sat observing the match, felt an itch to replicate such strategies. However, upon witnessing Kuyu's tactics, he realized that Next was in for a challenging time. Next was exceptional at resource management, quickly establishing 3 bases, each fortified to protect the others, with the outermost base heavily fortified. It would be nearly impossible for the Protoss to breach this defense early on. Yet, just as Next's 3 bases were becoming operational, a formidable fleet of carriers descended from the sky. Next nearly fainted at the sight. He had not anticipated that after Dark's previous violent display, he would now resort to carriers. With the carriers sweeping through, Next's Ultralisks were reduced to mere stakes on the map, faster than the legendary butcher could dismember beef. Next, finally losing his composure, let out a desperate cry and commanded all his forces to assault Kuyu's base. In a last-ditch effort, his attack proved effective, as Kuyu's main base could not withstand the onslaught, even if Next obliterated every crystal within. Yet, Kuyu's carriers continued to soar freely through the skies, already targeting Next's main base for annihilation. Next silently shouted in disbelief, "Good heavens, this shameless fellow has actually constructed an aircraft carrier on the island's mine." Suddenly, Next's screen dimmed, akin to a room's light being abruptly extinguished by a couple's playful antics. In that moment, Next, who had once felt a sense of shame, found himself eliminated by Kuyu, losing his last building and being forced to concede defeat. As Next descended, the majority of players in the Bat Club regarded him as a simpleton, mocking him for stubbornly holding on until the opponent had stealthily amassed a fleet of aircraft carriers without his awareness. A humiliation for Bat. However, a small faction, including Fang Shaoyun, felt a sense of sympathy for Next, recognizing the improbability of anticipating that the Protoss would opt for aircraft carriers immediately after deploying pirate ships, bypassing the construction of ground units. Moreover, it was understandable that Next, having lost his lord early on, failed to notice his opponent's mining operations. The principal reason for Fang Shaoyun's empathy stemmed from his own experiences as a novice, where he had been mercilessly tormented by opponents wielding aircraft carriers during countless matches on Haofeng. Thus, he intimately understood the feeling of despair. Consequently, Fang Shaoyun harbored considerable sympathy for the beleaguered second player of Bat. At that moment, the unfortunate Hot was called upon to step up. Indeed, Hot was among the top 3 players in Bat, and under normal circumstances, he would have eagerly volunteered to take the stage. However, the presence of Fang Shaoyun instilled a sense of trepidation in him. As Hot approached, he felt a shiver at the mere glance Fang Shaoyun cast upon him. Memories of being shamefully eliminated by Fang Shaoyun's hidden blades during the CPL flooded his mind, leaving him on the verge of tears. Once, Hot had longed for a chance to challenge Fang Shaoyun in person, but upon finally encountering him, those thoughts vanished, replaced by a desperate desire to distance himself from this unpredictable adversary, hoping to escape the painful recollections. A song melodiously echoes with haunting lyrics. Meilon, Meilon, I love you. Thoughts of Meilon invariably lead me to you. Now, whenever Hot glimpses Fang Shaoyun, what comes to mind is not the enchanting song, but rather the haunting image of hidden blades. Chapter 70, 8,000 Cuts. None penetrate flattery, reflecting on the harrowing experience of being metaphorically diced like vegetables by an unseen blade, as well as the dismal fate he suffered in the CPL. Hot resolved never again to initiate a single worker double base strategy. Instead, he promptly constructed 3 factories, swiftly unleashing a surge of units to confront Kuyu in battle. Hot's unorthodox tactics left the spectators in a state of disbelief. Traditionally, he was known for his steady and balanced approach to gameplay. Yet today, it seemed he had been cornered, resorting to a flurry of unconventional maneuvers. What transpired when a laying of spider mines and SCVs clashed with a combination of Dragoon and High Templar? Hot swiftly illustrated the outcome with a resounding defeat. Initially, it appeared Hot was on the brink of a decisive victory, as Kuyu had merely adopted a strategy focused on rapidly producing High Templar from a single barracks. By the time Hot's forces stormed Kuyu's base, the latter was left with only a pitiful few Dragoons and a solitary High Templar. However, at that moment, Kuyu displayed an extraordinary mastery of micromanagement. The High Templar and Dragoons danced in and out of the shuttle as if performing a delicate ballet. Time and again, Hot aimed for a lethal blow against the High Templar, yet Kuyu managed to retract it in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Kuyu's ability to withstand Hot's overwhelming forces with so few units left the Bat members astounded. Indeed, Kuyu's skillful maneuvering had effectively brought Hot to his knees. By the time the 4th Bat player took the stage, Fang Shaoyun had already concluded that this group of players was beyond saving. After observing 3 games, he began to realize that Kuyu's skill far exceeded that of his opponents, leading him to suspect that Kuyu was indeed the enigmatic master whom Go Shaoyun had encountered. Sighing at the impending doom awaiting the 4th Bat player, Fang Shaoyun was met with a chuckle from Guyu. Have you figured it out? Guyu inquired, to which Fang Shaoyun nodded. I wager he will employ yet another novel strategy to secure victory in this match. Guyu smiled. At present, he is merely providing me with a masterclass. At that moment, Xie Shaoshi approached. Masterclass, he exclaimed, appearing quite bewildered. Fang Shaoyun felt a twinge of annoyance, contemplating how someone like him could possibly be considered a prodigy akin to Kuyu. Was he truly on the same level? This troubling question weighed heavily on Fang Shaoyun's mind. Guyu, however, saw potential in Xie Shaoshi, believing that if Kuyu regarded him as a promising talent, he might soon shine as brightly as a precious gem. Observe the first match, Guyu continued. He won primarily due to his impeccable timing. In the second, he employed targeted strategies to secure victory, and in the third, he showcased his micromanagement prowess. I am curious to see what he will reveal in this 4th match. I am certain he is demonstrating to me the multitude of factors that truly determine the outcome of a game. Xie Shaoshi nodded, acknowledging. He often tells me that a true master must excel in all aspects. Relying solely on speed is insufficient. At that moment, Guard and Print found themselves blushing with embarrassment. Fang Shaoyun, however, felt a renewed sense of frustration. He had heard Go Shaoyun impart this wisdom before, yet how few could truly embody it. Perhaps Go Shaoyun could, but it was clear that Fang Shaoyun could not, just as Kuyu seemed to effortlessly do so. The realization of how far he still had to go in his journey weighed heavily upon him. The 4th match concluded swiftly, with the 4th player experiencing a defeat even more disheartening than those before him. It was as though he had awoken to find no water for brushing his teeth. Encountered a bus strike, suffered a flat tire en route to work, arrived late, and discovered a virus infecting his computer. Anyone enduring such a day would likely feel despondent. And this Bat player was no exception. Despite being a Protoss player, the rhythm of his development was constantly disrupted, making his experience unbearable. For instance, he had just built a base intending to expand, only to find it thwarted by an enemy hidden blade. After finally dispatching the hidden blade, He attempted to send workers to mine, only to discover the presence of enemy zealots on the high ground. After resolving numerous issues, just as he attempted to push forward, his base was bombarded by an airborne assault. His newly deployed units were forced to return and extinguish the flames of chaos. Throughout the match, he was unable to execute a single intended action, resulting in a disastrous economic collapse and a series of blunders. Ultimately, he lost the will to fight, conceding with a GG as he lamented his misfortune. Though there were still more players waiting in the wings, they started to lose faith in their chances of success. Kuyu, at this point, could hardly muster the energy to call for the next player. Just as the Bat team hesitated over whom to send forth, Fang Shaoyun's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Lulu, he sheepishly answered. To his surprise, those around him heard a woman's voice on the line, audaciously proclaiming, "Where have you been, you beast?" "K misses you." Fang Shaoyun nearly fainted from embarrassment. "What is this?" "I'm in the middle of important business," Lulu retorted. "Every man claims to be busy when doing something wrong. Do you take me for a fool? I am HP. Lulu, the queen of HP, K's guardian. You better come back." At that moment, Lulu emitted a gasp, which Fang Shaoyun presumed was merely a ploy to heighten the tension. He found himself at a loss for words, stating, "I'm at the Bat Club right now. I can't engage in any mischief." Lulu, puzzled, asked, "Why are you at the Bat Club?" Fang Shaoyun sighed, thinking women were a troublesome breed. "Just here to stir up trouble," he casually replied. Upon hearing this, Lulu grew anxious. "What is going on? You can't just cause a ruckus. Wait for me. I'm bringing a crowd over." "Save your energy," he replied. "I have come to disrupt the gathering, but you need not join the fray. I shall return promptly once I have concluded my observations." After hanging up, Fang Shaoyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Guyu smiled playfully. "Girlfriend?" Fang Shaoyun resolutely shook his head, pondering that if his girlfriend were like Lulu, he would truly be at a loss for words. Yet, at that moment, he felt an unexpected warmth in his heart, a sensation that struck him as peculiar. As the fifth member of the Bat Club's Daredevil team ascended, the remaining participants exchanged hesitant glances, reluctant to take their turn. At this juncture, Kyu found a sense of vindication. Kyu had initially intended for each team member to gain some experience, but upon assessing the situation, she reconsidered, realizing that the potential for nightmares outweighed any learning opportunities. Upon descending, Kyu addressed Print, who had just supported him. "Please assess the recent matches and determine my hand speed." Print, filled with admiration for this adept player and feeling somewhat ashamed, promptly initiated the speed testing software. Observing that Kyu had not saved any of the match records, Fang Shaoyun inquired curiously, "How do you know they have all saved their replays?" Kyu cast a glance at Guyu and scoffed, "Damn it, I know my apprentice well enough. Do you think he wouldn't meticulously analyze my replays?" Fang Shaoyun felt faint upon hearing this, thinking to himself, despite knowing, "You still play with such fervor? Are you truly that reckless? Or is it I who am the fool?" At this moment, Guyu began to flatter, "I believe Master is not here to disrupt. Rather, you are intentionally helping me train my team, aiming to correct their misguided notions." Seeing Kuyu grin, Fang Shaoyun realized that in this world, the adage remains true. While countless things may be overlooked, flattery is universally acknowledged. Even the most skilled cannot escape this truth. Chapter 71. What use is being unmatched? At this moment, the APM test results were released. In several matches, Kiyu's average hand speed did not exceed 250. The group from Bat gazed incredulously at Kuyu, who pretended to be deep in thought and said nothing. Guyu addressed the crowd, urging them to reflect on why their speed did not translate into victories. He expressed that he hoped not to witness them being defeated in a single sweep if someone were to challenge them in the future. The Bat members felt utterly disheartened and lowered their heads in silence. Guyu then turned to the embarrassed guard in Print, advising them to reconsider and revise their recruitment program, as he did not wish for such incidents to recur. Both guard and Print, drenched in sweat, withdrew, contemplating how to address the situation. Fang Shaoyun, equally flustered, finally voiced a question he had held back for a long time. "Kuyu, have you played against Go Shaoyun?" Kuyu, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. "How did you know I faced him?" Fang Shaoyun, with a bold face, confessed, "Actually, I am the unworthy disciple of Go Shaoyun." The revelation nearly caused the three to faint, but after a moment, they came to understand. Only someone as extraordinary as Go Shaoyun could produce such an unconventional disciple, one who thrived on randomness. Moreover, Go Shaoyun had a history of forfeiting matches, a peculiar legacy indeed. Fang Shaoyun continued, "In fact, Go Shaoyun has been seeking you for a while. If you nod in agreement, I suspect the entire RVA will mobilize to invite you back." Guyu smiled, though Fang Shaoyun perceived it as somewhat faint. Guyu sighed, "If my master were willing to return, Our back club would not be in such a dire state. Fang Shaoyun nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of regret as he remarked to Kuyu, however, given your level, it seems rather beneath you. Kuyu chuckled. And what of Wang Feiyu? Is he not equally underappreciated? Fang Shaoyun found himself speechless. Kuyu sighed, stating, now in the south, we have Go Shaoyun. And in the north, Nalan Rongrong. Together, they summon storms in the Star Arena, ensuring a dual insurance in their pursuit of championships. What purpose would my emergence serve? To change China's position in StarCraft like Wang Feiyu once did? Or to lead a new trend? Fang Shaoyun fell into silence, but after a moment, he could not help but say, yet your presence in the StarCraft League may render it even more thrilling, and perhaps more individuals could learn from your gameplay. Kuyu smiled. In truth, if one wishes to learn, they would likely gain more by watching Wang Feiyu's replays. But do you know what the most regrettable phenomenon in the StarCraft community is? Fang Shaoyun shook his head in ignorance. Kuyu smiled. It is the waste of talent. He glanced at Guyu, who felt a twinge of embarrassment under Kuyu's gaze, prompting Kuyu to continue. Had you not encountered Go Shaoyun, or I not found Xie Xiaoshi, perhaps you would have never seen the light of day? Thus, I now believe the most meaningful endeavor is not to compete, but to seek out individuals suited for StarCraft. Fang Shaoyun regarded Kuyu with newfound respect, feeling that if there were any honorary medals in the StarCraft community, they should be awarded to this remarkable individual before him. However, after a while, Kuyu sighed. In truth, I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude to someone. Fang Shaoyun was puzzled. A debt of gratitude? Kuyu offered a pale smile and extended his right hand to Fang Shaoyun, saying, surely, you do not believe my hand was born this way? Fang Shaoyun looked at the strangely bent fingers, unsure of how to respond, suspecting there was a story behind it. Observing Fang Shaoyun's contemplative expression, Kuyu smiled at the three present. This hand was shaped by another. Several fingers were fractured. After healing, it ended up like this. Kuyu had never shared this with Guyu before, causing Guyu's brows to twitch in surprise. Fang Shaoyun was flabbergasted. What kind of person possessed such grip strength? It felt unreal, like something from an animated series featuring superhuman characters. Fang Shaoyun could hardly believe it. Yet Kuyu merely smiled. Though my hand is as it is, I still owe him a debt of gratitude. Fang Shaoyun gasped. Boss, you can't be serious. Kuyu chuckled, given my past actions. Perhaps I would still be in prison if not for him. His friend merely broke a few of my finger bones and did not ruin my hand. I am grateful for that. Most importantly, he imparted many valuable lessons to me. Fang Shaoyun, Guyu, and Xie Xiaoshi were all stunned. Fang Shaoyun remarked, brother, if our skills were lacking, please do not leave us in the dark. If someone did this to me, I would undoubtedly seek revenge. Kuyu laughed. I prefer not to dwell on the past. Just remember, StarCraft is merely a game, and we play to enjoy the joy it brings. I was once overly utilitarian, believing that by eliminating him, I could reign supreme. Yet, reflecting on Go Shaoyun and Nalan Rongrong, I realize how foolish I was. There are no eternal rulers in StarCraft. Even if I were once the best, what significance does it hold if I am eventually surpassed? Fang Shaoyun and Guyu broke into a cold sweat, understanding that Kuyu must have endured an extraordinary tale. Unbeknownst to them, Kuyu was the infamous Dark Snake, the one who nearly severed the lives of Zhang Yu and Wang Feiyu. However, Fang Shaoyun and Guyu were also aware that perhaps the stories surrounding Kuyu should remain buried in the sands of time, for now. Only the seeker of StarCraft talent remained, devoid of the once ambitious Kuyu who sought to dominate the world. Fang Shaoyun sighed. Had your hand never been injured, you would undoubtedly be unmatched. Kuyu smiled. If you believe my injury limited my strength, you are mistaken. In fact, without that injury, my abilities might not have improved as they have. Both Guyu and Fang Shaoyun were perplexed. Kuyu chuckled. After that injury, my mindset underwent significant transformation. The inability to execute swiftly led me to comprehend many truths that had previously eluded me. The essence of StarCraft is not merely speed. Just as a sword, no matter how swift, is ineffective if it cannot strike the opponent's vital point. A skilled swordsman can end a life with a single strike. The principle remains the same. As Fang Shaoyun parted ways with Kuyu, he felt a sense of unease. All along, Go Xiaoyun's training methods aimed to make Fang Shaoyun faster and more effective, leading him to torment many skilled players. Yet now, Kuyu had unveiled a new realm before Fang Shaoyun, one that did not rely on speed to determine victory. However, this realm seemed elusive to Fang Shaoyun at present. He felt as though the game was as profound as the waters of the Pacific Ocean, and his understanding was merely a glimpse of the iceberg lurking beneath. Such thoughts stripped him of any sense of pride, and on his way back, he was filled with thoughts of humility, diligence, and continuous improvement. That evening, when Lulu suggested that Fang Shaoyun accompany her for a 2v2 match, He did not hesitate to agree. At that moment, Fang Shaoyun suddenly realized that engaging in a 2v2 might indeed enhance one's understanding of the game dynamics. Throughout the night, he abandoned his usual solitary heroics, showing utmost consideration for Lulu, and their synergy flowed seamlessly like a gentle stream. They dominated the game on Haofeng, leaving others hesitant to join in. After their exhilarating match, Lulu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, contemplating that had she not been a pure maiden, she would certainly reward Fang Shaoyun's splendid performance with a kiss or something equally sweet. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard a commotion from upstairs. Consequently, she feigned ignorance and dragged Kay, who was cozily nestled on the sofa watching television, away. On their way back, Lulu lamented, "Kay, are we not failures? While others are basking in their blissful lives, we still have to be discreet even about watching certain films. Just the other day, someone asked me if I was from CN, and when I admitted it, he was utterly intrigued." Kay chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "That's simple enough. As long as you, Lulu, make a call, I'm sure there would be a line of eager suitors queuing up at Wooey Square to serve you." Lulu playfully swiped her hand across K's face. "If only they possessed half the charm of my little Kay, I might consider it, haha." At that moment, two girls from a nearby department happened to pass by Lulu and Kay, overhearing their conversation, and they quickly vanished from sight. Lulu and Kay exchanged glances, sticking out their tongues in surprise at the impact of their words. Lulu mused that even though she and Kay harbored their own insecurities, the two girls need not react as if encountering a lecher. Reflecting on this, Lulu chastised herself. Failure, truly a failure. Chapter 72. The boys as a scenic view in front of the girls' dormitory. Early the next morning, Lulu was awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone. To her dismay, it was yet another call from Fang Shaoyun, which filled her with annoyance. She thought to herself how shameless he was, always calling her instead of anyone else. Even when he invited Kay to dinner, he would call her phone every time. She felt as if she were becoming a professional operator. Once she answered the call, she quickly forgot how accommodating Fang Shaoyun had been the previous night, leaving her in bliss. Irritated, she shouted into the phone, "What now?" Fang Shaoyun replied with curiosity, "What's the matter? Don't you want to get up today? The train is at 10. If you don't hurry, Kay and I will leave without you." Lulu jumped out of bed, relieved to see Kay still asleep. She exclaimed, "Are you trying to kill me?" My heart nearly leaped out of my chest. Fang Shaoyun chuckled and said, "Actually, I'm at the supermarket. I wanted to ask Kay what she wants to eat on the train, but her phone seems to be off, so I had to call you." Gritting her teeth at the thought of Fang Shaoyun's audacity to only inquire about Kay, Lulu resolved to never leave her phone on again while sleeping to avoid being used like a pawn. In a fit of annoyance, she rattled off a long list of food items, many of which were her own favorites. After finishing, she smugly said, "Once you buy the groceries, come help us with our luggage," and hung up the phone, feeling quite satisfied. After the call, Lulu felt uplifted and began to hum a little tune, only to find Kay staring at her with wide eyes. Lulu smiled and said, "Oh, you're awake. Why is your phone off?" "Your beast of a friend was asking about you this morning, wondering what you wanted to eat on the train." Kay laughed and explained that her phone had run out of battery and was still charging. "Did he really ask what I want to eat?" Lulu replied, "Look at you. Don't let his little tricks fool you. The enemy is cunning. You must remain vigilant, understand?" Kay couldn't help but laugh again. "But why did you only mention the foods you like?" Lulu grinned. "Why should we differentiate? I mentioned what you'd like too. Besides, he won a little bonus. He should buy more food, shouldn't he?" Just then, Lulu attempted to shamelessly climb onto Kay's bed, but Kay quickly got up. By the time Lulu and Kay finished their grooming and gathered their belongings to head downstairs, Fang Shaoyun had been waiting at the girls' dormitory for quite some time. As girls came and went, they couldn't help but glance at Fang Shaoyun, who had become a familiar sight in front of the dormitory. Many boys, like him, wandered aimlessly in front of the girls' dorms, creating a peculiar scenery. Fang Shaoyun had grown accustomed to this scenario. However, once Lulu and Kay appeared, the three of them, burdened with bags, looked as if they were eloping, walking alongside two beautiful girls. Fang Shaoyun felt as though he was under the scrutinizing gazes of countless male students at the university. Once they escaped the campus, he was drenched in sweat, feeling as though he had just survived a life-and-death race. As a local from Changsha, this trip to Shanghai marked Lulu's first venture away from home. The train ride was a novel experience for her. Since it was not during the peak travel season, the train was surprisingly empty, allowing one person to stretch out across 3 seats if they purchased a standard ticket. The added luxury of a sleeper ticket was merely a thin, hard cotton blanket. Nevertheless, Fang Shaoyun generously bought sleeper tickets for all 3 of them. Lulu immediately questioned Fang Shaoyun as they boarded. "Are your thoughts not a bit sordid?" Confused, Fang Shaoyun asked her to elaborate. If you aren't being sorted, why would you buy sleeper tickets so we could sleep beside you? Hearing this, Fang Shaoyun felt a wave of regret, wishing he had simply bought a hard seat ticket for Lulu to endure the journey alone. Feeling dejected, he told Lulu, "Sister, if we are in the same compartment, sleeping across from you is as good as being beside you. So you might as well sit on the floor and claim the world." After a moment of silence, Lulu finally suggested they play cards. Fang Shaoyun teasingly replied, "You're using my resources, and you still want to play cards?" Furious, Lulu retorted, "You're just fixated on money. It's just borrowing a bit of food under KS name. You're making me sound like something unsavory." Fang Shaoyun quipped, "In this world, there are those who force others into prostitution, but no one has ever forced anyone to play cards." Lulu scoffed and insisted to Kay, "Let us not be bothered by this joyless, tasteless person. Let us play cards." Kay put down her book and asked, "All right, how do we play? What is the penalty for losing?" Without hesitation, Lulu declared, "The usual rules, run fast. Whoever loses must take off a piece of clothing." She spoke so loudly that even half the carriage could hear her. Realizing the gravity of her words, Lulu's heart sank as she noticed everyone around them had gone silent. And Fang Shaoyun was now staring at her with curiosity. Feeling embarrassed, Lulu tried to maintain her composure as she gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery. After such an awkward moment, she noticeably quieted down. Fang Shaoyun, however, found her silence rather endearing. Her petite nose and plump lips were undeniably attractive. While Lulu stared out at the landscape, Fang Shaoyun struck up a conversation with a still blushing Kay. "The train isn't as fast as it used to be," Fang Shaoyun remarked. "I heard that before the speed increase, it took 17 to 18 hours to travel from Shanghai to Changsha. The whole carriage would sway." Kay replied, "Actually, taking it slow and enjoying the view isn't so bad." Fang Shaoyun nodded, thinking that if Kay were to accompany him, he wouldn't mind if the train journey continued indefinitely. Fang Shaoyun was not one to cling to the past. Even his worn-out jeans were hard for him to part with. He often reminisced about Xiaoyu and the tumultuous days they shared. Yet, he was not someone who couldn't move on. He understood that everyone has the right to choose their own life. Loving someone does not necessarily mean possession. Fang Shaoyun believed that if he forced Xiaoyu to stay by his side, she might not find happiness. Sometimes, letting go was the best liberation for both parties. Perhaps allowing her to forget the unhappy past would enable her to start anew. In a person's lifetime, one encounters countless individuals. Fang Shaoyun understands that some people are truly worthy of cherishing, and Kay possesses a calming presence that instills a sense of peace within him. Although Fang Shaoyun and Kay do not engage in extensive conversation, there are moments when a mere glance between them conveys a profound understanding of each other's thoughts, an emotion akin to that shared by lovers who have been together for many years. This sentiment envelopes Fang Shaoyun in warmth. The train glides silently through the night. Lulu, traveling on such a lengthy journey for the first time, finds herself unable to sleep. No one knows that her heart is heavy with melancholy. To speak candidly, Lulu is not particularly fond of the major she has chosen to pursue. Time and again, she has dreamt of becoming a warrior queen in the cosmos, akin to Ice Girl, able to fight alongside men. Yet, at present, Lulu perceives that she lacks the requisite talent. Much like the impenetrable darkness outside the train, she feels uncertain about her future, much like the unknown destination of the train's next stop. Lulu yearns to remain in this moment of youth forever, yet she is acutely aware that, like the fervent flames of her current youth, she will inevitably grow old. Furthermore, she recognizes that Kay has already fallen for the creature before her. Given Kay's disposition, it is likely she would choose to remain by Fang Shaoyun's side, seeking a casual and leisurely job, quietly supporting him from behind. This prospect leaves Lulu feeling lost once more. After a spell of wandering thoughts, Lulu dashes over to Kay's bunk, clinging tightly to her, as if fearing that loosening her grip would result in losing Kay forever. The train compartment is cramped, and the two of them nestle closely together. Kay feels a touch bashful, yet at this moment, she perceives Lulu as a child who has yet to mature. Gently stroking Lulu's soft, flowing hair, Kay whispers, "Lulu, you should get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we will pass through my hometown." It is then that Lulu recalls that Kay hails from Hangzhou. Tomorrow morning, the train will traverse the city where Kay resides. Chapter 73. The room with the grand bed. In the early hours of the following day, the train traversed the city where Kay resided. However, Lulu remained oblivious to the picturesque locale that Kay had so often described, a place graced by the West Lake and the imposing Leifeng pagoda that subdued the White Lady. Throughout the night, Lulu had dreamt countless dreams about this city, yet upon awakening, she found the train nearing Shanghai Station. The sight of the towering buildings outside the station left Lulu feeling as though she had stepped into another world. While some individuals may spend their entire lives in a small town, others are destined to wander, awakening in an utterly unfamiliar place amidst the bustling crowd. Lulu suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. As Lulu gazed vacantly out the window, Kay draped a coat over her shoulders. Turning to face him, she was met with Kay's radiant smile. "We have arrived, Lulu." "Indeed, we have," Lulu murmured dreamily in response. Go Shaoyun had been waiting outside the train station for quite some time, clad in her striking battle attire, making her stand out amid the throngs of people. Fang Shaoyun thought Go Shaoyun's appearance was rather foolish. In fact, during the time she waited at the station's exit, 2 police officers approached her to check her identification. Upon recognizing her as the renowned Go Shaoyun, both officers expressed their understanding, apologizing. "We had no idea it was you. We thought some street thug had come here." Go Shaoyun felt utterly embarrassed, yet the officers discreetly positioned themselves as her guardians, given that she was now one of Shanghai's most celebrated public figures. Any misfortune befalling her at the train station would likely provoke widespread criticism of the city's safety. Go Shaoyun found the day's events somewhat humiliating and began to contemplate how she might alter her appearance in the future to be as dazzling as a firefly in the night, yet remain unrecognizable. Just then, she spotted Lulu and Kay emerging hand in hand from the station, followed closely by Fang Shaoyun. Upon seeing Fang Shaoyun, Go Shaoyun nearly burst into laughter. At this moment, Fang Shaoyun also noticed Go Shaoyun in her battle attire, yet he was unable to greet her, as both hands were occupied with various bags. Lulu audaciously hung her small handbag around Fang Shaoyun's neck, making him resemble a laborer who had just arrived in search of fortune. Go Shaoyun sympathized with Fang Shaoyun. Even a porter would likely refrain from draping a girl's handbag around his neck. One porter remarked to his companion, "Even we porters have our dignity. Don't emulate that fellow, engaging in such embarrassing antics." Had Fang Shaoyun overheard this, he would have felt utterly mortified, especially seeing Go Shaoyun engrossed in conversation with Lulu and Kay while disregarding his plight. He thought Go Shaoyun had lost all sense of propriety. Fortunately, she quickly hailed a taxi. Otherwise, Fang Shaoyun might have truly thrown down his bags and confronted his shameless mentor. The streets of Shanghai appeared rather desolate that early morning. Perhaps every major city has such moments, and Shanghai was still in slumber. Fang Shaoyun assumed they were headed to the legendary RVA headquarters, touted as the Interstellar Royal Garden. However, after numerous twists and turns that left even Fang Shaoyun disoriented, Go Shaoyun led them to a tranquil neighborhood. The elevator halted at the 18th floor. When Go Shaoyun opened the door, Fang Shaoyun was taken aback. "Please don't tell me this is your personal residence," he insisted, hoping for a firm denial. Instead, he was met with a nod from Go Shaoyun. Gazing at the spacious living room, which spanned several dozen square meters, he felt a surge of indignation towards Go Shaoyun, especially after touring the various rooms. At that moment, he understood what it meant to be wealthy and recalled that Go Xiaoyun's annual salary was astronomical, supplemented by substantial competition winnings. The realization that he had been the one footing the bill for such a lavish lifestyle back in Changsha left him profoundly disheartened. Lulu then uttered a rather bewildering remark. "In such a large house, living alone, aren't you afraid of ghosts?" Go Xiaoyun chuckled, replying, "I often stay at the club, but everyone advised me to invest in a property, so I bought this place. Now that you're here, it's perfect for you to stay." Fang Shaoyun scoffed. "When I have money, I'll buy 2 houses, one to live in and one to leave empty." Go Xiaoyun laughed heartily and quipped, "Are you planning to buy 2 cars as well? Drive one and tow the other?" The group erupted in laughter. Go Xiaoyun continued, "You all should stay here during your visit to Shanghai. It's more convenient. Feel free to choose whichever room you like." Lulu replied nonchalantly, "I don't mind. As long as there's a bed, I'm tired and need to sleep." Fang Shaoyun nearly fainted at her lack of decorum, realizing that while Lulu appeared to be a lady, her words could bluntly silence others. Fang Shaoyun and Kay opted for a room with large floor-to-ceiling windows, through which they could glimpse the hazy Shanghai sky and its myriad streets. Meanwhile, Lulu shamelessly sought out a room with a grand bed, calling out, "Kay, come here. It's so comfortable. Let us sleep together." Fang Shaoyun, tempted to respond with something equally audacious, merely thought about suggesting, "Lulu, Kay need not join. How about I keep you company instead?" However, this thought flitted through his mind and vanished as he discreetly pulled Go Xiaoyun aside to inquire, "Pray tell, what do you need such a large bed for?" Go Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and lightly tapped his head. "What on earth are you thinking? This is a fully furnished apartment. Even if they wanted to fit a colossal dinosaur in here, it wouldn't be a problem." Fang Shaoyun found her reasoning dubious and retorted, "It said that most celebrities lead extravagant lives. You can't possibly still be a virgin." Go Xiaoyun was momentarily at a loss for words. gazing at Fang Shaoyun with annoyance. What about you? Are you still one? Fang Shaoyun, equally speechless, sheepishly replied. I'm afraid so. Thus, the two shared a mundane yet hearty laugh, leaving Kay and Lulu puzzled by their apparent delight. Go Shaoyun, with her characteristic audacity, ordered Shanghai's famous soup dumplings, hoping to ensnare Fang Shaoyun in a trap reminiscent of her earlier mischief with knife. However, she had not anticipated that Kay, being from Hangzhou, would gently instruct Fang Shaoyun on how to handle the delicacies. Consequently, Go Shaoyun could only watch in dismay as her carefully prepared breakfast was devoured by the three. After breakfast, Go Shaoyun suggested, why don't you all rest this morning? In the afternoon, I'll take you to the CPL headquarters to sign in and then to RVA, where many people are eager to meet you. Lulu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of RVA, the very place where Wang Feiyu had established her empire. Lulu is the place where dreams come to life. And in truth, Lulu's foremost desire for this trip to Shanghai was to visit that very location. With a serious demeanor, she turned to Go Shaoyun and said, actually, I have always wanted to ask you a question. Go Shaoyun replied, go ahead, what is it that you feel hesitant to inquire about? Filled with hope, Go Shaoyun anticipated that Lulu would pose a question such as whether he had a girlfriend. However, to his astonishment, Lulu, with an almost starry-eyed enthusiasm, asked, isn't Wang Feiyu your elder brother? Do you know where he is now? Go Shaoyun was nearly overwhelmed, feeling as though he might faint from the shock. Unlike Fang Shaoyun, who was indifferent, Go Shaoyun held a certain admiration for Lulu. Although her demeanor could be rather bold at times, he found her straightforward nature far more refreshing than the overly saccharine qualities of many Shanghai girls. More importantly, Lulu was also an adept player of StarCraft. What could be more romantic than two individuals watching StarCraft replays together? Yet, Lulu was entirely fixated on finding out Wang Feiyu's whereabouts. Go Shaoyun thought to himself, goodness, I can't bear this any longer. He felt an intense urge to leap from the 18th floor, but realized he must first make a valiant effort to inform Lulu that he was already married. Lulu shot a curious glance at Go Shaoyun and, rather insensitively, remarked, what does being married have to do with anything? At that moment, Go Shaoyun truly contemplated jumping out of the window. He thought, this is it. She is even willing to be his mistress, disregarding the fact that he is married. Just as he was about to express his frustration, Lulu began to mutter to herself about wanting an autograph, seemingly unconcerned with marital status. Go Shaoyun was taken aback. Was she only interested in asking for an autograph? Lulu rolled her eyes at Go Shaoyun and said, what did you think I wanted from him? Overwhelmed with joy, Go Shaoyun could hardly contain his emotions. Meanwhile, Fang Shaoyun yawned impatiently and urged, come on, just say it already. What is taking so long? In resignation, Go Shaoyun spread his hands and explained, if you had arrived just 2 days earlier, he would still have been in Shanghai. However, he has since flown back to Hunan. Both Lulu and Fang Shaoyun collapsed in despair at the news. He went to Hunan? Go Shaoyun continued, well, it's a bit complicated to explain. If you marry Kay, you might find yourself frequently visiting Hangzhou. He, on the other hand, will be even busier. Fang Shaoyun nodded in understanding as thoughts of Huang Xiaolu and Zhang Yu crossed his mind, indicating his comprehension. I suppose he will be returning to Nanjing soon, won't he? Go Shaoyun smiled slyly, reveling in the unfolding drama.